Brain storage. Timeline for readers' comfort, a letter to the readers. Regarding this book, to speak frankly, the initial content is rather lacking, as I began writing it several years ago. I intended to take my time, resulting in a slow development pace at the beginning, with numerous setups laid out. However, it is evident that contemporary readers prefer a more brisk pace thus. I recommend glancing at the table of contents and skipping the first 34 chapters if they do not pique your interest. The gist of the story revolves around the systems, capabilities, and the protagonist's willingness to utilize these abilities to aid the development of Huaqua. Note, in this book, Huaqua can be understood as a reflection of real-world nations, integrated into a universe distinct from Marvel's, where individual heroism does not hold the same appeal. Furthermore, many readers, and I find the heroes of Huaqua within this narrative rather unremarkable, akin to the grotesque entities depicted in Marvel's so-called Heavenly Court. Thus, the protagonist intends to establish Huaqua's own Heavenly Court. While the early chapters may not be impressive, the subsequent plot is largely original and should not be missed. Those who find the beginning tedious may simply skip ahead. Much of the content here is assuredly unlike anything you have encountered in other Marvel fan fiction. Welcome to the Huaqiangbei system. What on earth? A voice echoed in Chun Mu's ears, startling him awake. Where am I? I'm not dead. Staring at the unfamiliar room before him, Chun Mu was taken aback. Could it be that someone saved me? He touched his face, bewildered. Chun Mu had a rather unfortunate past. Shortly after graduating from university, he embarked on a venture that achieved modest success, amassing a fortune of several million. However, a desperate need for funds led him to borrow from loan sharks. Poor Chun Mu, unaware of society's perils, faced business failure and was unable to repay the loans, a situation that ultimately reached his parents. His parents, humble farmers, had never encountered such tribulations. As the loan sharks tightened their grip, his father, unbeknownst to Chun Mu, took on labor at a construction site in hopes of alleviating his son's financial burden. Tragically, an accident occurred, resulting in his father's untimely death. His mother, overwhelmed by the subsequent blows, succumbed to despair shortly thereafter. Left alone, Chun Mu felt utterly desolate, consumed by guilt towards his parents. He drowned his sorrows in alcohol and fell into a deep slumber. Now, however, he found himself abruptly awakened, as if from a dream. Welcome to the Huaqiangbei system. A voice resounded once more, and Chun Mu blinked, uncertain if he was hallucinating. Huaqiangbei system? I am here. Chun Mu wore a perplexed expression. This sounded eerily akin to a smart assistant on his phone. Siri? I am here. Huaqiangbei system, what exactly are you? Chun Mu inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. I am not just anything. I am the Huaqiangbei system spirit, endowed with advanced artificial intelligence, serving as your system assistant. Are you certain you are an artificial intelligence and not a mere smart assistant? Please do not doubt my intelligence. I possess exceptional computational abilities and represent the pinnacle of Huaqiangbei's technological advancements. Huaqiangbei products. Huh. Huaqiangbei? Is that the one in Shenzhen from my memories? The place renowned for manufacturing imitation phones? Please do not question Huaqiangbei's capabilities. The system spirit responded, seemingly offended. Oh fine. Wait, do you know what I'm thinking? Chun Mu suddenly remembered that his earlier criticisms of Huaqiangbei were merely internal musings, never voiced aloud. How could this system spirit be aware? Furthermore, he had yet to see the system spirit itself. To an outsider, he would appear to be talking to himself like a fool. The Huaqiangbei system resides within your exclusive space. You can communicate with me directly through your thoughts. The system spirit's voice continued. Our interaction occurs on a soul level and does not require verbalization. Moreover, your concerns are unwarranted as long as you do not wish for me to know your thoughts. I have no means of accessing them. Ah, I see. Chun Mu couldn't help but exhale in relief. Then, filled with curiosity, asked, where am I now? And wasn't I drunk? How did I end up here? Though he found the idea of soul-level communication intriguing, he felt no fear after all. A man who feared not death would hardly concern himself with the potential pitfalls of a system. This is Huaxia, but not the Huaxia of your previous Earth. The system spirit explained, this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe you are familiar with. You are not dead, rather. Your essence has merged with that of this world's counterpart. The Marvel Cinematic Universe? Shenmue could no longer contain his astonishment. Was this the realm where superheroes abound and extraterrestrials are commonplace? But this world is fictional, isn't it? What does it mean to merge with another version of myself? In this world, you also exist. However, due to a recent drowning incident, you found yourself on the brink of death, and in that moment, your soul fused with his. Another me? Chun-Mu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure as a flood of memories surged through his mind. This body belonged to Chun-Mu, yet it was entirely distinct from the original. While their appearances and personalities were identical, their backgrounds and life experiences diverged. The Chun-Mu of this world was a wealthy heir. His parents were not farmers, but entrepreneurs. His family owned a factory that produced electronic components, small appliances, and even electric toys. With such wealth, this world's Chun-Mu had never endured hardship. Recently, while strolling along the beach, he witnessed someone drowning and selflessly jumped in to save them, forgetting one crucial detail: he could not swim. Fortunately, the drowning victim was rescued, and though Chun-Mu faced some complications, he, too, was saved, albeit remaining in a coma until now. It was only now, through the fusion of souls with his counterpart from another world, that he awakened. Saving someone, yet forgetting one cannot swim? Was he truly that foolish? So, I find myself in a world that is, in fact, a cinematic universe. Chun-Mu threw back the covers, rose from the bed, and stood by the window, gazing out at the bustling street below, his expression a turmoil of conflict. Two worlds, two Chun-Mus, and two sets of memories intertwined in his mind, causing him a headache. No, this world truly exists. At least, to me, it is undeniably real. Recalling the myriad of scenes from the Marvel films, Chun-Mu inhaled deeply. This world was far more exhilarating than he had imagined. Of course, it was fraught with peril. In the future, Thanos would snap his fingers, erasing half of all life in this world. And Chun-Mu was uncertain if he could escape unscathed. Although the Avengers would eventually bring everyone back, Chun-Mu was determined not to leave his fate to chance. No matter what, I cannot remain idle. System Spirit, tell me what I must do. Thus, after much deliberation, Chun-Mu's focus shifted entirely to the Huaqiangbei system. To merge the two selves is perhaps to unlock a unique capability inherent within this system. It is conceivable that, through its aid, one might carve out a remarkable destiny. You now bear a magnificent historical mission. What? To elevate the realm of Huaguo to the pinnacle of the world. Hasn't Huaxiao already been revitalized? What can a mere minor character like myself possibly achieve? In a sudden epiphany, Chun-Mu recalled that this world is none other than the Marvel Universe. Throughout history, Huaxiao has merely played a supporting role, with no superheroes emerging from this ancient civilization of the East. Chapter 2. System Abilities. So, this is my main quest? Chun-Mu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Leading Huaxiao on a path of great revival in this perilous Marvel Universe? Splendid, exhilarating. One could hardly listen without feeling a surge of passion. Yet, the challenge is daunting. Exceedingly so. This task seems more arduous than becoming a superhero myself. Indeed, this is the singular objective of the Huaqiangbei system, to elevate Huaxiao across all worlds to the pinnacle of existence. The system's spirit stated calmly. Is there a penalty for failing the task? Despite the invigorating words of the system spirit, Chun-Mu couldn't suppress his inquiry. Would there be any severe repercussions should he fail? Rest assured, the system will not coerce the master into any actions, nor does it possess the authority to impose any punishment. Phew, that is a relief. So, even if I choose not to undertake this mission, living a tranquil life poses no issue. As long as you do not feel remorse, there is no problem whatsoever. The system spirit replied serenely, bearing responsibilities yet living a life of quietude, like a salted fish. Provided you are at peace with yourself, no one can condemn you. In fact, in this world, there is no one else who would even be aware of your responsibility and mission. So this is a form of provocation? Chun-Mu clenched his fists, then sighed, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. If possible, I naturally hope for my homeland, the Huaxiao of this world, to achieve great revival. However, I am acutely aware of my limitations. What power do I possess to help my country navigate through the perils of this world? It is far too treacherous, countless dangers abound, and beyond Earth lies an array of crises awaiting us. For Huaqiangbei to thrive in this world is an uphill battle. The system can assist you. The system's spirit replied with composure, illuminating Chun Mu's perspective. By the way, you have yet to inform me of the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system, since it has assigned me the paramount task of leading Huaxia towards a grand revival. It must also provide me with corresponding aid. The Huaqiangbei system, in simple terms, possesses the functions of analysis, research, and production. The system's spirit elaborated. So, to rephrase, it is akin to imitation? Chun Mu fell silent, a faint smile of disbelief appearing. What use is imitation in this world? Can we truly replicate Iron Man's armor? Indeed, any technological advancement can be duplicated by the Huaqiangbei system. The system's spirit stated candidly. Any technology? Even Iron Man's armor? Chun Mu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Certainly, not a problem. The S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier? Quite simple. Thanos' alien spacecraft? A piece of cake. Are you sure you are not deceiving me? Chun Mu inhaled sharply, astonished by the prowess of Huaqiangbei. The premise is that proximity is key, the closer one gets. The more intricate the technology one can acquire. In other words, as long as one approaches, relevant technology can be obtained. If that is indeed the case, then it is worthwhile to take a risk and find a way to get closer to these marvels. Chun Mu pondered this notion and concluded that such a risk was worth taking. Take the Iron Man suit as an example. If one were to come within 100 meters, they could access information sufficient to fabricate a suit with merely 1/10 of its capabilities. Within 50 meters, one could gather data to create a suit with half its power. Should one manage to come into contact with the Iron Man armor, they would be able to replicate it in its entirety. How astonishing! Chun Mu could not help but marvel. The mere act of approaching grants access to pertinent information, and actual contact yields complete data. The ability to appropriate scientific and technological advancements is indeed rather daunting. Moreover, even mere observation, such as viewing photographs, could result in the creation of something, albeit with only 1% of its original power. This means that simply looking at a picture could allow one to produce an armor, albeit one that is significantly inferior or merely a fade. Nevertheless, it is still commendable. As long as I can find a photo of Iron Man, I could construct an iron suit. Though its capabilities may be less than 1%, its appearance could still be faithfully replicated. Indeed, this is imitation in its most blatant form. Yet, I find it delightful. Is this the case for other technological advancements as well? Chun Mu inquired with excitement. Absolutely. As long as one is within 100 meters of a technological product, the system can gather the relevant data. If one can directly touch the object, they will receive a product that embodies 100% of the target's effectiveness. Remarkable. It is simply extraordinary. Furthermore, even merely viewing a photograph, regardless of distance, enables the system to generate a likeness, albeit with only its appearance. This is merely the capability of analysis, the system's spirit explained calmly. What about research and production capabilities? Chun Mu asked, his excitement palpable. The mere analytical ability had already left him elated. So he anticipated that the other two capabilities would be equally impressive. Research capability is a form of technology that, after achieving complete analysis, allows for breakthroughs in the original technology. In simple terms, once one can produce a perfect iron suit, they will advance the technology further, making the suit even more sophisticated. Can imitation surpass the original? One must wonder. Understood. And what of production capability? Chun Mu's eyes twitched with anticipation as he continued to inquire. Within the hostess body lies a space exclusive to you, akin to Huaqiangbei, endowed with production and storage capabilities that enable you to manufacture specific items. In essence, it is merely a portable factory. By the way, what is your name again? This system's sprite has been nagging incessantly. I do not possess a name. My master may choose to rename me. A name, you say? Let me ponder for a moment. Chun Mu stroked his chin, realizing that this system's sprite exhibited a certain degree of artificial ineptitude. How about calling it Siri? No, since we aspire to achieve the great rejuvenation of China. it would be inappropriate to adopt a foreign name. Henceforth, let us call you Xiao AI, System Sprite. From this moment onward, you shall be known as Xiao AI. Name successfully assigned. Xiao AI, I am here. Although it felt somewhat peculiar, Chunmu found it to be far more agreeable. Chapter 3. The first attempt. Xiao AI. Let us test the capabilities of the system. Chunmu declared, donning his attire and surveying his room, eager to explore the prowess of his Huaqiangbei system. This phone is functional, right? Commencing scan. Technology acquisition in progress. Holding the phone in his hand, a progress bar appeared before Chunmu's eyes. Visible solely to him, rapidly charging. 1, 11, 21. In no time, it surged to a complete 100. After all, this phone was in Chunmu's grasp, thus naturally within reach. The iPhone 11 Pro's technology acquisition level, perfect. The relevant data of the iPhone 11 Pro has been completely analyzed and is ready for production at any moment, Xiao AI stated calmly, leaving Chunmu with an unsettling sense of disbelief. Could it be that within a mere minute, the intricate technology of this latest iPhone had been fully deciphered? How astonishing. Production. Chunmu swallowed hard and commanded, all right, please select the manufacturing options. You may check the production progress at any time. Before him appeared an array of choices pertaining to the production of the iPhone, including colors, materials, and a myriad of other options that momentarily dazzled him. No modifications. Proceed with the original production, Chunmu instructed, his interest in the production of this iPhone minimal, merely wishing to witness the manufacturing capabilities of Huaqiangbei. As you wish. Xiao AI responded before falling silent. Typically, Xiao AI would not manifest unless Chunmu called upon it or posed a question. Check progress. Upon his command, yet another interface emerged, displaying the production progress of the iPhone. 1, 2. How swift. Chunmu gasped, astonished that at this rate, the production of the phone might take less than a minute. Is Huaqiangbei's manufacturing capability truly this formidable? In truth, the speed of production is directly correlated to the simplicity of the product, Xiao AI elucidated. However, your production space can only create one item at a time. Relying solely on this space to achieve the great rejuvenation of China is utterly insufficient. No matter how exceptional the production space, it alone cannot bring about such a revival. Thus, I must construct numerous production lines in the real world. Chunmu nodded thoughtfully in agreement, recognizing the validity of this logic. Production complete. Would you like to extract the item? As he conversed with Xiao AI, the progress bar had filled entirely, prompting Chunmu to regain his focus. So fast. He marveled. Extract. With that utterance, a brand new iPhone 11 Pro materialized before him. In the realm of Huaqiangbei, within a mere span of 2 minutes, a counterfeit version of the coveted fruit phone was birthed. Remarkably, even this imitation bore an astonishing resemblance to the original, akin in every detail. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The intricate technical specifications of the Fruit 11 Pro had also been meticulously acquired by Chunmu. The prowess of Huaqiangbei is nothing short of extraordinary. Upon activating the counterfeit device, Chunmu was astonished to find that this pristine phone mirrored its authentic counterpart in every respect. Equally smooth in operation, equally user-friendly, and even boasting the genuine Fruit operating system. Related data could be extracted and entrusted to other factories for mass production. Xiao AI spoke with serene composure, yet this left Chunmu in a state of profound contemplation. The capabilities of Huaqiangbei could be described as nothing less than miraculous. Devoid of patent concerns, it had the potential to bring any technology company to its knees. However, mere imitation served no purpose, inviting a myriad of complications without yielding any significant advancement. Thus, should they embark on technological research concerning the Fruit phone? Xiao AI inquired. Undoubtedly, Chunmu affirmed, possessing comprehensive information on the most advanced phones currently available on the market, yet recognizing that this knowledge was ill-suited for lucrative ventures. Hence, a technological breakthrough was imperative. Understood. Another progress bar appeared, indicating ongoing research. However, this time, the pace was rather sluggish, remaining stuck at 1 for an extended duration. Fascinating. Could research, analysis, and production occurs simultaneously? Indeed, though each function could only engage in one task at a time. Very well, let us continue with the analysis. Nodding in agreement, Chunmu shifted his focus to other items within his room. The fruit computer, the rice laser television, air conditioning units, and even smart lighting were all subjected to his scrutiny. The rapid speed allowed him to analyze these minor devices within a minute each. I nearly overlooked this. Iron Man. In the recesses of Chunmu's original memories, a renowned playboy named Tony Stark emerged from America. Even across the globe, Chunmu had heard whispers of this figure. Idolized as a wealthy second-generation heir, not only was he exceptionally intelligent, but he also exuded an effortless charm that left all other affluent heirs envious. Chunmu, too, shared in this admiration. However, according to his recollections, it appeared that Tony Stark had yet to assume the mantle of Iron Man. Securing the technology of Iron Man seemed utterly unattainable. Thus, what stage of development had this world reached? Chunmu was beset by questions, prompting him to power on his computer and delve into research regarding news about Tony Stark. Tony Stark, heir to Stark Industries, Skipping over encyclopedic entries, Chunmu swiftly uncovered the latest news pertaining to Tony. 3 days ago, Tony faced an assault in Afghanistan and has since vanished without a trace. So is this the plot of Iron Man? Chunmu rubbed his temples, vividly recalling the genesis of Iron Man. During the week of his captivity, Tony underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from a reckless playboy into a formidable superhero. This experience is indeed essential. However, what concern is it of mine? Since Iron Man has yet to emerge, there is no need for me to pay him any heed. In the future, when the opportunity arises to venture to America, I shall draw near to Iron Man and thereby acquire his technology. As for now, observing the research progress bar finally reaching 2, Chunmu raised an eyebrow. For the time being, he must strive to enhance his own capabilities. With a small factory at his disposal, he can certainly put it to effective use. Chapter 4. Shooting range. The research progress of the fruit phone is, in fact, quite swift. It can enhance by 1% in just a few minutes, faster than downloading a movie. Within less than an hour, the research has concluded, and Chunmu can finally examine the results. He wonders, how much have the parameters improved? Upon opening the research interface of the fruit phone, Chunmu discovers a wealth of detailed information, including enhancements in screen size, resolution, camera pixels, battery life, chip specifications, and more. Even various miscellaneous features have received optimization. Most importantly, modifications to its exterior are now possible, effectively eliminating the risk of complaints regarding imitation products. With a distinctive design that surpasses others in advancement, who would dare to claim that they were copied? Impressive. However, Chunmu has no desire to manufacture phones or become a mobile device manufacturer. Indeed, producing phones can be highly profitable, especially with the research capabilities of Huaqiangbei, which would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Yet, such endeavors would not fulfill Chunmu's initial aspirations or ultimate objectives, the great rejuvenation of China. No matter how advanced the phone, it cannot facilitate the revival of the nation, especially in this perilous world. Thus, rather than focusing on phones, Chunmu yearns to produce weaponry to empower his country. Only through formidable strength can the path to rejuvenation be realized, sweeping away all hardships and obstacles. It is indeed fortunate that upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, I did not find myself in the dangerous lands of America, but in the peaceful realm of China. Nevertheless, the peace before me is not genuine. The tranquility I perceive is merely the result of a group of individuals standing guard against danger, keeping all threats at bay. They are the soldiers. Reflecting on this, Chunmu clenches his fists. In this Marvel world, the role of ordinary soldiers is minimal. The decisive factors in warfare lie predominantly with the elite powers, which China severely lacks. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, China has no superheroes. Should danger arise, the leading soldiers would face immense peril. Such a scenario cannot be ignored. Taking a deep breath, Chunmu recalls feeling that the responsibility of rejuvenating China through the Huaqiangbei system was distant, even somewhat ludicrous. Yet, at this moment, upon grasping the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system, He feels that this task indeed seems destined for him. I cannot allow our soldiers to confront future extraterrestrial threats with mere flesh and blood. If Iron Man can stand shoulder to shoulder with deities as a mere mortal, why should others be incapable of achieving the same? I shall ensure that all soldiers can rival the divine. With the capabilities of Huaqiangbei, Shenmue can thoroughly analyze the technology behind Iron Man's armor and even enhance it. Armed with the appropriate technology, he can achieve mass production of the armored suits, ultimately equipping every soldier with this formidable defense. Indeed, every soldier faces certain challenges. However, it is not insurmountable. The prospect of assembling a legion is entirely feasible. Of course, this is contingent upon the ability to approach Iron Man or even to touch him. With such thoughts in mind, Shenmue opened the door and stepped outside. Shenmue resided in a modest neighborhood. Do not be misled by the notion that his family, having a modest fortune from running a small factory, would reside in opulence. In reality, Shenmue's parents were exceedingly frugal, and their dwelling was merely an ordinary apartment in the city, characterized by its understated simplicity. As he entered his vehicle, Shenmue instinctively touched his nose and employed the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system to analyze the car he was seated in. It was a conventional sedan, yet it possessed a commendable level of technological sophistication. Notably, its engine technology surpassed that of many domestic manufacturers. I remember there is a shooting range in the suburbs. The shooting range was indeed the purpose of Shenmue's excursion. In this world, firearms were strictly regulated in Huaxia, and for Shenmue, the only opportunity to handle real guns lay in such a place. His objective was to acquire detailed information about firearms, enabling him to innovate and achieve technological breakthroughs. Of course, the allure of producing firearms did not significantly appeal to Shenmue. He had no intention of engaging in smuggling. As a law-abiding citizen, his desire for firearms information was not for manufacturing, but primarily for research purposes, aiming to enhance the functionalities of weapons so that soldiers could wield superior arms. Only with better equipment could the safety of the civilian populace be ensured. In contrast to Tony Stark, who willingly relinquished his arms business, Shenmue aspired to be an arms dealer. In his view, only advanced weaponry could effectively safeguard his nation. The development of sophisticated firearms was merely the first step in his journey. After a half-hour drive, Shenmue finally arrived at the shooting range in the suburbs. It was quite remote, as the sound of gunfire could be quite loud, making it suitable for such an establishment without disturbing other citizens. Many firearm enthusiasts frequented this venue to indulge in their passion. In Huaxia, only licensed shooting ranges provided the opportunity to experience the thrill of firing a weapon. Throughout the journey, Shenmue had thoroughly analyzed the technology of his car, and even some vehicles traveling in the same direction had been subjected to his scrutiny. I've always wanted a Porsche, but my parents won't allow it. After parking, Shenmue glanced at a sports car parked nearby, grinning with delight. Fortunately, this vehicle shared the same destination as Shenmue, and during their journey, he had already conducted an analysis of it, achieving a comprehension level exceeding 90%. He could produce it at any moment. Indeed, 90% of the products are still mere replicas, counterfeit creations that fail to capture Shenmue's discerning eye. He requires only the final step, a mere touch, to unlock the complete technology, potentially even achieving a breakthrough that would render his vehicles more formidable. This last step is exceedingly simple for him. As he halted his vehicle and strolled through the parking lot, he nonchalantly brushed his hand against a Porsche, as if nothing significant had transpired. Yet, within his vision, the resolution surged from 99% to a perfect 100. This transformation signifies that Shenmue is now poised to harness the Huaqiangbei system to manufacture an identical sports car with ease. Be cautious with your touch. Can you afford to compensate for any scratches? Chapter 5. Firearm Analysis. Don't touch that. Can you afford to pay for the damage? At that moment, a woman descended from a Porsche, glaring at Shenmue and vociferously berating him. You drive a beggar's car, and yet you dare to lay a hand on mine. Shenmue's expression darkened. The woman appeared to be around 40, stylishly dressed, yet her demeanor was unexpectedly fierce. What a fool! Shenmue rolled his eyes, opting for the path of least resistance as he prepared to leave. Who are you calling a fool? The woman, with surprisingly keen hearing, caught his mutter and stormed over, her fury palpable as she confronted him. "Repeat that, fool." Chen Mu, having encountered such demands before, obliged her. "You little brat." Enraged, the woman raised her hand, attempting to slap him. "How dare you?" Chen Mu, not one to take such provocations lightly, deftly evaded her strike and retaliated with a swift slap, sending her hat flying. You dare to hit me?" Shock evident on her face, she trembled as she pointed at Chen Mu, indignantly exclaiming, "My husband is the police chief. How could you lay a hand on me?" "Madwoman," Chen Mu scoffed. The world of Marvel was certainly not tranquil. Losing a few lives seemed hardly surprising. Fortunately, this woman resided in the peaceful realm of China. Had she been in America, her brashness would have likely led to her demise long ago. "You." The woman glared at Chen Mu as he turned to leave, resentment etched on her face. Clearly unable to swallow her anger after being struck, she pulled out her phone and began making a call. Meanwhile, Chen Mu paid her no further mind and entered the shooting range. The firearms inside were undoubtedly more captivating than the foolish woman outside. What a sight, her face caked in makeup. He couldn't help but mutter as he wiped the foundation off his hands with a tissue. After settling the payment, Chen Mu approached the range, where a dedicated instructor accompanied him, responsible for teaching firearm usage, primarily for safety reasons. In China, private ownership of firearms is prohibited, and most individuals visiting shooting ranges merely seek to indulge their curiosity. However, it would not be surprising if some naive individuals attempted to smuggle a firearm away. The instructor's primary role remained to guide the proper use of firearms. After all, for most citizens, even locating the safety on a gun could prove challenging. Thus, a burly man stood beside Chen Mu, serving as his coach. "Young man, with so many guns, once your bullets run out, your hands will be sore," the coach, named Miao Gang, remarked, observing the array of firearms prepared behind Chen Mu. On the table behind Chen Mu lay an array of firearms, meticulously arranged, predominantly of Western origin: M4S, M16S, AKs, alongside handguns such as the P92 and revolvers. There were over a dozen firearms and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. With the formidable recoil of these weapons, it would be quite extraordinary for an ordinary individual to fire them without experiencing some discomfort. However, Chen Mu was unfazed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he surveyed the collection. "It's all up to you. Which weapon do you wish to fire first?" he remarked nonchalantly. With the payment already made, Mu Gang had no reservations. He had conveyed all necessary information, and should any issues arise, the responsibility would not fall upon him. "Let us go with the AK, a staple in many games," Chen Mu declared, pointing to the classic weapon at the edge of the table. "This here is the bolt." Before firing. Yet, Chen Mu's primary intention in this endeavor was not merely to indulge in the thrill of shooting, but to acquire technical knowledge of these firearms. While he could analyze them from a distance, the end products would invariably lack potency. In simpler terms, they would be inferior replicas. Although Chen Mu had access to the Huaqiangbei system, it did not imply he intended to pursue a path of imitation. His goal had always been to excel, to produce items of superior quality, surpassing the originals. Thus, his foray into shooting was to physically engage with these firearms, allowing for thorough analysis and subsequent development to enhance their performance. Beside him stood a burly man, whom Chen Mu paid little mind. Under Mu Gang's guidance, he eagerly commenced firing. The analysis progressed swiftly, and the production was equally efficient. Within a short span, he had exhausted hundreds of rounds and successfully completed the dissection of all the firearms. Moreover, he even found time to utilize the system to begin production, resulting in the creation of 2 weapons now stored in his inventory. Speaking of the Huaqiangbei system, its manufacturing capabilities were indeed impressive. Not only did it require no materials for production, but its storage capacity was remarkable as well, allowing for unlimited storage of self-produced items. While engaging in shooting, Chen Mu also activated the production line, where a SCAR and an M4 now rested quietly within his personal space. Concurrently, he was also conducting research and upgrades on the M4. "All right, let us take a break," Mu Gang suggested after Chen Mu had completed his rounds. He was somewhat astonished to witness someone who was unperturbed by the discomfort of shooting. Your hands must be quite weary now. It would be best to rest. There's a lounge area over there where you can grab a drink. Noticing Chun Mu shaking his hands, Mu Gang chuckled. I'll tidy up here. You can go ahead. Thank you, Chun Mu replied, feeling the fatigue in his hands, particularly his right, which was noticeably swollen at the wrist. Acknowledging that it was indeed impractical to continue driving in such a state, he nodded and made his way toward the rest area. Ultimately, it boils down to my own frail constitution. A weak physique? By the way, Xiaowai, is it possible for the system to produce the super soldier serum of Captain America? Reflecting on my physical condition, Shenmue couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. There is no technological marvel that cannot be produced in Huaqiangbei. Xiaowai replied candidly, her words laced with pride. So, does this mean that as long as I am in proximity to Captain America, I might have the chance to acquire the super soldier serum? Upon hearing this, Shenmue's eyes gleamed with excitement as he envisioned the Marvel hero, renowned for his prowess. Chapter 6. The Factory at Home. Captain America, known as Steve Rogers, was once a frail individual before the introduction of the super soldier serum, which catalyzed a remarkable transformation in his physical prowess. If the Huaqiangbei system could manufacture the super soldier serum, then Shenmue too could enhance his own physique. Moreover, I could establish a Captain America Legion. No, in the context of Huaxia, it should not be referred to as Captain America. It ought to be named Captain Huaxia. According to the naming conventions of Huaxia, the inclusion of the character, meaning great, is essential to accentuate its uniqueness. For instance, Guijing, the great hero, and Yanghua, the divine hero, both incorporate this character to evoke a sense of grandeur. Thus, in Huaxia, Iron Man should not merely be called Iron Man. He ought to be designated as Iron Great Hero, and similarly, Captain Huaxia should rightfully be known as Captain Great Huaxia. Casting aside the myriad of chaotic thoughts in his mind, Shenmue quietly sipped his tea, tending to the injury on his right hand while observing the progress bar of the Huaqiangbei system. After an hour, the optimization of the M4 rifle was finally completed. The exterior could undergo modifications without compromising its performance, and such alterations would effectively eliminate any concerns regarding plagiarism. As he perused the optimization interface, Shenmue gained insight into the upgraded M4. Its range and rate of fire had seen significant enhancements, and its stability had also improved markedly. Even the specifications of the ammunition had been altered, and with some further refinements to its appearance, it was evident that this would transform into a completely new firearm. The detailed technical parameters of this modified M4 could be exported and were not solely producible on Shenmue's Huaqiangbei production line. Any military factory could manufacture this weapon with the provided specifications. The revamped M4 boasted considerably greater power than its predecessor. Clearly, this is not the place to test the weapon. A more secluded area would suffice. With a glance around, Shenmue felt a tinge of regret. In his warehouse, he already possessed 2 firearms, an AK and a SCAR, along with a modified M4 currently in production. However, it was apparent that this location was unsuitable for him to test a firearm. Not only were there cameras everywhere, but he also had no way to explain the origin of his weapons. Alas, in this regard, the Americans had it easier. Possessing an additional firearm seemed to generate little concern, of course. This was merely speculation, as the rampant proliferation of firearms had led to numerous issues in America. And in terms of societal safety, the United States could hardly compare to Huaxia. Well, it was time to depart. Regrettably, there were no throwable weapons, such as grenades nevertheless. For Shenmue, the gains from this endeavor were substantial. He had acquired complete blueprints for over 10 firearms. With time dedicated to optimizing and modifying them, he could easily establish a firearms company and manufacture a plethora of new models. Certainly, such an idea is utterly unfeasible in the land of China. The notion of private ownership of arms groups is evidently implausible. If private ownership is unviable, then perhaps public establishments could serve as a solution. By relinquishing a portion, if not a substantial share, of company equity to the state, one might entertain the possibility. Contemplating this notion, Shenmue found himself deep in thought. His intention was not driven by profit. Thus, Entrusting the company to the state was not out of the realm of possibility. In fact, he could entirely hand over the enterprise to the government or directly assist in establishing a military factory for them. After all, the products manufactured by his military factory would solely cater to the needs of the Chinese military, facilitating their own self-sufficiency, whether it be steel armor or super soldier serum. He had no intention of selling to anyone else, and aiding the military in establishing a production facility posed no complications. Chun Mu's aspirations were remarkably straightforward: to realize the great rejuvenation of China. Transferring the military factory to the state or aiding the military in its establishment would entail no loss for him. It was a win-win scenario. However, how might he go about establishing this military factory? Or rather, what credentials could he present to ensure that military personnel would trust him in this endeavor? Oh, there might be a way. First and foremost, he needed to enhance his own image, perhaps as China's own Tony Stark. With such a moniker, the military would surely come knocking at his door. Yet, as it stood, this was a distant prospect. Reflecting upon his current self in this world, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was utterly devoid of practical skills, having merely paid his way through university without acquiring any genuine knowledge. Furthermore, his previous self had studied economics, which offered little assistance in the present circumstances. Chun Mu shook his head, dismissing such thoughts as he made his way to the parking lot. His hand had sufficiently healed, and it was time to return. After leaving the shooting range, he glanced at the sky and noted the early hour, prompting him to head straight to his family's factory. He was eager to assess the production capabilities of the facility and the types of goods it could manufacture. After another hour of travel, Chun Mu arrived at his family's factory, a modest establishment located in the city's industrial district, primarily engaged in the production of small electronic devices and toys. Yet for Chun Mu, this was immensely valuable. He could leverage this foundation to gradually expand and enhance the factory's output, ultimately producing superior equipment. With Iron Man yet to make an appearance, he need not concern himself with the affairs of superheroes. Instead, it would be wiser to ponder how to maximize the factory's profitability. With this in mind, Chun Mu swiftly made his way to his father's office. Xiao Mu, you're awake. His father, who had been preoccupied with his own tasks, looked up upon Chun Mu's entrance, expressing genuine concern. This foolish son of mine, if only he were to idly pass his days, it might be somewhat more tolerable. Yet, he possesses an innate kindness that compels him to act. Just look at this instance. Upon witnessing someone in peril in the water, he rushed to their aid without a moment's hesitation. However, he forgot that he himself lacked the ability to swim, and his well-meaning attempt only exacerbated the situation. Fortunately, there are many courageous souls in our homeland. Both the drowning victim and Chun Mu were swiftly rescued. Father. As he gazed upon his father, Chun Mu's heart swelled with mixed emotions. In his previous life, his parents were humble farmers. Subsequently, due to his debts, his father, despite his frail age, quietly toiled at a construction site, striving to alleviate Chun Mu's burdens. Tragically, he met his demise in an accident, leaving Chun Mu with an overwhelming sense of guilt. As for his mother, she soon succumbed to sorrow, unable to bear the loss. Chapter 7. The genius Chun Mu had always felt a profound sense of guilt towards his parents. It was only after he reached a point of despair that he contemplated ending his own life. Now, having arrived in this world where both his parents were still alive, he felt an immense relief. Simultaneously, he resolved in his heart to repay them, to compensate for his past regrets. Why did you come to the factory? His father asked, gesturing for Chun Mu to take a seat, curiosity evident in his tone. Dad, I need to borrow some equipment from the factory to create something, Chun Mu replied. You want to make something? His father looked at him with a puzzled expression, instinctively reaching towards Chun Mu's forehead, as if to check if this foolish son of his had a fever. Dad, I'm 20 now. I'm not a child anymore, Chun Mu said, half amused, brushing away his father's hand with a serious demeanor. Indeed, you are 20, his father chuckled, nodding. It's about time you found a girlfriend. Well, in the eyes of parents, their children will always remain children. Yet, why do parents everywhere seem to be so concerned with this matter? It's time to find a partner, Chun Mu said, feigning sincerity. I've designed a blueprint and want to see it come to life. You've designed a blueprint? Now it was his father's turn to be speechless. He was well aware of his son's capabilities. Shenmue had shown little promise since childhood, being rather lazy and lacking talent. If it weren't for their reasonably comfortable circumstances, this troublesome boy would have long since found himself destitute on the streets. Yet now he claimed to have designed a blueprint? Surely it must be for a paper airplane. It's a toy gun, Shenmue declared, determined to prove himself through action as he pulled out a USB drive and placed it on his father's desk. The toy gun was, in fact, an improved version of the M4 rifle, modified through Shenmue's innovative research. The material had been changed from metal to plastic, and the bullets were also made of plastic, relying on a spring at the base of the bullets to generate kinetic energy for propulsion. Aside from these modifications, the appearance and functionality were nearly indistinguishable from a genuine firearm. Thus, the plastic-made weapon could indeed be classified as a toy. How intriguing, his father chuckled, though he remained somewhat indifferent. Nevertheless, curiosity piqued. He inserted the USB drive into the computer and began to review the contents. The USB drive had been hastily purchased from a small shop along the way, where Shenmue had instructed the Huaqiangbei system to download information regarding plastic firearms before arriving at the factory. This actually appears quite impressive. His father opened the files on the USB drive, which were filled with various design blueprints, each component meticulously detailed. This revelation astonished him. When had his son developed such remarkable patience? Just the act of drafting these designs must have taken a considerable amount of time. While a toy gun typically requires only a few simple components, this design included dozens, if not hundreds, of parts. Is all this really necessary? His father couldn't help but critique, though the astonishment in his heart was undeniable. This is not a real firearm. There is no need for such an abundance of components. In fact, all that is required are the barrel, stock, magazine, and firing mechanism. As for the ammunition, there is no necessity for specially crafted bullets. Common plastic balls would suffice. Actually, this leads me to another matter. Shenmue retracted his smile and gazed earnestly at his father, who seemed to sense something and grew solemn in expression. A few days ago, I perused some literature in the library regarding the disassembly of firearms. After contemplating the information, I endeavored to create a design blueprint for a firearm. I believe I am almost ready to construct it and wish to give it a try. So, is this a real gun? His father gasped in disbelief, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one else was present, he whispered, "Do you comprehend the implications of this? In Huaxia, this could lead to imprisonment. I am aware, which is why this is merely a plastic toy gun. I am not making it for sale. I simply wish to utilize the factory's resources to fashion one and ascertain whether I possess any aptitude in this area. Setting aside everything else, the fact that you have created such a detailed design proves your talent. The factory's equipment is also capable of processing metal components, so even metal parts should not pose a significant issue." His father clenched his teeth, inhaling deeply, and stated, "You may use the equipment, but these components must be divided into at least 10 separate parts to be produced individually, then assembled here. The design must remain confidential. No third party must be aware of it. Do you understand?" His father appeared exceedingly serious, speaking with great caution. He had to be careful. If this matter were to be exposed, it would be enough to land his foolish son behind bars for a long time. However, if it was his own son who was eager to prove himself, he felt compelled to support him. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by Shenmue's firearm design. In truth, there was no necessity for such caution. Shenmue chuckled softly, maintaining a serious demeanor as he looked at his father. "The factory isn't engaging in tax evasion, is it? Our family are law-abiding citizens, correct? I have merely devised a design. I am not intending to commit any wrongdoing. So why all the trepidation? I am not selling the design for profit, nor am I manufacturing firearms for sale. I have a clear conscience, so what is there to fear? Furthermore, if this creation proves useful, I could always donate it to the government in exchange for a commendation. That would be quite commendable. At the very least, I would gain recognition as a talented designer. To deduce a firearm from merely reading a few books, does that not indicate genius? And the title of genius is precisely what Shenmue currently craves. Only by achieving such status can he engage in discourse with the government and have the opportunity to connect with the brilliant Tony Stark. It is only the genius who is worthy of assisting the military in establishing an armaments factory. The father, upon hearing Chen Mu's words, found them to be quite reasonable. They had neither evaded taxes nor engaged in bribery. They conducted their business with integrity and had nothing to feel ashamed about. Moreover, as Chen Mu pointed out, if the firearms design were indeed impressive, it would serve as undeniable proof of his son's genius. This was of paramount importance. Should they receive acknowledgement and praise from the state, it would validate his son's genuine talent, even if his university diploma were purchased. Such accomplishments could not be taught in any academic institution. Furthermore, if his son remained unperturbed, why should he conceal or suppress anything? If necessary, he could submit it to the authorities, which would also bring honor to his son. As a father, his aspiration was not merely for Chen Mu to amass wealth, but to achieve greatness. If his son could contribute to the nation, regardless of the scale of that contribution, he would feel immense pride. Chapter 8. Crafting Firearms. All right. Your Uncle Zhang happens to be visiting relatives these days. Tomorrow, I'll invite him to dinner. If what you've created proves useful, I can have him connect with the military, my father remarked after a moment of contemplation. The Uncle Zhang he mentioned is a former classmate who enlisted years ago and has since achieved a respectable position as a senior officer within the military. My father could not provide any direct assistance in military affairs, but he could reach out to this old friend. We shall finalize our creation, and tomorrow, I'll present it to your Uncle Zhang, allowing him to take it back for testing. If this firearm indeed proves effective, it can be submitted directly, thus clearing our names. You, in turn, may receive the commendation you desire. At this point, my father chuckled, perceiving that he need not concern himself with the ensuing repercussions. As long as they complied with governmental protocols, there would be no issues. Their family had always adhered to the law, so there was little else to worry about. Fine, I only seek the title of genius. Chen Mu nodded in agreement, expressing his eagerness. After years of feeling like a failure, he was desperate to prove himself. My father remained silent, meticulously breaking down the designs of various components into 10 distinct parts, each stored on separate USB drives. Stay here for a while. I'll arrange for the parts to be made. Don't cause any trouble, he said, rolling his eyes in exasperation. In truth, he harbored considerable skepticism about Chen Mu's designs, uncertain if they could even be realized. However, the remarkable detail of the schematics compelled him to entertain the possibility. That is fine. I'll head back for now. Also, when you give the materials to Uncle Chen tomorrow, don't forget to mention that the firearms produced from your factory's materials will undoubtedly lack power. Only firearms crafted from specialized steel will perform to a higher standard. In essence, he was expressing disdain for the factory's materials. While it is true that constructing firearms generally requires only moderately precise machinery, the quality of the materials is crucial. The ordinary materials from the factory would certainly fall short of the enhancements required for the M4, resulting in diminished power. Nevertheless, considering it is a weapon optimized in Huaqiangbei, its effectiveness would not be significantly inferior to standard firearms. To illustrate, even the domestic Type 95 rifle would not necessarily surpass it. Are you belittling my factory? My father retorted, his expression turning fierce as he glared. In reality, the structure of firearms is not particularly complex. It is far simpler than that of electronic products such as phones or computers. Firearms, aside from certain high-tech weaponry, can be produced quite straightforwardly. With a stamping machine and some older firearm designs, one could craft them with relative ease. The AK series firearms are renowned for their simplistic design, making their construction remarkably straightforward. Of course, the prerequisite for crafting these weapons is having comprehensive blueprints. With detailed schematics, the assembly process becomes manageable. Recently, I heard rumors of 3D printed plastic gun blueprints circulating online, where even ordinary individuals, equipped with a home 3D printer, could fabricate a firearm. Despite its plastic composition, it possesses all the requisite components of a firearm, and when loaded with live ammunition, its power rivals that of several conventional handguns, having sparked considerable discussion abroad. Fortunately, The domestic internet is safeguarded by stringent regulations, which have largely obstructed access to such information, resulting in only a handful of enthusiasts managing to download the blueprints from overseas. Therefore, the phenomenon of 3D printed guns has not gained significant traction domestically. This illustrates that the construction of firearms is not inherently complex. Although my father's factory is not particularly large, it is equipped with all the necessary machinery to manufacture certain firearm components without substantial difficulty. As Chinmu noted, there may be some discrepancies in materials, but these primarily affect the weapon's longevity, weight, and handling, leaving other aspects unperturbed. Rolling his eyes, Chinmu remained unfazed and departed the premises. His objective had already been accomplished. In the future, he intended to unveil not only firearms, but also a plethora of high-tech weaponry, necessitating a fitting identity. One of a weapon prodigy was indispensable. His visit to the factory served merely to prepare his father, ensuring they would not be unduly alarmed when he eventually introduced concepts such as an Iron Legion or super soldier serum. The mention of Uncle Zhang by his father was quite fortuitous, as Chinmu had been contemplating ways to establish a connection with the military, and his father inadvertently provided him with an unexpected opportunity. However, Uncle Zhang's rank is not particularly high, and achieving results may take considerable time. Yet, for Chinmu, time is abundant. Tony has yet to become Iron Man. Indeed, just 3 days prior, he had been captured by terrorists. If memory serves correctly, Tony will be imprisoned in a cave for a week, meaning he has 4 days until his escape. 4 days later, he will be free, followed by another day to return to America, along with a myriad of pressing matters. Even if he begins working on the Iron Man suit that very night, it will take several days to develop the Mark II. During this interval, Chinmu can delve deeper into analyzing and researching various technologies to enhance his technological reserves. The Huaqiangbei system focuses on the analysis and research of existing items, facilitating the accumulation of technological knowledge, with a substantial amount already stored within Little AI's database. Encompassing mobile phones, computers, televisions, automobiles, supercars, and firearms. Each of these entities possesses a plethora of technologies, any one of which could indeed serve as a means to achieve wealth. This is precisely why Chinmu remains indifferent regarding the ownership of the military factory. Money? With such an abundance of technologies at his disposal, does Chinmu truly need to resort to arms trafficking for profit? Alas, there have been no recent technology exhibitions. Otherwise, he could seamlessly acquire countless innovations by participating in them. Chapter 9. Ambush Xiao AI. Can the technologies within your database be applied elsewhere? For instance, can a computer chip be utilized in a mobile phone, or can a sports car engine be adapted for a standard vehicle? Is it feasible to employ the optical sights and stable structures of one firearm in another? Can a handgun inflict damage comparable to that of a rifle? Quite effortlessly, Xiao AI responded without hesitation. This is the foundational capability of Huaqiangbei's manufacturing, merging diverse technologies into a single product to extract its essence, thereby producing the most exceptional items. Such lofty rhetoric. In essence, is it not merely assembling machines? Chinmu thought silently, refraining from voicing his opinion. The more technologies Xiao AI mastered, the more it indicated that he wielded control over these advancements. For Chinmu, the pressing concern remained. He needed to acquire more technological expertise. Am I being followed? As he navigated the roads, Chinmu was analyzing the vehicles around him when he suddenly noticed a car seemingly tailing him stealthily. Curiosity piqued. He sought to analyze the occupant's mobile devices, but instead detected the presence of several firearms. In Huaxia, was it so brazen to carry weapons? Moreover, it seemed that the target was indeed him. Raising an eyebrow, Chinmu instinctively checked his arsenal. 2 standard firearms, an AK and an SCAR, and during leisure moments, he had produced 2 optimized M4s. These weapons were intended for self-defense, so he felt relatively secure. As the saying goes, possessing a weapon calms the mind. While remaining vigilant, he slowed his speed, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps he was not the intended target after all. Regrettably, reality proved otherwise, as he reduced his speed. The vehicle behind him mirrored his actions. Is the target truly me? Chen Mu's brow furrowed in concern, his mind racing to discern who he had offended to warrant such pursuit, especially with the presence of firearms. Though merely a small handgun, in Huaxia, it could be considered a lethal weapon. I was just an aimless young heir, seemingly without having provoked anyone. Who could it be? Chen Mu racked his brain, unable to fathom who he had crossed to be treated in such a manner. Just then, as he pondered this predicament, the pursuing vehicle accelerated, overtaking Chen Mu and abruptly braking, forcing him to a halt. Damn it, there's no one else on the road. The return journey would traverse several stretches of sparsely populated roads, much like the current one, where not a single vehicle was in sight. As tension mounted within him, a figure emerged from the lead car, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, with an expression of nonchalance. Approached Chen Mu's vehicle and unexpectedly opened the passenger door to sit inside. Listen here, if you wish to survive, take the side road. The burly man growled, the tip of a gun subtly peeking from beneath his clothing, threatening Chen Mu. Venturing down that narrow path would surely lead to a dead end, Chen Mu thought nervously, his fingers brushing against the seat beside him where he had just retrieved an upgraded M4 rifle and disengaged the safety, only to have this man enter the vehicle before he could secure the door. Now, let us not be hasty, brother. Who are you? Chen Mu attempted to stall for time, hoping to seize a moment of advantage for resistance. Truth be told, aside from some time spent at a shooting range, Chen Mu had never handled a firearm, which explained his delay in drawing the weapon. However, faced with this imminent threat, he had no choice but to rely on the gun in his possession. Nothing much, just someone paid me to teach you a lesson, the burly man chuckled, albeit with a sinister undertone. Rest assured, kid, as long as you cooperate, I won't take your life. It was true, acquiring ammunition in Huaxia was no simple task, and he wouldn't squander bullets on Chen Mu. He was indeed merely seeking a side profit, intending to impart a lesson to Chen Mu without necessarily ending his life. Yet, even a lesson would entail breaking his hands and perhaps a robbery, a task he had undertaken numerous times before. All right. Appearing somewhat intimidated, Chen Mu trembled and placed his hands on the steering wheel. Observing this, the burly man seemed to lower his guard, lowering the gun, and gazed ahead with a smug expression, perceiving Chen Mu as nothing more than meat on a chopping block, ripe for the slaughter. Now, you shall perish, Chen Mu queried, noticing that the gun was no longer aimed at him. Drawing a deep breath, a firearm unexpectedly appeared in his hand, and he fired directly at the burly man. The tremors in Chen Mu's hands earlier were not born of fear, but rather the realization that he was about to take a life. All he needed was the right moment. Thanks to the characteristic of items stored in the warehouses of Huaqiangbei, he could easily access what he required to mount a counterattack. When the opportunity arose, Chen Mu shot without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat. Though the burly man reacted, it was far too late. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was riddled with bullets, his eyes wide open in unending shock. He had never anticipated encountering someone wielding a rifle in Huaxia. The astonishment of his demise far eclipsed the surprise of Chen Mu suddenly brandishing a gun. He certainly won't close his eyes in peace, Chen Mu mused. There must be accomplices. He would not take the man's words at face value. A mere lesson? After dispatching this foe, he turned his gaze toward the vehicles ahead. The firearm he wielded was hastily retrieved from the warehouse, not the one he had previously set aside, though it too was an optimized M4. Combining immense power with minimal recoil, gazing at the vehicle ahead, Chen Mu clenched his teeth, replaced the magazine, and aimed at the car in front, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The windows shattered, and bullets perforated the automobile, leaving a myriad of pockmarks on its surface, with shards of glass strewn across the ground. Had there been passers-by, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the unfolding chaos, for such a fierce gunfight was unprecedented in a gun-restricted China. Surely, there must be casualties? After expending an entire magazine, Chen Mu finally opened the car door and emerged, albeit still cautiously inching forward. Chapter 10. Eliminating Threats. Bang. The sudden gunshot startled Chen Mu, and fortunately, the bullet whizzed past him without inflicting harm. In a panic, he quickly crouched down, seeking refuge behind a car. Damn it! Chen Mu's heart raced as he glanced at another man emerging from the driver's seat, brandishing a handgun, blood seeping from his wounds. Chun Mu's earlier gunfire had indeed struck him, allowing Chun Mu to narrowly escape a dire fate. Die? Anger surged within Chun Mu. He had nearly met his end, all while contemplating the grand mission of revitalizing Huaxia. He had come perilously close to failing before even beginning his quest. At this moment, his fury was palpable. You son of a... He had not anticipated that the man would possess such formidable firepower. The man, though seemingly menacing, was internally trembling as he spoke, one hand gripping the pistol and the other pressed against his injured abdomen. I didn't expect to encounter such resistance. You must be out of bullets. Come out. Bang. Another shot rang out in Chun Mu's direction, causing him to flinch and remain hidden. Cursed be my lack of strength. If only I possessed the physique of Captain America. Dealing with such a minor foe would be effortless. Chun Mu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Despite the adversary wielding a mere handgun, he lacked confidence in his ability to prevail. After all, today marked his first experience with firearms, and the earlier victory had been a stroke of luck. Confronting this opponent seemed an insurmountable challenge. What now? Chun Mu tightened his grip on the rifle, feeling the weight of the situation. Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never faced a scenario quite like this. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. As he heard footsteps drawing nearer, he swiftly assessed his inventory. Xiaoai, how far can the items retrieved from the inventory be placed? Within your line of sight, Xiao AI promptly replied. That made sense. Firearms could easily materialize in his hands. But what about larger objects, like a space aircraft? Then, toss that Porsche I produced earlier right at his head. Understood, no problem. A straightforward solution emerged, to crush his opponent with a car. The speed at which Chun Mu's system could produce items was astonishing. On his way to the shooting range, he had already manufactured a vehicle and, having analyzed the Porsche beforehand, had created one just prior to the confrontation. The production capacity of Huaqiangbei was immensely powerful. It took less than an hour to fabricate a car. Now, Chun Mu intended to use the Porsche as a lethal projectile. Bang! The man, being merely an ordinary individual and fixated on Chun Mu, was utterly oblivious to the car that suddenly descended upon him from above. Undoubtedly, as the Porsche descended, the man was crushed to death. Despite the Porsche's carbon fiber construction rendering it relatively lightweight, it was far beyond what the human body could withstand. The unfortunate man was reduced to a mere puddle beneath the vehicle. With a sigh of relief, Chun Mu finally stood up cautiously. Surely there were no accomplices left? Gripping his firearm, Chun Mu circled around the man's lifeless body and approached the car ahead. To his astonishment, it was her. Peering through the shattered window, Chun Mu furrowed his brow, for within the vehicle sat a woman, fashionably attired yet, at that moment, transformed into a sieve from gunfire. Was a mere slap sufficient to warrant a contract on one's life? Truly, how malicious. It dawned on Chun Mu that this woman was none other than the Porsche driver from before. How did she end up in the company of these 2 criminals? The reason was glaringly evident. Harboring resentment after Chun Mu had struck her, she had sought vengeance by enlisting the aid of 2 desperate men to ambush him. The notion of merely teaching him a lesson was laughable at best. Was this her way of ridding society of evildoers? Once convinced of his safety, Chun Mu exhaled deeply, surveying the chaotic scene with concern. There was no choice but to leave. However, a modicum of tidying up was necessary. The Porsche, being a replica of the woman's vehicle, could easily be disguised as hers. What Chun Mu needed to do was fabricate an alibi, which was not particularly challenging. Simply swap his bullet-riddled car for one unscathed. As for the body and the weapon, he had no intention of concerning himself with them. He would leave a SCAR rifle beside the corpse and allow the police to grapple with the aftermath, dragging the body from his vehicle and placing a SCAR beside it. Chun Mu stashed his car in a warehouse, exchanged it for a new one, and departed the scene. As for fingerprints, there was no need for concern. If he wasn't suspected, it would have no bearing. What transpired here would be left to the imagination of the investigators. The mangled body, the riddled man and woman, and the 2 vehicles. When the truth eventually emerged, who could say how many years would have passed? This case might even become an unsolved mystery. Xiaoai, can we ascertain the identities of those 2 individuals? Li Ji Gang, a fugitive, an A-level wanted criminal, has committed numerous offenses, roaming the country and responsible for 3 homicides. Liu Xiongfei, also a fugitive, an A-level wanted criminal, has committed multiple crimes, including a series of murders. Tian Ting, a gravel factory owner. Chen Mu could hardly be bothered with the woman's details, but he was taken aback to discover that the other 2 were indeed heinous fugitives. To associate with such notorious criminals, sharing a vehicle with them, clearly indicated that this woman was no innocent party either. Enough is enough. The matter has reached its conclusion, and I shall no longer dwell upon it. What I must focus on now is how to dispose of the vehicle from earlier. After all, it bears numerous bullet marks and even traces of blood. Only by discreetly eliminating it can I truly rid myself of suspicion. However, I did not anticipate that the warehouse capabilities of Huaqiangbei would prove to be an unexpectedly formidable asset. Moreover, the virtually limitless storage space is immensely beneficial for Chen Mu, akin to carrying an enormous repository at all times. As Chen Mu continues to engage with the capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system, his astonishment grows exponentially, prompting him to extend a thumbs up and exclaim in admiration, "Huaqiangbei is remarkable." Chapter 11. The Marvels of Huaqiangbei. How might I gain access to advanced weaponry? Upon returning home, Chen Mu quickly dismissed the incident of dispatching a wanted criminal from his mind and became preoccupied with this conundrum. Recently, there had been no defense expos or air shows, leaving little possibility of encountering high-end weaponry. In the domestic sphere, the only means of witnessing or even engaging with such cutting-edge arms was through specific channels. Yet time was not on his side. Moreover, I seek to create, not merely replicate, the Iron Man suit, rather than these commonplace military armaments. If Huaqiangbei could successfully decode the Iron Man armor, Chen Mu was confident he could effortlessly forge an army of steel. Unfortunately, the current year was still 2008, and Iron Man had yet to make his debut. How could one even contemplate an army of iron? Furthermore, it was utterly humiliating to be threatened by 2 ordinary individuals today. Thus, enhancing his physical prowess became imperative. With this in mind, Chen Mu set his sights on the Super Soldier Serum, a technology that could elevate human capabilities to their zenith. Of course, the Super Serum harbored significant drawbacks. The good became better, and the wicked became worse. Chen Mu did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Hence he could not aspire to emulate Captain America. Yet, let us not forget, he possessed the Huaqiangbei system. Huaqiangbei's most formidable asset was its scientific prowess, capable of swiftly optimizing and improving any technology. Any shortcomings or flaws would pose no challenge in Chen Mu's capable hands. However, if memory serves, Captain America should still be frozen beneath the Arctic ice. Having first appeared in the narrative of the Avengers in 2012, which is still 4 years away, I cannot afford to wait that long. What of the Hulk? Aside from Captain America, another Avenger came to Chen Mu's mind, the formidable Hulk, originally known as Bruce Banner. He underwent a transformation due to exposure to gamma radiation during an experiment, granting him immense strength that amplified with his rage, a prime example of biological technology. Therefore, Xiao AI. Is it possible for Huaqiangbei to analyze and harness the Hulk's capabilities? No technology can thwart Huaqiangbei. Xiao AI brimmed with confidence. While the Hulk is indeed challenging to control, it would not pose an obstacle for Huaqiangbei. This implies that upon encountering Hulk, Huaqiangbei could decipher his abilities and subsequently enhance them. Chen Mu was taken aback. Indeed, Huaqiangbei was remarkable. The idea of controlling the Hulk's technology seemed almost unbelievable. And let us not forget Spider-Man, Ant-Man, and Black Panther. In the realm of Marvel, the impoverished often rely on mutations while the affluent harness technology. It is noteworthy that these mutations are, in fact, products of technology. With access to these individuals, Huaqiangbei could flawlessly decode such advancements. Take Spider-Man, Peter Parker, for instance. He was bitten by a radioactive spider, a creation of Oscorp Industries. As for Ant-Man, his abilities stem from the Pym particles, ingeniously crafted by Dr. Pym, which also belong to the realm of technology and could undoubtedly be easily deciphered by Huaqiangbei. Moreover, The effects of PIM particles extend far beyond mere enlargement and reduction. They even encompass pivotal techniques for time travel. Acquiring the technology behind PIM particles would provide astonishing assistance to Chenmu. When it comes to Black Panther, it seems that the entirety of Wakanda is steeped in high technology. Should an opportunity arise to connect with Wakanda, the benefits for Chenmu would be monumental. Upon reflection, it appears that my opportunities are plentiful. These superheroes are all targets for Chenmu, their technologies and abilities potentially within his grasp. However, it is evident that in the Marvel Universe, all these superheroes are Western, predominantly American, while China appears to be significantly disadvantaged in this narrative. Of course, Black Panther is an exception, as Wakanda does not exist in Chenmu's original world. It is entirely a fabrication. Yet, it is absurd that this fictional Wakanda, ostensibly a nation for people of African descent, has established a close alliance with America. Let us not forget what was once America's most prominent commodity, African slaves. Even today, racial discrimination persists within America. Thus, the notion of Wakanda forging an intimate partnership with America is utterly ludicrous. At this moment, Chenmu feels an overwhelming pressure, a profound sense of responsibility weighing upon his shoulders. He now comprehends that the mission of revitalizing the great Chinese civilization, as mentioned by Xiao AI, is not without merit. Indeed, the China of this world requires a leader to guide it toward rejuvenation. Why is it that all superheroes hail from America, a nation with a mere 200 years of history, while my own China, with its 5,000 years of history, boasts no superheroes? True, there are no superheroes. Yet the world is rife with supervillains. This is a blatant smear against China. After a moment of silence, Chenmu's eyes suddenly open wide. I shall lead China to the pinnacle of this world. Americans take pride in Iron Man. Watch as I equip every Chinese soldier with superior armored suits. They revel in Captain America, with extreme human enhancement. I will ensure that every Chinese soldier possesses a physique rivaling that of Captain America. Indeed, Chenmu intends to empower all Chinese citizens to stand tall and confidently declare their strength is not inferior to these so-called superheroes. I aim to democratize armored suits, making them as ubiquitous as automobiles, essential in every household across China. Do not doubt, for Huaqiangbei possesses such capabilities. Analyzing its technology and subsequently transforming it to minimize costs to an astonishingly low price, allowing steel exoskeletons to be as affordable as cabbage. Furthermore, if produced domestically, there would be no need to install weapon modules, which would significantly reduce costs. The proliferation of steel exoskeletons into every household would indeed complicate the addition of weapon modules. Otherwise, it could lead to numerous complications. Of course, this would merely be a temporary removal, as they could be re-equipped at any moment if necessary. In times of war, these exoskeletons could be armed, truly achieving the concept of an armed populace. When the time comes, should extraterrestrial forces invade, they would be met with countless Iron Men. I digress. Speaking of Avengers, I am quite curious. Dear AI, can the magical powers wielded by Thor and Doctor Strange be deciphered by the Huaqiangbei system? In this world, magic and technology are fundamentally the same, so it is indeed plausible. In other words, Huaqiangbei is capable not only of replicating high-tech gadgets, but can also emulate magic? Impressive. My Huaqiangbei. Chenmu found himself at a loss for words, once again awed by the capabilities of Huaqiangbei. At this moment, Chenmu could sum up his thoughts in a single phrase. Huaqiangbei is truly remarkable. Chapter 12. Hammer Industries. Will Hammer Industries be hosting a defense exhibition in 2 days? Hammer Industries? Wait. Is this not the arms manufacturer that rivals Stark Industries in Iron Man 2? Indeed, Hammer Industries pales in comparison to Stark Industries. And when it comes to their respective leaders, the disparity is vast. Justin Hammer, when juxtaposed with Tony Stark, falls significantly short. Although he has developed some commendable equipment, in the presence of Iron Man, he seems to be little more than a jest. It appears that the Iron Patriot, known as War Machine, is primarily a modified creation of Hammer Industries. Subsequently, when Tony shuttered Stark's weapon division, the American arms trade naturally fell into the hands of several other companies, with Hammer Industries reaping a substantial share. While it may not rival Stark Industries, it is by no means devoid of merit. In fact, Hammer Industries boasts an array of advanced technology, providing everything from individual weaponry to large-scale vehicles, securing its place within the arsenal of the U.S. military. 2 days? Yes. There is still time. Glancing at the clock, Chun-Mu clenched his fist. Although reluctant to concede, the pinnacle of technological advancement undeniably resides in the United States. If Chun-Mu desires access to such cutting-edge innovations, a journey to America is imperative. After all, Tony will be rescued in a couple of days and will return to the United States. To acquire Iron Man's technology, I too must venture there. Naturally, even from across the ocean, while Chun-Mu could replicate Iron Man's suit in a 1-to-1 scale in Huaqiangbei, it would merely be a hollow imitation. A FAOD with only 1% of the resolution, utterly devoid of utility. Thus, it is settled. I shall travel to America, in pursuit of superior technology. Chun-Mu finds no alternative, much like the pioneers who journeyed to the West to study for the prosperity of their new nation after its founding. Sacrifices must be made. Of course, Chun-Mu does not perceive his journey as a sacrifice. What he needs to do is quite simple. A week-long trip to the United States will suffice. Fortunately, I possess a U.S. visa. With this plan in mind, Chun-Mu felt a surge of excitement and promptly began to pack his belongings, merely stowing what he required in the warehouse. After all, the warehouse in Huaqiangbei offers infinite storage space. Organizing items is hardly a challenge. Once everything was arranged, Chun-Mu swiftly booked a flight for the following day, needing only to board a plane bound for America in the morning. At last, I have arrived in America. The next morning, after much persuasion, Chun-Mu finally eased his parents' worries, allowing him to embark on his journey to a foreign land alone. The burden of being a wealthy heir is indeed troublesome. In his parents' eyes, Chun-Mu felt utterly inept, seemingly capable of nothing at all. At 20 years old, what was there to fear about traveling abroad alone? After more than 10 hours of travel, he finally reached his destination, New York, America. Let me see. The operations of the Ugly Group have expanded to America. First, let us book a hotel near the Hammer Expo. Following the navigation, Chun-Mu soon arrived at the inn. After reassuring his parents of his safety, he prepared to rest, eagerly awaiting the exhibition the following day. After a long journey, Chun-Mu felt immensely fatigued. Naturally, he needed rest. At that moment, his physical condition was merely that of an ordinary individual, unable to withstand prolonged exhaustion. I must strengthen my physique at the earliest opportunity. This realization further motivated Chun-Mu, instilling in him a fervent desire to become stronger. Captain America, when will you be unearthed? The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Chun-Mu purchased a ticket for the Hammer Industrial Expo. After tidying himself, he proceeded directly to the venue. The helmet-mounted enhanced night vision goggles, with their formidable thermal imaging capabilities, would assist soldiers in observing their surroundings in complete darkness. Impressive and powerful, they are now mine. Gently touching the helmet, Chun-Mu expressionlessly moved toward his next target. The M110 sniper rifle, employing a gas-operated semi-automatic firing mechanism, boasts a higher rate of fire compared to the M24 sniper rifle, ensuring that marksmen can accurately and swiftly lock onto targets even in densely populated areas. This sniper rifle is quite commendable, duly noted. Moving on, the Beretta M92F pistol. I continued to explore. The bustling expo grounds attracted little attention to Chun-Mu's actions, as most visitors were military enthusiasts. Moreover, at this exposition, it was permissible to handle these weapons, rendering Chun-Mu's behavior quite ordinary. He thoroughly examined every firearm in the designated area, consequently acquiring all the associated technical knowledge. Most of these weapons were currently in service with the U.S. military, many of which were more advanced than their domestic counterparts. Indeed, Chun-Mu had fully absorbed the technology of these weapons. The M3 infantry fighting vehicle, the HMWV Terminator, the M1A2 main battle tank. After leaving the firearms section, Chun-Mu ventured into the armored vehicle area. The imposing, ironclad appearance of the armored vehicles dazzled him, yet he remained focused on his objective, meticulously examining each one. Unbeknownst to him, some individuals had begun to take notice of his actions. Behind the scenes, a bespectacled man observed him with a sardonic smile. A conspiracy surrounding Chen-mu was slowly unfolding. The F-22 Raptor and the B-2 stealth bomber. Alas, they were merely models. It was supposed to be the Raptor manufactured by Lockheed, yet in this world, it was produced by Hammer Industries. And the B-2 stealth bomber also bore the involvement of Hammer Company. High-tech advanced weaponry, such as the F-22 and B-2, cannot possibly be produced solely by a single company. The reason why Hammer has managed to display these aircraft here lies in the fact that Hammer Industries has indeed contributed to their development. However, both the F-22 and B-2 are remarkably large, and it is true that Hammer Industries exhibition grounds cannot accommodate such colossal machines. Thus, the F-22 and B-2 showcased here are merely scaled-down models. Otherwise, if these aircraft were genuine, Chen-mu would easily possess the various technologies that these planes take pride in. Engine technology, stealth capabilities, all would have been within Chen-mu's grasp. Alas, they are but models. Chen-mu sighed, appearing quite regretful. Indeed, this space can only accommodate models. Chapter 13. A clash of wits indeed. This venue can only accommodate models. A self-assured man, adorned with spectacles, approached Chen-mu from behind. Upon hearing his words, he continued speaking. Behind him trailed a throng of reporters, cameras in hand, incessantly capturing his image. Naturally, Chen-mu, standing beside him, also found himself in the frame. Hammer Industries has long taken pride in its contribution to the development of the fifth-generation fighter jets. The F-22 fighter aircraft is undeniably the most formidable in the world, while the B-2 stealth bomber reigns supreme, possessing a unique moniker, the Phantom of the Skies. A vessel with the potential to wreak havoc upon the globe. It is a pleasure to meet you, my friend from the East. I am Justin Hammer, he said, his face adorned with a smile that appeared congenial. Yet, Chen-mu discerned a profound contempt lurking within his gaze. Is he looking down on me? Greetings, Mr. Hammer. I am Chen-mu, hailing from Huaxia. Sensing the underlying malice, Chen-mu displayed little enthusiasm, responding with a nonchalant demeanor. The United States has always been the most powerful and civilized nation. We welcome all guests to our land. Justin Hammer, seemingly unfazed by Chen-mu's indifference, continued to smile as he remarked, "Of course, we also welcome you, Mr. Chen-mu from Huaxia." Maintaining his unwavering smile before the cameras seemed an obligatory skill for a public figure like him. I have observed Mr. Zhao for quite some time. I began paying attention to you when you were inspecting the firearms. I noticed you examined each piece of equipment thoroughly. I am curious, Mr. Chen-mu. Upon encountering such formidable armaments, what are your thoughts? Might your country possess the capability to create such weaponry? It became evident that Justin Hammer's intent was to belittle Chen-mu's nation through his embarrassing actions, elevating his own stature by disparaging Huaxia. Click, click, click. Countless flashes directed at Chen-mu. The American media seemed equally intrigued by this inquiry, their cameras trained upon him. Behold, this is the magnificent and powerful art of warfare, the F-22 and B-2 bomber, unparalleled in the world. With an air of arrogance, Justin Hammer gazed at Chen-mu, pressing on with his provocative remarks. Your nation may never be able to manufacture such powerful weapons, will it? How absurd. Chen-mu scoffed softly. While he could endure insults directed at himself, affronts to his homeland were intolerable. Thus, unable to contain himself any longer, he retorted directly. I have examined your company's weapons and scrutinized them closely. Indeed, they are impressive, yet they are not without their flaws. It is no wonder that the majority of these armaments are not even adopted by your military. At this moment, Justin's expression darkened. As he grappled with a long-standing grievance, the majority of the weaponry procured by the U.S. military was from Stark Industries, alongside a few other arms dealers. His own Hammer Industries only managed to survive in the margins of these corporate giants, a persistent source of distress for him, now bluntly articulated by Chen-mu, leaving him embarrassed. Regarding your company's armored vehicles, I have observed them. They are indeed impressive and would certainly attract attention on the road. However, such aesthetics serve little practical purpose. I presume your nation's military has not invested in these vehicles? Chun Mu continued his biting sarcasm, further darkening Justin Hammer's countenance. As for the two aircraft, they are undeniably advanced, with few rivals in this realm. Yet, were they not products of your company's own innovation? I wonder how much effort your company truly contributed to these two fighter jets. Chun Mu deftly returned the ball, inciting the eager journalists to turn their cameras upon Justin Hammer, leaving him visibly agitated. Could he admit that his Hammer Industries' contribution to these fighter jets amounted to less than 1%? His company merely provided a landing gear technology. Placing these models here was, in truth, a shameless act. He had inadvertently struck a hard surface, intending to belittle this Chinese individual to assert his superiority, only to discover that Chun Mu was a formidable opponent, rendering him speechless. Moreover, I firmly believe that one day, China will develop aircraft surpassing the F-22 and the B-2, and that day will not be far off. Ha ha ha, utterly laughable. Do you really think you can achieve that? You, China? Is Mr. Hammer looking down upon my nation? Disparaging a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council? Chun Mu stated candidly, his expression grave. Under the spotlight, he could not show weakness. Yes, I apologize. That was an unfortunate remark. Under the frenzied gaze of the reporters, Justin clenched his jaw, forced to concede to Chun Mu's inquiries, no longer daring to utter any disrespectful words. In front of the cameras, any impropriety on his part could yield dire consequences. In simple terms, he refrained from making further comments. In such a serious and formal setting, any continued disparagement toward China could result in repercussions far beyond his capacity to bear. As a public figure, one must never speak ill of other nations in public, let alone adopt a contemptuous attitude, even towards a nation perceived as impoverished and underdeveloped. Furthermore, China is far from such a characterization. It boasts the largest market in the world and is the second largest economy globally. Justin Hammer could not afford to provoke, especially since Hammer Industries was not solely an arms dealer. It relied heavily on the vast Chinese market across various sectors. Therefore, as the leader of Hammer Industries, he must temper his arrogance. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Remember, there will come a day when the great land of Huaxia shall rise again. Chun Mu declared with utmost seriousness. Bearing the magnificent mission of rejuvenating Huaxia, Chun Mu had no doubts whatsoever. His impassioned words garnered enthusiastic applause from many present, especially those hailing from Huaxia, who applauded without hesitation. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as the honor of the motherland is upheld, it is deserving of applause. Mr. Chun Mu, please continue your visit. Farewell. Justin Hammer found himself in a position of discomfort amid the applause and fled in disgrace. He could never have anticipated that his plan to undermine this Huaxia country bumpkin for his own elevation would lead him instead into a deep pit, nearly igniting a fire that would consume him. Chapter 14. Not a wasted trip initially perceived as an ordinary individual from Huaxia traveling in America. Chun Mu's rustic demeanor prompted Justin Hammer to seek to elevate his own status by belittling him. However, it soon became evident that Chun Mu was not one to be trifled with. It was an egregious error on Justin's part to speak ill of Huaxia. Had he merely mocked Chun Mu for his lack of sophistication, perhaps Chun Mu would have chosen to endure the insult. Yet, once Justin began deriding Huaxia itself, the situation transformed irrevocably, compelling Chun Mu to respond with resolve. Fortunately, due to Huaxia's immense market, Justin was hesitant to overtly voice his disdain. Observing the fates of companies like Lotte and DG, he understood the peril of provoking such a formidable entity. Moreover, should he utter any damaging remarks, his status as a public figure would be severely jeopardized. The unpredictability of journalists and their penchant for sensationalism could spell catastrophe for Hammer Industries, particularly in their pursuit of influence within Congress. Regrettably, the absence of tangible B-2 or F-22 aircraft was a missed opportunity. The fifth-generation fighter technology, especially its stealth capabilities, would have significantly bolstered Huaxia's military-industrial complex. With Chun Mu's expertise, Huaxia could have advanced its development of fifth-generation fighter jets, crafting world-class aircraft. In light of Justin Hammer's antics, Chen Mu was disinclined to remain at Hammer Industries, having thoroughly explored and replicated the technological innovations of their weaponry. In essence, he had acquired a substantial portion of Hammer's technological prowess, and with further breakthroughs in research, he could easily outshine Hammer Industries and attain a premier status on the global stage. This trip to America was indeed fruitful. Learning that his associate, Xiao AI, had also mastered all the relevant technologies filled Chen Mu with elation. Next on his agenda was Stark Industries. After enduring a series of chaotic events, 2 days had passed, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tony Stark was expected to emerge from danger and return to the United States imminently. This meant that soon, the coveted Iron Man technology would be within Chen Mu's grasp. Before that, however, he needed to arrange a visit to Stark Industries. Gaining access to such an industrial complex was no simple feat. One required both a suitable status and substantial financial resources. The notion that one could tour such facilities for free was laughable, especially since Chen Mu was not a citizen of the country. Thus, securing a visit to Stark Industries would demand considerable effort. "Father, I need to make a trip to Stark Industries. I must have the appropriate credentials. Could you assist me in connecting with someone there?" "Of course, do as you see fit," his father replied. After concluding the call and reassuring his father, Chen Mu hung up. His strategy was not particularly complex. He intended to approach Stark Industries in the capacity of a negotiator representing a toy manufacturing company from Huaqiangbei, seeking to engage in business discussions. Do not underestimate Stark Industries as merely a weapons manufacturer. Its business encompasses a vast array of sectors and boasts a significant global market presence. This time, Chen Mu aims to secure Stark's authorization to produce toy models of all Stark Industries weaponry, including future technologies. He fully understands that in this world, nothing can be achieved instantaneously. Establishing an Iron Man Legion is no exception. Moreover, relying solely on his Huaqiangbei system will not suffice. He must leverage the strength of the world and his homeland to establish production lines and manufacture independently. The revival of China is not a solitary endeavor. It is a collective responsibility of all Chinese people. While Huaqiangbei is indeed formidable, many accomplishments require gradual planning. Despite the modest value of model toys, the colossal Chinese market cannot be overlooked. Consider the cost of manufacturing toys, whether firearms or vehicles. How high can it truly be? Selling them for a few dozen or a few hundred yuan yields considerable profits. If he manages to sell several million units, it translates to billions in profit. Although Stark Industries is vast, it cannot disregard such earnings, for even the tallest skyscraper begins with a single brick. Wealth accumulates gradually, and Stark Industries is no different. Furthermore, this transaction is merely the beginning. Future opportunities for collaboration will undoubtedly arise. In essence, bringing billions worth of cooperation to exchange for a mere opportunity to tour the industrial park presents no significant challenge. After all, from Stark Industries' perspective, Chen Mu cannot physically relocate those assets, can he? On another note, the benefits bestowed upon me by Hammer Industries are already astonishing. Apart from some highly classified technologies, I have quietly acquired the entirety of Hammer Industries' technological prowess, effectively rendering the company a part of my own resources. This single enterprise significantly aids my mission to revive China. Hammer Industries in this world, both in scale and impact, is akin to Lockheed of the past life, one of America's most advanced and vital military-industrial firms. Gaining access to nearly all its technologies is akin to China in a previous era taking full control of Lockheed. Such an influence is capable of transforming the entire world. Xiao AI, how greatly can the technologies I currently possess contribute to the revitalization of China? Technology is merely potential. It must be enacted to realize the revival of our nation. Xiao AI candidly pointed out the crux of the issue. It appears I must expeditiously establish a large-scale cutting-edge production base. Although there exists a modest factory within the confines of my home, it remains but a mere drop in the ocean when juxtaposed against the grand vision of revitalizing Huaxia. Once I establish connections with military officials, I shall harness their influence to select a suitable locale for the creation of an industrial zone. Let us christen it Huaqiangbei. As for the location, how about the Futian district of Shenzhen, Guangdong province? Astonishingly, this area remains rural. The Futian district of Shenzhen, Guangdong province, is indeed the very site of the former Huaqiangbei. After consulting the map, I discovered that in this world, this place still languishes in a state of underdevelopment. Thus, I have resolved, it shall be here. In this very location, I will endeavor to recreate the Huaqiangbei of yore. Chapter 15. Stark Industrial Park. Is this Stark Industries? Indeed, it appears far more sophisticated than Hammer Industries. The following day, as scheduled, Chunmu arrived at the Stark Industrial Park located in the suburbs of New York. After submitting his appointment, he was granted access to the premises and could not help but marvel at the beautifully landscaped environment. Compared to other industrial parks, Stark Industries is undoubtedly more impressive than Hammer Industries. Haha, indeed, how could a second-rate company like Hammer Industries even begin to compare with us? While exploring the various facilities within the park, a hearty laugh resonated from behind Chunmu. "Mr. Stan, it is a pleasure to meet you." He turned to see a striking bald man adorned with a lush beard. It was none other than Obadiah Stane, the current head of Stark Industries. This man also plays the antagonist in the plot of Iron Man 1. He is Tony's uncle, who has cared for him since Howard's passing. However, he is not a virtuous individual. For the sake of profit, he covertly supplies weapons to terrorist organizations. In fact, he was also behind the scheme that led to Tony's kidnapping. Haha, I read about you in the newspaper. Your remarks yesterday were quite amusing. Obadiah chuckled heartily, patting Chunmu on the shoulder with an air of admiration. Young people are truly remarkable. You are indeed a promising talent. No, I am merely being overpraised. It was simply a response to Justin Hammer's rather inappropriate comments. Indeed, as a public figure, how could he be foolish enough to attack a sovereign nation in a public forum? Hammer Industries has little to boast about. Obadiah expressed his agreement. Justin Hammer has certainly embarrassed our America. This is indeed a fact. Currently, with no superheroes in sight, the various crises facing Earth have not yet manifested. So the power dynamics of this world are akin to those of Chunmu's past life. China remains an unassailable great power, having carved out a significant place on the international stage through years of development. Furthermore, China's economic, military, and technological prowess is no longer to be underestimated. Yet, only a fool like Justin Hammer would dare to publicly voice disparaging remarks against China. In Obadiah's view, this is nothing short of self-destructive and disgraceful behavior. The events of yesterday, after being sensationalized by reporters eager to stir chaos, had already spread like wildfire, reaching Obadiah's ears. Even through the rapid dissemination of the internet, the incident had made its way to China, garnering widespread acclaim. Chunmu, unafraid of authority, stood resolutely against those who insulted his homeland, demonstrating a burgeoning heroic spirit. In the realm of arms dealing, one can observe that Obadiah, in comparison to Justin, is far more formidable, albeit with a darker heart. Once again, Mr. Chunmu, a young and accomplished individual, bravely stands up for his homeland. Obadiah gestured for Chunmu's guide to leave, continuing with a tone of heartfelt reflection. If only the youth of our nation could think more like you, it would be wonderful. I am merely doing what any son of China ought to do, Chunmu replied with a humble smile. In such circumstances, I believe any fellow compatriot would make a similar choice. That is indeed admirable. At least among the younger generation, our nation's youth seem to lag behind somewhat. The United States, with its mere few hundred years of history, cannot compare to China's deep-rooted patriotism. Here, people, whether young or old, seem to see only self-interest. Their so-called patriotism is merely driven by profit. For instance, why do the American people support military actions against other nations? It is simply because they stand to gain something. The benefits derived from war naturally improve the lives of civilians, garnering widespread support. Perhaps, Chunmu smiled, remaining noncommittal. Every nation's youth possess both virtues and vices, and I am not in a position to judge, so I shall change the subject. However, Chunmu's aspiration is the rejuvenation of China, which will undoubtedly lead to the enhancement of its youth. A nation's strength is reflected in the strength of its youth. To empower one's homeland necessitates empowering its young people. Whether through enhanced serum, external armor, or profound arcane knowledge. All such resources will be employed to fortify the youth of China. By the way, Mr. Obadiah, I have come with the hope of obtaining your company's authorization to create toy models of Stark weapons for proportional toy production. As for the licensing fee, Shenmue intended to express his thoughts directly, but was interrupted by Obadiah. I already understand your intentions, Mr. Chunmu, Obadiah said with a casual smile. The toy market is indeed substantial, but I have a new plan that I wonder if you would be interested in. I would be keen to hear more. Shenmue nodded in response. I have conducted some research and found that your family owns a significant manufacturing plant in China, correct? Since the meeting request was initiated by his father, Shenmue found nothing amiss. Moreover, it was entirely reasonable for Obadiah to gather such information. China represents a vast market. With the rise of smartphones, I believe it will soon become an immensely lucrative emerging market. With a population of 1.3 billion, China is undoubtedly poised to be the largest market. At this moment, it is still the year 2008, where smartphones are just beginning to emerge. The majority of individuals are still utilizing basic mobile phones such as the Nokia and Motorola. However, the burgeoning trend of smartphones is gradually becoming apparent. Oh, Chunmu gazed at Obadiah with a sense of astonishment, intrigued by the old man's remarkable grasp of the market. How could he foresee the potential of smartphones at such an early stage? If this old fellow were to abandon his underhanded schemes and simply conduct business earnestly, he would surely amass great wealth. The rise of intelligent devices, of course, necessitates intelligence. Our Stark Industries is undertaking an artificial intelligence project, and I hope that in the future, the artificial intelligence used by the people of Huaqiangbei will be provided by us at Stark. Undoubtedly, Stark's artificial intelligence is none other than Jarvis. Yet, this old scoundrel dares to envision implanting Jarvis into the smartphones of every individual in Huaqiangbei? Such ambition is indeed audacious. If we can achieve cooperation on this plan, authorizing the weapon's appearance and providing it to you for free would pose no issue. Chapter 16. Striking it rich if we can reach an agreement on this plan. I have no qualms about granting you the weapon's design authorization for free, Obadiah declared with a smile, exuding an air of indifference. The toy market? Billions in profit? He hardly regarded it. If his plan succeeded, the rewards would far exceed mere billions. The future smartphone market, undoubtedly vast, was on the fast track to expansion, with China rapidly developing. In due course, smartphones would become an indispensable necessity for everyone. Just consider, if each phone could command a price of over $1,000. That would translate to $1 trillion supermarket, leaving Stark Industries in a position of awe. Moreover, the intelligence system would undoubtedly serve as the core of these smartphones, even surpassing the importance of chips. The ability of the intelligence system to gather user information, compile big data, and even engage in surveillance of personal privacy rendered it a super-strategic weapon in its own right. Obadiah was exceedingly confident in the capabilities of his Jarvis. China's network had always been a fortress against American incursions. If Jarvis could infiltrate the enemy's ranks, it would provide significant assistance to the United States. After all, the American desire to undermine China had never waned. Obadiah's intentions were glaringly clear: to infiltrate China with Jarvis. In comparison, the authorization fee was nothing more than a trivial amount. Besides, China had emerged as the world's factory, adept at manufacturing a myriad of products. Toys were particularly renowned. With 90% of the world's toys produced in China, toy firearms were abundant. It was rare to find a Chinese company willing to pay copyright fees. The world knew that in China, copyright protection was little more than a joke. If someone wished to produce a product, could American companies truly prevent them? Claims of infringement? Who would pay attention? The previous notion that the Chun family's factory would seek to purchase authorization fees seemed utterly absurd. Even Obadiah was nearly convinced he had misheard. However, upon confirming the news, he swiftly devised an alternate plan to exploit Chunmu for his own nefarious purposes of infiltrating China. How wonderful it is to have the opportunity to collaborate with your esteemed company on the smartphone project. Yet, Chunmu, who had long suspected Obadiah's dubious character, guessed his intentions but chose to feign enthusiasm instead. To have Jarvis placed in my hands? I could not wish for more. You think you can rely on Jarvis to penetrate China? Too bad you've picked the wrong person. Once you hand Jarvis over to me, you shall witness the terror of Huaqiangbei firsthand. Jarvis. In mere moments, he could become my technology. Do you believe it? Haha, splendid. As for the design authorization fee, consider it a generous gift. Upon receiving Chen Mu's consent, Obadiah appeared exceedingly pleased. Naturally, he held a strong affinity for wealth, and the matter of profit sharing was of little concern to him. He believed it could be gradually seized in due course, as he possessed ample means at his disposal. Mr. Stark, I have a rather humble request that I hope you might assist me with. Please, go ahead, Obadiah replied. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Chen Mu with a hint of intrigue. I have always held a deep admiration for the advanced technology of Stark Industries. I wish to have the opportunity to observe your group's cutting-edge innovations up close to broaden my horizons. Indeed, Chen Mu's intentions were equally nefarious. The proximity to observe was merely a guise for the intent to thoroughly analyze and ultimately appropriate another's technology. In essence, it was a desire to pilfer innovation, albeit hidden beneath a veneer of innocence. Of course, that poses no issue whatsoever. To Obadiah, it was simply a matter of showcasing their own technological prowess. He relished the prospect of impressing this young man from Huaxia, who he perceived as a simpleton from the countryside. How about this? Around noon, Tony will be returning. I can arrange for you to meet him then. I believe as young men, you will find much to discuss. You can delve into the specifics with him. Elated, Obadiah even contemplated personally escorting Chen Mu to witness Stark Industries' advanced technology. Mr. Stark is returning? Chen Mu blinked, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps his prior calculations of time had been amiss. However, it mattered little to him, as it bore no impact. Young men indeed? Chen Mu mused, incredulous at the notion. At barely 20 years of age, he found it amusing that Tony, likely in his 30s, would still consider himself a young man. Come, let me show you the true F-22 Raptor and B-2 Bomber. Obadiah clapped Chen Mu on the shoulder, laughing heartily. I heard you were somewhat disappointed not to see the real Raptor and Phantom at Hammer Industries yesterday. Well, you've come to the right place. Here, you will see the actual machines, not mere models. Obadiah exhibited great generosity towards this potential major client, for it was merely a matter of observation. He would be present to oversee, hardly concerned that Chen Mu could somehow appropriate any sensitive information or pilfer these aircraft. What a ludicrous notion. In this regard, Obadiah was not much different from Justin. Both merely sought to flaunt their superiority before Chen Mu, underscoring the technological gap between their nations, proclaiming that such fifth-generation aircraft could never be developed by Huaxia. Of course, while Obadiah entertained such thoughts, he was astute enough not to voice them aloud. That sounds splendid, Chen Mu exclaimed, initially taken aback, but soon a look of excitement illuminated his face. He was truly exhilarated, for this meant that he would undoubtedly acquire the complete technology of the fifth-generation fighter. Merely possessing these advancements would significantly elevate Huaxia's military capabilities. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Obadiah led Chen Mu to a large production line, allowing Chen Mu to fulfill his wish of touching both the F-22 and the B-2. Subsequently, they wandered through the industrial park, where Chen Mu was introduced to a plethora of other weaponry. From individual firearms to large combat aircraft, he had the fortune of experiencing them all firsthand. Poor Obadiah remained oblivious to the fact that his ostentation had inadvertently transferred all of his company's technologies into Chen Mu's hands. It was a lamentable fate for Stark Industries, which had unwittingly followed in the footsteps of Hammer Industries, with nearly all of its technological advancements quietly slipping away to Chen Mu. The very architect of this debacle was none other than Obadiah himself. Yet, whether it be Obadiah or Justin Hammer, one could hardly imagine that anyone in this world could foresee the emergence of a bug like Chen Mu, who could effortlessly acquire their most cherished technologies with just a casual touch or even a mere glance. At that moment, Chen Mu's technological reserves from Huaqiangbei had surpassed those of Stark Industries, surpassing the combined total of both Stark and Hammer Industries. Chapter 17. Intent to collaborate. This is the arc reactor, the pinnacle of technology of Stark Industries, of which we take immense pride. After a morning of exploration, even with the aid of a transport vehicle, Obadiah felt a twinge of fatigue. He pondered regretfully why he had chosen to undertake this task personally when he could have easily delegated it to an underling, leaving himself less exhausted. How about it? Do you wish to touch it? Through their time together, Obadiah had discerned a peculiar quirk in Chunmu, his insatiable urge to touch anything he deemed valuable. He might not necessarily scrutinize it in detail, but he absolutely had to make contact, almost as if he were afflicted by an obsession. Thus, Obadiah, somewhat speechless, inquired. In his heart, Obadiah felt a tinge of frustration, questioning whether he had indeed chosen a spokesperson with a peculiar disposition. Had he known, he could have selected someone else to promote Jarvis and Huaxia. Why did he have to pick Chunmu? Of course, the choice of Chunmu was largely coincidental. Just as Obadiah conceived of this plan, Chunmu fortuitously approached him. Moreover, Chunmu had recently confronted Justin Hammer, a competitor, which had lifted Obadiah's spirits. Chunmu's commendable background also made him a suitable candidate for this task. Standing before the colossal arc reactor, Chunmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a true marvel. This device belonged to the realm of nuclear reactors, akin to the arc reactor embedded in Iron Man's chest, capable of generating immense energy. Furthermore, it served as a vital power source for the iron armor. However, the reactor before them was a large arc reactor. Far too substantial for direct use in the iron armor, it would require miniaturization to serve that purpose. Nevertheless, for Chunmu, this was an extraordinary treasure, far surpassing the arc reactor in Iron Man's chest in energy output. This apparatus was, in essence, a nuclear reactor, and mastering this technology would secure him a significant foothold in the energy sector. Obadiah, feeling somewhat exasperated, waved his hand dismissively, filled with a sense of helplessness at Chunmu's rustic enthusiasm. Analysis at 98, 99, 100. As the analysis progressed, Chunmu's excitement intensified, appearing to Obadiah as if he had been enchanted by the reactor. It was quite peculiar. Was the technological prowess of Huaxia truly so lacking that encountering advanced technology induced such uncontrollable exhilaration? How embarrassing. Unbeknownst to Obadiah, Chunmu's enthusiasm was, in fact, a reflection of the opportunity presented to him through Obadiah. Anyone in this world, upon encountering such advanced technology, would likely display a similar, if not greater, reaction. All right, you've seen most of the projects. I just received word that Tony has returned to the United States. He just disembarked from the plane and will soon be back at the industrial park. I must go to greet him. Obadiah glanced at his watch and addressed Chunmu beside him. Mr. Chunmu, do join me. It would be fitting for you to discuss the forthcoming plans with Tony. At that moment, Obadiah remained oblivious to the fact that Tony's first course of action upon his return was to shutter the weapons manufacturing division, the very lifeblood of Stark Industries. How fortuitous. Chunmu nodded, returning to his senses, having acquired the complete technology of the arc reactor. He found little interest in the physical reactor itself. Mr. Tony has always been my idol. He is indeed a prominent figure in Huaxia. Really? Obadiah laughed heartily 3 times, though irritation flickered in his eyes. That rebellious Tony had caused him no small amount of trouble, and this time, despite his attempts to have Tony eliminated by the 10 rings, he had unexpectedly managed to escape. This inept group had left him exceedingly displeased. Hearing Chunmu extol Tony only added to his discomfort. Let us proceed. For some unknown reason, Tony has announced his intention to hold a press conference on his way here. A throng of reporters, sensing the drama, has already gathered at the industrial park's entrance. As he spoke, Obadiah's displeasure deepened. It seemed Tony sought the spotlight wherever he went. After narrowly escaping death, shouldn't he retreat and tend to his wounds, rather than convene a press conference? Was he mad? Perhaps Mr. Tony has something of great importance to announce. Chunmu shrugged in response. He was well aware that Tony, feeling guilt-ridden upon discovering that the terrorists who had kidnapped him were wielding weapons produced by his company, and learning that those weapons were used to slaughter innocent civilians, had resolved to shut down the weapons division. This press conference was indeed a reflection of that decision. Perhaps, Obadiah replied expressionlessly, nodding before departing in his mobility vehicle. with Chun-Mu following closely. He too wished to witness the world-renowned protagonist, Iron Man, Tony Stark. The mobility vehicle moved swiftly, and soon, Chun-Mu and Obadiah arrived at the entrance of Stark Industries, where a multitude of reporters had already assembled upon hearing the news. As Obadiah appeared, a flurry of flashbulbs erupted. "Mr. Obadiah, may I ask if Tony has been kidnapped during this time? Mr. Obadiah, how did Tony manage to escape? Was it through military rescue, or did Stark Industries negotiate his release? Who is the individual accompanying you? Mr. Obadiah? Is he Stark's latest collaborator?" With Obadiah's entrance, the reporters clamored to pose their questions, leaving Chun-Mu feeling a bit flustered. If he were to be pursued by such journalists in the future, it would undoubtedly be quite a burden. "Ladies and gentlemen, it brings me great joy to witness your concern for Tony. He shall return shortly, and should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to approach him. As for the abduction incident from a few days ago, I am not particularly well informed. However, Chun-Mu, who stands behind me, possesses a clearer understanding. After all, it was you who orchestrated Tony's kidnapping, was it not? As for this gentleman, he hails from Huaqiangbei, known as Chun. Ah, he has arrived. Tony is back." Obadiah was in the midst of introducing him when his words were abruptly interrupted. In the distance, several cars approached, unmistakably heralding Tony's return. Instantly, all the reporters redirected their attention, forsaking Obadiah, and hurried towards Tony, leaving Obadiah visibly perturbed. In this moment, Chun-Mu grasped the reason behind Obadiah's desire to eliminate Tony. The latter's brilliance overshadowed all others, rendering him nearly invisible at this juncture. It is a bitter pill for anyone to swallow, and for the proud Obadiah, it is particularly intolerable. No wonder he harbored such animosity towards Tony. It is indeed infuriating. Chapter 18. Tony Stark. As the car came to a halt, Tony, bearing a few scratches on his face, stepped out, greeted by his bodyguard, Happy, who promptly handed him the hamburger he had requested earlier. "Tony, my dear nephew, you have finally returned," Obadiah exclaimed with a warm smile, enveloping Tony in a hearty embrace. "Let us head to the hospital." Observing the visible injuries on Tony, Obadiah expressed his concern. "No need, I am fine," Tony replied with a smile. Scanning his surroundings and noticing the journalists had already arrived, he chose to disregard Obadiah and made his way towards the meeting room, having previously informed the media of his intention to hold an urgent press conference. At that moment, no one could anticipate that Tony would boldly announce the closure of the weapons division, the largest military-industrial sector in America. Naturally, Chun-Mu was keen to capture this iconic scene and followed closely behind. "I have awakened to the realization that I can contribute far more to this world than merely producing explosive weaponry. Thus, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing department. This decision takes immediate effect," Tony declared casually, and as the words left his lips, a wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. "Until I decide on the new direction for the company." Even as Obadiah stepped forward to halt Tony's speech, it was too late. The declaration had been made, and all present journalists had heard it, rendering any attempt to retract impossible. "I believe today's newspapers will sell like hotcakes." Obadiah forced a smile, attempting to regain control from the podium. But his efforts were in vain as Tony continued with his address. "I will seek a direction that I deem appropriate and aligned with the nation's highest interests." With that, Tony turned to leave, uninterested in any further matters. This was a point of unbearable frustration for Obadiah. Tony's self-centeredness was overwhelming, making unilateral decisions without consulting anyone. How could Obadiah endure such behavior? The current scale of Stark Industries was largely attributed to Obadiah's efforts, yet Tony's actions seemed to cast him aside. A bitter pill for Obadiah to swallow. I think the news we should focus on is that Tony has returned and is healthier than ever. We will further discuss this matter. Tony shrugged off the chaos, leaving Obadiah to tackle the barrage of questions from the reporters with a forced smile, his internal fury nearing its boiling point. Meanwhile, Chun-Mu observed the unfolding events from the sidelines, finding them thoroughly intriguing, as his perspective starkly contrasted with Tony's. Tony believed that the weapons he produced failed to protect his country and its citizens. Instead, They led to their demise beneath the very arms that were meant to safeguard them. Overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach, he resolved to shut down the weapons division. In stark contrast, Chunmu held a different perspective, contending that only stronger weapons could ensure the protection of one's nation, and that national strength was paramount in fending off unforeseen dangers. Thus, his journey to America was motivated by the desire to visit Hammer Industries and Stark, aiming to leverage the capabilities of Huaqiangbei to acquire the cutting-edge military technology from the world's leading arms manufacturers. In simpler terms, it was an act of corporate espionage. Though his methods were so inconceivable that no one would suspect him, it would be hard for anyone to believe that a mere glimpse could yield substantial technological insights, and a mere touch could unlock their entirety. Such abilities were almost unbelievable, yet they were unfolding in reality. With Chunmu secretly acquiring nearly all of the advanced technologies from these two colossal enterprises. After Tony's departure, Obadiah began addressing the various inquiries from reporters, attempting to salvage the situation. However, none of the journalists present had any faith in his words. It was only a matter of time before the explosive news of Tony's decision to close the weapons division would reverberate throughout America and the world. That insufferable brat. Once the journalists were dismissed, Obadiah smiled, though his eyes betrayed a simmering anger. Where had he gone? Obadiah inquired of his subordinate, eager to confront Tony directly and understand what had compelled him to make such a rash decision regarding the weapons production department, the primary source of Stark's revenue. It was infuriating that he could dismiss the board members so casually. Therefore, Obadiah was determined to uncover what had driven this man to such extremes. As they approached the arc reactor, his subordinate dutifully responded, "Let us go, Mr. Chunmu." Casting a glance at Chunmu beside him, Obadiah spoke, his mood noticeably sour. No longer the courteous figure he had been. Chunmu remained silent. Recognizing Obadiah's volatile state, he wisely chose not to provoke him further and followed suit. Meeting Tony was something Chunmu had long desired. Following the irate Obadiah, they swiftly arrived at the arc reactor, having just departed from this very location. Upon entering the reactor lab, they found Tony standing in a daze beneath the reactor, gazing at the colossal creation before him. "Look at the mess you've made," Obadiah exclaimed irritably. "I assume I have now become the target of everyone's ire?" Tony replied calmly, clearly unfazed by the unfolding events. "If you have become the target of ire, then what of me?" Obadiah, somewhat irked, approached Tony and sighed, saying, "I can already foresee that it won't be long before Stark's stock market plummets. Oh, by the way, who is this gentleman?" At this moment, Tony also noticed Chunmu following Obadiah and felt a twinge of curiosity. "Ah, this is Mr. Chunmu. We have previously reached a consensus regarding the smartphone industry and are preparing to discuss it in detail." Obadiah showed little interest in introducing Chunmu further, calmly stating, "Smartphones? Indeed, that is a promising new target. Perhaps Stark could venture into mobile phones." Tony shrugged, recognizing the potential of the smartphone landscape at that instant. It seemed a fitting direction for Stark's new enterprise. At the very least, it was certainly more appealing than manufacturing baby bottles, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 19. Arrogance Indeed. Smartphones represent a promising avenue. Tony nodded thoughtfully, having just disbanded the weapons division and still grappling with the absence of a new target. He unexpectedly discovered a fresh direction. The Chinese market, you say? Quite appealing. Tony easily discerned Obadiah's intentions and found himself in agreement. However, prior to this, Tony had his own considerations. His plan, much like the one depicted in the film, revolved around clean energy. By enhancing the technology behind the arc reactor, he envisioned a means to generate controllable and cleaner energy. In simpler terms, he aimed to transform Stark Industries into an energy enterprise, Arc Energy, which would be far cleaner and more efficient than nuclear energy, boasting greater output and stability. Mastering this technology would propel Stark's market value to unprecedented heights, proving that the closure of the weapons division would not spell doom for Stark Industries. "Mr. Stark, it is an honor to meet you," Chunmu said with a smile, extending his hand. Before Chunmu lay an interface representing the portable arc reactor technology, essentially the energy core that powered Iron Man's suit. Currently, however, He had yet to make contact with Tony, leaving the resolution at 99. A mere touch would grant him complete access to this technology. "Pleasure to meet you," Tony replied, exhibiting little interest in the handshake. He merely nodded and stated, "For specific collaboration details, I will have Pepper discuss them with you." Fresh from the creation of the Mark I armor, Tony remained the same proud playboy, indifferent to Chen Mu, a seemingly youthful individual from China, and had little regard for him. To put it bluntly, even if he were a future superhero, Tony held a certain disdain for that Eastern nation. Such biases against China had long persisted in America. Moreover, at this moment, Tony was not yet Iron Man. "Very well," Chen Mu awkwardly chuckled, retracting his hand. The absence of a handshake was inconsequential. With a 99 resolution and the complete data on the large arc reactor, he could replicate it, and even upgrade it using the capabilities of Huaqiangbei. Thus, he remained unfazed. Nonetheless, being looked down upon did irk him. "Tony Stark, just you wait," Chen Mu thought to himself. "Before long, you will regret your actions today." More than that, he was eager to understand why Tony had decided to shut down the weapons division, especially since it was currently Stark's most lucrative venture. Obadiah furrowed his brow and cast a curious glance at the massive arc reactor before turning his gaze back to Tony. "Could it be? Indeed. It will no longer be our most profitable project," Tony confirmed. Tony nodded and cast a glance at Chen Mu beside him, clearly indicating that he was eager to dismiss him. His focus was shifting to the energy sector, a matter that he deemed a commercial secret not suitable for the ears of others, especially not for an outsider like Chen Mu. "It seems I should take my leave. Farewell, Mr. Obadiah, and you too, Mr. Tony." Chen Mu, understanding the unspoken message as the two men turned their attention towards him, bid them farewell and promptly departed. It became evident why the antagonist in Iron Man 3 was so resolutely intent on eliminating Tony. This individual was exceedingly arrogant and dismissive of others. Most people would find his demeanor intolerable, particularly the version of him prior to becoming Iron Man, which very few could endure. Huaqiangbei. With the research on the arc reactor technology and a 99 resolution of the small reactor, is it feasible to construct a miniature reactor? Absolutely. Even at this moment, it can be manufactured, and its effectiveness would rival that of the reactor created by Tony. Presently, Tony's reactor is merely a first-generation model, crafted in a cave under limited conditions, rather rudimentary. If all goes as expected, Tony will soon recreate another reactor. However, the underlying technology remains fundamentally the same, and there is no significant impact. How long will it take for a technological breakthrough? Just one day? Shall we proceed with the breakthrough? Let us begin, Huaqiangbei. After departing from the reactor laboratory, Chen Mu, guided by a Stark employee, made his way to the administrative office to seek Pepper Potts, who handled the myriad affairs of Stark Industries. Thus, whether it concerned toy design licenses or smartphone projects, discussions with her were imperative. In essence, within the Marvel Universe, Chen Mu did not overly concern himself with business matters. After considerable concessions, he successfully acquired what he desired. He obtained the licensing rights for the designs of all weapons produced by Stark Industries, free of charge, to avoid any potential disputes in the future regarding his own productions. Moreover, Chen Mu did not place excessive importance on the smartphone project, which, in fact, significantly favored Stark, much to Pepper's satisfaction. After all, this project had yet to commence, and any ensuing complications would be left for his father to manage. Ultimately, during this visit to Stark Industries, Chen Mu managed to secure all that he sought. Following Hammer Industries, the unfortunate Stark Industries saw all its technologies fall into Chen Mu's possession, even including the newly developed miniature arc reactor crafted by Tony. Upon reflection, one might ponder the formidable arms enterprises in America, including Oscorp. Wasn't the mutated spider that transformed Spider-Man developed there? However, it appeared that the young spider had yet to be born, rendering any visit futile. Although Spider-Man's abilities are indeed enticing, at this moment, Peter Parker is merely a young boy. By the time Spider-Man first graced the screen, it was during the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, which feels like an eternity ago, at least 5 or 6 years. The young Spider-Man is likely around 10 years old now and has yet to embrace his destiny as Spider-Man. As for Oscorp Industries, Any visit there would be in vain. Therefore, it is best to wait. It won't be long before Tony Stark develops a true Iron Man suit. This is the ultimate objective of Chun-Mu, to directly analyze Iron Man's technology and seize the opportunity amidst the conflict between Obadiah and Tony. Chapter 20. Mission. As the inaugural antagonist to emerge within the Marvel Universe, Obadiah possesses an irreconcilable feud with Tony. He will undoubtedly target Tony again, especially considering that this recent abduction was orchestrated by Obadiah himself. In due time, this affair will be unveiled, and Tony will not tolerate Obadiah's treachery. It is inevitable that these two will clash once more, thus presenting Chun-Mu with an opportunity to acquire Iron Man's technology. Once Chun-Mu secures this technology, he can return to Huaqiangbei, make slight modifications, and it will become a proprietary advancement of his homeland. The prowess of Huaqiangbei extends beyond mere imitation or replication. It is characterized by the ability to further innovate upon existing technologies. Although Chun-Mu may initially obtain only the Mark III armor, the foundational knowledge will empower him to leverage the capabilities of Huaqiangbei to develop subsequent iterations, such as the Mark IV, Mark V, and eventually all future armors. Moreover, we must not forget Chun-Mu's mission, the rejuvenation of Huaqiangbei. The technologies he masters will, with justifiable rationale, be shared with his motherland. The endeavor of reviving Huaqiangbei, although entrusted to Chun-Mu by Huaqiangbei, resonates as a collective mission for all Chinese people. Even if Chun-Mu provides Huaqiangbei with an arsenal of cutting-edge technology, does that alone constitute true revival? True revitalization occurs only when Huaqiangbei achieves self-sufficiency and ascends to the pinnacle of global influence through its own capabilities. Thus, even in the absence of Huaqiangbei, should Chun-Mu transfer this technology to Huaqiangbei, allowing them to conduct their own research, it is reasonable to anticipate significant advancements. Huaqiangbei, as a vast nation, may not prominently feature in the Marvel realm, yet one should never underestimate its potential. The scientific prowess of Huaqiangbei is not inferior to that of the United States. What Tony Stark can accomplish, why should others be incapable of achieving? Indeed, Tony Stark is an undeniable genius. However, within the expansive realm of Huaqiangbei, surely there exist talents capable of rivaling him. Even if no individual can surpass Tony, the collective effort of many can achieve comparable outcomes. The progress of science has never been a solitary endeavor. It is a shared pursuit of humanity. While Tony's unique accomplishments may stand alone, collaboration between individuals can yield equivalent results. With the world's largest population base, Huaqiangbei is confident in its ability to assemble a multitude of researchers. The combined efforts of countless scientists can easily surpass Tony Stark's achievements. No matter how formidable Tony may be, should Huaqiangbei mobilize its entire nation for scientific inquiry, it could undoubtedly prevail. Indeed, in a vast forest, one may encounter all manner of creatures, including those who, having knelt for so long, find themselves unable to rise. Some may even believe that no one in all of China can compare to a Tony Stark. In such matters, Chun-Mu finds himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he has resolved that upon his return to China, he shall seek collaboration with the Chinese government, selflessly offering his technological expertise. This, however, is merely the first step, and it is essential that the process unfolds gradually, step by step. With Stark's design authorization secured, Chun-Mu's initial endeavor is to launch Iron Man-themed wearable toys, essentially starting with a lower-tier version of the Iron Man armor and progressively introducing more advanced iterations, ultimately striving to achieve armors of equal caliber to Stark's, or even more formidable. Naturally, modifications will be necessary. While maintaining performance, elements unique to Chinese culture must be integrated. Eventually, these armors will become distinctively Chinese, a unique testament to their heritage. Having made these decisions, Chun-Mu returned to his inn and shared his collaboration plans with Stark Industries with his father. The prospect of doing business with Stark Industries was exhilarating. Upon hearing Chun-Mu's words, his father appeared quite animated, perceiving the connection to Stark as akin to boarding a grand vessel, and he believed prosperity was imminent. However, he expressed concern about the viability of smartphones. Given that it was still 2008, and the majority of mobile devices were basic feature phones, with smartphones merely in their infancy. Do not fret. The smartphone market is undoubtedly lucrative, Chunmu reassured him, maintaining an air of calm, his confidence rooted in his foresight. He understood that with a visionary approach, the development of their smartphones would flourish rapidly. While Stark Industries would claim the majority of the profits, they would also provide essential technical support, making the venture ultimately worthwhile. At this juncture, Chunmu regarded financial gain with a sense of detachment, not allowing it to weigh heavily on his mind. By the way, father, how did your conversation with Uncle Zhang go? Have you delivered the firearms you produced to him? Another matter of concern for Chunmu was the submission of advanced weaponry to the military, primarily to secure an opportunity for collaboration with them. Yes, I delivered them. And I also handed over the blueprints you provided to him for his superiors, his father replied with a nod. However, it has been 2 days without any word. I will contact you as soon as I receive any news. That is reassuring, Chunmu acknowledged, then continued. Additionally, father, please consider expanding our factory. When we formally collaborate with Stark, our current facilities will be inadequate, and having only one factory will not suffice. It would be best to establish several more. Do you think all these endeavors come without cost? The father, his expression darkened, candidly remarked, expanding the current factory is certainly feasible, but opening several more is simply out of the question due to financial constraints. It appears we must cultivate connections with the military. Just wait, in due time. I possess some advanced technological innovations that should yield a loan. In truth, with the technological reserves at Chunmu's disposal, even a hasty sale to the military would suffice to garner substantial funds, yet he was reluctant to pursue such a course. Where did you acquire this technology? Zhao's father questioned, filled with skepticism regarding Chunmu's claims. Leave that aside. For now, you need not worry about the financial issues. Very well, I shall await your good news. I will press Uncle Zhang to see when we might receive word from the military. Thus, all that remained was to wait. After concluding the communication, Chunmu settled down for a peaceful sleep, eagerly anticipating the moment he could return home armed with the technology of Iron Man. Chapter 21. Returning home. It has been a week since Chunmu departed from Stark Industrial Park, and he finds himself somewhat disheartened. His initial hope of returning home within a week has been thwarted, as Iron Man, Tony Stark, has yet to engage in battle with Obadiah. Indeed, developing a comprehensive Iron Man suit requires time. What may transpire in mere minutes on screen could actually span several days in reality. Although Chunmu observed a fleeting beam of light in the sky last night, likely from Tony testing the armor, the distance to a confrontation with Ironmonger remains vast. Now, Chunmu faces a new dilemma. News from his homeland reveals that the military has urgently requested his return at his father's behest. This predicament leaves him torn. On one hand, there is the long-awaited collaboration that beckons, and on the other, the Iron Man suit that he yearns to acquire. How should he choose? Ultimately, he resolves to return home, reasoning that he cannot keep the military waiting too long. After all, Iron Man will still be there, and opportunities will abound in the future. Moreover, the initial armor is not particularly advanced. Perhaps it is wiser to strategize further down the line. Knowing that Tony is indeed Iron Man, he feels a sense of reassurance. Time is on his side, and he has already secured most of what he needs. With the technology for system analysis and upgrades at his disposal, he is fully capable of producing armor akin to the Iron Man Mark series. Furthermore, in Hua country, Chunmu anticipates little trouble. The armor he plans to manufacture only requires the main body, which is more than sufficient for his purposes. Upon arriving home by plane, Chunmu is met by his father, whose serious demeanor indicates that something significant has transpired. Come, we must meet someone, his father instructs, a hint of tension in his voice. When we meet this individual, answer all questions truthfully and do not conceal anything. Meet someone? Chunmu inquires, a touch of confusion in his tone. However, recalling the weapon design blueprints he had previously given to his father, he does not dwell on it further. His father, having served in the military for several years before retiring to establish their factory, may produce specific components if required, despite their usual focus on small toys. I shared your designs with Uncle Zhang, his father continues. He has not yet retired and mentioned that he presented your blueprints to his superiors. There happens to be a leader in the vicinity, and they are coming together. Taking a deep breath, Chunmu's father drives them towards their destination. Throughout the journey, he offers numerous admonitions, though Chunmu remains somewhat indifferent, gazing out at the bustling city through the car window. Curiosity piqued about the individual he is about to meet. Director Zhang Zhong. As Chunmu accompanied his father to a serene and secluded restaurant, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure. This individual bore an astonishing resemblance to someone he had often seen on media platforms in his previous life. It was none other than Director Zhang Zhong, the head of the Strategic Deception Bureau. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with a person who looked just like him in this alternate realm. Chapter 22. General Zhang. The renowned General Zhang, whose reputation is more impressive in person, indeed embodies the adage that heroes emerge from youth. General Zhang Zhong, with a contemplative expression, appeared somewhat astonished by Chunmu's youthfulness. Although he had seen photographs, the reality of encountering such a young individual was truly striking. "General, it's an honor," Chunmu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The title of general represents one of the highest military ranks in Huaxia, and he was surprised that such a distinguished figure would come to meet him. General Zhang Zhaozhong chuckled, puzzled by the address but dismissing it lightly. He gazed at Chunmu and said, "Please, take a seat. After such a long flight, you must be hungry. Let us dine while we converse." In the private room, the meal had already been prepared, yet General Zhang had not touched it. "Thank you," Chunmu responded without hesitation, eager to sate his hunger. He sat down and eagerly began to enjoy the meal. "May I call you Xiaomo?" Observing Chunmu devour his food with gusto, General Zhang did not reproach him for his apparent rudeness, but instead looked on with curiosity and asked, "Let me be direct. The firearm blueprints you entrusted to Zhang Yong, did you truly develop them on your own?" True to a military man's straightforward nature, he posed the question without preamble. "Indeed, they are my own research," Chunmu affirmed. The research conducted through the Huaqiangbei system could certainly be attributed to him. Moreover, during his journey, he had inquired with Xiao AI about the possibility of publicly disclosing the existence of the Huaqiangbei system. Such an announcement would simplify all his endeavors significantly. Do not assume that possessing a system would lead the state to control you, force you into compliance, or treat you as a mere test subject to be dissected. Such actions would be the epitome of folly. The benefits a system could confer upon Huaxia are self-evident. No rational entity would engage in self-destructive behavior, especially a nation with a rich heritage spanning 5 millennia. Upon recognizing the potential of the Huaqiangbei system, Huaxia would certainly strive to maximize its utility, even if that meant elevating Chunmu to the status of a national treasure. For a nation as grand as Huaxia, even treating Chunmu as a national asset would not deplete significant resources. Conversely, the contributions he could offer would be monumental. Chunmu understood his limitations. It was clear that he could not fully exploit the Huaqiangbei system on his own. Assistance from Huaxia would be most advantageous. As for the fear of being subjected to dissection for research, such paranoia would only afflict those with severe delusions of persecution. Who could predict whether the system might vanish upon the host's demise? Who would dare to gamble on such a perilous risk? To openly acknowledge the existence of the Huaqiangbei system is to assert that Huaxia can adeptly harness its capabilities, facilitating rapid development and the rejuvenation of Huaxia, an endeavor that could transpire in mere moments. Regrettably, Xiao AI's response doused Chunmu with cold water, informing him that once the existence of the Huaqiangbei system is revealed to others, it would dissipate instantaneously. This revelation startled him, instilling a sense of caution that deterred him from shirking responsibilities, compelling him to bear the burden earnestly. Indeed, he is a promising youth. General Zhang Zhaozhong nodded thoughtfully and, with a smile, inquired, "If that is indeed the case, Xiaomu, would you be interested in joining the military?" Upon hearing this, Chunmu's father's eyes brightened with anticipation as he gazed at his son. To be candid, having one's child enlist in the military brings honor to the entire family. Naturally, the father hoped that Chunmu would integrate into the military framework, thereby securing a prosperous future for him. "No, I must decline," Unwavering in his resolve to pursue his own plans for convenience, Chen Mu rejected the offer without hesitation. To comply would complicate matters significantly for him, thwarting many of his strategies. Even with foresight of the world's future trajectory, it would prove of little utility. Within the stringent confines of the military, his actions would be severely restricted, precisely what he wished to avoid. Why? General Zhang Zhaozhong inquired with curiosity, unfazed by Chen Mu's refusal. Xiao Mu, such opportunities are rare. Uncle Zhang could not help but join in the persuasion, emphasizing that this was effectively a special enlistment by the general himself, possibly for a role in weaponry research, promising a bright future. It's too exhausting, and I prefer not to be under someone else's oversight. Chen Mu scratched his head, acknowledging this as part of his reasoning. Each person has their own aspirations, and I shall not press you. I am curious. Then, what do you wish to pursue next? Do you possess any dreams? General Zhang Zhaozhong, embodying the concern of a mentor for his protege, posed the question without reproach. Director Zhang, as you have observed, I am quite fascinated by research. Therefore, in the future, I intend to establish a large-scale technology company akin to the illustrious Stark Industries in America and surpass it. That is an admirable ambition. Director Zhang nodded in approval, unconcerned with Chen Mu's informal address. However, do you not think that this aspiration is somewhat ambitious? Stark Industries has been developing since World War II to reach its current stature. Is it not excessively challenging to surpass them? There is no challenge insurmountable for the determined. I firmly believe in my eventual success. Chen Mu responded with unwavering confidence. At that moment, the technologies he commanded were indeed sufficient to achieve this goal. Not only did he possess all the cutting-edge innovations of Hammer Industries, but he also held a majority of Stark's technologies. Furthermore, the Huaqiangbei system could facilitate the modification and enhancement of these technologies, making the aspiration to surpass them a feasible endeavor. Young individuals should ideally refrain from being overly ambitious. My personal recommendation is to seek a position in a well-established research institution. Once you have amassed sufficient accomplishments, you may then venture out to establish your own technology company. This approach not only cultivates valuable connections, but also attracts greater investment, making it easier to realize your aspirations. Director Zhang furrowed his brow, yet continued to counsel Chen Mu, urging him not to aim too high too soon. I possess ample confidence. Chen Mu replied with a mysterious smile, gazing earnestly at Director Zhang. Surely, I do not delude myself into believing that a mere firearms blueprint could surpass them. But what if I possess something more? Chapter 23. The technology of fifth-generation fighters. What if I have other remarkable things? Chen Mu said with a mysterious smile, savoring a piece of meat with delight. Oh. Director Zhang looked at Chen Mu with keen interest, inquiring curiously, what things? Before I elaborate, Director Zhang, you must understand that my intentions are not driven by monetary gain. Chen Mu spoke truthfully. Upon arriving in this world and realizing it was a cinematic universe, his desire for wealth had significantly diminished. Not for money. Then what is your motivation? Director Zhang, now accustomed to Chen Mu's demeanor, expressed genuine curiosity. In the early stages of modern history, our great nation, which boasts a 5,000-year legacy, endured numerous trials and tribulations. Particularly after the wars, we faced unprecedented hardships that nearly brought us to the brink of extinction. Fortunately, since then, our nation has awakened and steadily progressed. Through the relentless efforts of several generations, we have only recently achieved a semblance of prosperity. However, this level of achievement remains insufficient. It is far from what is needed. Chen Mu gazed earnestly at Director Zhang, firmly asserting, everything mentioned indeed falls short of expectations. On the global stage, our country still lags behind established nations in economic and technological realms. Thus, I aspire to propel our technological advancements to surpass those of these countries. Progress in science and technology is not instantaneous. Our researchers are diligently contributing to the nation's flourishing development. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang fell silent, realizing that since the establishment of our nation post-World War II, it has only been 60 years, making swift advancement a formidable challenge. Yet, this is not a cause for despondency. The researchers of our country have not been deterred by difficulties. Rather, they have redoubled their efforts, which has culminated in the splendid achievements we witness today. This is still not enough. Chen Mu declared passionately, "What I desire is the genuine rejuvenation of our nation." Historically, in every dynasty, our country excelled in economy and technology, far outpacing others. It is only in modern times that we have weakened and fallen behind the West. Well, seeing your dedication to this country brings me great satisfaction. Director Zhang praised Chen Mu, his eyes filled with admiration. If all young people in our nation could possess your spirit, how could we not rise again? Thus, the foremost task is to instill confidence in every citizen of our homeland. Chen Mu nodded, accepting Director Zhang's compliments with humility. For his mission is to restore this nation to its rightful place at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, this is no simple endeavor. At that moment, Chen Mu's father quietly interjected. Having listened to his son, it was undeniable that he felt a surge of passion. However, the reality of instilling confidence in every citizen of our nation is a formidable challenge indeed. In the vast land of Huaqiangbei, with a population exceeding 1,300 million, one can encounter individuals of every conceivable disposition. There exists a notable faction of fervent admirers of Japan and the West, as well as those who lament the state of their homeland. Among them are also some shameless entities who besmirch their own nation, a reality that is far from rare. Some have knelt for so long that rising again seems a daunting endeavor. Thus, the question arises, how does one address such a predicament? Chen Mu smiled and remarked, "The lack of confidence exhibited by many in our country is primarily a consequence of the nation's weakened stature over the years. Restoring their confidence is, in fact, quite feasible." Curious, Director Zhang inquired, "What approach do you propose? If this issue can be resolved, it would hold monumental significance for the entire nation." "It is quite simple. A grand military parade for National Day," Chen Mu calmly replied, articulating each word with precision. Such parades are inherently designed to bolster national pride and instill confidence among the populace. Moreover, they serve to showcase our nation's advanced weaponry, thereby deterring other nations with ulterior motives. This has become a pivotal method of engagement among countries in this era of peace. A military parade? Director Zhang furrowed his brow. While it is common knowledge that such events can enhance national confidence, the current state of Huaqiangbei, particularly in the global arena, lacks the formidable arsenal necessary to intimidate other nations, especially the United States. In the Marvel universe, one might say it revolves entirely around America, with other nations, save for the fictional Wakanda, virtually absent from the narrative. The Huaqiangbei of this world, it seems, pales in comparison even to the Huaqiangbei of Chen Mu's previous life. The once dominant Eastern Express now lags in technology, and its military prowess is decidedly frail. With National Day approaching, a grand military parade capable of instilling a sense of confidence among the citizens would indeed be beneficial. Yet, as Zhang lamented, our current military capabilities are insufficient for a parade that could truly restore confidence among our people. How can we achieve this? I can offer you a technological solution. Chen Mu smiled, producing a hard drive and placing it on the table. Contained within are the comprehensive technologies for a fifth-generation fighter jet, including stealth capabilities, engine technology, and aerodynamic structures. Fifth-generation technology. Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment, causing him to spring to his feet momentarily before realizing the excessiveness of his reaction and resuming his seat. He gestured to Uncle Zhang, who solemnly took possession of the hard drive. The technology that Chen Mu provided was essentially derived from the Raptor fighter jet, which he had made breakthroughs on during his flight back home. Thus, it bore resemblance to the Raptor, yet with distinctive differences that could be achieved through modifications, particularly in the engine. Given Huaqiangbei's current technological capabilities, the construction of such a fighter jet should be well within reach. Although the military prowess of China may not be the most formidable, its industrial foundation is undeniably robust, making the manufacturing of military hardware a feasible endeavor. Chapter 24 Preliminary Agreement. I truly did not anticipate that you would possess the technology of the fifth-generation aircraft. Director Zhang appeared visibly incredulous as he reseated himself, though the tension on his face remained apparent. "Fear not. I assure you, I would never deceive you. Chunmu replied with a gentle smile, continuing, as long as I am in this nation, I would not jest about such matters. Once you return, you may have professionals examine it. They will easily discern its authenticity. That is not my point. I am merely curious about the origin of your technology, Zhang inquired, his gaze fixed on Chunmu, brimming with curiosity. To my knowledge, the university you attended is merely an ordinary second-tier institution. It would seem improbable that you could access such advanced technology. Furthermore, your performance during your time there appeared rather unremarkable. In truth, should military personnel desire to investigate Chunmu's background, they would find it quite simple to uncover every detail. Indeed, my university is rather unremarkable, Chunmu acknowledged. As for how I acquired this knowledge, the general may consider it the result of my own whimsical experimentation. Whimsical experimentation has yielded fifth-generation aircraft technology. The attendees exchanged glances of disbelief, yet refrained from voicing their skepticism, remaining silent. Particularly, his father wore an expression of acute embarrassment, thinking, this rascal is boasting without a script? Very well, then, elaborate on your plans. Zhang directed his inquiry at Chunmu. You wish for us to safeguard your company. So are you intending to establish a new enterprise? Precisely, I have already conceived a name, Xiaomu Technology. The logo is designed simply as the pinyin Mu, Chunmu declared. Isn't that rather casual? Transitioning from firearms to fifth-generation aircraft, regardless of their authenticity, both fall within the realm of weaponry. Does your company aspire to engage in arms development akin to Stark Industries? Zhang mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment of silence, he continued, You are not foolish. You must be aware of the domestic situation. The manufacture of weapons is prohibited within the country, and private arms dealers are utterly unfeasible. Who said Xiaomu Technology is an arms research enterprise? Chunmu replied, I intend to initiate with mobile phones, alongside other technological research, to encompass a broader spectrum of industries. He gazed at Zhang and added, Thus, I require your military's assistance even more. However, if you possess such talents, would it not be more advantageous to engage in weapon research? Should you desire, I could facilitate your entry into that field. If the military requires my expertise, I would of course fulfill my duty. Chunmu smiled at Zhang. However, I would be most reluctant to integrate into such systems. Very well, propose a condition, and I shall see if I can assist you in this endeavor. Director Zhang nodded, casting a glance at Chunmu, and continued, However, it is simply inconceivable for private enterprises to engage in arms production. Do not hastily draw this conclusion. Perhaps in the future, you may actively seek to place orders with me. Chunmu responded with a mysterious smile, yet he continued, Rest assured, Director Zhang. I have no intention of engaging in any illicit activities. That is reassuring. Furthermore, I aspire to establish a technology special zone and require a parcel of land. In truth, within the Marvel universe, conventional military forces are rendered utterly ineffective in the face of extraterrestrial armies. Whether it be the American Raptors or the yet-to-be-produced J-20 fighter jets, they hold no sway in the realm of interstellar warfare. Chunmu's transfer of aircraft technology to Huaqiangbei serves merely as a catalyst. For him, the paramount task remains the creation of his own Iron Man suit. After all, this is a universe dominated by superheroes, where their might prevails. The conversation unfolded for quite some time, ultimately yielding the desired outcome for Chunmu. He would establish a company named Xiaomu Technology, wherein all technological advancements deciphered and further developed by the Huaqiangbei system would become products of Xiaomu Technology. The inaugural product, as planned, would be a smartphone. This arrangement had indeed been pre-negotiated with Obadiah from Stark Industries, who would provide technological and financial support for the establishment of this company in China. While Obadiah envisioned utilizing Xiaomu smartphones to penetrate the vast Chinese market, for Chunmu, it was a matter of leveraging their funding and technology, with the added objective of acquiring Jarvis's technology. Such opportunities, presented on a silver platter, should not be ignored. Moreover, the establishment of Xiaomu Technology would be subject to oversight by governmental officials, primarily due to concerns regarding the firearms Chunmu developed and the so-called fifth-generation fighter technology. Their apprehension warranted the placement of an observer to prevent any potential illegal activities that might lead to unnecessary complications. As for Chunmu's ambition to create the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park, it faced insurmountable challenges. Xiaomu technology had yet to make a significant impact, rendering it improbable for officials to take him seriously or heed his words. This matter remained unresolved, temporarily set aside. Nevertheless, Director Zhang assured him that should Chunmu manage to address the funding issue independently, he would assist in acquiring land in certain domestic locations. Thus, we bid farewell here. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Comrade Chunmu. After an extended discussion, Chunmu and others departed from the restaurant. Director Zhang sat in the car, bidding farewell to Chunmu and his son outside. Looking at Chunmu, he spoke with profound significance. I hope incidents akin to those on Yulin Road do not recur. I trust you will be a law-abiding citizen. Regarding the establishment of your company, I will arrange for professional financial advisors to assist you. Yulin Road was, in fact, the very street where Chunmu had previously eliminated 2 wanted criminals. Hearing this, Chunmu was taken aback, realizing that the other party was already aware of the incident. Of course, Director Zhang. The preparations for the company will commence in the coming days, and I await the arrival of your financial advisors at any time. Chunmu quickly replied with a smile. Since the other party had never inquired about the matter, it signified that it was indeed a thing of the past, and Chunmu felt no reason for concern. As for the so-called financial advisors, they were merely observers, and he did not regard them with apprehension. Establishing the Xiaomu enterprise was never motivated by profit. If it facilitated his work, he welcomed the assistance of a professional in his company. Then, take care. Director Zhang smiled, closing the car window as Uncle Zhang drove away. As the vehicle departed, several other cars emerged from various directions, clearly indicating that these individuals were Director Zhang's bodyguards. Being a general, his security measures were undoubtedly stringent. Chapter 25. The astonishment of Director Zhang. Director Zhang drove swiftly, rapidly disappearing from Chunmu's line of sight. Clearly, he exhibited a sense of urgency regarding the materials in his possession, eager to return and have these technologies verified. After all, the 5th-generation fighter technology, if authentic, would hold immense significance for the enhancement of Huaxia's military prowess. Thus, Director Zhang was hastening back to ascertain whether this was indeed genuine 5th-generation technology. If so, Chunmu's evaluation would need a substantial reassessment. Such is the demeanor of a high-ranking official, exuding an air of authority. Chunmu's father observed the more than a dozen cars discreetly escorting Director Zhang, feeling a sense of admiration. By the way, what did the director mean by mentioning Yulin Road? Chunmu's father looked at him with curiosity, perplexed by the statement. It's nothing, Chunmu replied, refraining from revealing that he had eliminated 3 bandits there. Having traversed into the Marvel universe and appearing in Huaxia, Chunmu found himself somewhat critical of the constraints present in this world. Many actions could not be undertaken freely, for instance, in matters of taking a life. Such incidents would lead to considerable complications in Huaxia, unlike in America, where the taking of a few lives might barely cause a ripple. What does it matter how grand the stature is if they still came specifically to seek me out? It indicates that I am not lacking in value. Chunmu chuckled to himself, feeling quite pleased. The general is indeed among the most esteemed figures within the military in Huaxia, and the fact that such a person would deign to meet with him was exhilarating. Specifically to meet you? Don't be foolish, his father scoffed. The director is here for other matters. He merely passed through our city. Your uncle just informed me that he is inspecting the local military district and happened to stop by. Merely passing through? Chunmu realized that a mere firearm blueprint would hardly warrant the attention of such a prominent individual. Upon hearing his father's words, he came to terms with the situation. Furthermore, one must not forget that this universe is the Marvel universe, where peculiar events abound. Thus, a simple blueprint could not possibly captivate a leader's interest. However, fortuitously acquiring 5th-generation technology from him was indeed a delightful surprise for Director Zhang. Perhaps others had initially intended to confront him, and he was merely fortunate. Otherwise, being apprehended was not out of the question. Nevertheless, at least the current developments were proceeding relatively smoothly, were they not? Mu sighed, feeling a sense of fatigue, both mentally and physically. He had yet to adjust to the time difference and had traveled tirelessly. It was exhausting, indeed. Smoothly? Nonsense. His father retorted, visibly displeased. Are you planning to start your own company? Why not simply utilize the family business? Father, focus on running your processing factory and strive to expand it into the largest in the world. If you could achieve a scale comparable to that of Foxconn in my previous life, it would be truly remarkable. In this world, there is no Foxconn. You see, if you had negotiated with Stark back then to invest directly in our family's company, why bother establishing a new one? As the father and son conversed, they climbed into the car, for the hour was growing late, and Mu had not truly rested, so his father naturally wished to return home swiftly. To avoid complications, let us head back. Rest assured, there is no need for concern. Mu waved his hand impatiently, feeling a deep sense of helplessness within. I say, young man, what happened to your aspirations of surpassing Stark? What a boast. You, huff, huff. The father continued to jest, only to find that Mu had already succumbed to slumber, leaving his father exasperated. Shaking his head, he drove homeward. After such prolonged fatigue, Mu was indeed quite worn out. From materials to structural design, from engines to stealth coatings, the information contained within was extraordinarily detailed, suggesting its authenticity. In a clandestine research facility, Director Zhang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing an elderly man with graying hair who gazed back with calm composure. General, from where did you acquire such comprehensive data? Director Zhang inquired. To my knowledge, there are only 2 models of 5th-generation fighter jets currently in service worldwide, both under American control. While we in China are also conducting research on the J-20, this model is significantly different from the 3 mentioned. Consider the magnitude of engineering required to develop a 5th-generation aircraft. Director Zhang did not answer the elder's query, but instead posed a question of his own. The elder paused, then realized that this inquiry was likely classified, making it unwise to pursue further. Quite substantial. For instance, regarding the J-20, Rongfei Group has spent years in research, yielding only preliminary outcomes. Both the engine technology and stealth coating technology are still immature. To develop a model as refined as this 5th-generation fighter would require at least several times the effort currently invested by Rongfei. The demands in terms of both funding and testing are staggering and formidable. Thus, who would believe Mu's claim of having devised it himself? Is it conceivable for a single individual to achieve such a feat? Director Zhang remained curious and inquired further. It is impossible. The engineering involved in such a fighter jet cannot be accomplished by one person. Even for a 3rd-generation jet, the disciplines involved are numerous: aerodynamics, engine technology, material science, and so forth. It would take a lifetime for one individual to master such an array of knowledge. The elder categorically dismissed the notion, declaring it utterly implausible. A mere fantasy. Intriguing. So, Zhao, how do you perceive the differences between this model and the Raptor? Currently, it seems that the only operational 5th-generation heavy fighter is the Raptor, with the J-20 still in the research phase, lacking even a physical prototype. The shadow of the Raptor looms in every aspect. However, this particular model seems to be even more advanced. Should it come to fruition, I firmly believe its specifications may surpass those of the Raptor. Mr. Zhao is quite certain of this. More advanced than the Raptor? This conclusion startled Director Zhang, as the Raptor is regarded as the most sophisticated aircraft of our time. An aircraft even more advanced than it would indeed be formidable. It appears that this young man, Mu, harbors some secrets. Just as Mr. Zhao asserted, no matter what. Director Zhang could not fathom that Mu had independently undertaken the research on the 5th-generation fighter. Considering he had just returned from the United States, he harbored suspicions that this information might have been illicitly acquired from there. Yet, how could such invaluable data regarding a treasure like the Raptor be stolen? That defies logic. In any case, Director Zhang's curiosity about Mu intensified at that moment. Perhaps it is best to let each individual keep their secrets. As long as it benefits the nation, that is sufficient. Director Zhang had a strong intuition that Mu might yet unveil even more surprises. Chapter 26. The arc reactor, meanwhile, on the other side, Chunmu returned home and could not resist indulging in a delightful slumber, which extended until noon the following day. The technology of the arc reactor had finally made a breakthrough. Upon awakening, Chunmu received the wonderful news that the arc reactor technology he had worked on prior to his sleep had been successfully completed. Although he did not acquire the complete technology for a small reactor, he had fully mastered the technology for a large industrial reactor, marking a significant advancement. The large arc reactor technology was originally developed by Howard, yet at that time, industrial capabilities were inadequate for its construction. It was only later that Stark Industries succeeded in manufacturing it, though primarily for exhibition purposes, lacking practical application. The true utility of this energy source was not realized until years later, during the inception of the Avengers, when Tony perfected it, marking the commencement of the arc energy's practical application. Chunmu's technological breakthrough similarly allowed for the direct utilization of this energy source. This meant that once the reactor was constructed, an inexhaustible supply of energy could be harnessed. Such an advancement is of paramount significance for any enterprise. Moreover, this technology could potentially alleviate the energy crisis within China, holding immense importance for the nation. China would no longer be vulnerable to the energy stranglehold of other countries. Regrettably, the breakthrough did not extend to the utilization of the new element. The new element would have enhanced the reactor's stability and addressed Tony's palladium poisoning. Yet this particular aspect remained elusive. The new element's role was primarily to resolve Tony's poisoning, and acquiring it would necessitate a breakthrough in the small reactor technology. Unfortunately, breakthroughs in the same technology can only occur once. Otherwise, Chunmu could have relentlessly pursued advancements in the reactor technology, elevating it to unprecedented heights. Alternatively, he could wait until Tony made his breakthrough and then analyze his technology, but this path required time, something Chunmu was sorely lacking. With only 4 years remaining until 2012, the year when the Avengers storyline unfolds, the impending extraterrestrial invasion would profoundly shock all nations on Earth. This event would elevate the United States, with its Avengers, to an undisputed position of global leadership. This was precisely the scenario Chunmu dreaded, a dominant America relegating all other nations to second-tier status, turning Earth into a realm of American hegemony. In pursuit of China's revival, Chunmu was determined to showcase the nation's formidable strength during this event. For power is the ultimate truth. Only through such demonstration could China stand equal to others. Tony's Iron Man suit, in essence, is merely an exoskeleton armor. Given my current technological reserves, I could indeed fabricate such a creation. Furthermore, with a core energy source, producing a knockoff Iron Man is not insurmountable. The weaponry technologies of Hammer Industries and Stark Industries are already at my disposal, making the development of a brand new suit a feasible endeavor. Alas, the absence of an intelligent system poses a significant challenge. I remain uncertain when I will acquire JARVIS. My fervent desire to obtain JARVIS stems from the understanding that if the arc reactor is Iron Man's heart, then JARVIS embodies its soul. A suit devoid of a soul would undoubtedly suffer a considerable reduction in power. Given my present technological capabilities, the suit I could create might resemble Obadiah's Ironmonger, clumsy and unwieldy. Lacking Tony's pivotal black technology, achieving a suit tailored to fit intimately is an exercise in futility. Even if I were to undertake the endeavor myself, the result would likely mirror Obadiah's cumbersome creation, devoid of any intelligent programming, making operation exceedingly cumbersome. Thus, the grand plan for an army of iron must be postponed for now. It is imperative that I first focus on the advancement of Xiaomu technology. However, I lack the necessary funding, thus I await investments from Stark Industries. My interest in the smartphone sector's profits is rather minimal. My sole aim is to foster the rapid growth of Xiaomu technology. Previously, Obadiah audaciously sought to claim 80% of Xiaomu's shares, showcasing Stark Industries' insatiable greed. My actions, bordering on treachery, involved acquiescing to a plan that I knew intended to infiltrate China with JARVIS via the smartphone. Yet I agreed to relinquish the majority of the shares. Truly a shameless endeavor. Never mind. We shall see who ultimately faces misfortune. I am not a simpleton. I will not shy away from accepting the offer of JARVIS, for with foresight and the formidable support of the Huaqiangbei system, I have little to fear. Soon, we shall witness who ends up lamenting. As for the smartphones, I plan to develop Xiaomi phones following the trajectory of Apple's evolution in my past life. The initial step is to launch a brand new smartphone that will eclipse current giants like Nokia. The design will evolve gradually, adhering to historical precedents. I have even conceptualized the company logo, a white letter mu on a pink background, framed within a rounded quadrilateral to avoid the necessity of hiring a designer for modifications in the future. The logo on the phone will be a simple laser-etched mu. In any realm, when it comes to mobile phones, the conversation inevitably revolves around user experience, hardware performance, and most importantly, aesthetics. By mastering these elements, one can effortlessly seize the initiative. Furthermore, by drawing inspiration from the evolution of mobile phones in the past, a mere imitation of their design suffices to set the trend. In truth, all the essential conditions for the creation of the first generation of smartphones are already in place. The requisite components can be readily procured, and even the operating system has been developed by Google, with Android available for straightforward modification, paving the way for the launch of the inaugural smart device. Moreover, regardless of any technical challenges encountered, one can always rely on the expertise of Huaqiangbei for solutions. The process of manufacturing mobile phones has never been more straightforward. Thus, for Chenmu in the present day, everything is set. The only missing element is the financial backing from Stark. Once the funds are secured, the debut of the first generation of smartphones can commence, stirring significant waves in the mobile market. Chapter 27. The Birth of Iron Man. Once the plans were meticulously devised, Chenmu relinquished control, delegating the myriad of chaotic matters to his father, who was tasked with liaising with Stark's associates. Meanwhile, Chenmu retreated to his room, securing the door behind him, preparing to delve into the treasures housed within his private repository. In Huaqiangbei, an array of advanced technologies awaited Chenmu's discerning touch. Has the compact arc reactor been successfully manufactured? Earlier, he had harnessed the production line within Huaqiangbei to create it, and with the assistance of Xiao AI, he had also synthesized an exosuit. However, this particular suit bore an uncanny resemblance to Obadiah's ironmonger, almost indistinguishable. Yet it lacked the intelligent support system akin to JARVIS, rendering its operation cumbersome and entirely manual. Consequently, he refrained from showcasing it, as its practicality was somewhat limited. Nonetheless, for Chenmu, the existence of this exosuit assured his safety. In the current world, few could pose a genuine threat to the ironmonger. Even if outmatched, a swift escape was always an option. Regrettably, he found himself unable to fully utilize it. Otherwise, it would have been delightful to unleash the ironmonger for a display. Moreover, the ironmonger felt antiquated, serving little purpose beyond a mere novelty. His true aspiration lay with Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. For now, he could only bide his time clutching a small arc reactor that emitted a soft blue glow. A smile graced Chenmu's lips. At this juncture, his tasks were nearing completion, leaving him with little more than patience to exercise. I am Iron Man. Half a month later, from afar in Huaxia, Chenmu beheld the news online, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Iron Man had finally emerged. Just as depicted in the original narrative, Tony donned his armored suit and ventured to the Middle East to dismantle Stark's arsenal, instructing Pepper Potts to extract data from Obadiah's computer, seeking insight into all arms dealings. To his surprise, he uncovered that his prior kidnapping had been orchestrated by Obadiah, who aimed to collude with terrorists to eliminate Tony. Upon realizing the situation was unraveling, Obadiah preemptively seized Tony's arc reactor, repurposing it for his ironmonger. In the ensuing chaos, Tony and Obadiah clashed, igniting considerable turmoil. In the aftermath, Tony boldly declared, "I am Iron Man." This moment heralded the official dawn of the Marvel Universe. It was time to return to America. Chun Mu, invigorated and eager, recognized that the birth of Iron Man signified the culmination of the Armor-S technology. He had long coveted this advancement and felt an insatiable desire to journey to America and acquire this coveted technology. Coincidentally, with the assistance of his father, Xiaomu technology has begun to take shape. Chun Mu has also leveraged the production lines in Huaqiangbei to manufacture the first generation of Xiaomu smartphones, the inaugural model to utilize the Android operating system with its own operating system, MOS. He is poised to present this device to Stark for its official launch, while also aiming to dissect the intricate technologies of Jarvis. As he pushed open the door, Chun Mu departed from his room and ventured outside. "Mr. Chun, do you have any matters to attend to?" A poised and competent young woman stood outside, holding a stack of documents. Her name is Su Jia, a financial expert dispatched by the Bureau. This, however, is merely a facade. In truth, she is also tasked with Chun Mu's security, essentially serving as his personal bodyguard, while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye on him. Chun Mu is acutely aware of this dual role, yet he harbors no concerns. What could they possibly glean about his Huaqiangbei system? Nonetheless, to avoid appearing overly suspicious, he occasionally engages in research, striving to showcase his brilliance. Although he understands that Su Jia may pilfer his innovations for governmental purposes, he remains largely unconcerned, as those ideas were intended for the benefit of Huaxia. Su Jia's submission of this information ultimately alleviates some of Chun Mu's burdens. "I need to make a trip to the United States," Chun Mu stated directly, feeling no need to conceal the matter. After all, if the authorities were keeping tabs on him, evasion would be futile. "The United States?" Su Jia's brow furrowed, recognizing that this could complicate her mission. "What? Am I not allowed to go to America?" Chun Mu replied with a wry smile. "The previous agreement did not impose any restrictions on my freedom. Moreover, this journey pertains to company matters and requires the assistance of Stark Industries for certain research. I shall return. I apologize, Mr. Chun, but that is not my intent. It is simply that your safety cannot be adequately assured while in the United States." Su Jia remarked, placing her documents down, her expression troubled. "You need not worry about that. I will be fine. The warehouse still houses the Iron Tyrant armor, so I have little to fear during my time in America," Chun Mu reassured her. "Nevertheless, I must report this to my superiors," Su Jia sighed, retrieving her phone as she stepped toward the door. It was evident she was indeed going to file a report. Chun Mu sighed, sitting silently on the sofa, remote in hand, and turned on the television. Ever since Su Jia was assigned to him, she had remained by his side, save for the times he took a shower or used the restroom. Under normal circumstances, a girl like Su Jia, possessing both beauty and an alluring figure, would undoubtedly bring joy to any man fortunate enough to have her by his side. However, she is, regrettably, a spy, constantly reporting Chun Mu's circumstances, leaving him devoid of any semblance of privacy, which causes him considerable inner turmoil. Most notably, Su Jia is also exceptionally skilled in a confrontation. He would surely find himself at a disadvantage, and even in a bid to escape, he would find it nearly impossible to evade her. This predicament leaves Chun Mu in a state of indecision, uncertain whether his conduct in front of the authorities is justified or misguided. Yet, what does it matter? This is the Marvel Universe, where he feels no necessity for excessive caution. As long as he demonstrates sufficient patriotism and his actions are in service of his country, that is all that truly matters. If he is patriotic, even if he commits certain misdeeds, he can expect forgiveness. Once he constructs his iron armor, he will simply soar away whenever necessary, leaving Su Jia unable to follow. Chapter 28. The bodyguard. "You may go to America, but only on the condition that I accompany you," Su Jia remarked, stepping into the room and gazing at Chun Mu. "Is it truly necessary?" he retorted. "This is for your safety," Su Jia replied, sensing Chun Mu's displeasure yet continuing to explain. "Your physical condition is rather poor, and should you encounter danger, it could easily lead to dire consequences. The superior places great importance on your safety and will not allow anything to happen to you." Her words struck a nerve. What did she mean by poor physical condition? Was it truly that bad? Chun Mu sighed, contemplating the need to strengthen himself. After all, the Marvel Universe was far from a simple realm. Without formidable strength, one could find themselves in peril at any moment, and he genuinely wished to avoid any unfortunate accidents. However, having you by my side lacks sufficient justification, he lamented, wrestling with his thoughts. Deep down, he preferred to refuse. The freedom to leave at a whim was appealing. Storing his belongings in a warehouse without hassle was far less tiresome than dragging luggage around. Yet, having someone shadow him would complicate the use of his storage. Not a problem. Officially, I am your secretary, so accompanying you to America is perfectly acceptable, Su Jia assured him. It must be said that Su Jia's professional skills were indeed formidable. Not only was she multilingual and exceptionally capable in physical prowess, but her business acumen was also remarkable. Chunmu had entrusted nearly all matters concerning Xiaomu technology to her, and she managed everything with impressive organization. Of course, her position granted her certain advantages, but her abilities were undeniably commendable. In essence, Chunmu felt that Su Jia's capabilities were not significantly inferior to those of Black Widow from the Avengers. I have always been curious, he ventured. With your talents, why did you choose to retire from the military? Surely, you could easily find a job or start a company and thrive. What compels you to remain in the military? This question piqued Chunmu's interest. In truth, Su Jia resembled an agent cultivated by the military, specifically tasked with executing missions. Her role beside Chunmu was not only that of a secretary, but also that of a protector. Moreover, there was an element of surveillance involved. Su Jia, still in her 20s, possessed an array of formidable skills, not to mention her prowess in business. If she ventured into that field, she could undoubtedly become a powerful figure. Yet, her decision to stay in the military, accepting various covert missions, left Chunmu perplexed. Were all agents such remarkable individuals? It's merely a matter of differing pursuits. Su Jia replied calmly, casting a sidelong glance at Chunmu. Is life solely about money? Isn't it? Chunmu scoffed. Who doesn't love money? Even now, his singular ambition is the revival of Huaxia, yet he remains ever desirous of wealth. Who, after all, would shun the prospect of profit? Money is a pursuit that no one would dismiss, not even Tony Stark himself. My aspiration is simply to safeguard my homeland, nothing more. Su Jia glanced at Chunmu and, with an air of nonchalance, inquired, and do you suppose that my knowledge and skills have come from nowhere? Indeed, possessing such capabilities at a young age is undoubtedly a result of the nation's vigorous cultivation. However, it must be acknowledged that alongside skill development, patriotic education has not been neglected. Of course, many might label it as indoctrination, to which Chunmu could offer no retort. Well, that mirrors my own pursuits. Chunmu nodded in agreement, his expression one of understanding. Shameless, Su Jia muttered softly, irritated by someone's audacity. What? Chunmu asked, puzzled, for he truly had not caught her words. Nothing. If you have made up your mind, I shall proceed to book the flight. So, Mr. Chun, when do you intend to travel to America? Well, I have no particular demands. The sooner, the better. Additionally, our visit pertains to the collaboration with Stark. Please arrange an appointment with them. If we could meet Tony Stark, it would be splendid. After all, Tony has now fully embraced his identity as Iron Man, which signifies that the technology behind the Iron Man suit has reached a level of complete maturity. For Chunmu, merely a touch would suffice to grasp the entirety of Iron Man's technology, a prospect that fills him with anticipation. Tony Stark? Su Jia furrowed her brow. She was not oblivious to significant national matters and was well aware of the origins of Iron Man in America, which is none other than Tony Stark himself. In truth, the impact of the Iron Man armor created by Tony on the world is far more profound than one might imagine, particularly outside the borders of the United States. Weapons such as the Iron Man suit wield considerable deterrent power against other nations, which elucidates why the U.S. military is so fervently seeking to acquire this technology from Tony. In many respects, this technology may possess an even greater deterrent effect than nuclear weaponry. Under typical circumstances, nuclear weapons are not readily deployable. However, Tony's armor falls within the realm of conventional weaponry, meaning it can indeed be utilized in everyday warfare. Furthermore, the prowess of Iron Man is universally acknowledged, His formidable strength could render an army virtually unstoppable on the global stage. Thus, upon hearing Tony's name, Su Jia found herself momentarily taken aback. "Is there a problem?" Chen Mu observed her curiously. "Nothing," she replied, regaining her composure as she recalled their commercial collaboration. "Hey, you're not considering attempting to steal someone else's technology, are you?" Chen Mu inquired, regarding her with a bemused expression and a playful tone. Su Jia rolled her eyes, choosing to disregard Chen Mu's words. Though the sentiment was there, the capability was sorely lacking. After all, if one could pilfer from Tony Stark, a man renowned for his stringent protection of his technology, then the world would surely be in chaos. Fortunately, Tony had experienced a pang of conscience upon witnessing the devastation wrought by his weapons, resolutely deciding against the sale of any further armaments, let alone his own Iron Man suit, which he would never relinquish to the U.S. military. What a ridiculous notion. I shall book a flight. I can depart as early as tomorrow. Chun, you may prepare on your own for now. With that, Su Jia turned on her heel and departed. Chapter 29. The Return of Stark. Casually, Chen Mu mused to himself. After all, I am indeed going to appropriate Tony's technology this time. Watching Su Jia depart, he prepared to take a brief respite before embarking on his journey to the United States the following day. Am I perhaps exhibiting excessive kindness? Look, everyone is aware of the surveillance, yet the observer remains so audacious. Su Jia seemed to regard herself as anything but an outsider, relentlessly pursuing him even at his residence, as if she were a personal secretary, managing every little task. Currently, he lacked the strength to dismiss such an unwelcome attachment, but once he acquired the necessary power, he would certainly rid himself of this little tale. Although he had to concede that Su Jia was rather attractive, no one relished the thought of being constantly monitored. His trip to the United States, aimed at deciphering the technology behind the Iron Man suit, was also a means for Chen Mu to bolster his own capabilities. Once he was strong enough, he would no longer have to endure such indignities. At that point, the sky would be the limit. Nonetheless, the advantages were unmistakable. With the support of the government, Chen Mu's company had been established with remarkable speed, and many matters were swiftly resolved with Su Jia's assistance. In just half a month, Xiaomu technology was nearing completion, and as previously agreed with the bureau chief, a parcel of land had been allocated to him in Shenzhen for the development of an industrial park. This would serve as the embryonic form of the future Huaqiangbei industrial district, with Xiaomu technology being the first enterprise to take residence there. Once construction was sufficiently advanced, Chen Mu would relocate and settle down, establishing a research institute that would be entirely his own, akin to Tony's. In that eventuality, any technological achievements could be presented without apprehension, free from lingering concerns. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his current inadequacy and strength. Look, he had been underestimated by a mere girl. Once his power flourished, who would dare question his choice of bodyguards? Just like Tony's bodyguard, Happy, who ceased to protect him after he became Iron Man, right? In summary, as he prepared for his journey to the United States, Chen Mu was determined to ensure his own safety. Though his marksmanship was lacking, he compensated with an abundance of ammunition. The production capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system were exceptionally impressive, enabling rapid manufacturing of various items seemingly out of thin air, without depleting any raw materials. Truly formidable. Within this half-month, Chen Mu had produced a considerable quantity of ammunition and weapons, including a wide array of cutting-edge armaments, from firearms to missiles, and had even stockpiled numerous armored vehicles in his warehouse. Of course, the most powerful weapon at his disposal remained his pirated Iron Tyrant. Although it is considered a counterfeit, its capabilities surpass those of the original Ironmonger significantly. The technology that Stark Industries employed in the Ironmonger has been upgraded by Chen Mu, making it considerably more formidable than Obadiah's version. It possesses the ability to fly, run, and engage in combat, rendering it exceptionally powerful. Frankly speaking, with the current technology of this Ironmonger, if handed over to China, it could facilitate the establishment of an extraordinarily formidable army. However, Chen Mu is unimpressed. He knows that it will not be long before he acquires superior armor. This transitional armor does not warrant mass production, as it would merely squander resources. His aspirations are already firmly set on Tony Stark. The following day, after an extensive flight, Chun-Mu and Su Jia finally arrived in New York. Upon disembarking, Pepper Potts greeted them warmly. "Mr. Chun-Mu, it is a pleasure to see you again," he said, exchanging pleasantries with Miss Potts. "Let us proceed, Mr. Chun. Tony has been waiting for you for quite some time." Pepper, a person of considerable seriousness, wasted no time as she ushered Chun-Mu and Su Jia into the vehicle and drove directly towards Stark Industries. For someone like Chun-Mu, a minor player, there are numerous downstream enterprises of Stark. He merely found himself at the right moment, just as Stark was seeking new directions, and Obadiah had set his sights on the mobile phone industry. Chun-Mu's emergence was primarily as a pawn in their strategy to penetrate the Chinese market. Moreover, Pepper barely cast a glance at Su Jia. Despite her warm demeanor towards Tony in the films, in reality, as a senior executive at Stark Industries, she embodied a certain pride and was not inclined to be amiable to everyone. Typically, individuals like Chun-Mu would not catch Tony's attention. However, due to a decision-making dilemma and Chun-Mu's development of the first generation of smartphones, he was fortunate enough to secure a meeting with Tony. With Xiaomu technology established, Chun-Mu was prepared to unveil his product, the first-generation smartphone, aptly named Xiaomu Phone 1. It boasted a rudimentary Android system, with configurations that were relatively cutting-edge for its time, and its design was unmistakably inspired by the iPhone 4 from his previous life. Drawing from past experiences, the iPhone 4 revolutionized perceptions of mobile phones, allowing for a renewed understanding of their design. In essence, the Xiaomu Phone 1 in Chun-Mu's hands is significantly superior to the iPhone 4, and he is confident that once launched, it will garner widespread admiration from users. His opportunity to meet Tony was indeed a testament to this device. Within half an hour of travel, Pepper expertly navigated the car to arrive at the iconic Stark Tower located in the heart of New York. In the aftermath of the Battle of New York, this edifice was generously bequeathed to the Avengers by Tony Stark, thus becoming their headquarters. Presently, had he not been preoccupied with external affairs, Tony would have devoted much of his time here, attending to various official matters. As for Chun-Mu, he was merely a young man from Huaqiangbei who had made a fleeting impression on Tony, nothing more. One cannot deny that Tony possesses a considerable degree of arrogance, bordering on haughtiness. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Chun-Mu finds himself somewhat discontented by such treatment. "You may disregard me now, but in the future, you shall surely regard me with newfound respect." Moreover, once Chun-Mu democratizes the technology of the Iron Man suit, he can look forward to a day of reckoning. At this moment, the driver announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." With that, Pepper Potts guided the two into the building and led them to the elevator that would ascend directly to the rooftop to meet Tony Stark. Chapter 30. The meeting. Once I attain success, I shall undoubtedly construct a grand edifice of my own, complete with a helipad on the rooftop, and a private elevator for my daily ascents, mused Chun-Mu, unable to suppress his yearning within the confines of the elevator. Su Jia rolled her eyes in exasperation, while Pepper Potts remained speechless, perceiving Chun-Mu's aspirations as mere flights of fancy. "Just you wait and see, don't dismiss it too easily," Chun-Mu replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he surveyed the elevator. If memory serves, Captain America made a notable statement here in Avengers Endgame, proclaiming "Hail Hydra" before seizing the Mind Stone from the clutches of a Hydra agent. As this was indeed a private elevator, they swiftly arrived at their destination. The doors opened, revealing a luxurious environment. One cannot deny Tony's exquisite taste. His office bore little resemblance to a conventional workspace, adorned with opulence that starkly contrasted the typical austerity of such places. This was undoubtedly a reflection of Tony's character. "Please, have a seat," Tony invited, eschewing the formality of an office in favor of a comfortable sofa. Upon seeing Pepper escort Chun-Mu and Su Jia, he greeted them with a smile, gesturing for Chun-Mu to sit. "Good day, Mr. Chun-Mu. Would you care for a drink?" Tony retained his characteristic arrogance, showing no intent to extend a handshake. "Mr. Stark, it has been a fortnight since our last encounter. I hadn't anticipated your ascension to the status of Iron Man, a true superhero," Chunmu replied, his demeanor composed and unperturbed. He settled into a seat, retrieving a phone from a bag Su Jia had handed him. Have we met before? Is this your product? It appears quite appealing, far surpassing the aesthetics of those inferior models, Tony remarked, intrigued as he examined the phone. Indeed. We crossed paths over a month ago at Stark Industries. At that time, I was collaborating with Mr. Stan on the development of a smartphone, a concept he initially proposed. Chunmu stated calmly, then inquired, by the way, where is Mr. Stan? With him? Oh, I recall now. We were in the arc reactor research lab. I mistook you for a new intern. Tony nodded thoughtfully, recalling their previous encounter. As for Stan, he had chosen to retire due to his advanced age. And if memory serves, he was currently traveling in Europe. Naturally, the details surrounding Stan's departure were kept confidential, with Stark Industries effectively controlling the narrative. Only a select few within Stark's upper echelons and S.H.I.E.L.D. were privy to the truth. The general populace remained blissfully unaware. Rest assured, your prior agreement with Stan remains in effect, Tony remarked as he powered on the phone, beginning to explore its features. This is quite impressive. The functionality indeed surpasses that of current market offerings, and the operating system is notably superior. Certainly, compared to the mobile phone utilized by Tony, it pales in comparison. After all, Stark is a high-tech enterprise. Although it has not ventured into the mobile phone industry, producing one is not an insurmountable challenge. Merely within this room, there exists an abundance of advanced technology, such as virtual projection screens and desktop monitors, far surpassing many technologies from Chunmu's previous life. If we speak of mobile phones, Tony's device is undoubtedly a marvel of technology. However, it must be acknowledged that Chunmu's phone leaves a significant impression on him. In this world, without the presence of Jobs, or perhaps Jobs has yet to unveil the iPhone 4, Chunmu's Xiaomi phone wholly occupies the position once held by the iPhone 4. Quite impressive, yet the question lingers. Can it truly capture market share from giants like Nokia and Motorola? After experimenting with it, Tony found himself somewhat enamored, but remained curious as he looked towards Chunmu. One would know after trying it. Chunmu smiled knowingly. If the iPhone 4 succeeded in his past life, then the superior Xiaomi phone would undoubtedly achieve success as well. Of course, if anyone were to argue that the Android system pales in comparison to Apple's, Chunmu would have no retort, for in terms of hardware, it is indeed significantly stronger than the iPhone 4. As for the system, Chunmu already had plans in place. In truth, this phone was merely one step away from perfection, as you have seen, that step being the system. At this time, the Android system is, to be frank, rather subpar. However, Chunmu had no alternative options and was not without solutions. According to my agreement with Mr. Stark, in exchange for acquiring such a substantial stake, Stark Industries must also provide technical support for the phone. A smartphone, by its very definition, requires a degree of intelligence, which necessitates the assistance of Stark Industries for refinement. Smart systems? Tony's eyes narrowed. If the phone were to incorporate intelligent programming, its operability would naturally improve. He was well aware that enhancing the phone's user experience with Jarvis's capabilities would be a trivial matter. We will leave the system development to Stark. We will directly create an entirely new system specifically for mobile operations. Tony nodded confidently, asserting, "Trust me, Stark's technology makes it exceedingly easy to develop a seamless system. And I will also incorporate a dedicated intelligent program within the system. That would be absolutely splendid." Chunmu nodded, his spirits lifting at last. Yet, one must wonder, would the system developed by Apple in his previous life be replaced by Stark in this world? Nevertheless, considering Stark's capabilities, developing a system that surpasses iOS poses no real challenge. Furthermore, the intelligent program would undoubtedly be Jarvis. Since the production line is situated in Huaqiangbei, Stark would naturally transfer Jarvis, granting Chunmu the opportunity to engage with it and analyze Jarvis's workings. In due course, Chunmu would not find himself devoid of intelligent programs. "Jarvis, load your program into this device," Tony instructed with a smile, clapping his hands. "Certainly, sir," came Jarvis's voice, as an ethereal blue light illuminated the phone from an unknown source. "Let us observe the results, Jarvis. Call Pepper." Tony picked up the phone and issued the command. Understood. Sir. Dialing Ms. Potts now, Jarvis replied. Remarkably, this voice emanated from the phone itself, demonstrating that with merely a straightforward instruction, Jarvis had seamlessly integrated his program into the device. One could not help but admire the impressive capabilities of Jarvis, which truly captivated Chenmu. Chapter 31. Collaboration. This mobile phone is indeed impressive. However, what makes you so confident that it can capture market share from giants like Nokia and Apple? Admittedly, Chenmu's phone is quite eye-catching, yet it remains relatively young, merely a dark horse with no real means to compete against established mobile enterprises. Thus, Tony harbors considerable skepticism. In his heart, he remains more inclined towards his own plan to enter the energy sector, a domain brimming with boundless opportunities. The mobile phone industry, in his view, is merely child's play. Tony is quite clear on this point, continuing, furthermore, not everyone can afford such a phone. Currently, Nokia and Apple's most expensive models can fetch prices as high as $8,000 or $9,000. This seemingly advanced phone would surely command a similar price, wouldn't it? How many individuals in this world can actually afford that? This represents the greatest advantage of Chenmu's phone. With a smile, Chenmu looked at Tony and inquired, "Do you know what the primary advantage of Chinese manufacturing is?" "Let me think. It must be the cheap labor and low costs, right?" Tony pondered for a moment and easily recalled the advantages of China as the world's factory. Exactly, it's all about cost. The production cost of Chenmu's phone is actually around 500 yuan. Note that it's in RMB. 500 yuan converts to less than $100. This means the phone is absolutely within reach for everyone. Really? If that's the case, then this indeed seems like a highly lucrative venture. Tony was somewhat astonished, taken aback by the cost control in China, which was genuinely surprising. In reality, the primary factor remains the technology. Due to the system, Chenmu's investment in technology has essentially been at zero cost, enabling him to control costs to this extent, with a production cost of $100. Even when accounting for various taxes and labor fees, the total expenses should not surpass $100. Selling it for $200 or even $300 would yield a substantial profit. At that moment, Tony realized that the mobile phone industry might truly become a significant profit sector, especially given China's production capabilities and cost management. Therefore, we require a substantial initial investment for production, and we hope to obtain Jarvis's software to be installed on the phones at the time of manufacture. Of course, the Jarvis intelligence system on the phone will be quite simplified, possessing only basic processing capabilities, perhaps even less advanced than many smart programs from previous generations, limited to making calls, sending messages, and playing music. However, for the people of this era, this would be nothing short of revolutionary technology. This, of course, is not a problem. Tony contemplated for a moment and nodded. He held immense confidence in his own Jarvis system and would never believe that merely installing a backup of Jarvis at the other party's factory could lead to a theft of technology. In fact, placing Jarvis in their facility would be highly advantageous for him, primarily allowing Jarvis to monitor the factory for any breaches of trust. Thus, he readily agreed. The initial investment of $1 billion was aimed at establishing multiple factories in China to expedite production. Tony briefly pondered this decision. Indeed, $1 billion was already a substantial amount. His investment was quite audacious. That's splendid. For Chenmu, $1 billion represented an unfathomable fortune, enabling him to undertake numerous ventures. Of course, such a considerable investment comes with conditions. Stark, I require a 90% stake in Xiaomu Technology. That is impossible. I can offer you shares in Xiaomu Mobile, but 90% is excessive. I can concede a maximum of 70. The equity in Xiaomu Mobile was not a significant concern for Chenmu, as it was not his primary product. Deal. Initially expecting further negotiations, Tony's immediate acceptance was unexpected. Clearly, his original intent did not exceed 70%. For Tony, the primary concern was Xiaomu Mobile. As long as he maintained over 50% control, he held absolute authority, rendering the future of other products from Xiaomu Technology inconsequential. In his arrogance, Tony believed that Chenmu's ability to present Xiaomu Mobile was purely serendipitous, doubting whether he could produce anything else noteworthy. "Come, brother Chenmu, let us toast." In high spirits, Tony retrieved a bottle of rare red wine from the adjacent cabinet and poured a glass for Chenmu. This marked the first instance where he regarded Chenmu with a modicum of respect, for at that moment, he perceived Chenmu as a veritable harbinger of wealth. With the partnership agreement settled, a personal matter arose, one that Chenmu pondered whether to address. He took the wine glass and inquired of Tony, "May I speak?" "Please, go ahead." Tony gestured with his glass. "Mr. Stark, you should be aware that we initially produced toys and received permission to manufacture replicas of all your weapon designs. I wonder if we might have a look at the Iron Man suit." Chenmu articulated his intent. "I plan to create proportionate Iron Man wearable toys. May we see the actual Iron Man?" "Toys, you say? Of course, that's no problem." Tony did not refuse. After all, it was merely a matter of showing someone something. What issue could arise? It was just a toy, after all. Could Chenmu's small factory possibly produce an authentic Iron Man suit? They are only suited for manufacturing toys. As for the authorization of toy designs, is it truly of any significance? If factories in Huaqiangbei wish to produce them, they could simply do so. Stark would be unable to intervene, and moreover, such actions would inadvertently serve as publicity for him. He would be more than pleased, not inclined to refuse. How wonderful! Furthermore, I must confess that I am indeed a fan of yours. Just imagine, donning the armor and soaring through the skies. Such an enviable spectacle. Of course, this is merely idle chatter from Chenmu, yet he feigned admiration nonetheless. "Ah, certainly. I wouldn't mind letting you try it on." Observing Chenmu's physique, which was not dissimilar to his own, Tony remarked. Allowing him to wear it would not pose any issue. After all, the armor is controlled by Jarvis. Would one truly fear that Chenmu might abscond while attired in it? Allowing him to wear it would merely be a moment of thrill, and his range of movement would hardly extend beyond this building. Really? At these words, Chenmu was elated. "Of course, follow me." Tony nodded, addressing Chenmu as he made his way to a nearby room, which served as both his laboratory and the storage for the armor. Chenmu hurriedly followed, exhilarated at the prospect of trying on the armor. This time, it was no mere pretense. "Ms. Su, please accompany me as we discuss the specifics of our collaboration." Su Jia wished to follow and observe, but was halted by Pepper Potts, who, with no other recourse, led her toward the office. Chapter 32. Mark II, is this the one? Why does it differ somewhat from the armor I encountered online? Chenmu inquired with a hint of curiosity as Tony led him into the laboratory, presenting him with a suit of armor. The suit before him gleamed in pure silver, devoid of any embellishments. Recognizing it as the Mark II, Chenmu feigned ignorance. "This is the Mark II, an upgraded version of my armor. As for the paint job, I simply haven't had the time to apply it. Rest assured, I will add color to it later," Tony stated nonchalantly, concealing the truth that the armor he intended for Chenmu was an obsolete model, merely of collectible interest to him. In fact, Tony had even reproduced the prototype of the Mark I, which he had initially crafted in his cave, a cumbersome suit of armor now residing in his collection. The Mark II represented his first officially manufactured suit, and it was with this very armor that he first soared through the skies. Currently, he donned the Mark III, which had undergone significant improvements, notably adorned with his favored gold and red livery, the hallmark of Iron Man. Initially, Tony had no inclination towards collecting, but after a near-fatal ambush by Obadiah that resulted in the theft of his arc reactor, he found himself fortunate that Pepper had preserved the reactor he had previously discarded, which ultimately saved his life. This incident instilled in him the habit of collecting old armors, a precaution against potential future dilemmas. "Ah, I see. To be honest, the unpainted armor appears even cooler." Chenmu nodded, feigning belief. "Well then, let us have you try it on. Jarvis, assist Mr. Chenmu in donning the Mark II." Tony commanded Jarvis, gesturing for Chenmu to step onto the fitting platform. The armor-fitting apparatus for the Mark II was markedly more primitive compared to its successors, yet it possessed a raw mechanical aesthetic. As Chenmu stood upon the platform, mechanical arms emerged from all directions, swiftly disassembling the Mark II and adorning him with it in a matter of moments. Within less than a minute, Chunmu was fully equipped in the Mark II, standing proudly upon the platform. How does it feel? Tony inquired with a smile, observing the scene before him. Truth be told, had Chunmu not professed his admiration for Iron Man, Tony might have hesitated to allow him to try on the armor. It's incredible. This feels remarkably advanced, Chunmu exclaimed, marveling at the virtual display before him. Tony's ingenuity was indeed awe-inspiring. The emergence of the Iron Man suit was nothing short of breathtaking. May I attempt to fly? Chunmu asked, lacking the authority to command Jarvis. Of course. Jarvis, take Mr. Chunmu for a flight outside, Tony replied generously, as he was not so petty as to deny such a request. Understood, sir. Upon Jarvis's words, the wall behind Chunmu opened, revealing the vast emptiness beyond. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the armor swiftly propelled him into the air, soaring out of the window and swiftly encircling Stark Tower. Mark II armor. Resolution at 100. Portable arc reactor. Resolution at 100. Jarvis's intelligent program. Resolution at 100. A trifecta of achievements filled Chunmu with elation. This was simply exhilarating. The Mark II returned inside the building, landing back onto the platform. The mechanical arm promptly detached the armor from Chunmu, who still bore an expression of insatiable excitement. Exclaiming with fervor, he was genuinely thrilled. Having merely feigned being a fan of Tony, he had unexpectedly acquired 3 coveted technologies in one go. The Iron Man suit was finally within his grasp. Although it was merely the Mark II, in practice, it bore little distinction from the Mark III. Save for some material alterations, the inclusion of an anti-icing system, and variations in the weaponry, the other differences were negligible. What surprised Chunmu further was the presence of an arc reactor within the Mark II. However, it made sense. Tony had retained the Mark II not only for collection but also for emergencies, hence the reactor had been installed. Moreover, if memory served correctly, this very Mark II was the armor he later gifted to his friend, Colonel Rhodes, which eventually became the War Machine. Rhodes's suit lacked a reactor, making the reactor in this Mark II a logical inclusion. As for the Jarvis system, perhaps it was because Tony had replicated a version in each suit. Regardless, in this singular instance, Chunmu had acquired all the technologies he desired. Shall AI initiate research to advance the Mark II's technology? With the technologies in hand, Chunmu eagerly instructed Shao AI to pursue breakthroughs, enabling him to potentially create an armor even more advanced than Tony's Mark III. That sounds excellent, Tony nodded, adding, "Come. Let me show you the culture of New York. Additionally, I will be hosting a gathering tonight, inviting various media to promote our new phone." He paused, by the way. When the time comes, the Jarvis Intelligent Program will certainly need a new name. Do you have any ideas for what it should be called? A name? Let me ponder. How about Siri? Siri. That sounds quite appealing. Tony nodded, seemingly approving of the name. Had it been a more traditional name, he might have rejected it. But Siri afforded no grounds for refusal. Hence, Tony enthusiastically draped his arm over Chunmu's shoulder as they made their way to the elevator. The necessary pleasures had been indulged. Now it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Do not be deceived by Tony's apparent indifference towards wealth. In reality, as a financial prodigy, he is certainly fond of money. Originally intending to shut down the weapons division, he swiftly sought new ventures instead. However, with the presence of Chunmu, that old rascal Obadiah has devised a plan to penetrate the Chinese market through mobile phones. Amidst a series of fortuitous events, Tony has also glimpsed the promising future of the mobile industry and is merely preparing to make his foray into it. Furthermore, Chunmu has presented commendable products, which have garnered Tony's admiration, leading him to slightly acknowledge this young collaborator. Yet, one cannot help but wonder, if Tony were to discover that Chunmu merely took his Mark II for a spin and subsequently appropriated several of his technologies, would he not be infuriated to the point of bloodshed? Truly, it is a challenge to guard against such cunning. Chapter 33. A moment of reflection. How extravagant indeed. Truly, it is a testament to the insidious nature of capitalist society, where wealth begets the acquisition of all desires. Early the next morning, Chunmu awoke to find a stunning blonde beauty peacefully slumbering beside him, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. The previous night's lavish banquet had led him to indulge a bit too freely, resulting in an unexpected liaison with this enchanting woman. This exemplifies the power of influence, particularly in America, where capitalism reigns supreme and money is nearly omnipotent. At the banquet, a considerable number of journalists had also been present, as Tony had used the occasion to announce Stark Industries' impending investment in a mobile phone enterprise in China, poised to unveil its inaugural smartphone shortly. This marked Stark's official foray into the mobile phone sector, a significant event following his closure of the weapons division, an endeavor that could profoundly impact the world. As the second main character of the evening, Chun-Mu had imbibed more than a few glasses of wine and, under Tony's mischievous encouragement, had found himself entangled with a young and attractive female reporter. Tony Stark, despite his transformation into Iron Man, remained the quintessential playboy. His metamorphosis was not instantaneous, particularly in matters of the heart. Although he had developed feelings for Pepper, their relationship had yet to solidify. Just then, the door swung open, and Su Jia entered with an impassive expression, brandishing a pristine outfit in hand, disregarding Chun-Mu's state of undress as she tossed the clothing to him. "Ahem. Miss Su Jia, could you please turn away?" Chun-Mu said, a mix of embarrassment and humor on his face as he accepted the garments. Su Jia rolled her eyes and turned her back, saying, "Hurry up and put this on. We need to leave as soon as possible." After all, America posed significant dangers for both Chun-Mu and herself. As his bodyguard, Su Jia was deeply concerned for Chun-Mu's safety, having stood vigil at the door throughout the night, and she had certainly heard the sounds emanating from within. "Why the rush to return?" Chun-Mu inquired, perplexed. "Simply put, it's safer back home. That is an undeniable truth, especially given how conspicuous Tony Stark and you have been," Su Jia replied, lacking a more substantial rationale, but continuing. "Moreover, there are matters at the company that require your attention. Funds from Stark Industries will be arriving soon, and the business is quite busy. Busy as it may be, it hardly necessitated Chun-Mu's personal oversight. My brother Chun-Mu has awakened." Just as Chun-Mu was contemplating this, Tony's laughter echoed as he approached. A cheeky grin plastered on his face. "Did you enjoy yourself last night? Oh, Miss Su Jia is here too. I wonder if you joined in the fun as well?" Tony winked at Chun-Mu, conveying a knowing expression that men universally understood. "Heh." Chun-Mu scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at the stoic Su Jia, unsure of how to respond. Su Jia's expression was one of exasperation as she cast a disapproving glance at the two men, who were conspiring together in a rather disheveled manner. "Is this what American superheroes are like? It hardly seems impressive," Su Jia silently criticized, feeling quite displeased. "That being said, Tony, it is indeed time for us to return. As you are aware, we need to expedite the launch of the Xiaomu phone, and things will likely be quite hectic back home." Although he was somewhat reluctant to leave, Chun-Mu ultimately decided to heed Su Jia's advice, not wanting to put her in a difficult position. Besides, he had successfully acquired the technology he sought and was eager to return to bring these innovations to fruition. He felt an overwhelming anticipation to create his own suit of armor. "Are you in such a hurry to leave?" Tony exclaimed in surprise. "Can't you delegate your responsibilities to others? Why not enjoy a few more days in America? I could introduce you to some cover models from fashion magazines." "Perhaps another time," Chun-Mu replied. Though somewhat tempted, he cleared his throat and firmly declined. "What a pity. I heard this month's featured models are twins." Tony's words elicited an eye roll from Chun-Mu, who lamented the absurdities of this capitalist society. "Ever since I tried on your armor yesterday, I found it absolutely fascinating, and I am eager to study it further." Contemplating the future of his own armor, he couldn't help but express his intentions. "Prepare to research it yourself?" Tony responded with astonishment, and even Su Jia, standing nearby, wore an expression of disbelief and disdain. The Iron Man suit. Who else in this world, apart from Tony, could possibly create such a marvel? Even if someone attempted to replicate it, it would merely result in a pale imitation, utterly incomparable to Tony's creation. Thus, for Chun-Mu to assert his desire to study the armor in Tony's presence could only be seen as an unwarranted display of bravado, inviting ridicule. Moreover, from Tony's perspective, Chun-Mu's ambition seemed utterly misguided, deserving of scorn. Haha, Tony's myriad of thoughts coalesced into a mocking chuckle. What? You doubt me? Chunmu raised an eyebrow, challenging Tony's skepticism. Ask your companion, the lovely Miss Sujia. Do you believe your boss could construct such armor? Tony chuckled lightly and glanced at the silent Sujia, remarking with a smile. It must be said that Sujia was indeed quite beautiful, particularly in the eyes of Tony, who perceived a unique Eastern charm. Of course, a man of his experience would harbor no ulterior motives towards Sujia. He merely appreciated her beauty. With his wealth, what kind of woman could he not have? Sujia remained silent, dutifully fulfilling her role as a bodyguard, yet her eyes unmistakably conveyed her disbelief. Humph, do not doubt me. I assure you, in merely 6 months, no, within a month, I shall create a suit of armor, Chunmu asserted, seemingly provoked by the disdainful gazes of the two. Haha, splendid. If Mr. Chunmu can indeed develop a steel armor within a month, I shall grant you the usage rights. Tony laughed heartily, patting Chunmu on the shoulder in encouragement, as he made his promise. Excellent. I hope you remember your words, Chunmu replied, thoughtfully touching his nose as he gazed earnestly at Tony. Tony, in his hubris, seemed utterly oblivious. Chunmu had merely claimed the ability to create armor, not specifically a steel suit. Does he truly believe that anyone who designs armor is merely replicating his Iron Man? Must one seek his authorization to utilize their own creations? Arrogance and conceit scarcely encapsulate the essence of Tony in this moment. Chapter 34. Arrogance according to the notions of certain powerful nations. Anything they create first belongs solely to them. Should others produce similar items, it is deemed plagiarism. This sentiment is vividly exemplified in Tony's attitude towards Chunmu. Should Chunmu succeed in fabricating a battle suit, it would be considered an imitation of his Iron Man armor. Otherwise, he would not jest about granting Chunmu usage rights if he were to succeed. Initially, Tony held little faith in Chunmu, doubting his capability to construct the Iron Man suit, believing he could at most create a mere shell. Without energy or an intelligent program, such a creation would be akin to a lifeless toy, devoid of heart and soul. Energy is imperative, necessitating an arc reactor, a technological feat far beyond the current capabilities of Huaxia, not to mention an individual like Chunmu. Tony would never believe that Chunmu could produce such a device. Without energy, the suit would be entirely immobile. Furthermore, lacking an intelligent program, even if the suit could be made to function, what purpose would it serve? Merely to stand as a target? What a ridiculous notion. Such a toy poses no threat whatsoever. However, Chunmu's arrogance irked Tony, as he was not accustomed to anyone daring to show off in his presence. Instantly, Tony's perception of Chunmu soured. Of course, Chunmu had never anticipated maintaining an amicable relationship with Tony. As he sought to establish his own Iron Legion, a deterioration in relations with Tony was inevitable. If not outright opposition, the initial signs were merely beginning to surface. Well, Mr. Stark, it is time for me to take my leave, Chunmu said, observing Tony's displeasure. Yet smiling. I must return to my studies on the Iron Man suit. Flying has always been my dream. Indeed, I await the day it arrives, Tony replied, nodding. To soar alone in the skies is, to be candid, quite lonely. If someone could accompany me in flight, it might not be so bad. This remark was overtly sarcastic. Tony did not believe Chunmu could ever produce the suit. His feelings towards Chunmu had shifted, and he no longer wished to retain him. Sujiao, please arrange my flight ticket. We are returning home. No need for such formality. Siri, please book tickets for both of us, Tony commanded, retrieving his phone, which was, in fact, Chunmu's device. After a simple upgrade, this engineering marvel boasted formidable hardware, and the Siri assistant was essentially an upgraded version of the Jarvis program, fully functional. Tickets to Rongrong City, Huaxia, have been successfully booked and will depart in half an hour, Jarvis announced, having facilitated the ticket purchase for Chunmu and himself. ISS capabilities are truly impressive. Upon my return, I must certainly endeavor to create one for myself. It would be immensely convenient. Observing this, Chunmu could not help but feel a surge of emotions. You wish to create one as well? Tony, too lazy to offer any further sarcasm or ridicule, fell into a contemplative silence, while Su Jia beside him could not suppress another eye roll. Is it not foolish to desire everything one sees? Are you certain you are not jesting? It would suffice to speak of such ambitions privately, yet here you are boasting in front of others. Should you fail to realize your aspirations, would it not be akin to slapping your own face? Indeed, neither of the two present held any faith in Chun Mu's claims, perceiving them merely as empty bravado. Since you possess the talent to design smartphones, why not focus on creating one, rather than dreaming of battle armor or intelligent programs? You are overreaching. Nonetheless, neither Tony nor Su Jia could fathom that Chun Mu had already mastered several of these technologies, albeit through the complete appropriation of Tony's innovations. He had fully grasped the critical technologies of the Mark II armor, the JARVIS program, and the arc reactor. If he so desired, Chun Mu could establish a production line to commence the creation of the Mark II at once. Yet, with aspirations that soared higher, he would not be easily satisfied. While these three technologies were indeed remarkable, Chun Mu yearned for further advancement. The Mark II could undergo scientific upgrades, potentially becoming as formidable as the later war machine, renowned for its firepower. As for the JARVIS intelligence, with further refinement, it might even rival the likes of Ultron and Vision. The arc reactor, too, stood on the brink of a technological breakthrough. Once achieved, it could reach the level of Tony's subsequent enhancements. These three technologies could be fully perfected in less than a month. At that point, Chun Mu would be capable of producing an armor even more advanced than Tony's current model. How amusing it would be to witness their astonishment. Well then, farewell. Casting a smile at the speechless Tony, Chun Mu bid his goodbye and turned to leave, with Su Jia, his bodyguard, promptly following suit. Despite her incredulity, she remained steadfast in her responsibilities. Siri, what do you believe are the odds of him being able to create an Iron Man suit? Observing Chun Mu's retreating figure, Tony inquired of his device. Sir, the likelihood of success stands at 0. Not only did people look down upon Chun Mu, but even the intelligent program dismissed him. How ironic. Tony shook his head, choosing not to dwell on Chun Mu any longer, and swaggered toward the exit, intent on taking a joyride to boost his visibility and, inadvertently, to promote his smartphone, thereby assisting in capturing market share. Do you believe I can truly build an Iron Man suit? On the airplane, Chun Mu turned to Su Jia, who was preoccupied with her tasks. Su Jia rolled her eyes, indicating her reluctance to engage in conversation. Can you not gauge your own abilities? Do not doubt my confidence. I am indeed quite self-assured. Tony, true to his affluent nature, has reserved first-class seats for Chun Mu and myself. With only a handful of passengers aboard, I found myself, out of sheer boredom, inquiring about Su Jia. Oh, Su responded with a nonchalant sound, preoccupied with organizing documents. Well then, what are your thoughts on Tony's iron armor? Chun Mu posed this question, attempting to steer the conversation in a more engaging direction. I watched it yesterday, and in terms of flight capability and defensive strength alone, it is already remarkably impressive. If we were to consider its weaponry as well, it would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon. Su Jia readily discerned the might of the iron suit. Although the display of weaponry was not visible, as the owner of Stark Industries, even with the weapons department shuttered, one can be assured that powerful armaments would not be lacking. Thus, even without a visual confirmation, one could easily surmise the formidable nature of Iron Man's suit. Chapter 35. The completion of the park. Indeed, the power of the iron armor is remarkably formidable. Chun Mu nodded. Compared to the conventional weapons of various nations, the existence of Iron Man is akin to cheating. One Iron Man is sufficient to rival thousands of troops. The consequences of such a weapon falling into the hands of the U.S. military would be dire. Su Jia's expression darkened. Such a potent weapon in the hands of the American military would spell disaster for the entire world. Although the United States and China are not adversaries, competition exists in many spheres. As the sole superpower in today's world, the U.S. often seeks to suppress China, fearing that it may threaten its own standing, frequently using various pretexts to invade Chinese territory. If a powerful nation like China faces such challenges, the plight of other countries is even more tragic. Under the guise of maintaining world peace, wherever the U.S. military goes, be it the Middle East, South America, or Southeast Asia, there is devastation and suffering. However, this issue does not warrant immediate concern. Chen Mu is quite confident about this. It is precisely because Tony recognized this potential threat that he chose to withhold the iron armor technology from the U.S. military, fearing that his weapon might incite further bloodshed. Thus, even a decade later, when Thanos descends upon Earth, the U.S. military has not acquired this technology from Tony, possessing only a single set of armor that Tony gifted to Colonel Rhodes. This Mark II armor has baffled the U.S. military, leaving them unable to replicate it. Su Jia set down the document and turned to Chen Mu, wondering if he had received any insider information from Tony. As a public servant, Su Jia is deeply intrigued by any information. After all, Tony would not want a second Iron Man to exist. Chen Mu chuckled and remarked that this was more of a jest than a serious concern. Su Jia, well aware of this, could not help but roll her eyes at Chen Mu's response. You have witnessed the prowess of the iron armor. What do you think would happen if all soldiers in a nation were equipped with such armor? Chen Mu looked at Su Jia. It is unnecessary for every soldier. Even a small squad could easily sway the outcome of a war. Su Jia was utterly convinced of this. Given Iron Man's capabilities, not even an entire legion is required. Merely a small team could potentially overturn a nation. Indeed, this is precisely what I aspire to achieve. Upon hearing Su Jia's words, Chen Mu spoke with fervor. I aim to establish an army composed entirely of iron armor for China. Furthermore, each soldier's armor must surpass Tony's in advancement. Su Jia was taken aback by Chen Mu's lofty ambitions, gazing at him with incredulity. At that moment, her perception of Chen Mu transformed. He was truly a patriotic individual. Although this notion may seem somewhat implausible, it does not hinder Su Jia from developing a fondness for him. Encouragement is key. Thus, Su Jia refrained from discouraging Chen Mu and instead offered a few words of encouragement. What? Still doubting my ability to create a suit of iron armor? Chen Mu appeared at a loss for words. Su Jia remained silent, a subtle smile gracing her lips, conveying everything without utterance. All right, in a month's time, I shall personally present you with a suit of iron armor. Chen Mu sighed, pondering whether he should confess to having covertly appropriated Tony's technology, enabling him to fabricate the suit at will. Clearly, that was out of the question. Therefore, he resolved to return to Huaxia and demonstrate his prowess by crafting several suits first. Naturally, replicating Mark II in its entirety was also not feasible. Casting a glance at the research progress of the Huaqiangbei system, he noted that the development of the Jarvis system had reached 50% completion. He was confident that by the time the plane landed, he would be able to upgrade Jarvis and create his own version. Indeed, his factory required a formidable intelligence system for effective management. Splendid news. The Huaqiangbei Industrial Park has been established. Time flew by, and due to his collaboration with the government, Chen Mu's industrial zone was swiftly completed, with many of the equipment now fully operational. By the time he learned this news from Su Jia, more than half a month had already passed, and he was visibly elated. The location of the Huaqiangbei Industrial Zone, just as in his previous life, was situated in Shenzhen. Let us go. I can hardly contain my excitement to create my own suit of armor. Chen Mu exclaimed to Su Jia beside him as he entered the vehicle. Just a few days prior, he had arrived in Shenzhen, eagerly awaiting his opportunity to settle in Huaqiangbei and commence the creation of his iron armor. Upon receiving the funds from Tony, his first step was to secure a plot of land in Shenzhen, precisely where the Huaqiangbei of his past life had been. In this world, it was merely an uninhabited wasteland. Thanks to his connections with the local authorities, he swiftly acquired the land and began constructing his own industrial park. The initial Huaqiangbei Industrial Park was quite modest, spanning only a few hectares. However, despite its size, it was well equipped with state-of-the-art machinery procured from both domestic and international sources. While it may not rival Tony's Stark Industries, it was certainly comparable to Hammer Industries' facilities. With the technology available in this park, producing iron armor was undoubtedly within reach. Most importantly, the Mark II had achieved a technological breakthrough some time ago. The current Mark II exhibited superior performance across various metrics, capable of housing more powerful weaponry. Notably, advancements in the reactor and intelligent program technologies had significantly enhanced the suit's capabilities. In summary, the technology at Shenmue's disposal surpassed even that of Tony's current Iron Man technology. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of Huaqiangbei. Although I have drawn inspiration from your work, I am capable of creating something far more advanced than what you have produced. I pose the question, does this not provoke your ire? The arc reactor has been upgraded, rivaling the enhancements made by Tony in his later iterations. As anticipated, it incorporates new elements, thereby amplifying its power while effortlessly addressing Tony's palladium poisoning dilemma. Of course, this is contingent upon Chunmu's willingness to share this technology with Tony. Furthermore, the Jarvis system has also undergone a significant evolution, achieving a level of intelligence that rivals even the future iterations of Ultron. However, given that this is an upgrade from the Huaqiangbei system, devoid of the influence of the Mind Stone, Jarvis at this moment does not possess independent consciousness, ensuring a high degree of safety. Chapter 36. Huaqiangbei Industrial Park. Now that advancements have been made under my guidance, the name Jarvis no longer seems fitting. Henceforth, it shall be known as Hongmeng. In the mythos of Huaxiao, Hongmeng represents the primordial world, the genesis before the heavens and the earth were formed. This name has now been appropriated by him for his intelligence system. Thus, Shenmue has chosen to designate his own smart program with this title, devoid of ulterior motives. It is simply a name of his own fancy. The renaming is complete, sir. Hongmeng does not differ significantly from Jarvis. It currently serves merely as an intelligent steward, with little else distinguishing it from its predecessor. Shenmue had arrived at his industrial park, which, though not yet fully renovated, boasts all essential hardware installations. Consequently, he proceeded to install the system onto the central control computer. Su Jia was assigned by Chunmu to verify the completeness of the machinery, while he himself retreated to his personal laboratory. The Huaqiangbei Park is relatively modest in size, and due to certain agreements with the commander, military personnel are stationed outside, ensuring stringent protection. After all, the pact with the commander holds great significance. A month prior, Chunmu had reached out to the commander, asserting that he had developed Tony's Iron Man suit and required a secret base for production with the intent to supply the military. Initially, the commander was skeptical. However, upon witnessing a prototype of the suit, he readily acquiesced. Thus, in a mere fortnight, Chunmu's industrial park had risen from the ground. Mr. Chun, the production line is ready. After assessing the industrial equipment, Su Jia swiftly arrived at Chunmu's laboratory, her face alight with excitement. A month ago, when she first heard Chunmu claim to be developing a battle suit, she had dismissed it as mere jest. To her astonishment, the very next day, he had utilized his family's factory to bring the suit to fruition. While it may lack the formidable offensive capabilities of the Iron Man suit, it must be acknowledged that Chunmu's creation is commendable. Has the titanium alloy been delivered? Chunmu inquired directly. The titanium alloy, the material used for Mark III, is considerably more resilient than standard alloys, primarily employed in the construction of spacecraft. Fortunately, Huaxiao possesses the technology to manufacture such alloys. When Chunmu proposed supplying the military with the Iron Man suits, the government promptly allocated the necessary materials. The source of Su Jia's enthusiasm is straightforward. Beyond the prospect of significantly enhancing the military's capabilities, Chunmu had previously promised to craft a custom suit for her. Very well, let us commence operations. Chunmu had long since input all parameters for the advanced Mark II into the Hongmeng system. Once the equipment was installed, production could commence without delay. This time, Chunmu has successfully secured a staggering 50 tons of titanium alloy from the bureau chief, sufficient to produce 100 suits of armor. 100 suits. 100 Mark II models, or rather, war machines. Such a formidable army is truly terrifying. With the production capacity of this industrial park, 10 suits can be manufactured each day, and in less than 10 days, the materials will be exhausted. Of course, Chunmu is solely responsible for the manufacturing of the armor. The enhancement of its weaponry will be entrusted to the Chinese military. As Chunmu activated the machinery, the factory, entirely governed by the artificial intelligence Huaqiangbei, began to operate swiftly, churning out component after component of the armor along the assembly line. The suits being produced this time are an evolution of the Mark II, resembling more closely the later war machines. Naturally, being produced in China, they have been bestowed with a new name, Kiranai. Forgive Chunmu's rather lackluster naming ability, as he conjured the name rather casually, devoid of any profound significance. To better align the armor with its name, Chunmu made several modifications to its design and paint job, rendering it more representative of Chinese aesthetics. The parts for the Kirin suits were being manufactured one after another, a feat only possible in China, where such extravagance is feasible. The expensive titanium alloy and large-scale industrial equipment pose no challenge for the nation. A suit can be produced in just 2 hours, and as long as materials are abundant, equipping a legion is entirely manageable. The cost of titanium alloy is relatively high, with the expense of a single Kirin suit exceeding 5 million yuan. 5 million yuan. This cost is remarkably low, considering that some luxury vehicles surpass this price. Alternatives can be used, but the combat effectiveness may suffer significantly. Nonetheless, even suits made from ordinary titanium alloy possess considerable power. In Chunmu's view, the optimal material would be vibranium from Wakanda. If utilized, it would undoubtedly enhance the performance of the Kirin suits. Unfortunately, Wakanda remains isolated, its existence unknown to the outside world, rendering Chunmu's aspirations of acquiring vibranium futile. Well, the first suit is a female armor. You can take it directly when it's ready. Observing the assembly line commence its operations, Chunmu felt no inclination to linger further. Really? Su Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement. The distribution of the armor is typically governed by stringent military protocols, and she would not have been eligible under normal circumstances. However, if it is entrusted to her by Chunmu, the situation is different. Coupled with her contributions over the past month, protecting Chunmu and accurately reporting all developments, she has indeed received permission to possess her own suit of armor. Indeed, this is well deserved by you. In truth, without Su Jia's assistance, Chunmu would find it exceedingly challenging to establish contact with the military. After all, prior to his unveiling of the Qilin battle suit, Su Jia was primarily present by his side to monitor him, ensuring he did not engage in any actions detrimental to national interests. Nevertheless, Chunmu remained unconcerned. He had no intention of acting against the state. Thus, he felt no trepidation. If monitoring was required, so be it. Having a beautiful woman accompany him was a delightful diversion. It was precisely through Su Jia's channels that Chunmu was able to present the existence of the Qilin battle suit to the senior officials, thereby securing the opportunity to rapidly acquire his own industrial park. For each suit produced, Chunmu would receive a processing fee of 1 million RMB, in addition to an industrial park wholly belonging to him, replete with all the necessary equipment. All of this, in truth, bore the mark of Su Jia's contributions. Chapter 37. Show off for an entire week. Chunmu resided in the laboratory within the industrial zone, with Su Jia attending to his daily needs. He spent his days immersed in his research, emanating an aura of profound inquiry. On this particular day, Chunmu finally emerged, brandishing a newly crafted suit of armor. In truth, this suit was merely an enhanced iteration of the Mark II, yet, thanks to the prodigious manufacturing capabilities of the Huaqiangbei system, he had fashioned this armor from vibranium. The production line at Huaqiangbei is astonishingly unyielding, producing any desired item without any apparent consumption. This suit had actually been completed several days prior, but Chunmu chose to delay its unveiling to maintain an element of surprise. In the interim, he had taken the liberty of fabricating several additional suits for unforeseen circumstances. It was indeed time to engage in a dialogue with Tony Stark. Chunmu had not forgotten the derision he faced a month earlier in America, where Tony had belittled him, claiming he could never create an armored suit. Although he remained silent at the time, he was resolutely determined to prove Tony wrong, and this ambition lingered in his mind. Thus, These vibranium suits bore little alteration from the Mark II in design, closely resembling Tony's armor, with the sole distinction being their obsidian hue. Of course, the color scheme was adjustable and held no significant impact on performance. Huaqiangbei placed a call to Tony. With a breath of determination, Chunmu instructed Huaqiangbei to connect him to Tony. "Hey Chunmu, it's a pleasure to see you. How's the mobile phone production coming along?" A holographic screen materialized before Chunmu, displaying Tony, who was currently wrapped in the embrace of a stunning blonde beauty, clearly reveling in the ambience of a bar. Given the time zone difference, it was quite normal for Tony to be enjoying his evening in a bar across the globe in America. The mobile phones are certainly on track. We've reached a stockpile of 5 million units with a daily production capacity of 200,000. Ready for global release at any moment. The collaboration on the phones has been progressing well, as I delegated this task to my father. According to my plans, we have established over 10 new production bases within China, significantly boosting our output. China truly is impressive, Tony exclaimed, clearly astounded. It deserves its reputation as the world's factory. The industrial capabilities here have genuinely taken me aback. If this mobile phone endeavor were entrusted to factories in the United States, I doubt they could achieve such levels of efficiency. Well then, with just 3 days until the launch event, I hope you can come to America. Together, we will undoubtedly carve out a niche in the mobile phone industry. Tony's confidence was palpable. He had been using the Xiaomi phone for days and found it utterly captivating. So he had no doubt that the Xiaomi phone could seize a significant portion of the market. Of course, that will not be a problem. Although Stark holds 70% of the shares, it is of little consequence to Chunmu. Presently, whatever Tony consumes, he shall inevitably regurgitate in due time. By the way, it's quite late. What prompted your call? Tony inquired with curiosity, unable to suppress his intrigue. A month ago, did I not mention my intention to craft a suit for some amusement? Chunmu chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at Tony. What? Have you abandoned the idea? Tony nodded, a bemused expression on his face as he remarked, such matters should have been relinquished long ago. You need not squander your time on them. Rather than engaging in this endeavor, it would be more prudent to contemplate the design of a new mobile phone. Tony couldn't help but admire Chunmu's talent in mobile design. His creations indeed left a lasting impression. Hee, take a look, what is this? Chunmu chuckled, directing the camera toward a dark and foreboding suit of armor standing nearby. This is the vibranium suit I fabricated, which bears a striking resemblance to Tony's Mark III, albeit constructed from entirely different materials. Did you create a model? Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, yet still skeptical of Chunmu's ability to produce an Iron Man suit. Moreover, given its obsidian hue, he couldn't help but think that this suit was merely a toy model, still unpainted. What do you think? Chunmu inquired playfully, snapping his fingers to initiate the suit, its eyes glowing, and the arc reactor illuminating with a brilliant blue light. The reactor had indeed been activated. At that moment, Tony was taken aback. He had been seated on the sofa, but upon witnessing this spectacle, he couldn't help but rise, pushing aside his female companion as he gazed incredulously at the screen. Chunmu, has he truly created a suit? To Tony, this was not particularly astonishing. He believed that crafting an Iron Man suit wasn't overly difficult, being merely a matter of physical structure. What truly astonished him was Chunmu's ability to create an arc reactor. With his discerning eye, he could tell that the triangular reactor on the black suit was not merely ornamental, but a genuine arc reactor, perhaps even more advanced than his own. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Observing Tony's stunned expression, Chunmu brimmed with pride. This is impossible, Tony stammered, unable to contain his disbelief. How could you possibly manufacture an arc reactor? The arc reactor is a highly classified component at Stark Industries, and he found it unimaginable that someone else could produce such a device, especially not someone he regarded as beneath him, a person from Huaxia. This is not an arc reactor, Chunmu scoffed, giving Tony a disdainful glance, feeling somewhat speechless. This man truly had no shame, audaciously claiming the reactor as his own invention. Although it is indeed derived from his Stark Industries, you possess no evidence. This contraption has squandered a considerable amount of my time. I perused the information on Wikipedia, initially intending to experiment with constructing an arc reactor. Yet I found myself unable to achieve success. Thus, I endeavored to develop a new element, and unexpectedly, it worked. According to the information on Wikipedia, it is certainly impossible to create an arc reactor. Yet, I merely attempted to cultivate a new element and succeeded. In that moment, Tony found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence, unsure of how to respond. Should he claim that Shenmue has pilfered his technology? Yet, it was evident that Shenmue's advancements surpassed his own. Such shameless accusations were beyond Tony's capacity to articulate. He was currently grappling with the dilemma of palladium poisoning, seeking a novel element to substitute for palladium. And now, here comes the revelation that someone has aspired to study the arc reactor, failing to do so, yet inadvertently creating a more potent element that facilitates the construction of a superior arc reactor. Gazing at the image of the armor on his phone, with its triangular emblem radiating an ethereal blue glow, Tony fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 38. More advanced than you could imagine. Tony could hardly fathom that Shenmue's technology was, in fact, derived from his own. When Shenmue had touched the reactor in front of Obadiah, he had already obtained the technology of the arc reactor. Subsequently, under the guise of an Iron Man enthusiast, he had persuaded Tony to lend him the Mark II, whereupon he experienced the exhilaration of interfacing with the armored suit and absorbed its technology in its entirety. This encompassed not only the miniature reactor of the Mark II, but also the integrated Jarvis intelligent program, all of which Shenmue had meticulously appropriated. Now, a month had elapsed, and Shenmue had thoroughly assimilated these antiquated technologies, even enhancing them significantly. He had transformed the Mark II into an upgraded version, rebranding it as the Qilin armor, which he promptly delivered to the military. In this contemporary era, many superheroes had yet to emerge, with Tony as Iron Man being one of the few active figures. Due to his prominence, a multitude of individuals worldwide had witnessed the prowess of the armored suit. Upon receiving the Qilin armor, the military chief was naturally overjoyed, facilitating Shenmue with additional support and promptly allocating funds, leading to the swift establishment of the Huaqiangbei industrial park. Furthermore, recognizing the significance of the Qilin armor, the chief dispatched troops to encircle the Huaqiangbei industrial zone with defense measures, primarily to safeguard the sensitive information housed therein. Of course, another purpose of these troops was to monitor Huaqiangbei, ensuring it would not engage in any acts of treason. Shenmue, however, was unperturbed by this oversight. After all, his Qilin armor was initially designed for the military, and he understood profoundly that only with a robust national strength could he traverse the world with confidence. He had no desire to assume the mantle of a superhero, though capable of crafting formidable suits of armor. He had no intention of following in Tony's footsteps by donning the suit and charging into battle. The realization of the great rejuvenation of Huaqiangbei was no mere platitude. It was not something that could be achieved solely by his individual strength. It necessitated the collective responsibility of all citizens of Huaqiangbei. Shenmue was acutely aware of his own limitations. Compared to the valiant soldiers who truly protected the nation, he was but a speck. His aim was to bolster the might of the national military, for that was his true calling. "Is this your armor?" Tony asked, gazing incredulously at the obsidian suit beside Shenmue, momentarily at a loss for words. "How does it look? Quite impressive, isn't it?" Shenmue replied, exuding pride. "Who was it that once claimed I could never replicate the iron armor? You even suggested that I should create a suit using my own strength, and then seek your permission to utilize it. My armor differs from yours, and my reactor is entirely unique as well. Surely, this cannot be considered infringement? Thus, there is no need for your authorization." With a smile, Shenmue remarked that his reactor was far more powerful than Tony's, utilizing entirely distinct new materials, thus making any claims of infringement unfounded. "My reactor's output should surpass yours by several times. What do you think? Would you like to use it? I can grant you a direct license without any fees," he said, exuding pride as he looked at Tony. Shenmue was acutely aware that his reactor could very well save Tony's life. At that moment, Tony was already suffering from palladium poisoning, Yet he had no choice but to rely on his current reactor. Otherwise, the shrapnel embedded in his heart would claim his life. To survive, he needed to replace the reactor's materials, a feat which Chun Mu's reactor could facilitate. "I will consider it," Tony said, his voice low and his eyes twitching. The proud man could never concede defeat. He would never admit that Chun Mu's armor could surpass his own in advancement. "So, how do you plan to utilize your suit?" he asked, frowning at the armor beside Chun Mu, filled with concern. "It's called the Qilin Prototype No. 1. Unfortunately, I don't have many weapons. Otherwise, it would surely be stronger than yours," Chun Mu expressed with a hint of regret. This was also a reflection of the national circumstances in China. As an ordinary citizen, he was unable to research weapons in his homeland, which provided Tony with some reassurance. "Fortunately, my weapons are not inferior to yours." Of course, Chun Mu's statement was somewhat of a facade. His armor's weapon systems were indeed more advanced than Tony's. However, to conceal his true strength and to spare Tony's feelings, he refrained from stating this outright. "Nevertheless, Commander Hua has reserved my Qilin No. 1 and authorized me to use certain weapons, so self-defense is not an issue," Chun Mu replied with a calm smile. "What? You entrusted the suit to Commander Jun?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief from across the ocean. "Absolutely not. Such dangerous weaponry must not be handed over to Commander Jun. This could lead to catastrophic casualties. It cannot happen." After witnessing the devastating destruction caused by his own weapons in the Middle East, Tony had begun to resist Commander Jun. When pressed to relinquish his suit under the guise of a greater good, he had defied those demands, using various means to protect his armor. However, he could never have anticipated that Chun Mu, situated on the other side of the ocean, had also developed a suit. And even more shocking was the fact that he had directly handed it over to Commander Jun. The very scenario he most feared had come to pass. "Huh. Do you think the Chinese command is akin to your American counterparts?" At this juncture, Chun Mu wore a mocking expression as he regarded Tony and earnestly remarked, "Have you ever witnessed the forces of Huaqiangbei aiming their weapons at ordinary citizens? Or instigating conflicts? Have you seen them carry firearms while engaged in disaster relief?" This is indeed a valid point. Since the establishment of the new Huaqiangbei, despite the rapid advancement of its military capabilities, it has never invaded another nation. The few victorious conflicts it has engaged in were purely defensive, with their weapons directed solely at invaders. In this regard, they stand in stark contrast to the American forces. The American military serves the interests of capitalists, wielding their firearms against anyone, even innocent civilians who bear no arms. Conversely, the Huaqiangbei military exists to protect its homeland. What harm is there in entrusting them with battle attire? In this respect, Tony found himself at a loss for words. There is no denying that the Huaqiangbei military enjoys the finest reputation globally, unmatched by the forces of any other nation. Chapter 39. The True Heroes. The soldiers of Huaxia, when faced with any peril, always stand resolutely in front of the people. To me, they are the true heroes. Observing the silent Tony, Chun Mu continued, "As you are aware, my hometown experienced a devastating earthquake earlier this year. It was the unwavering bravery of Huaxia soldiers that rescued countless civilians. The sacrifices they made are unparalleled, and many of these soldiers even laid down their lives in the line of duty. One must ask, for the sake of these genuine heroes, what objection could there be to entrusting them with the battle suits?" Tony could only manage a wry smile upon hearing Chun Mu's words. Indeed, he found it difficult to refute. If American soldiers are perceived as fearsome demons, then the soldiers of Huaxia are undoubtedly the angels who bring solace to the populace. The disparity is immense, leaving him feeling rather sheepish. When the soldiers of Huaxia don the battle suits, they are better equipped to protect us and even safeguard the world. Just imagine, if Chun Mu were to outfit millions of Huaxia soldiers with battle suits, would alien forces dare to invade without being decisively defeated? Even if Thanos were to descend upon Earth, he would be mercilessly overwhelmed by an unyielding army of iron soldiers. Moreover, my battle suit is not akin to your mark suits. How I choose to manage it is solely my concern." With a cold smirk, Chun Mu added, "Our battle suits are far more advanced than yours, so what now? Can you still accuse me of copying your designs? Of infringement? Isn't that rather infuriating?" But then again, that is your issue. Tony sighed, easily envisioning the turmoil that would arise when the American military learned of Huaqiangbei's soldiers being equipped with battle suits. It would undoubtedly cause him considerable headache. Nevertheless, Tony remained steadfast in his principles, vowing never to relinquish the battle suits to the American military. Perhaps I could offer them a gesture of goodwill, a couple of suits for the military to study at their leisure. The longer it takes, the better. However, these suits are not meant for just anyone. Thus, it would suffice to entrust them to my familiar old friend, Colonel Rhodes. Let us now discuss the matters ahead regarding the Xiaomu phone. With a sigh, Tony shifted the conversation away from the battle suits and began to address other topics. We have successfully developed the operating system, and the launch event is prepared. When will you come to America so we can finalize the release date? The Xiaomu phone, in truth, was a mere imitation of Apple's design, with the system also developed by Stark. It would undoubtedly rival the previous generation of Apple, and once launched, it would certainly instigate a revolution within the mobile industry. This venture promised profit, and Tony was keen to avoid delays. After all, even superheroes need to earn a living, don't they? These matters are trivial. I will fly over tomorrow so we can discuss the battle suits further. Despite his arrogance, Tony is not entirely disagreeable. Moreover, merely boasting over the phone left Chun-Mu feeling unsatisfied. At this moment, he could hardly contain his excitement to don his own battle suit and showcase it before Tony. His battle suit, crafted in Huaqiangbei, was entirely forged from vibranium, its strength undoubtedly surpassing Tony's by a significant margin. Just a minor matter. Tony replied with a hint of exasperation, albeit nodding in acknowledgement. At this juncture, he had yet to fully comprehend the immense profits that the mobile phone industry would yield. Additionally, Tony himself was eager to witness Chun-Mu's battle suit, which would also serve to enhance his own capabilities. Very well, I shall come to see you tomorrow. However, I would appreciate your input on the color scheme for this prototype, Chun-Mu remarked, casting a satisfied glance at the battle suit beside him. Its obsidian hue and sharp angles rendered it quite striking. In truth, he was already quite pleased with its black color. His inquiry stemmed from a desire to show off. See you tomorrow. Tony, ever astute, recognized Chun-Mu's intentions, rolling his eyes in response. It was merely another instance of flaunting, and without further ado, he ended the call, intent on upgrading his own battle suit. He had just stumbled upon some promising inspiration and could not afford to be outdone by Chun-Mu. Though Tony was undeniably proud, he bore no envy. Since another had successfully developed a battle suit, he regarded Chun-Mu as an equal, no longer viewing him with any disdain. A mind as sharp as his often felt quite solitary. Now, having a peer of comparable caliber brought him a sense of relief, alleviating the loneliness he often experienced on his scientific journey. In Tony's eyes, Chun-Mu held significant potential for collaboration. They could not only partner in the realm of mobile technology, but also explore other avenues, such as battle suits. For Tony, patriotism held little weight. After all, how long had the United States existed? A nation devoid of a lengthy history naturally fosters a populace with limited patriotic fervor, particularly in a capitalist society. Where the reins of power lie in the hands of capitalists, what need is there for patriotism? In this country, where self-interest reigns supreme, loyalty is contingent upon the benefits one receives. As the head of Stark Industries, Tony happened to be one of the few voices that mattered within this nation, which is why the military sought his battle suits, yet found themselves unable to procure them. Desire a battle suit? Perhaps you should consult the capitalists, he mused. Today, it was Tony's battle suit technology. Tomorrow, if the government desired something else, they too would resort to coercion. What, then, would be the purpose of capitalist existence? Thus, in this matter, the capitalists aligned themselves with Tony, leaving the U.S. military seething with frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. Indeed, they were not to be trifled with. The reason Tony considers entrusting Mark II to Rhodey is twofold. Firstly, to provide the military with an explanation and a semblance of accountability. Secondly, he feels that he is succumbing to palladium poisoning and fears that the Iron Man he has created may soon vanish. Thus, by handing over the suit to Rhodey, he hopes that his friend can carry on the mantle of Iron Man, ensuring that the legacy does not flicker out prematurely. However, due to Chunmu's influence, it is likely that Tony will expedite the transfer of Mark II to the military, allowing them to tinker with it and facilitate the early emergence of War Machine. Chapter 40 Standard Configuration. Regarding the premature emergence of war machines, Chunmu remained indifferent. After concluding his call with Tony, he exited his laboratory, intending to explore the Huaqiangbei industrial zone. Following his prior discussions with the military regarding the Qilin battle armor, this industrial park rapidly took shape under the auspices of public support. Within the span of a month, all necessary equipment had been installed, and production of the battle armor had commenced. The materials and machinery were all provided by the military, with Chunmu primarily responsible for supplying blueprints, detailed specifications, and installing intelligent programs. Consequently, he did not receive monetary compensation. Instead, the industrial park itself became his reward, now entirely his property. Although surrounded by military personnel, Chunmu found solace in this arrangement, as their presence ensured the protection of his assets. He even saved on security costs. Naturally, the Qilin one was not exempt from upgrades. Chunmu also held the responsibility for the maintenance and enhancement of the battle suits. As new technologies and weapons emerged, they could be integrated into the armors. "Mr. Chen, are you heading out now?" At the entrance, Su Jia remained dutifully committed to her role, guarding the door for Chunmu. At this moment, she realized that her identity as a financial expert was of little use within the Huaqiangbei industrial zone. She would be better off serving as Chunmu's bodyguard. "Not much. I plan to visit Stark tomorrow. For now, I'll just stroll around the industrial park." Chunmu replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal his itinerary. "Then allow me to accompany you tomorrow," Su Jia insisted, recognizing the paramount importance of Chunmu's safety to Huaxia. She was determined to prevent any mishaps from befalling him. "Do I really need your protection? I have my battle armor." Chunmu chuckled wryly at Su Jia, who clung to him like a piece of chewing gum. She would only leave him be when she was busy studying something quietly. At all other times, even during sleep or bathroom breaks, she remained vigilantly at the door, which greatly annoyed him. "But Tony also has a suit. Your safety still faces certain threats," Su Jia insisted, unwilling to let Chunmu venture alone. "Tony is my collaborator. He would not act against me. Besides, he aspires to become Iron Man. Why would he jeopardize that?" Chunmu had some understanding of Tony and trusted that he would not turn against him without cause. After all, he was not a villain. If Tony were to attack him, it would undermine the very image he had just established as Iron Man. One should not harbor ill intentions, yet one must remain vigilant. "Nothing in this world is absolute," Su Jia observed Chunmu with a calm demeanor. "That is indeed the case," Chunmu conceded, shrugging slightly. Yet he did not refuse. "I will fly directly tomorrow. If you can keep up, then by all means, join me. It is of no concern. I possess a battle suit as well, and I shall certainly keep pace," Su Jia replied with a nod. "I find myself somewhat regretful for having gifted you a set of battle armor," Chunmu said with a wry smile. "What a curious situation this is." Without further ado, Chunmu made his way towards the production line, for he was quite invested in the current status of the Qilin battle armor's production. The supply of gold titanium alloy was limited, allowing for the creation of merely 100 suits. "Our production capacity stands at 10 suits per day, and thus far, 30 suits have been manufactured. In just 1 week, the materials shall be exhausted." Su Jia shared in this sense of helplessness. After all, gold titanium alloy is no inexpensive commodity. It is a material utilized in the construction of spacecraft, renowned for its exceptional hardness and wear resistance, and naturally, it commands a formidable price. To secure 50 tons in one go is already a considerable achievement. Nevertheless, the ability to manufacture 100 suits in total has left the military quite satisfied. The performance of these Qilin No. 1 suits surpasses that of Tony's Mark III, and thus acquiring 100 suits has garnered great approval from the higher-ups. The 30 suits have already been allocated to the Army branches for final testing. The presence of battle suits within each military division would significantly enhance our capabilities. These 30 suits have been adorned with the distinctive colors of the 3 military branches and dispatched accordingly. Su Jia was genuinely delighted by the provision of the battle suits from Chunmu, for the existence of the Qilin armor has finally granted China its own superheroes. From having nothing, we now have the potential for 100 Iron Men, a monumental significance for our nation, as superheroes would no longer be the sole domain of America. With a history spanning 5,000 years, China now possesses its own champions. My desire is for every soldier to possess a suit of their own. I aim to make the Qilin armor the standard for Chinese military personnel. Upon hearing Su Jia's declaration, Chen Mu felt that a mere 100 suits were utterly insufficient. Everyone, Su Jia could scarcely believe her ears. Simultaneously, she felt a newfound admiration for Chen Mu. This admiration was genuine. Unlike the previous respect she held due to his contributions, which had been motivated by duty rather than personal sentiment. Now, however, Su Jia found herself perceiving Chen Mu as someone worthy of her protection, an individual who sincerely wishes to contribute to the nation. A notion arose within her heart, a desire to protect Chen Mu even at the cost of her own life. Ahem, if Chen Mu were to learn of Su Jia's thoughts in this moment, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of embarrassment. Though he bore a system and was currently quite weak, he hardly required anyone's protection, especially not from a woman. Moreover, even if Chen Mu's physical abilities were lacking, he still had the Qilin armor at his disposal. The armor crafted from vibranium is undoubtedly formidable. As of now, no one on this planet poses a threat to its existence. However, achieving this ambition is no simple feat with a wry smile. Su Jia remarked that even the issue of materials presents significant challenges. Indeed, titanium alloy is not commonly found. It is exceedingly rare. To fashion it into battle attire and equip an entire military is nothing short of a fanciful dream. Nevertheless, Su Jia could not help but admire Chen Mu's vision. Chapter 41. Material issues. While I certainly wish that each battle suit could be crafted from the finest materials, the issue of materials is indeed a significant concern. Chen Mu smiled gently as he observed the various components being produced on the assembly line, turning his gaze towards Su Jia. However, it is not a necessity for battle suits to be constructed solely from titanium alloy. Alternative materials can certainly serve as substitutes. Take the Mark II, for instance. Its composition does not rely on gold titanium alloy. In fact, steel with adequate strength suffices. Indeed, one could opt for high-quality steel instead, although it may yield a slightly inferior strength. Nonetheless, the limitations in strength are minimal. A steel battle suit remains far superior to any conventional weaponry in today's world. Steel can work? Su Jia exclaimed, realizing that while it may be comparatively weaker, the cost would diminish significantly, and production would no longer be constrained by material availability. One could manufacture as many as needed. Of course, steel is merely a stopgap measure to be utilized for the time being. Chen Mu redirected his attention to the production line and murmured, for him, producing a lower-tier product felt somewhat disconcerting. In his view, the items he creates ought to be of the utmost quality. He harbored little admiration for a steel-crafted Iron Man. In his eyes, the battle armor designed for the Chinese military should utilize the best materials, akin to his vibranium armor, which employs vibranium itself. Ideally, using vibranium would be paramount, but if that is not feasible, he would not impose unrealistic demands. Ultimately, he does not wish for Huaqiangbei to become synonymous with low-end, counterfeit goods in this world. He envisions Huaqiangbei as the pinnacle, the most advanced manufacturing base globally. Surpassing Stark is merely the first step for Chen Mu. This step, in fact, is not overly challenging. He merely needs to ensure that the Qilin battle armor he crafts for the military gains recognition from the outside world. Just this one product is sufficient to eclipse Stark Industries and become the most formidable weaponry on the planet. Indeed, this encapsulates Chen Mu's definition of the iron suit. It is, without question, armament. Naturally, it is most appropriate for military usage. The strength of an individual is ultimately limited. Operating solo is certainly not Chen Mu's style. Since steel is a viable option, our production line need not cease. Let us continue to manufacture with steel. Su Jia, on the other hand, was particularly exhilarated by the prospect of utilizing steel for production, which was excellent news for her and the military alike. Indeed, by adjusting a few parameters, production can resume seamlessly. I shall record the parameters within the Huaqiangbei system, and at that point, it will only require the flip of a switch. I will relay this information upward. Since ordinary materials can suffice for production, we must expand our production scale and enhance the industrial zone. On one side, Su Jia began to contemplate swiftly how to expedite development. Personally, I harbor a disdain for conventional metals. If feasible, I would prefer to utilize only the finest materials. Chenmu sighed, acknowledging that while ordinary metals offer the best cost-performance ratio, he is not particularly fond of them. He genuinely hopes that the Huaqiangbei he has painstakingly established would refrain from producing substandard products. However, superior materials inevitably imply greater difficulty in acquisition. Moreover, our military force, being the largest in the world, presents a daunting challenge when it comes to equipping them entirely. Su Jia smiled wryly, for she too wished for every soldier to be adorned with the best gear. Yet, she reassured herself that the earth is vast. Surely there will come a day when ample materials are available to arm our military. Are there many soldiers in Huaxia? Indeed, at their peak, they numbered 8 million, a figure that is truly unimaginable on Earth. Yet, in the grand scale of interstellar warfare, such numbers seem utterly insufficient. Consider Thanos, whose legions could conquer planet after planet, annihilating half their populations. Achieving such feats would require billions upon billions of troops. In the realm of cosmic warfare, lacking hundreds of millions of soldiers renders one powerless. The battlefield would scarcely suffice for engagement. Despite the portrayal in Avengers, Infinity War and Avengers Endgame, where Thanos' forces appeared limited and were ultimately bested by Earth's coalition, it feels contrived to suggest that such a formidable conqueror relies on a mere handful of warriors. Chenmu has never subscribed to the narratives of films. He firmly believes that Thanos' ranks could not possibly be so few. Furthermore, he is convinced that Huaxia will inevitably venture into the cosmos, which is infinitely expansive. With the current number of troops, establishing a foothold in the universe remains a formidable challenge. Thus, 8 million soldiers are far from adequate. Moreover, the active military personnel in Huaxia do not even reach that figure. Nonetheless, Chenmu is acutely aware that the abundance of vibranium could easily support the armaments required by the Huaxia military. In Wakanda, there exists an entire mountain of vibranium. The Wakandans even constructed a city from it. To Chenmu, this seems nothing short of extravagant. Even if Earth lacks sufficient resources, we can gaze further afield, to the cosmos. In the grand expanse of space, Earth is but a minuscule speck. While Earth's resources may be finite, the universe undoubtedly offers boundless resources at our disposal. At that point, would we still need to settle for ordinary steel? Absolutely not. The universe. Su Jia's expression darkened, for the Shenzhou 7 has yet to launch. And here you are speaking of procuring resources from the cosmos? What a fanciful notion. Not only in Huaxia, but across the globe, no nation possesses the capability to extract resources from outer space. As Chenmu gazed into the cosmos, it was not a vision of foresight, but rather a manifestation of naivety. By the time Huaxia is able to mine celestial resources, the timeline would be as uncertain as the proverbial when the monkeys come down from the trees. To expect those resources to forge the Qilin battle armor? What a jest. Very well. For now, let us make do with ordinary steel. Observing the disdain in Su Jia's eyes, Chenmu sighed. He had forgotten that the Chitauri had yet to invade Earth, and that humanity remained blissfully unaware of extraterrestrial existence, let alone the prospect of harnessing cosmic resources. Thus, to speak of resource extraction from the universe at this juncture indeed appears laughable. However, I must decipher the technology of alien spacecraft and create it myself. Just imagine the scene when Huaxia unveils its space vessels while other nations are still preoccupied with the study of planes and cannons. It would surely be a sight to behold. Chapter 42. A month's farewell. The flight speed of the battle suit was astonishingly swift. Early the next morning, Chenmu and Su Jia set out, and within merely 2 hours, they arrived at their destination, guided by the navigation system. While a conventional aircraft would require more than 10 hours for the journey, the Qilin battle suit accomplished it in just 2, highlighting the remarkable disparity in speed. Furthermore, Due to its stealth coating and minimal reflective surface, the duo effortlessly penetrated the U.S. military's air defenses without drawing attention. Welcome, my friends. Haha. Tony had already received word of their arrival, and while sipping coffee atop the building, he rushed to greet Chenmu and Su Jia as they descended onto the balcony. So, this is your battle suit? It appears rather impressive. Observing the distinctive designs of their suits, Tony couldn't help but express his admiration, circling around Chenmu with keen interest. However, he would never concede that another suit could surpass his signature gold and red ensemble. It's as black as coal, he quipped without hesitation. Is that so? Chenmu responded playfully, as he disengaged from his suit and stepped out, standing before Tony. Ah, this technology is quite remarkable. I must have one for myself, Tony remarked, his eyes lighting up at Chenmu's method of exiting the suit, prompting him to consider incorporating a similar feature into his future designs. Don't forget to pay the patent fees, Chenmu teased, unable to suppress a chuckle. Tony's expression turned comically serious at the mention of patent fees, which he had previously sought from Chenmu, but now found himself on the other side of the equation. Haha, I'm just joking, don't take it to heart, Chenmu laughed, patting Tony on the shoulder. I'm not so stingy. Feel free to ask for any technology you wish to use. I won't charge you a dime. In the eyes of these two, the notion of patents seemed almost laughable. Did having a patent truly prevent others from conducting their own research? At this moment, Tony's Iron Man suit was still in its nascent version, with many subsequent functionalities yet to be developed. Upon witnessing the convenience of Chenmu's suit, whether in donning or doffing it, he was certainly inspired. I will develop even more convenient features, Tony declared, determination etched on his face. Chenmu harbored no doubt regarding this ambition. Setting aside the later nanosuits, even the suitcase-style Iron Man suit was already remarkably convenient, surpassing his current technology. Haha, I look forward to seeing how you surpass me, Chenmu replied with a smile, genuinely eager for Tony's advancements, knowing that such progress would ultimately benefit him as well. Let us leave the suits here. Tony gestured toward Chenmu as he noticed Su Jia emerging from her suit. To facilitate the ease of entry and exit for his iron suit, Tony had long since renovated Stark Tower, incorporating a helipad directly in his living room where the armor could be securely stored, free from the apprehension of unscrupulous individuals attempting to pilfer it. Moreover, the suit, equipped with the Harmony operating system, was virtually impenetrable to unauthorized users. Let us proceed, Su Jia, Tony remarked, observing her evident unease with a hint of amusement. Very well, Su Jia, acknowledging the impracticality of wearing the suit at all times, nodded, albeit with a lingering concern directed towards Tony. I trust Mr. Stark will safeguard it properly. Rest assured, Miss Su Jia, Tony replied with a smile, finding her apprehension somewhat amusing. Though her suit was impressive, it hardly warranted theft. That is reassuring. Now, let us discuss matters regarding our collaboration on smartphones. Su Jia, ever mindful of her responsibilities, not only as Chenmu's bodyguard, but also in managing the enterprise, had spent the entire night preparing for this endeavor. Simply confer with Potts about this matter. I have already made the necessary arrangements. The previous terms are null and void, and we shall renegotiate the equity distribution, Tony conveyed with a grin, placing his arm around Chenmu's shoulders. We shall delve into the technical aspects, leaving the commercial matters in your capable hands. Tony's intent was clear. His earlier, ruthless demand for the lion's share of the equity stemmed from a disdainful perception of Chenmu, viewing him merely as a representative of a small enterprise from Huaxia. Despite the impressive design of the phone, it had not captured his earnest attention. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Chenmu's exhibited prowess compelled Tony to regard him with newfound respect, particularly after witnessing the creation of his own suit, which left Tony in awe, elevating Chenmu to a peer of equal stature in his eyes. The proud Tony rarely acknowledged another in such a manner, and now he was eager to explore the technical intricacies of the suit with Chenmu. Go ahead, I entrust all business matters to you, Chenmu said, noticing Su Jia's lingering concern. Su Jia's expression darkened with frustration. Despite being well aware of her military background, he still treated her as if he were a hands-off manager, indifferent to the details. However, she understood the necessity of her current role, recognizing that it was indeed inappropriate to shadow Chunmu indefinitely. Meanwhile, Chunmu and Tony entered the latter's laboratory. "Behold, this is my suit. Impressive, is it not? More stylish than yours, I dare say," Tony exclaimed, unable to resist showcasing his latest model, characterized by the signature gold and red color scheme that exuded flair and extravagance. "Not particularly, it's rather ostentatious," Chunmu replied flatly. Compared to his own sleek black suit, Tony's armor appeared excessively flamboyant, a style that did not align with Chunmu's preferences. "Cut it out. That dark suit of yours is quite unsightly," Tony couldn't help but remark. "Honestly, your battle armor resembles an antique, given your youth. How is it that your aesthetic aligns with that of an old man?" Although in his 30s, Tony clearly refused to embrace aging, behaving with the exuberance of a youth. Chunmu remained silent, reflecting on his own past experiences in his 30s, marked by numerous failures and setbacks that rendered it impossible for him to appear anything but weary. "My armor is crafted from vibranium. I simply couldn't be bothered to change the color, hence it remains black." Chunmu offered a brief explanation. "Vibranium? Wait, I seem to recall something about that." Tony furrowed his brow, as the name vibranium stirred a flicker of recognition within him. Chapter 43, A New Perspective. Vibranium, one might say, is the most resilient metal on Earth. Chunmu gazed at Tony and continued, "I recall that Captain America's shield is infused with this material, which is why it possesses such unparalleled strength. Vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel, originates from celestial meteors and is a unique resource of the African nation of Wakanda, ranking among the hardest materials in the Marvel Universe. Its extraordinary hardness stems from its unique molecular structure, rendering it nearly indestructible. Its molecules are relatively stationary, allowing it to almost entirely resist the conduction of heat and kinetic energy. This characteristic enables it to absorb heat, energy, and motion. Consequently, armors crafted from this material are virtually impervious, with most terrestrial weaponry unable to inflict any damage upon them." Suddenly, Tony's brow furrowed in realization. He remembered this remarkable substance. However, he was also acutely aware of its rarity. The vibranium content in Captain America's shield is said to be no larger than a fist, nearly exhausting all of America's vibranium reserves. To think that you could directly forge an entire suit of armor from vibranium is beyond my wildest imagination. While vibranium is not entirely absent from circulation, and Tony knew it existed in the black market, its exorbitant price coupled with its scarcity made it a formidable challenge to acquire. Tony was not overly concerned about the price, if it were merely a matter of cost. He could easily procure 1,000 or more tons, as money held little interest for him. The true issue was the extreme rarity of vibranium. Even if one were to gather all the vibranium available on the market, it would scarcely suffice to create another shield, rendering it utterly useless for constructing an armored suit. Yet, to think you could assemble a complete suit of armor from vibranium? "I am genuinely impressed," Tony exclaimed, incredulous, reflecting on the profound legacy of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. At this moment, he was convinced that Chunmu had procured the vibranium with the aid of China, especially since he was aware that Chunmu had been providing battle suits for the Chinese military. As the first Iron Man, Tony understood better than anyone the formidable power of his own armor. With 5,000 years of history behind it, China stood in stark contrast to America's mere 200 years. At this juncture, Chunmu could not conceal his inner pride. "Speaking of which, Chunmu, have you truly entrusted the Iron Man suit to the Chinese military?" Ignoring Chunmu's pride, Tony furrowed his brow and questioned him, concern etched in his eyes. "You must understand the immense power of the Iron Man suit. If it falls into the hands of the military, it poses an unimaginable threat to the entire world." "Oh, a threat?" With a cold laugh, Chunmu continued, "Tony, this is where we differ. I believe that a powerful suit of armor, such as the formidable one you wield, can only fulfill its purpose when entrusted to the right hands. Such a powerful suit will ultimately be employed to safeguard this world. Furthermore, my armor is not your Iron Man suit. It is known as the Chilean armor. Do not underestimate the significance of a name. If we persist in referring to the Qilin armor as merely an Iron Man suit, it would be tantamount to conceding that the Qilin armor is merely a derivative of your creation, which is not what I desire. The Qilin armor it shall be. Tony waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern for the name of the armor. Though arrogant and self-assured, he was also a man of considerable resolve. Despite his outward defiance, he had internally acknowledged that Shenmue's armor was indeed more advanced than his own. Thus, he did not believe for a moment that Shenmue would plagiarize his Iron Man suit. At that moment, Tony Stark quietly accepted that Shenmue was a worthy adversary. He firmly believed that even if his suit could not rival Shenmue's at present, it would surely evolve into something far more sophisticated in the future. However, this was not the time for such musings. His thoughts were drawn to another pressing matter. Yet, the military, armed with such powerful armor, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Tony remained troubled by the notion of Shenmue entrusting the armor to the military. That depends on the recipient, Shenmue replied with a light laugh. The military you know is that of your America, which, under the guise of maintaining world peace, incites wars across the globe. In your eyes, the military is merely a sword for killing. However, the Jun Army of Huaqua is entirely different. I can assure you of that. The Jun Army, referred to by another name in Huaqua, is the People's Liberation Army. Gazing calmly at Tony, Shenmue continued. The guns of the Jun Army are never aimed at the people. They are the steadfast support of the Chinese populace. In times of disaster, when the people of Huaqua see the Jun Army, they see hope. In the face of calamity, the Jun Army always stands in front of the people. So, what is the issue with me entrusting the armor to the Jun Army? Moreover, I intend for every soldier in the Jun Army to possess their own suit of armor, so they can better protect the populace. In truth, after becoming Iron Man, Tony had already awakened to the consequences of his past. The weapons he had once created had caused immense suffering to the innocent, prompting him to resolve to close his weapons manufacturing division and transition from a military technology giant to a civilian technology leader. Therefore, upon hearing Shenmue's words, he found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. In the aftermath of the catastrophic floods in '98 and the Wenchuan earthquake this year, when had the Jun Army not stood before the people, prioritizing their welfare? This year marks 2008, a time when even within the Marvel Universe, the devastating Wenchuan earthquake has occurred, and it is indeed a recent event. Thus, Tony is naturally aware of the matter that Shenmue refers to. Consequently, he finds himself devoid of any grounds to dispute Shenmue's assertion that the Jiefeng army is dedicated to the protection of the people. An intriguing detail emerges as Shenmue smiles and states, regardless of the occasion, the Jiefeng army will never carry firearms or ammunition during disaster relief efforts. They will solely bear various tools. The Jiefeng army poses no threat to civilians. Rather, all refugees, upon encountering the Jiefeng army, feel a genuine sense of security. Therefore, equipping the Jiefeng army with armor merely enhances their ability to protect the common populace. In contrast to the Jiefeng army's humanitarian efforts, does your national army not carry weapons when faced with calamities? Are you not there to provide aid, but rather to suppress the victims of disaster? Upon hearing this, Tony was rendered speechless for a considerable time. Indeed, it is so. Just a month ago, Shenmue appeared timid before Tony, speaking in hushed tones and exuding a sense of humility. Yet today, a month later, Shenmue has countered Tony's arguments to the point of silence, truly embodying the saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Chapter 44. A personal matter primarily, Tony. How I choose to utilize the armor I have crafted is solely my affair and bears no relevance to you. At this juncture, Shenmue's words resonated with a certain harshness, yet they were undeniably truthful. The management of his own armor was indeed Shenmue's prerogative, and as an outsider, Tony Stark possessed no authority to interfere. However, I remain steadfast in my belief that the more formidable the weapon, the less it should be entrusted to the military. For the potential threat is simply too great. Ultimately, Tony Stark is a man of stubborn convictions. Despite being rendered speechless by Shenmue's retort, he clung to his perspective, fully aware that Shenmue's assertions were grounded in reality. The military comprises numerous individuals with varying dispositions, inevitably including those with a propensity for aggression. Should the armor fall into the hands of such individuals, it would undoubtedly precipitate catastrophic consequences. The advent of war, instigated by belligerent souls wielding the armor, would result in the devastation of countless innocent lives, a scenario that Iron Man Tony Stark is loath to witness. While Tony Stark's arguments carry weight, they are contingent upon the subject at hand. It appears that Stark views the military through the lens of the United States Armed Forces. Frankly, regardless of the world, the American military does indeed embody a tendency toward aggression, frequently instigating conflicts across the globe. They have positioned themselves as the world's police, sowing discord in various regions. That is your nation's military, Chenmu remarked bluntly. Our country, Hua, has always been a proponent of peace. Since its inception, Hua has never instigated a war. The few conflicts we have engaged in were solely for the protection of our sovereignty and our people. Tony found himself at a loss for words. Although he was not the architect of these wars, he was acutely aware that most of them were indeed instigated by the United States. Hua has perpetually embraced a philosophy of peaceful development as the future for humanity, even with its possession of advanced weaponry. Contemporary Hua has no desire to provoke disputes or to invade other nations under the guise of freedom. Chenmu wished to cease this discourse with Tony Stark. When paths diverge, collaboration becomes futile. At this moment, Stark continued to identify as an American, even after becoming Iron Man. He remained merely the Iron Man of the United States, rather than a defender of Earth. Thus, despite his aversion to the American military, Tony still sought to advocate for his nation's interests. This inclination is human nature, and Chenmu would not interfere. Yet, he was also aware that in a few years, as the saga of the Avengers unfolds, the Chitauri army would threaten Earth. Only upon realizing the impending extraterrestrial menace would Tony adjust his mindset and truly embody the Iron Man role he was destined to fulfill, to fight for the Earth, rather than merely for the United States. Let us not linger on this, Tony. My decision is immutable. Chenmu waved his hand dismissively, gazing at Tony Stark with an air of indifference, and continued, if I am not mistaken, your arc reactor appears to utilize some form of heavy metal as its reaction material, which is profoundly detrimental to the human body. Prolonged use of your armor will undoubtedly jeopardize your health. In this world, few individuals can truly command my respect, and you are one of them. I would prefer not to lose you as a rival. After all, my current ambition is to surpass Stark Industries. Should you meet an untimely demise, I fear I would lose much of my enjoyment. Chenmu's words, though harsh, served as a provocation to Tony. It was a simple tactic to incite him. The perpetually proud and arrogant Tony could hardly tolerate Chenmu's taunts. With a burning determination, he resolved to develop a more advanced suit of armor, refusing to be outdone by a man younger than himself. This was precisely what Chenmu desired. He wished for Tony to innovate further, to create even more groundbreaking technology. Such advancements would ultimately benefit Chenmu, allowing him to reap the rewards of these innovations and advance his own pursuits. In Chenmu's eyes, Tony Stark was merely a tool for his ambitions. Hongmeng, send the data on the new element to Jarvis. Without concern for Tony's reaction, Chenmu retrieved his phone and issued instructions to the intelligent assistant. The operating system on his phone was developed by Hongmeng, and the intelligent program was far more powerful than Jarvis, easily capable of taking control of it. The data has been sent, the unique, youthful voice of Hongmeng chimed, having successfully transmitted the information to Jarvis. Whether or not Tony would utilize it was of no concern to Chenmu. His visit to Tony Stark encompassed not only a discussion regarding company strategy, but also aimed to provoke Tony while delivering the new element into his hands. Chenmu understood that even if he did not intervene, Tony would inevitably acquire the information left for him by Howard Stark through S.H.I.E.L.D. Why not facilitate the process and extend a kindness in the meantime? By directly handing over the new element to Tony, he could also gain a favor in return. Is this your true intention? To place me in your debt? Tony, ever astute, quickly discerned Chenmu's plan. However, he had no intention of refusing. A mere favor was something he could easily afford. At that moment, Tony Stark, tormented by palladium poisoning, found Chun Mu's offering to be a timely remedy. It could not only alleviate his immediate plight, but also enhance his armor's capabilities, leaving him with no reason to decline. Indeed, what? Is the illustrious Tony Stark afraid of owing a favor to an unknown individual such as myself? Chun Mu smiled nonchalantly and shrugged his shoulders. After all, it was only a matter of time before Tony developed the new element. He was merely riding the tide of circumstances. Furthermore, this course of action bore an additional benefit. Tony's acknowledgement of Chun Mu's contribution implied that he recognized the new element as a creation of Chun Mu. Although neither of them placed great importance on the concept of intellectual property, the truth remained that the new element was indeed developed by Chun Mu, while Tony Stark merely utilized it. Very well, you have succeeded. I owe you a favor. Tony Stark regarded Chun Mu with a serious expression. In that instant, he genuinely recognized Chun Mu as an equal competitor, a remarkable occurrence for the proud and ambitious Tony Stark. Chapter 45. The matter here is resolved. I thought you would refuse, Chun Mu remarked with a light laugh, observing Tony. Why would I refuse an opportunity to become stronger? Tony replied, smirking. Prideful though he may be, he would never be foolish enough to reject the high-tech inventions of others. In fact, in the movies, he had always embraced technology that proved beneficial to him without hesitation. Well then, if there's nothing else, allow me to introduce you to the charms of America, Tony said, dismissing the chaotic thoughts from his mind with a wave of his hand. He exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Mu and playfully declared, I have a date tonight. The cover model from last month is a twin. I couldn't make it last time, so the date has been rescheduled for tonight. Shall we each take one? He grinned mischievously. Ahem, I am a man of virtue, Chun Mu interjected with a mock-serious expression. Do you have a photo? Jarvis. Project last month's fashion magazine cover, Tony commanded, raising an eyebrow. Certainly, sir, Jarvis replied. Before them, a holographic image materialized, revealing a pair of stunning sisters. Even through Chun Mu's Eastern perspective, the sisters were undeniably attractive, boasting enviable figures with the right curves in all the right places. It's already 5 p.m. When shall we head out for the date? One cannot simply miss an appointment, Chun Mu inquired. We can leave right now. Don't worry about your secretary. Potts will take good care of her. Tony reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, striding toward his armor on the platform. He looked back at Chun Mu and added, let us race and see who is faster. I've already sent you the rendezvous location. Clearly, Tony Stark remained unconvinced. Even though Chun Mu's materials and energy core were superior, Tony was determined to reclaim a victory in speed. No, you're the fastest. I can only last for 2 hours, Chun Mu retorted, rolling his eyes. Do you not realize how ambiguous your words can be? Tony shot him a dark look, but chose not to engage further, quietly preparing his armor. He was resolute in his desire to challenge Chun Mu in a contest of flight speed. Seeing this, Chun Mu refrained from further discussion and walked directly to his own suit, effortlessly donning the armor. Is the destination in Los Angeles? He asked. Although the distance from New York was considerable, it was trivial for those equipped with armor like Tony and Chun Mu. Once they were suited up, they exchanged glances and simultaneously soared into the sky. Accompanied by a thunderous sonic boom, they effortlessly broke the sound barrier, racing toward their destination. Haha, dear Chun Mu. I hope that when you come again, your armor will fly faster than my iron suit. The following day, Chun Mu returned to Stark Tower in New York, prepared to depart the United States and return to his homeland, Huaxia. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was also at his tower, bidding farewell to Chun Mu. Their competition in speed from the previous day had ultimately proven to be quite evenly matched. Although Chun Mu's armor was constructed from superior materials and boasted abundant energy, it was hindered by the fact that its thrusters were limited to the soles of his feet and palms. As a result, he did not gain a significant advantage in flight speed. In contrast, Tony Stark's Mark III suit was outfitted with independent thrusters at nearly every joint, enabling it to achieve greater speed without concern for energy consumption. Given that the distance was merely from New York to Los Angeles, Tony's armor could devote its energy entirely to propulsion without fear of depletion. He maintained full speed, astonishingly surpassing Chun Mu's armor. Thus, In this contest of speed, Tony Stark had finally scored a point. Consequently, Tony appeared rather smug, reveling in his victory in speed. Chunmu merely scoffed, displaying a look of disdain. He was hardly interested in disputing who was faster. With the agreement already signed, there was no reason to linger. Chunmu had accomplished his purpose for the trip and was eager to leave America behind, intending to return with Su Jia to his homeland. That's no problem. After all, Stark Industries holds a 50% stake in the Xiaomu phone, Tony remarked nonchalantly, acknowledging that the promotional campaign for the new phone had quietly commenced a month prior. As a prominent figure, Tony's use of the phone had already garnered media attention, and during several casual interviews, he had openly discussed its features. The public had begun to anticipate the device with great eagerness, speculating on the nature of the smartphone used by Iron Man and how it differed from traditional phones. The international promotion will be your responsibility. There's no need for you to worry about the domestic market in Huaxia, Chunmu asserted. The current stock of Xiaomu phones was sufficient to endure the initial launch, which consisted of two versions, one for the Huaxia market and another for international consumers. The latter would primarily rely on Stark Industries for marketing, while Chunmu entrusted the domestic market entirely to Su Jia. In essence, Chunmu was willingly relinquishing control of the domestic market to the public sector. Navigating the perilous world of Marvel, he found himself increasingly indifferent to the pursuit of wealth. In this realm, the value of money paled in comparison to the importance of strength. Only by becoming formidable could Chunmu attain the security he desired. Not a problem. I look forward to our next meeting, Tony said with a smile, his eyes brimming with confidence, buoyed by his recent triumph in speed. Tony was certain that with the acquisition of the new element, his Iron Man suit would undergo a profound transformation in power. The next time, his Mark series armor would undoubtedly surpass your Qilin series in strength. This conviction was unwavering for Tony. Perhaps, in response, Chunmu merely smiled, casting a glance at the displeased Su Jia. Once they donned their armors, they took off directly towards their homeland. This fellow. As he watched Chunmu and Su Jia depart, the smile faded from Tony's face, replaced by a grave expression. They have indeed left me with a significant dilemma. Tony was aware that the People's Liberation Army's deployment of the Qilin armor would not escape the notice of the U.S. military. He could easily envision the troubles that awaited him in the days to come. Given the nature of the U.S. military, upon seeing a rival equipped with superior weaponry, they would undoubtedly seek to acquire similar arms. It was evident that his Iron Man suit would become a prime target. Chapter 46. Tony's Vigilance. Tony. Why should we concede to a 50-50 stake in Xiaomu's company? Pepper Potts queried, her expression reflecting confusion and displeasure as she watched Chunmu depart alongside his companion. As a senior executive at Stark Industries, she naturally wished for the company to secure a greater share of the profits. It was perplexing that Obadiah had previously negotiated an 80 stake for Stark, yet now, under Tony's influence, it had dwindled to 70 and now further to a mere 50. This bafflement weighed heavily on her mind. Pepper, this world is not solely about monetary gain, Tony Stark replied with a nonchalant smile. He continued, it's rare to encounter someone I find agreeable. There's no need to jeopardize that for the sake of profit. This epitomizes Tony's character. He has little interest in wealth, often finding his wallet devoid of cash. The only moment he truly valued money was during his childhood when his father, Howard Stark, would grant him a meager allowance of 1.08. The present-day Tony Stark has matured beyond such trivialities. Pepper remained silent for a moment, then sighed and inquired, did Chunmu truly devise his iron armor on his own? Did you not extend any assistance? Contemplating this, she glanced at the iron armor displayed on the wall of the living room before continuing her inquiry. In her perspective, Chunmu's ability to create the iron armor must have stemmed from Tony's assistance. Although she could not fathom his motives, she believed this was the only plausible explanation. Frankly speaking, she struggled to believe that Chunmu, a man from China, could independently craft the Iron Man suit. The arrogance of America does not reside solely within Tony. It is deeply rooted in the hearts of many citizens of this nation, as epitomized by Pepper Potts. Why would I assist him? Tony Stark chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. After a moment of reflection, he added, That is not an iron armor. His suit is called qilin, named after a legendary creature from Chinese folklore. Though it may be difficult to articulate, it is indeed the truth. Chun Mu's qilin armor possesses a technological sophistication that surpasses my Mark III suit. Despite his arrogance, Tony was not one to shy away from acknowledging his shortcomings. The present armor may not be as advanced as his counterparts, but he believed that given time and with persistent upgrades to the Mark series, he would eventually surpass Chun Mu's creation. Is that truly the case? Pepper gasped, visibly incredulous. Indeed, Tony replied with a wry smile, and this fellow has left me with quite the predicament. He produced the qilin series of battle armor and surprisingly delivered it directly to the military of Huaxia. If all goes as expected, when the American forces learn of this news, they will undoubtedly seek trouble with me. I certainly do not wish for my battle armor to fall into the hands of those American fellows. He handed the armor over to the military? Upon hearing this, Pepper Potts widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Doesn't this pose a tremendous threat to our beloved America?" "Why would there be a threat?" Tony shrugged and retorted. "Are you afraid that the Huaxia troops, clad in battle armor, will assault our homeland under the banner of freedom and democracy?" Pepper fell silent. She understood that her boss harbored no fondness for the American military, so his words did not come as a surprise. However, truth be told, her initial reaction upon hearing that the Huaxia military was equipped with battle armor was genuine concern that they might come knocking at their door. Yet, after reflecting on Tony's words, she gradually regained her composure. The Huaxia military has been established for decades, and she had never heard of them initiating any wars. The few conflicts they had engaged in were primarily with the American forces. On the battlefields of Korea and Vietnam, Huaxia troops had bested the Americans, leaving a lasting impression on many in the United States. The Huaxia military would not launch a war without cause, Tony Stark stated calmly. That is what Chun Mu said, and I choose to believe it. Moreover, even if they were to wage war, I would not remain idle. I believe my Mark series armor must be superior to Chun Mu's qilin series. This is Tony Stark. This is Iron Man. This is the quintessential American individual heroism. These so-called superheroes always arrogantly assume they can solve every problem. Though films portray them as capable of overcoming any adversity and achieving their goals, adorned with the protagonist as halo, nothing seems impossible. However, from a rational perspective, individual power is ultimately limited. If war were to break out, Tony would stand no chance against the Steel Legion of Huaxiao with just his personal strength. Even if Tony Stark were to truly create his own armored legion, it would undoubtedly fall short against the Huaxia military's armored forces. This is indisputable. Pepper, how about I prepare a set of armor for you as well? Look at Chun Mu's secretary, that Eastern girl. She has her own unique armor. Stark Industries cannot be outdone by them. Indeed, the inherently competitive Tony Stark was unwilling to be surpassed by anyone in any regard. Not interested, Pepper scoffed, showing no interest in the proposal, and turned to leave. Observing Pepper's retreating figure, Tony Stark retracted his smile, and the determination to build a Jarvis-controlled armored legion solidified within him at that moment. As he articulated, Tony Stark harbors a reluctance to fully embrace Chun Mu's assertions. Even if the Huaqiangbei military truly refrains from engaging in external conflicts and employs the qilin battle armor in warfare, Stark is certain to have contingencies in place. Much like Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who is often plagued by paranoia, Tony possesses a profound sense of mistrust. He would never entrust his safety to others. In his view, maintaining world peace does not necessitate the involvement of foreign armies, nor even the military might of his own nation. He believes that he alone suffices. It is imperative to establish an Iron Legion to prepare for the future. For should the Huaqiangbei military instigate conflict on the international stage, he must possess the means to counteract it. Were Chun Mu privy to Tony Stark's current mindset, he would undoubtedly be left speechless, exclaiming that such thoughts are entirely unfounded. Perhaps due to ethnic characteristics, the majority of contemporary Chinese individuals are inherently mild-mannered, seldom instigating discord. In the present era, most Chinese people aspire for peaceful development and strive toward that goal. The Huaqiangbei military's possession of the Chilean battle armor virtually eliminates the likelihood of aggressive expansion. Not every nation resembles the United States, which, having been founded a mere 200 years ago, has spent much of that time embroiled in various wars. To achieve its objectives, the United States does not hesitate to incite conflict, whereas Huaxia stands in stark contrast. Chapter 47. The Sudden Incident. Chunmu. Two aircraft are rapidly approaching us. Within the confines of his armor, Chunmu, who was simultaneously piloting the mech back to Huaqiangbei while engrossed in a film, abruptly received a message from Su Jia beside him. Unlike Chunmu, who was absorbed in his distraction, Su Jia remained ever vigilant regarding their safety, thus keeping the armor in a state of alert. Consequently, the radar quickly detected two fighter jets barreling towards them from several kilometers away. Fighter jets? Upon hearing this, Chunmu activated the armor's alert mode. Indeed, the radar displayed two red blips swiftly advancing towards them. The velocity of these aircraft had already surpassed the speed of sound, indicating that they were far from ordinary planes. As they drew nearer, Chunmu recognized the familiar silhouette of the aircraft. The F-22, a supersonic heavy fighter jet and the most advanced aircraft from the United States, epitomized fifth-generation technology. His familiarity stemmed from the fact that several F-22s resided in his own warehouse. Are they targeting us? Chunmu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Observing their flight path and trajectory, it indeed appeared they were in pursuit of the two of them. Su Jia's voice took on a somber tone. The situation was abundantly clear. The two F-22s were clearly focused on them. Is it Tony Stark who's sending them after us? Su Jia asked, unable to suppress her concern. It should not be, Chunmu replied calmly. He has no need for such tactics. Besides, it's improbable that they would dispatch fighter jets to chase us immediately after we left their tower. Furthermore, while Stark Industries was involved in the development of the F-22 and possesses the capability to manufacture them, it is evident that they lack the authorization to operate such aircraft in American airspace. The only entities permitted to fly military jets in the skies over the United States are, besides the military, the S.H.I.E.L.D., or perhaps the Hydra Bureau. Wait, they haven't changed their name yet. What was it again? The Department of Homeland Defense? Perhaps they're just passing by? Chunmu suggested uncertainly, though he merely voiced this thought without truly believing it. It was evident that the two F-22s were indeed targeting him and Su Jia, or more precisely, the armors they wore. Warning: two unauthorized aircraft, you have invaded our airspace. Please comply with our control directives and proceed to the nearest base for investigation. Over. The radio crackled with the command from the F-22s, causing Su Jia's heart to sink. Any remaining hope was dashed. They were indeed headed for them, or rather, their armors. The notion of being escorted to a nearby base was laughable. Would they even be able to leave if they complied? Su Jia certainly did not think so, silently activating her armor's combat mode. In contrast to Chunmu, his mech visibly bore no weaponry. The sole means of offense resided in the energy emission device located in the palm, akin to Tony Stark's repulsor technology. The magnitude of its power is entirely contingent upon the strength of the energy released. However, its range is limited, extending to merely several dozen meters. Thus, relying solely on Chunmu's armor to obliterate these two fighter jets proves to be somewhat challenging. Nonetheless, due to its composition, the armor forged entirely from vibranium is indeed indomitable. The weaponry aboard the F-22 poses minimal threat to Chunmu. In contrast, Su Jia's Chilean armor is markedly different. Having possessed her armor for several days, she had entrusted it to scientists under Jun Fong for modifications. Although termed modifications, these merely involve the addition of various armaments. While it is true that the technological prowess of Huaqiangbei pales in comparison to that of the United States, in terms of weaponry, it is by no means inferior. An array of formidable weapons has been integrated into the Chilean armor. Therefore, utilizing Su Jia's battle suit to confront these two American F-22s should not present a significant issue. As long as she maneuvers with caution and avoids excessive hits, downing these two F-22s should not be overly difficult. However, the dilemma the two face extends beyond this. Even if they succeed in downing the aircraft, subsequent complications will abound. After all, they remain within American airspace, and as long as they have not vacated, there exists the imminent possibility of further jets arriving. The energy of their armors is finite, rendering them incapable of enduring the relentless onslaught of the American military. I will hold them off. You must leave quickly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Jia devised a plan, willing to sacrifice herself to buy time for Chun Mu's safe escape. Aware of Chun Mu's significance, she resolved that even at the cost of her life, he must be ensured safe passage. The armor must not fall into the hands of the Americans. Thus, she intended to delay them, and, once Chun Mu had safely departed, activate the self-destruct mechanism of her armor. Even in death, she could not allow the armor to be seized by the enemy. Do not be so pessimistic. We possess legitimate visas, and they cannot take action against us. Chun Mu spoke with calm assurance, bolstered by the considerable arsenal housed within his warehouse. Merely speaking of the several suits of armor crafted in his spare time, they could be operated by the Huaqiangbei intelligent program, their combat capabilities rivaling that of Iron Man. And being constructed of vibranium, they surpassed the sturdiness of the ordinary Chilean armor by a significant margin. Moreover, in addition to the armors, Chun Mu's warehouse also contained several aircraft, 2 standard F-22 jets, and 2 enhanced versions. All of these jets were equipped with the Huaqiangbei intelligent program, enabling them to operate autonomously. Coupled with Chun Mu's ability to deploy them at will, they could catch the enemy off guard. Thus, the situation was not insurmountable. Furthermore, utilizing F-22 jets to engage the enemy's F-2 aircraft would absolve them of responsibility entirely, even allowing for the possibility of framing the opposition. The unmanned F-22 jets would be more than sufficient to assist Chun Mu and Su Jia in stalling the American forces. Do not harbor any illusions. Given the audacity of the American side, once the battle armor falls into their hands, it is unlikely that it will ever be relinquished. Furthermore, should you find yourself in their grasp, even your homeland would be powerless to rescue you. Much like in Chun Mu's original world, the brazen American forces resorted to unscrupulous means to place the senior executives of Huawei under house arrest, leaving the homeland with few viable options for a rescue. One can easily envision that if Chun Mu were to venture to a nearby American military base in hopes of departing, such a feat would be utterly impossible. Perhaps a miracle might occur, one could hope, right? Chun Mu chuckled softly, yet he remained unconcerned. After all, they were merely 2 F-22 fighter jets. If Chun Mu wished to leave, the challenge would be minimal. Perhaps Tony Stark might come to our aid, wouldn't he? Chun Mu mused, though of course, Tony Stark was oblivious to the situation at hand, as the American military had long since jammed communications in the area, rendering any distress signal virtually impossible. The reason Chun Mu articulated this was to conveniently implicate Iron Man, Tony Stark. Each of the 4 F-22 jets was equipped with 2 intelligence systems, one being the Harmony OS and the other, naturally, the Jarvis system. Normally, the Jarvis system remained dormant, while the Harmony system would control the jets and engage in combat with the American forces. Upon the jet's destruction, the Harmony system would self-destruct and simultaneously activate the Jarvis system, thus placing the blame squarely on Iron Man without any means for explanation. To be frank, Chun Mu harbored some grievances against Tony Stark, having just departed from his vicinity. He was immediately targeted by others, which surely warranted some responsibility on Stark's part. Hence, this predicament was to be handed over to him. Chapter 48. Escaping amidst chaos, the American forces had severed all signals within a radius of several dozen kilometers, rendering our distress calls utterly futile. Su Jia spoke coldly. Her battle armor's interface, typically a calming blue, had now transitioned to a fierce red, indicating it was in combat mode. Do not harbor any illusions. Shortly, I will launch an assault on 2 F-22 fighter jets. Take this opportunity to flee at full speed without concern for my safety. The Chilean battle armor could easily contend with the 2 F-22s, yet the reality remained that we were on enemy territory. Even if these 2 were dispatched, countless more aircraft would inevitably arrive as reinforcements. The energy of the armor would eventually be depleted, and that moment would coincide with Su Jia's determination to self-destruct. Su Jia remained resolute in her mission, committed to ensuring Chun Mu's safety, even at the cost of her own life. When did I ever require a girl to protect me? Chun Mu appeared somewhat speechless yet touched. It must be noted that his excessive flamboyance had drawn the attention of the American military. Just the day before, he had brazenly piloted his armor to Stark Tower, already attracting scrutiny. Moreover, he had audaciously flown from New York to Los Angeles alongside Tony Stark, competing in speed, and later that evening, went on a date with the twin sisters from a fashion magazine. It was impossible not to be noticed. In America, the FBI and CIA's intelligence agencies were ubiquitous, and one could assert that Chun Mu's every move had long been monitored by these departments. Additionally, another agency, SHIELD, had undoubtedly taken note of him as well. It is worth mentioning that, as an organization under the United Nations Security Council, SHIELD had, through the maneuverings of its successive directors, quietly evolved into a subordinate entity of the United States. Although officially still a UN body, enjoying resources and salaries from the Council, it was, in truth, functioning primarily for the benefit of the United States. This situation left Chun Mu particularly dissatisfied. As one of the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, Huaxia's involvement should mean that SHIELD ought to be under its jurisdiction as well. Why should they be compensated without fulfilling their duties? Moreover, given his significant status in Huaxia, it was evident that SHIELD was aware of the American military's actions yet chose to turn a blind eye, which further irked Chun Mu. Consequently, SHIELD became yet another target of his grievances. In his mind, their continued existence was no longer warranted. Your armor lacks any weapon systems. You must leave at full speed. Once you exit American territory, you will be safe and able to return to your homeland. Su Jia disregarded Chun Mu's words, continuing to issue instructions while keeping her gaze fixed on the approaching F-22s. Su Jia had made her decision. Though exasperated, Chun Mu couldn't help but feel a certain warmth from Su Jia's actions. The young woman indeed intends to sacrifice herself to protect Chun Mu. Such is the spirit of Chinese soldiers, who, in the face of righteousness, often place their own lives secondary to the greater good. An alert sounded. 4 fighter jets ascended from the ground ahead, approaching at high speed. At that moment, Su Jia's battle suit emitted another alarm, causing her heart to tighten. Truly, it seems that fears manifest in reality. On American soil, Su Jia's greatest concern was the relentless emergence of enemies. With 2 F-22 jets still unresolved, the appearance of 4 more was nothing short of a calamity. You must leave at once. Do not delay any further. Accelerate at full speed. Su Jia urged Chun Mu, her anxiety palpable. It seems the ones ahead are not our enemies, Chun Mu replied, gradually reducing his speed until he hovered in midair. Su Jia, with no choice but to follow suit, remained vigilant yet perplexed by Chun Mu's words. The 4 jets ahead were, in fact, deployed by Chun Mu himself. Thus he harbored no trepidation. Employing F-22s against F-22s would effortlessly absolve them of any suspicion. Whoosh. In reality, a few kilometers was but a fleeting moment for high-speed jets. The 4 jets, controlled by the Huaqiangbei system, took off and, with a slight acceleration, swiftly approached. After passing by Chun Mu and Su Jia, they launched missiles at the 2 pursuing F-22s behind them. Boom. One F-22 was struck unexpectedly, resulting in a fiery explosion. The other F-22, witnessing this, executed a roll to evade the attack, frantically sending distress signals and radioing the 4 F-22s for clarification. The pilot found this perplexing. Why were fellow F-22s attacking him on his own nation's territory? However, the jets controlled by the Huaqiangbei system would not respond to his radio communication, continuing their pursuit. At that moment, the pilot abandoned his mission, prioritizing survival and swiftly turning to flee. Yet, Chun Mu would not permit him to escape easily. He allowed the 4 jets to follow closely, opting to engage in a cat-and-mouse game instead of immediately downing the enemy, granting the pilot ample time to send out distress signals and report the current situation. The F-22s were responsible for their own downfall, not Shenmu's forces. What is happening? Su Jia exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation, unable to comprehend why the F-22s were attacking one another. Never mind that. Let's seize this opportunity to leave. With the target sufficiently delayed, Shenmu urged Su Jia without hesitation. Understanding the urgency, Su Jia joined Shenmu, swiftly flying in a singular direction. For them, escaping America was of paramount importance. Have we identified the base from which the F-22 that shot down our jet was launched? On the other side, within a nearby American military base, a general was vehemently berating his subordinates. General Ross, notorious for his persistent orders to capture the Hulk, epitomized the hawkish mentality prevalent in the military, adhering firmly to the principle of might over diplomacy. He had long coveted Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, but Stark's identity had thwarted any attempts to seize it. Recently, however, he received intelligence that two individuals from China were donning suits remarkably similar to Iron Man's. This revelation ignited Ross's ambition. He was determined to acquire the opponent's armor by any means necessary. In Ross's estimation, the armor possessed by Chun-Mu and his companion was undoubtedly bestowed upon them by Tony Stark. Hence, he felt it was his duty to reclaim what rightfully belonged to America and to condemn Stark's alleged treasonous actions. To Ross, the technologically inferior China could never have produced such advanced armor. The only conceivable explanation was Stark's betrayal, transferring his technology to the Chinese. This was an intolerable act in the eyes of the military. Consequently, upon learning that Chun-Mu and his companion had departed from Stark Tower, Ross promptly dispatched two fighter jets to pursue them, intent on forcibly reclaiming the armor. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. The two F-22 jets came under attack, not by Chun-Mu and his companion, but rather by several other F-22s. This baffled General Ross, who had the audacity to order American jets to engage their own aircraft on U.S. soil. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Deploy 10 more jets to assist our aircraft and ensure that those two individuals do not escape." Observing the satellite imagery of Chun-Mu and Su Jia making their hasty retreat amidst the chaos, General Ross issued his orders resolutely. Chapter 49. Learning brings joy. Who could it be? General Ross slammed his fist onto the table before him, a grim expression etched on his face. Earlier, 4 unidentified F-22 fighter jets had engaged in a fierce dogfight with 10 subsequent support aircraft. After incurring significant losses, including the downing of 7 of their own jets, they finally managed to eliminate the adversary's forces. However, the disheartening loss ratio of 2-to-1 weighed heavily on General Ross's heart. The F-22, a pinnacle of U.S. military aviation and one of the most costly aircraft in existence, meant that the loss of 8 jets was a grievous blow. Report to the general. Several enemy aircraft exploded upon being shot down, suggesting they activated self-destruct mechanisms. It remains uncertain whether there were pilots aboard. What a bunch of despicable lunatics. General Ross pounded the table again in a fit of rage. He struggled to comprehend the origins of these suddenly appearing F-22s and the identities of their audacious pilots. Are they perhaps members of a kamikaze task force? Sir, the enemy has shown no response to our radio signals. I suspect there may not actually be any pilots in those aircraft, an officer beside him stated, saluting with a tone of uncertainty. Unmanned, autonomous, artificial intelligence. Find me the wreckage of those jets. I refuse to believe that if it is an intelligent program, we cannot trace its origins. General Ross gritted his teeth and issued his orders. Sir, it appears that 2 of the enemy's jets might possess superior performance compared to our F-22s. If they are indeed unmanned, then their capabilities would far exceed ours. The officer continued, recovering the wreckage could greatly assist us in enhancing our F-22 performance. Then go find them. We must locate those aircraft. General Ross huffed coldly, turning to leave. He had just received news that a lead on the Hulk had been discovered, and his interest in that matter overshadowed his focus on the 2 Chinese individuals, Chun-Mu and Su Jia. However, The proficiency with which artificial intelligence had operated those fighter jets led him to suspect that only two organizations he was familiar with could possess such capabilities: S.H.I.E.L.D. or Stark Industries, both of which had profound expertise in the realm of artificial intelligence. Meanwhile, Chun Mu and Su Jia had already donned their suits and surged past the American coastline, swiftly entering the open sea, which signified their complete escape from danger. Furthermore, the four F-22 jets that Chun Mu had left behind were equipped with contingency measures. In a fleeting moment following its destruction, the Harmony system was uninstalled without leaving a trace, simultaneously activating the Jarvis intelligence program. If the electronic devices had not been completely obliterated, it would have been straightforward to uncover clues amid the wreckage, implicating Stark Industries. Once free from American soil, the Kirin Armor's flight speed allowed for a swift return to the homeland within mere hours. It was only upon returning to the embrace of his motherland that Su Jia felt a genuine sense of relaxation. "Mr. Chun, since we have returned to our homeland, you should head back to the industrial district first. I need to report the details of this incident to General Zhang." Upon reaching Hua country, Su Jia was eager to return to the military district to brief the higher-ups about the unexpected event. She was also quite curious about the origin of the four F-22 fighter jets that had saved their lives. "Very well, I shall go directly to the industrial district. After you finish your report, please return to the company. We will need your assistance with the upcoming release of Xiao Mu's mobile phone," Chun Mu replied nonchalantly. In this world, he found himself devoid of pressing responsibilities. It was far more advantageous to return to his studio and delve into the exploration of various cutting-edge technologies. The Huaqiangbei system was, in fact, entirely bound to Chun Mu. The technological advancements acquired by the system were equally accessible to him, though the depth of his understanding would ultimately depend on his own efforts. Chun Mu had not originally hailed from a technological background, yet he was adapting to this knowledge with remarkable swiftness. In his previous life, Iron Man was merely a film. Now, however, as a resident of the Marvel Universe, Chun Mu had the opportunity to engage with authentic Iron Man armor. To claim he was not excited would be disingenuous. During this period, he had been diligently catching up, learning the intricacies of these advanced technologies with the aid of the system. Presently, he had nearly mastered all the technologies of Mark II and Mark III, enabling him to recreate them in their entirety, even in the absence of the system. He had thoroughly grasped the principles of the reactor, the design of the armor, and the manufacturing of various weapon systems. With the support of the system, Chun Mu found the acquisition of this knowledge to be remarkably effortless. As he continued to learn, it seemed that in the future, he might well stand on equal footing with Tony Stark, armed with his own knowledge. Thus, upon returning to Hua country, Chun Mu found little else to occupy his time other than studying in the industrial district. After all, the company had largely been entrusted to the military, leaving him to merely await the distribution of profits. In this perilous Marvel world, Chun Mu's interest in monetary gains had waned. What he truly desired was power, the power to protect himself and contribute to the greatness of Hua country, to realize its resurgence. Is it common for a boss to be so carefree? Just having escaped danger, you seem utterly unconcerned, devoid of any semblance of having survived a crisis. "Very well. After I report my work, I shall return to the park." Su Jia nodded slightly, then adjusted his direction and soared off towards another path. After casting a glance at Su Jia's retreating figure, Chun Mu also directed his flight towards the industrial park. The combat suits being produced within the park were soon to be delivered to the military. However, he was indifferent to such matters. His primary intention for returning to the park was to isolate himself and continue his studies. He sought to arm his mind with knowledge and then wield that knowledge to create formidable weapons to fortify his body. Learning brought him joy, and Chun Mu was utterly enamored with the pursuit of knowledge. Never before had he cherished learning as much as he did in this life. As he amassed more knowledge, he increasingly empathized with Tony Stark. It was no surprise that Stark exhibited such arrogance. Possessing such knowledge rendered him profoundly distinct from the ordinary, akin to a being from an entirely different realm. Yet, one fundamental difference between Chun Mu and Tony Stark lay in Chun Mu's unwavering original intention. His aspiration was to see his motherland grow strong, a sentiment deeply rooted in the millennia of history that fostered a profound sense of nationalism. Undoubtedly, in a vast forest, one will encounter all manner of creatures, and a small faction will always betray their country for personal gain. This is an unavoidable reality, but such individuals remain a minority. In contrast, nations like America, with a mere 200 years of history, cannot possibly cultivate a genuine sense of patriotism among their populace. In times of disaster, many among them would be inclined to forsake their homeland. Furthermore, as a nation of immigrants, for many Americans, their true homeland is not America itself. Chapter 50. Who exactly is S.H.I.E.L.D.? In a secret base far within America, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., squinted at the report in his hand. As the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. A rather convoluted title, Fury possessed formidable intelligence capabilities. He had been aware from the outset of General Ross's intentions to intercept Chun Mu. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. was an organization subordinate to the International Security Council, of which China is a permanent member. Logically, as an important figure from China, Chun Mu should have been protected from attempts by the U.S. military to apprehend him. However, the current S.H.I.E.L.D., while still drawing a salary from the council, had devolved into an entity serving the interests of the United States. Consequently, despite being aware of the military's intentions regarding Chun Mu, S.H.I.E.L.D. deliberately chose to overlook this information, turning a blind eye and refraining from intervening. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored a keen interest in Chun Mu's armor. If General Ross could acquire this armor, it would be advantageous for S.H.I.E.L.D., enabling them to obtain valuable data from him. This scenario presented a win-win situation for both the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had long coveted Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, yearning to possess it, yet opportunities had eluded him. As long as Stark was unwilling to part with his creation, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no chance. Thus, Fury's attention shifted to Chun Mu, who appeared far more vulnerable compared to the formidable Stark Industries. This vulnerability allowed the military to quietly intercept Chun Mu and sever all surrounding communications, a situation S.H.I.E.L.D. consciously chose not to disrupt. They failed to provide any warning to either China or Chun Mu, and even covertly facilitated the establishment of a signal isolation zone for the U.S. military. Yet, unexpectedly for Fury, the sudden appearance of 4 F-22 fighter jets threw all plans into disarray. The U.S. military deployed a total of 12 aircraft, but failed to apprehend Chun Mu and his companion, suffering the loss of 8 jets in the ensuing aerial combat. Ultimately, this allowed Chun Mu to escape effortlessly. It appeared that Chun Mu's armor might surpass Tony Stark's in strength. With a discerning eye, Fury easily identified the differences when comparing Mark III and Chun Mu's Qilin armor. China's strict control over weaponry meant that Chun Mu's armor lacked formidable firepower, falling short compared to the weaponry genius Tony Stark. However, in terms of other performance metrics, Chun Mu's armor proved to be significantly more powerful than Stark's. Previously, during the speed contest between the Mark III and the Qilin armor, Nick Fury was naturally attentive throughout the event. Although in the end, Tony Stark's Mark III emerged victorious, Fury could discern that Tony had only narrowly triumphed while disregarding energy consumption. Under normal circumstances, the Mark III would undoubtedly have lost. It appears that a remarkable individual has emerged from Huaqiangbei. Commander Hill, standing nearby, could not help but exclaim her admiration. Chun Mu is a figure not significantly inferior to Tony Stark, which left Hill quite astonished. Interestingly, upon reviewing Chun Mu's background, it seemed that he had never exhibited any particular talent. In fact, he appeared rather ordinary, having attended a second-tier school in Huaqiangbei. It is difficult to fathom how he has acquired such advanced technology. On Nick Fury's desk lay a dossier, prominently featuring information regarding Chen Mu. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is situated far away in America, uncovering Chen Mu's past was quite effortless. Despite the Huaqiangbei government having obscured certain details about him, the documents in Fury's possession were nonetheless the most authentic. Could it be a case of impersonation? A thought flickered through Fury's mind, reminiscent of a certain extraterrestrial race. The current situation reveals that Chen Mu's Qilin armor is set to be delivered to the Huaqiangbei military, a development that does not bode well. Such powerful armor would undoubtedly ignite an arms race among nations, potentially impacting the global economy. Beside him, Hill could not suppress her frown. S.H.I.E.L.D. was acutely aware of Chen Mu's intentions. The armor was crafted by Chen Mu, and he has the prerogative to whom he wishes to bestow it. No one has the right to impede his decision. Fury calmly shook his head, maintaining his composure as he continued. Moreover, Huaqiangbei is not a pushover. They have made their decision, and no individual or nation can obstruct it. Hill remained silent, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Preparing to embark for Huaqiangbei. The prospect of the Huaqiangbei military obtaining the Qilin armor implies an opportunity for them as well. Rising from his seat, Fury, coveting the armor, was naturally inclined to acquire it for himself. Hill remained quiet, yet in her heart, she felt that the situation seemed rather dubious. Chen Mu's act of delivering the armor to the military appeared to be devoid of any monetary exchange. In simple terms, Chen Mu's actions were purely patriotic. S.H.I.E.L.D. Acquiring the Qilin armor seemed more like a pipe dream. You think I am indulging in fanciful thoughts? Fury remarked, easily discerning the expression on Commander Hill's face. He calmly continued, only those who do not possess armor like Tony Stark's, which he clutches tightly for himself, will always find opportunities. Moreover, my objective is to procure the battle armor from the military of Huaqiangbei rather than from Chen Mu. For Huaqiangbei is indeed a member of the Security Council. As a subordinate organization, we naturally possess the opportunity to acquire such technology from them. Upon hearing this, Hill was rendered speechless. You are indeed aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization under the auspices of the Security Council. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. ever heeded the words of the Council? Has it fulfilled its obligations? However, we did not intervene in the actions of the U.S. military previously, and it is likely that we have fallen out of favor with the higher echelons of Huaqiangbei. Now, if we attempt to request the battle armor, the challenge will undoubtedly be formidable. The U.S. military seeks to covertly apprehend Chen Mu, yet we have received no intelligence. How are we to thwart this? Nick Fury calmly remarked. From the outset, we have not been privy to any information. Goodness, Nick Fury has unequivocally distanced himself from this matter, and his audacity in telling such blatant falsehoods left Commander Xine Air beside him feeling utterly embarrassed. Truly, the director stands unrivaled in terms of audacity. Chapter 51. The fear of insufficient firepower. For the moment, let us set aside Nick Fury and his impending visit to Huaqiangbei. Returning to his studio, Chen Mu briefly assessed the production status of the battle armor. The supply of titanium alloy, sufficient to manufacture hundreds of suits, had been substantially utilized. In the warehouse, nearly 80 sets of Qilin battle armor were stored. These armors had yet to undergo painting, owing to the nature of the titanium alloy. They gleamed in a resplendent gold hue, their inherent color reminiscent of opulent gold. The high-strength aerospace materials rendered these armors unparalleled in durability, matching the robustness of Tony Stark's Mark III. Due to the industrial park lacking the necessary permits for weapon production, these armors consisted solely of their power systems and exteriors, leaving ample space reserved for armaments. At the outset of manufacturing the Qilin armors, Chen Mu had submitted the accompanying weapon specifications to the military. Thus, concurrently, Huaqiangbei's military factories were diligently producing compatible weapon systems. Thanks to the vastness of Huaqiangbei's industrial framework, these weapons had long been manufactured in sufficient quantities and had already been delivered to the industrial park. Consequently, upon the completion of the armors, corresponding personnel would promptly install the weaponry. Thus, the nearly 80 sets of armors were all equipped with formidable firepower, genuinely representing the Chilean battle suits. It would not be long before this batch of armors was entirely produced, perhaps just a couple of days. Seizing a moment, Chunmu visited the production workshop. And as he beheld these powerful armors, a sense of pride welled within him. The first batch of 100 armors would be distributed among the 4 military branches, 30 sets each to the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and 10 sets to the Rocket Force. The armaments had been tailored to adapt to their respective combat environments, enhancing their operational advantages. A young staff member nearby elucidated these details to Chunmu. This individual was a remarkably youthful scientist from Huaqiangbei named Zheng Xian. At under 30 years of age, he was already a doctoral student at a prestigious domestic university, specializing in weapon development. This opportunity had led him to be assigned to the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park, where he engaged in the production and assembly of the Chilean battle armor while acquiring knowledge of its technology and principles. The personnel in Chunmu's industrial park were primarily arranged by the military, and naturally, like Zheng Xian, many were affiliated with the Huaqiangbei government or military. Chunmu, however, did not withhold his technological expertise. He openly shared all knowledge regarding the Chilean battle armor, including the technology behind the compact arc reactor. Qualified individuals could access this cutting-edge technology. Not to mention, the park was equipped with a complete large-scale arc reactor, a technology provided by Chunmu, serving as the heart of the entire facility and supplying a continuous stream of clean energy. This narrative unfolds in a time that precedes the inception of the Avengers storyline. Where Tony Stark had originally accomplished the feat, however, this remarkable advancement has been preemptively realized by Chunmu, who introduced it 4 years ahead of schedule, directly promoting it within China. The arc reactor, an almost limitless source of clean energy, has thus emerged prematurely, poised to genuinely benefit humanity. Due to its exceptional utility, numerous scientists from China have been dispatched to observe and learn, leading to the installation and calibration of arc reactors across various provinces. The aim is to ensure that the populace can soon reap the conveniences bestowed by technological advancements. Once each province has successfully integrated this reactor, energy concerns will no longer serve as a constraint for China, and its citizens will become the first on Earth to enjoy free energy. This starkly contrasts with the United States. China has acquired advanced technology not with a primary focus on its military applications, but rather with an emphasis on converting it for civilian use, thereby enriching the lives of ordinary citizens. In the original timeline conceived by Marvel, even after Tony Stark managed to transition the energy from the arc reactor for public use, providing an inexhaustible supply, humanity had yet to benefit from it. Instead, Stark Industries evolved into a titan of the international energy sector. In simpler terms, Stark Industries pivoted towards selling energy, with Arc Energy becoming a tool for profit. Although it was heralded as an endless source of clean energy, it merely served as a mechanism for financial gain for Stark Industries. With no significant promotion from the United States, as energy prices remained unchanged. Naturally, Chunmu has no grounds to criticize others. After all, Stark Industries expended immense financial and material resources to upgrade the reactor to a point where energy extraction was feasible. They must recoup their research costs. In contrast, Chunmu's acquisition was remarkably straightforward. He merely accessed this cutting-edge technology through a system and subsequently upgraded it. For Chunmu, there was virtually no cost involved, which explains his ease in transferring various technologies to the military. Having no investment in the matter, relinquishing such advancements to others poses no emotional conflict for him. Consequently, the current situation reveals that Chunmu has directly entrusted the technology of the arc reactor to the Chinese authorities, who harbor no intentions of leveraging this inexpensive energy for international profit. Instead, they are discreetly implementing its widespread adoption to benefit the common populace. Naturally, China will not trumpet these developments loudly. Rather, it will execute them quietly. It is likely that only when these reactors are operational will this transformative global initiative be publicly disclosed. For now, This monumental project is advancing with understated momentum. Truly, it is no surprise that they are masters of infrastructure. The various military divisions will adopt distinct and characteristic color schemes for their armor. Zheng Xian, brimming with excitement, continued to elaborate. The classic white, green, and blue palette will represent the Navy, while the Army will don green, and the Air Force will be clad in blue. As for the Rocket Force, it will be adorned in deep black. Zheng Xian appeared exceedingly elated, feeling a profound sense of pride in the significant enhancement of his nation's military prowess. Following tomorrow, the armored suits would largely be delivered. Although currently there were only 100 sets of the Chilean armor, their deterrent power was undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, Chenmu nodded in satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Frankly speaking, the Marvel Universe is exceedingly perilous. Within this cosmos, there exists a multitude of extraterrestrial civilizations, each posing an intangible threat to Earth. Not to mention, in the near future, the director of the Cosmic Population Control Office, Thanos, would descend upon Earth to seize the Infinity Stones, poised to snap his fingers and erase half of all life in the universe. Chenmu dared not gamble, nor did he wish to. Having always been rather unfortunate, he was unwilling to place his faith in being among the fortunate survivors. Even though he was aware that, in time, the Avengers would devise a means to rescue those lost, Chenmu was reluctant to rest his hopes upon their shoulders. Moreover, even if fortune favored him and he evaded that 50 chance, what of his family? What of his parents? Reborn into the Marvel realm, Chenmu was reunited with his parents, and having previously felt guilt towards them, he had vowed deep within his heart to shield them from danger at all costs. Thus, the most effective resolution lay in direct confrontation. Thanos, you may be formidable, capable of besting 10 or even 100 Iron Men, but what of 10,000? Or even 800,000 valiant warriors clad in iron armor from his homeland, standing resolutely before you? All fears stem from a mere lack of firepower, and the remedy for such trepidation is, undoubtedly, to grow ever stronger. This is an ancestral affliction of the Chinese people, the fear of insufficient firepower. Chapter 52. Nick Fury. After observing the production status of the Chilean battle armor alongside Zheng Xian, Chenmu initially intended to return to his studio. However, it was at this moment that Su Jia returned as well, bringing with her intriguing news. The director has asked for you, Su Jia remarked, a hint of curiosity evident in her tone. Is there something that can't be discussed over the phone? Chenmu queried, visibly puzzled. Although it was the year 2008, the internet had flourished remarkably, especially with Chunmu's advancements based on Jarvis, leading to the groundbreaking Hongmeng system that propelled Huawei's technological prowess in networking. Given the director's busy schedule, why not simply hold a video conference? What could possibly warrant a personal visit? I'm not entirely certain. It seems someone wishes to meet you, Su Jia replied, shaking her head in bemusement, as she was merely relaying the message without knowledge of the specifics. Well, I have no other pressing matters, Chenmu said, glancing at his phone to check the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon, an appropriate hour for lunch. The director's request coincided perfectly, allowing him to enjoy a meal as well. Let's go. It should take about half an hour. Thus, Chenmu decided to see who it was that wished to meet him. Having donned their battle armor, the two set off towards the military district where the director awaited. Half an hour later, they landed at their destination, finding the director already in the military canteen on the 3rd floor. Although the military's fare may not appear as lavish as that of external establishments, the flavors were undeniably delightful. Upon entering the private room, the director greeted them with a warm smile. Beside him sat 2 individuals who surprised Chenmu, the one-eyed Nick Fury, the current head of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the commanding officer, Maria Hill. From Chenmu's perspective, adhering to traditional Eastern aesthetics, Hill, while possessing an admirable physique, did not strike him as particularly beautiful, especially when compared to his bodyguard and secretary, Su Jia. However, her figure was indeed commendable. And who might this be? Chenmu inquired, feigning ignorance of Fury's identity despite being well aware of it. Please, have a seat, the director gestured, encouraging Chenmu to sit down. Certainly. With that, the battle armor's panel opened, and Chenmu stepped out, casually taking a seat and picking up his chopsticks to begin his meal. It was nearly dinner time, and he was quite hungry, so he felt no need for formality. To his delight, the food proved to be exceptional. These two are high-ranking officials from the United Nations Security Council and the Department of Homeland Defense. This is Director Nick Fury and Commander Hill, the director introduced. Chuckling at Chun-Mu's unpretentious demeanor. The Department of Homeland Defense is a specialized force under the United Nations Security Council, tasked with addressing various extraordinary incidents, aimed at maintaining peace among nations and managing peculiar events that conventional military forces cannot handle. In the Marvel Universe, unlike Chun-Mu's original world, tranquility is a rarity. Supernatural occurrences manifest intermittently, necessitating an organization to address these anomalies. The SHIELD, also governed by the United Nations Security Council, is specifically designated to tackle these matters. Maintain world peace? A slight smirk played on Chun-Mu's lips as he almost found it credible. An organization under the UN? He pondered, curiously observing Nick Fury, and inquired, "So, is this Department of Homeland Defense working for the UN?" Chun-Mu held deep skepticism regarding this assertion. In the films, SHIELD's actions seemed predominantly aligned with American interests. Where was the evidence of its service to the UN? How could he forget? The UN itself appeared to be a mere puppet of the West, and the Western-dominated organization had hardly fulfilled its responsibilities. No wonder SHIELD, ostensibly a UN entity, had morphed into an American private organization. After all, the UN was essentially under American influence, rendering its organization synonymous with American interests. Indeed, our Department of Homeland Defense has consistently dedicated itself to stabilizing peace among nations, silently safeguarding this world, Nick Fury affirmed, nodding at Chun-Mu's remarks with a solemn expression. He certainly relished embellishing his own reputation. "Oh, so you can speak Chinese," Chun-Mu remarked, unfazed by Fury's linguistic prowess. After all, being the king of agents, it was reasonable for him to master several languages, particularly one that is among the official languages of the UN. "That's merely a fundamental skill," Fury replied nonchalantly. "Familiarity with various languages facilitates addressing issues across different regions, greatly aiding our responsibility in maintaining world peace." What a grandiloquent assertion, Chun-Mu mused, noting how Commander Hill's expression shifted awkwardly beside them. It seemed the director was indeed worthy of his title, while Commander Hill still had some way to go. "How noble," Chun-Mu remarked in feigned astonishment, yet continued to savor his meal, thinking it absurd to take his words at face value. "Responsible for resolving global regional disputes. Your intelligence department must be quite formidable, I presume?" Chun-Mu inquired further, curiosity piqued. "I wonder how your intelligence capabilities compare to the likes of the FBI or CIA. Our department's intelligence extends across the globe, significantly surpassing that of individual nations," Commander Hill interjected at this moment, but Nick Fury frowned and gestured for her to cease. Then, "Director Fury, you wish to meet with me?" Chun-Mu said, smirking slightly, disregarding their subtle exchanges, and directly posed the question to Fury. "Mr. Chun-Mu, it has come to my attention that the Kirin battle armor you have manufactured has been entrusted to your nation's military. With this in mind," Nick Fury ceased to be indirect and inquired plainly, "How is it that your Department of Homeland Defense can oversee the arms procurement of foreign nations?" Chun-Mu expressed his astonishment, remarking on Fury's apparent discomfort. "Is your SHIELD agency so broadly involved?" You misunderstand," Chun-Mu interjected, leaving Nick Fury somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, Fury maintained his composure and clarified, "That is not our intention. Your nation's procurement of weaponry is beyond our jurisdiction to impede. It is your prerogative. However, we too aspire to acquire the Kirin battle armor and its blueprints. Securing the authorization for independent production of the Kirin armor would be invaluable, as our organization, dedicated to maintaining global peace, frequently encounters diverse threats. The assistance of the Kirin armor would significantly mitigate such dangers." This encapsulated Fury's aim. He sought to procure the Kirin battle armor through purchase. Chapter 53, Double Standards to purchase the Kirin battle armor, and all its associated information? Surely, you jest. What an audacious expression you wear. Maintaining world peace, are we? Chunmu scoffed, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. The SHIELD agency, to put it plainly, is merely a loyal hound of America. Handing over the Chilean battle armor to them would likely result in it falling into American hands by the very next day. Thus, selling the Chilean battle armor to the SHIELD agency is simply out of the question. However, I must decline. Chunmu cast a scornful glance at Nick Fury. Regardless of whether your intentions are genuine, I am resolute in my refusal to entrust the armor to your possession. Moreover, I am acutely aware of the current state of the SHIELD agency, which could aptly be dubbed the Serpent SHIELD agency. It is riddled with vulnerabilities, having been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. To relinquish the armor to you is tantamount to gifting it to Hydra, a remnant of the Nazi organization from World War II, which only serves to sow chaos. Entrusting the armor to them would be an exercise in futility. Furthermore, my armor is solely for the use of my nation's military. You may as well abandon that hope. Chunmu cast another indifferent glance at Nick Fury, unflinchingly delivering his outright refusal. Mr. Chunmu, I did not anticipate you to be such a person, allowing your narrow nationalism to overshadow the greater good of the world. Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged after the rejection. Perhaps he had anticipated it. Yet he retorted with a hint of contempt, seemingly prepared to employ lofty ideals to morally coerce Chunmu. Ah, what a noble cause for the sake of the entire world. At this moment, the irritable bureau chief scoffed derisively, casting an annoyed look at Nick Fury. He forcefully slammed his hand on the table and continued, as far as I know. You folks have done nothing of the sort over the years, have you? Perhaps due to Hydra's influence or the incompetence of American agents like you. The SHIELD agency has merely been collecting funds while failing to deliver any tangible results, year after year, begging the Security Council for financial aid without ever contributing anything in return. The bureau chief is well aware that their claims of maintaining world peace are nothing but empty rhetoric. Whether you believe it or not, as long as we remain true to ourselves, that is sufficient. Nick Fury maintained an air of indifference, shamelessly continuing his rhetoric. What a notion of being true to oneself. Chunmu chuckled coldly and remarked further, you incessantly proclaim the maintenance of world peace. Yet how many wars has America instigated internationally in recent years? How is it that we have never seen you intervene? Or are you, in fact, covertly aiding America in these endeavors? After all, you are merely America's loyal hound. And with Hydra's presence filled with warmongering fanatics, do you truly expect them to effect meaningful change? Let us not even delve into the distant past. Consider the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the more recent Gulf and Afghan wars. America has stirred unrest globally, yet we have never heard of any contributions from you. And you dare to speak of maintaining world peace? It is utterly ludicrous. The war between North and Vietnam you mentioned occurred before the establishment of a National Defense Agency. Thus there was naturally no interference. Nick Fury nonchalantly cast blame upon others. It is worth noting that the SHIELD was founded post-World War II, albeit it appeared to be solely an American organization at that time, making it improbable for them to assist other nations. Perhaps they even secretly exacerbated the situation. It is hardly surprising, given that it was an organization created by the Americans themselves, shamelessly positioning themselves within the United Nations, claiming to become an affiliated body, all for the sake of membership fees. In name belonging to the United Nations, they could undoubtedly acquire a plethora of resources annually from it, far exceeding what they would individually receive from their own country. As for your references to the Gulf War and the Afghan War, Nick Fury calmly remarked that America was merely acting justly to combat terrorist organizations. Iraq was harboring weapons of mass destruction, and Afghanistan had perpetrated terror against America. This was simply America's quest for accountability for its citizens. Chuckling, Chunmu could not help but inquire, weapons of mass destruction? Are you referring to laundry detergent? Furthermore, without delving into the authenticity of the 9/11 incident, if your intelligence is so formidable, why was there no prevention? Speaking of this war, it seems you bear some responsibility as well. Nick Fury's feeble justifications provoked laughter from Chunmu, who observed that America's invasions were primarily motivated by resource acquisition. cloaked in the guise of justice, yet resulting in innumerable atrocities in those nations. How many instances of civilian slaughter perpetrated by American forces have gone unnoticed? When discussing terrorist organizations, who truly embodies the essence of terror? I have recorded all your statements. We shall revisit them in the future to witness how absurd your current stance is. Chen tossed the phone onto the table with disdain, casting a curious gaze towards Nick Fury and remarked, "By the way, was it not your own Tony Stark from America who first created the Iron Man suit? Why do you not approach him for the armor instead of embarking on a long journey to China? Do you perceive me as an easy target? Private property is inviolable. Stark's Iron Man suit is his personal property. If he chooses not to share it, we have no right to compel him," Nick Fury stated calmly. "So you have come to me instead?" Chen scoffed, asking, "Does this mean you can freely infringe upon my private property? Or is your so-called freedom and protection of private ownership only applicable to your citizens, while the rights of individuals from other nations are disregarded? Such double standards are unbecoming of you. Once you authorize the armor to the government, it ceased to be your private property. If it can be given to the Chinese government, why not extend authorization to other organizations?" Nick Fury continued to argue vehemently, stating, "Mr. Chen, for the sake of world peace and all of humanity, I implore you to consider the greater good and relinquish the armor to us." With a mocking laugh, Chen disdainfully regarded Nick Fury and retorted, "I firmly refuse. Let it be known that your so-called Department of Homeland Security shall not acquire a single suit of armor from me. Do you truly believe you can impose moral coercion upon me? Just observe how I respond." Surprisingly, Mr. Chen words took a bold turn, prompting Nick Fury to take a long, contemplative glance at him. Uncertain of his own thoughts, he rose to depart. "Oh, your lofty proclamation of maintaining world peace is better suited for Tony Stark," Chen scoffed, remaining seated and dismissively adding, "Safe travels, but I shan't see you off." At this, Nick Fury's expression remained unaltered as he simply turned and walked away. Chapter 54. The Divine Spear Bureau Commander. What exactly is the military's stance? Chen inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he glanced at the commander with a furrowed brow after Nick Fury and Hill had departed. Alas, the organization is not a monolith. The commander sighed, gesturing for Su Jia to take a seat as well. The United Nations seeks to exert pressure on us through the issue of the battle armor. Thanks to Iron Man, Tony Stark, the world has witnessed the formidable power of the battle armor. Naturally, upon learning that our military intends to equip such weaponry, complications have arisen. This world is ultimately dominated by the West, and it is indeed challenging for our nation to navigate and thrive within this narrow space. Regarding this incident, although European and American countries are uncertain whether our nation will truly equip the Chilean battle armor or how it compares to Iron Man, they prefer to err on the side of caution, expressing their denunciation and pressure upon us in an attempt to thwart our plans. Bang! The commander slammed the table forcefully, his voice laced with bitterness. The West harbors relentless intentions against us. How could we acquiesce to their desires? What infuriated the commander further was the fact that within the organization, there were indeed individuals contemplating compromise. Under pressure, a few officials proposed that the military reject the Chilean battle armor for the sake of peaceful development. It was utterly absurd. This was precisely what allowed Nick Fury to arrange a meeting with Chen, as there were those orchestrating connections, and even the commander found himself unable to refuse. The first batch of Chilean battle armor must be nearing completion, correct? The commander inquired, regaining his composure as he directed his gaze at Chen. In just one more day, all the battle armor will be produced, Chen affirmed, having familiarized himself with the details, thus feeling quite certain. That's excellent news. The commander finally sighed in relief, his mood lifting as he continued. Our military's intention is to delay the delivery of the battle armor for now. Why? Chen brow knitted in confusion. We intend to establish another military organization, independent of the military, the commander explained, signaling Chen to remain patient. We have long harbored dissatisfaction with the Homeland Security Bureau under the Security Council. Despite receiving billions annually, there have been no tangible results. Therefore, We plan to reallocate these funds to create a similar organization. It will be called the Divine Spear Bureau, operating independently from the military, with a mandate akin to that of Nick Fury's Homeland Security Bureau, but specifically addressing matters related to our nation. The Divine Spear Bureau? In direct opposition to the Shield Bureau? Shenmue mused. However, it made sense. It was indeed a waste to allocate billions to the Shield Bureau. Establishing an organization for our own use was far more prudent. Having long been dissatisfied with the Shield Bureau, Shenmue felt a spark of inspiration at the commander's words. This aligned perfectly with his thoughts. In the face of an alien invasion, the Divine Spear Bureau could confront them directly. What was there to fear? The Divine Spear Bureau would serve as the sharpest weapon against our adversaries. The establishment of the Spear Bureau is underway, with plans to assemble a select elite from various military branches, initially aiming for a scale of 10,000 individuals. A limited supply of the Qilin battle armor will be allocated to the Spear Bureau to facilitate its inception. The bureau chief wore a smile. Yet this decision was born out of necessity. Unresolved internal issues within China rendered the widespread deployment of battle armor a distant prospect, rather than remaining in stagnation. It was deemed more prudent to establish a new military organization akin to the Shield Bureau, thereby ensuring that the development of the Spear Bureau would face no hindrance. Candidates for the Spear Bureau must undergo rigorous selection, with those harboring any ideological discrepancies deemed ineligible. It is indeed a prerequisite for aspiring members to endure a political review. Individuals burdened by conflicting thoughts will be outright rejected. In essence, only those who embody pure nationalism, willing to sacrifice for the rejuvenation of China, will gain entry. Fortunately, such individuals are plentiful within the military, making the assembly of 10,000 a feasible task. Thus, the initial step involves arming the selected soldiers for the Spear Bureau, with aspirations to gradually expand this initiative across the entire military in due course. In simpler terms, the Spear Bureau serves as a pilot organization for the new equipment. Once the populace witnesses the might of the Spear Bureau and regains sufficient confidence, the deployment of battle armor across the military will be a straightforward endeavor. Ultimately, the primary objective at present is to restore confidence within the nation and ensure that certain individuals in the organization cease to compromise externally. It is absurd to consider that when our nation is poised to equip itself with formidable weaponry, there are attempts to obstruct us. Yet, when the United States arm themselves with advanced technology, no one intervenes. Truly vexing. At that moment, Su Jia, having removed her battle armor and seated herself at the table, couldn't help but utter a curse, prompting Shenmue to glance over in surprise. Indeed, she lived up to her reputation as the rose of the military, with expletives flowing effortlessly from her lips. What are you staring at? Perhaps realizing her impropriety, Su Jia's cheeks flushed, and she shot a glare at Shenmue, inquiring with irritation. Su Jia had been on alert duty, hence she had not removed her armor, even clad in the Qilin battle armor. Her presence exerted pressure on Nick Fury and his companion. Not to mention, had Nick Fury posed a threat to Shenmue or the bureau chief, she would have been ready to neutralize them swiftly. It's nothing. I was just pondering how the Spear Bureau will develop after its establishment, Shenmue explained, scratching his nose. This is also the reason I wanted to meet with you. The bureau chief regarded Shenmue earnestly, stating, the Spear Bureau formally intends to invite you to serve as a technical advisor, providing essential technical support, including for the Qilin battle armor and its subsequent modifications. Does this mean I will be a civil servant? Shenmue queried with curiosity, stroking his chin. If you say so, then it must be true. The bureau chief appeared momentarily speechless before continuing. You should have met Zheng Xian. He will assume the role of the first director of the Spear Bureau. Zheng Xian? Oh, I remember now. Shenmue nodded, recalling the researcher he had seen recently in the park. To my astonishment, he is indeed the first director recognized by the chief. Do not underestimate him. Zheng Xian possesses remarkable talent in the realm of scientific research, but he is equally exceptional in the field of diplomacy. Though only 30 years of age, Zheng Xian has developed unique insights in diplomatic matters, holds 5 doctoral degrees, and is proficient in over 10 languages, a true genius. Without a doubt, The chief explained with a smile that Zheng Xian was initially slated to become a spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to undergo training, destined to make significant contributions in diplomacy. However, he became captivated by the technology of your Chilean battle armor and applied to study in the research park. Now, with the establishment of the Divine Spear Bureau, we require such a talent to assume a pivotal role. Most importantly, the first director must possess an unblemished background, free from the current political system of Huaqiangbei, necessitating an independent and liberated identity, and fortuitously, Zheng Xian fits this description perfectly. Chapter 55. A new agenda. The establishment of the God Spear Bureau has been placed on the agenda. After engaging in a brief discussion with the bureau chief, Chenmu and Su Jia returned to the park. Upon their return, Chenmu did not encounter Zheng Xian again. Given that he had been entrusted with a significantly more important responsibility, he naturally could not afford to remain in the park indulging in his hobbies, studying battle armor and related technologies. This time, the number of researchers and military personnel departing the park was considerable, clearly indicating that these individuals had undergone a rigorous selection process from the very beginning. It seemed likely that they were destined to become members of the God Spear Bureau. Thus, it appears that the establishment of the God Spear Bureau had been contemplated long before, and Nick Fury's visit was merely a fortuitous opportunity. Evidently, the military, represented by the bureau chief and his colleagues, had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the SHIELD. Even in the absence of Chenmu, it is reasonable to assume that the God Spear Bureau would have been established. His presence merely expedited the process. Will you consider joining the God Spear Bureau? Chenmu inquired curiously, glancing at Su Jia as they returned to his office. My task is to serve as the general manager of Xiaomu Technology. Until the company no longer requires my services, Su Jia replied matter-of-factly. Moreover, you will soon become a significant figure within the God Spear Bureau. A technical advisor also necessitates protection. In the absence of directives from higher-ups, I shall continue to serve as your bodyguard. What do you mean by until you no longer require my services? Chenmu asked, intrigued, but he did not press the matter further. By the way, do we really pay Nick Fury's department tens of billions of dollars every year? Chenmu inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his tone. Humph. Those shameless individuals claim to be an organization under the United Nations, yet they have never contributed to the UN's efforts. The United States has not paid its dues for several years, yet these folks continue to operate entirely in service of America. It is evident that SHIELD is fundamentally an American organization. The assertion that it falls under the purview of the Security Council is merely for external consumption. Furthermore, it can be argued that the United Nations has long since lost its impartiality, having quietly transformed into a puppet of the United States. The recent wars initiated by America illustrate this point. While the UN may issue condemnations, they achieve little of substance. The 5 permanent members, including Britain and France, are nothing more than America's pawns. With the veto power, the United States effectively holds sway over 3 votes. As members of NATO, Britain, France, and the United States conspire together. Their existence as permanent members serves only to facilitate the United States when it is inconvenient for them to exercise a veto. Within the United Nations, our nation faces considerable pressure. As a developing country, we are among the few genuinely voicing concerns for some of the less advanced nations. Yet this effort remains woefully insufficient. Upon reaching this point, Su Jia felt a tinge of melancholy. The architects of this world remain firmly entrenched within the Western realm. Much like the United States, which, despite facing opposition from our nation, remains steadfast in its ambitions to invade other countries, often disregarding dissent and fabricating spurious justifications to launch assaults. The pretext for accusations is inexhaustible. Furthermore, the United States exercises substantial control over the global network, utilizing its propaganda machinery to an extent where even the most egregious actions can be spun into virtuous narratives. Under this relentless campaign, entire nations in the Middle East have been branded as bastions of terrorism, with ordinary citizens unjustly labeled as so-called terrorists. In stark contrast, The atrocities committed by American forces against innocent civilians are obscured, leaving no trace of evidence on the internet. It is plausible that such concealment is orchestrated by the SHIELD agency, which possesses the capacity to shroud these events in secrecy. This exemplifies the formidable power of public opinion. Fortunately, our country wisely established a digital firewall long ago. Otherwise, under the impetus of their propaganda, our youth might have been led astray. Akin to the young people of Chun Mu's home province, who have been thoroughly indoctrinated and often express absurd sentiments, resembling frogs confined to a well. This illustrates the profound influence of public discourse on the youth, who, from a tender age, are exposed to falsehoods and grow up believing them to be truths. It is unfathomable to consider the state of our youth had we not implemented the digital firewall. They might well have mirrored the youth from the island province. Yet, all of this is destined to change. After a moment of silence, Chun Mu resolutely declared, as a spark seemed to ignite in his eyes. Since he had arrived in this world, to leave it unchanged would render his journey meaningless. Let us expedite the production of battle armor. I wish to complete the remaining units today, ensuring that when Zheng Xian arrives tomorrow, we can deliver all the battle armor to him. With a wave of his hand, he chose not to dwell further on the matter. At that moment, he immersed himself in a myriad of technologies, striving to assimilate all the knowledge acquired from the system. This endeavor would empower him to innovate new technologies independently, rather than relying solely on the system. While the system is indeed formidable, Chun Mu understood that true advancement could not hinge entirely upon it. The system is merely a tool. To elevate the nation, reliance on this tool alone would be insufficient. Furthermore, the Huaqiangbei system possesses a critical flaw. It can only achieve a breakthrough in any given technology once. For instance, if Chun Mu desires the Qilin battle armor to consistently match or even surpass Tony's Iron Man suit, he must undertake the responsibility of upgrading it himself. Relying exclusively on the system would confine him to a perpetual cycle of borrowing from various sources to enhance the armor. Fortunately, our nation boasts countless researchers who are committed to assisting Chun Mu in refining new technologies. Chun Mu himself is also capable of mastering the knowledge acquired through the system. However, this endeavor demands time and his own diligent study. Once the titanium alloy is fully utilized, it would be prudent to continue production using ordinary steel. The manufacturing of battle armor has perpetually posed significant challenges, yet the most formidable issue remains the generation of energy. To facilitate mass production of portable arc reactors, relying solely on Chun Mu's industrial park is far from feasible, unless one resorts to producing a rudimentary version akin to the makeshift arc reactor forged by Tony Stark in a cave. To promote the Qilin battle armor across the entire military, it is not merely a matter of producing 100 or even 1,000 suits. We require tens of thousands, if not millions, of portable arc reactors. Therefore, it is imperative for Chun Mu to develop a scaled-down version of the reactor. Achieving the goal of equipping every citizen with battle suits necessitates an extensive number of arc reactors, and the only viable solution lies in mobilizing national resources to ensure that our scientists thoroughly master this technology. Only then can the arc reactor truly be integrated into our national production lines. Nonetheless, that is a matter for the future. For now, Chun Mu must focus on utilizing his industrial park to arm the Absolute Defense, or, more urgently, to equip the Divine Spear Bureau. Chapter 56. Cost control. The production of 100 sets of Kirin battle armor, crafted from titanium alloy, was entirely completed within the industrial district of Huaqiangbei, under the stewardship of Chun Mu. From the armor's exterior to the arc reactor, each component was fashioned from the finest materials available in Huaguo. Even the compatible weaponry was manufactured by the nation's premier military-industrial conglomerates, ensuring exceptional quality. Consequently, these 100 sets of armor exhibit combat capabilities that surpass even those of Tony Stark's Mark III suit. Warfare is no trivial matter, much like fighter jets. The efficacy of battle armor is not solely determined by its inherent performance. Equally significant is the skill of its operator. While it is true that Tony Stark is the progenitor of the Iron Suit, his natural combat aptitude pales in comparison to that of Huaguo's dedicated soldiers who undergo rigorous training. Thus, the combat prowess that these Kirinai suits can unleash is undoubtedly far superior to that of Stark's Iron Man. The total cost of these 100 suits hovers around 3 million RMB, although this is considerably less than that of other military apparatus. Equipping an entire army with them as individual combat weapons remains a formidable challenge. At this juncture, Su Jia articulated the issues they were currently facing. The military is thus contemplating whether it would be possible to modify the armor's parameters to bring the costs down. Similar to Iron Man's Mark series, the parameters of the Kirin armor are not easily adjustable. The materials currently in use, namely titanium alloy, dictate the overall design. Simple material substitution would render the armor incapable of movement. Therefore, the military hopes that Chunmu can revise the design scheme. Furthermore, with the Kirin armor's cost being 3 million, of which the energy reactor alone accounts for 2 million, they are inquiring whether it is feasible to reduce its power output to lower the overall cost. In essence, the current Kirinai armor is prohibitively expensive, necessitating a reduction in cost for widespread deployment. That is not an issue. I will send you the revised data shortly for you to pass on to the general. Chunmu replied after some consideration, not declining the request. He continued to Su Jia. As for the reactor, I possess a weakened version that has a power output approximately 1/5 that of the current Kirin reactor. It is capable of sustaining high-intensity operations for 2 days, with a cost estimated to be under 500,000. Moreover, the production conditions for this reactor are not stringent. We can manufacture it within the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park to prevent any leakage of sensitive production information. After all, if mishandled, this device could unleash energy more devastating than a conventional explosive. The weakened version of the reactor in Chunmu's possession is akin to the rudimentary one Tony crafted in the cave, and its production is relatively straightforward. Currently, most factories in Huaguo, even Chunmu's toy processing plant, are capable of manufacturing products as long as the materials permit. Therefore, for safety reasons, Chunmu intends to produce this particular item entirely within the industrial park. The production of this single component is remarkably straightforward for the contemporary industrial complex. After all, as the bureau chief remarked, the high-ranking officials in Huaguo are not entirely united, so it is prudent to avoid any casual disclosure of such matters. Furthermore, the industrial park is firmly protected by the military, particularly the Divine Spear Bureau, making it seemingly the safest place available. That is splendid. I need to report the reactor issue to the general, but I anticipate no significant problems. Upon hearing that Chunmu could provide a scaled-down version of the Qilin armor, Su Jia could not help but smile. The cost of the reactor is under 500,000, and if the armor employs standard special alloys, the total expenses might not even reach 600,000. This is an astonishingly low cost. Consider that Tony's Mark III had a production cost exceeding $300 million. It is truly remarkable how the costs have been slashed from 300 million to a mere 600,000 here in Huaqiangbei. Of course, the primary reason for the exorbitant price of Tony's armor lies in its research and development expenses. However, with a systematic approach, Chunmu has managed to eliminate these costs, making it unnecessary for the armor to be so pricey. Thus, the Qilin armor, priced at 600,000 per set, could easily be promoted as an individual weapon. After all, even if Huaguo's weaponry offers the best cost-performance ratio, a Type 99 main battle tank still costs at least $2 million, equating to around 12 million renminbi, which could instead fund 20 sets of the scaled-down Qilin armor. These 20 sets of Qilin armor would significantly surpass the Type 99 tank in both maneuverability and firepower. Most importantly, the Type 99 cannot fly, whereas the Qilin armor can soar at supersonic speeds, rendering any debate on superiority unnecessary. Come by tomorrow morning to collect the data. I will have the armor design ready tonight, Chunmu said, glancing at the sky. By the way, this batch consists of 100 sets of Qilin armor, designated as Type 1, but what should we name the scaled-down version? Qilin 1 say? Or perhaps Qilin 1 Mini? As long as you are happy, Su Jia replied, feeling utterly exasperated by Chunmu's naming prowess. After a brief silence, she returned to her office. now that Chun Mu possesses his own armor. He generally does not require Su Jia's constant protection as a bodyguard. However, one must not forget Su Jia's other role as the manager of Chun Mu Technology, where she must attend to business matters. This position is essentially akin to that of Pepper Potts within Stark Industries, rendering Su Jia quite busy most of the time. After bidding farewell to Su Jia, Chun Mu returned to his studio. The streamlined version of the Qilin battle armor was, in fact, quite simple to create. He merely needed to export the data from Mark II, make slight modifications to its exterior, and adjust the reactor to fit seamlessly within the armor. Completing this task would not require much of Chun Mu's time. That evening, an idea began to take shape in his mind. He aimed to transform some of his valuable technologies for civilian use. He had not forgotten that not long ago, his father had called him, lamenting the increasingly challenging circumstances of their family's manufacturing business, urging Chun Mu to seek new opportunities for the factory, lest the long-time employees be left without support. The technology behind battle armor, if repurposed for civilian applications, could significantly advance the prosthetics industry. Given that this was his own father, Chun Mu felt a deep sense of obligation to assist in such matters. Although he himself was currently disinterested in small profits, he understood his father's desire to generate income and felt compelled to show his support. Thus, Chun Mu's plan was to design a prosthetic specifically catered to individuals with disabilities, powered by standard batteries, thereby granting those with physical impairments a chance at a renewed life. Chapter 57. Sudden Developments. Chun Mu has fully addressed the military's requests, and now he embarks on his venture into civilian markets. The inaugural product of his enterprise, Xiaomu Technology, is the Xiaomu smartphone. Although the smartphone has yet to be officially launched, its collaboration with Tony Stark has already generated immense anticipation. Tony has elevated the product's popularity to extraordinary heights, and even before its debut, one can envision the fervor it will ignite upon release. After all, Tony is the only superhero in the world who openly declares his identity. Even though Tony has yet to perform any notable heroic deeds, his status alone suffices to amplify the hype surrounding all related events. The Xiaomu smartphone, which Tony has been utilizing for some time, has naturally captured the public's attention. If it were available for sale, it would undoubtedly be sold out. With the smartphone concerns settled, it is now time for Xiaomu Technology to unveil its second product. Before him lies a suit of Iron Man armor, and a smile spreads across Chun Mu's face. Indeed, this product is a direct imitation of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. As Chun Mu intends to ride the wave of Tony's fame. After all, who in the Marvel Universe does not recognize him? If not for Tony's spotlight, whose fame would Chun Mu seek to harness? Furthermore, Chun Mu has not forgotten that, during Obadiah's tenure, he obtained the design authorization for all Stark Industries products, including the Iron Man suit. Therefore, replicating its appearance poses no legal issues whatsoever. This product is a prosthetic limb, designed to mimic the aesthetic of Tony Stark's armor, enabling individuals with mobility impairments to walk and perform tasks with greater ease. In the film Iron Man 2, when the American Congress questioned Tony about whether his suit constituted a weapon, he asserted that it was a high-tech prosthetic. In this moment, Chun Mu effectively assists Tony in bringing this vision to fruition. The prosthetics primarily utilize plastic and employ commonly available high-capacity batteries, allowing a disabled individual to move like a normal person for 5 hours. Pricing varies based on materials, ranging from hardened plastics to carbon fiber, aluminum alloys, and even robust metals. These so-called prosthetics can essentially be classified as exoskeleton armor, surpassing the capabilities of some military exoskeletons currently in use. This is part of Chun Mu's strategic plan, to disseminate these lower-end exoskeleton armors among civilians, familiarizing the populace with their use. When the time comes to truly require these exoskeletons, all that would be needed is a switch of the power source, a replacement of parts, or even the addition of external weaponry, transforming every citizen into a potential warrior. Certainly, there are inherent risks involved. If someone intends to exploit this exoskeleton armor for nefarious purposes, such occurrences are, regrettably, unavoidable. Regardless of the location, malevolence exists, even within the confines of our homeland. And this cannot be averted. However, One must not forget that Chun Mu is accompanied by Huaqiangbei, whose computational prowess surpasses that of Jarvis. Coupled with the formidable capabilities of supercomputers, Huaqiangbei can meticulously monitor each exoskeleton suit. Even in a scenario where 14 billion citizens don the armor, Huaqiangbei would effortlessly oversee their actions. Should anyone attempt to misuse the armor for malevolence, Huaqiangbei would swiftly identify the suit and force its shutdown, leaving wrongdoers with no avenue of escape. Currently, Shenmue has ensured that all produced Qilin battle armors are equipped with the Huaqiangbei system. Firstly, without the assistance of Huaqiangbei, it would be utterly impossible for an individual to operate the half-ton suit. Secondly, the advanced weaponry embedded within the armor necessitates intelligent programming for control, including targeting assistance, where Huaqiangbei is indispensable. In this realm, the only intelligent program capable of controlling the battle armor, apart from Chun Mu's Huaqiangbei, is Tony Stark's Jarvis. If not for Huaqiangbei, would one resort to using Jarvis instead? This responsibility should be entrusted to Zhang Xian, for he is in need of such technology. Upon opening his studio, Chun Mu handed a USB drive to Su Jia, continuing, the Qilin 1 SE battle armor, crafted from high-strength steel, can be produced by most domestic arms factories. However, the reactor can currently only be manufactured in our Huaqiangbei industrial park. Once the Divine Spear Bureau establishes its production base, we can delegate the task to them. Chun Mu feels confident in the establishment of the Divine Spear Bureau, knowing that its members have been rigorously selected and possess profound loyalty to our homeland and their nation. Thus, entrusting this technology to them instills a sense of assurance. Marvelous. With this, equipping the entire army with Qilin battle armor is no longer a distant dream. Priced at 600,000 per set, even with the weapon system included, it should not exceed 700,000. In contrast, a Type 99 main battle tank costs a minimum of 12 million. Thus, one Type 99 could be exchanged for nearly 20 sets of armor. What could be more advantageous? By the way, Shenmue, General Zhang just mentioned he needs to speak with you. You should arrange a video conference with him shortly. Understood. Although slightly perplexed, Shenmue nodded and returned to his office to initiate the video conference. Shenmue, a situation has arisen. The United Nations is pressuring our nation to abandon the plan to equip the Qilin battle armor. Even our erstwhile ally, the Russians, have aligned with the West on this occasion. The expression of the bureau chief was grave, and he did not mince words, directly outlining the current circumstances. Our great nation has always maintained its independence from the Western world. Their desire for our downfall has never waned. Shenmue quietly continued, what are the nation's plans? For now, our strategy is to first equip the Spear Bureau. The military can wait until the Spear Bureau opens up the situation before we proceed with the outfitting. The bureau chief calmly remarked, as for equipping the army, it is of little consequence. However, the Western nations are currently brandishing various sanctions to threaten us, demanding that we surrender our battle armor technology. This is utterly ludicrous. Have we ever witnessed the American military outfitting itself with advanced weaponry, only for the United Nations to intervene, forbidding them from arming themselves and insisting on the surrender of technology? It is nothing short of disgraceful. This clearly illustrates that the current United Nations has indeed become a mere garden for the United States. One cannot overlook the role of the Homeland Defense Bureau in exacerbating this situation. Nick Fury privately contacted me, suggesting that if we could provide them with a set of Qilin battle armor for research purposes, they would assist us in resolving this issue. It is evident that Nick Fury is fully aware that compelling Huaqiangbei to relinquish its technology is an impossibility. Thus, in a bid for compromise, they merely seek a set of Qilin battle armor for study. The previously established high demands were merely a tactic for negotiation. Chapter 58. The military parade plan at this juncture. Our intention is to temporarily set this matter aside. With the National Day festivities approaching, our military is preparing to showcase a grand military parade on that day, unveiling our current array of weaponry to demonstrate our strength. Observing Chun Mu's rather somber expression, the commander spoke calmly. With less than 2 months remaining until National Day, Chun Mu had already supplied a considerable number of advanced weapons. For instance, he provided the enhanced F-22 technology to the military, which significantly aids in the improvement of our J-20 fighter jets. Moreover, with 2 months at our disposal, our homeland, equipped with comprehensive production resources, can effortlessly manufacture the upgraded version of the F-22. Naturally, to avoid complications, alterations to the external appearance of the F-22 will likely be made. Alternatively, some of the F-22's technologies may be directly integrated into the J-20. Initially, the J-20, which was developed independently by our country, faced significant issues primarily related to its engine and stealth coating. However, the information provided by Chunmu includes highly sophisticated technologies addressing these two critical aspects, which undoubtedly benefits the J-20 immensely. With 2 months until National Day, do we foresee any issues? Chunmu, unfamiliar with the military capabilities of our nation, inquired out of curiosity. There are absolutely no problems. We can simply transport various weapons directly from the military district. At this moment, the commander finally allowed a smile to grace his face and continued, "The 2 technologies you have provided will greatly enhance our military strength. First and foremost is the 5th-generation aircraft technology, which has significantly advanced our self-developed J-20, bringing it to near perfection. Consequently, the Rongfei Group is diligently working on producing several units, which are currently undergoing test flights and will be ready to fly directly to the capital. With the enhancements provided by Chunmu's technology, which surpasses even that of the F-22, the J-20 can now be considered one of the most formidable fighter jets on Earth. Excluding Wakanda, of course, as that nation operates on an entirely different level. Furthermore, our piece de resistance is the Chilean battle armor that you have produced." The commander's smile could not be concealed as he continued, "The Divine Spear Bureau will participate in the Grand Parade donning the Chilean battle armor as part of the 5th Army. I can already envision the astonishment that the Divine Spear Bureau will evoke in the world. Indeed, Tony Stark has been remarkably ostentatious, allowing the world to recognize the might of the Iron Man suit. Now, our nation is genuinely equipping an entire legion with such armor. In today's world, who would dare to challenge us? The National Day Military Parade serves as a powerful deterrent to those harboring malicious intentions. If you do not wish for us to equip battle armor, I will make it abundantly clear. We have already established and armed an entire legion. Ultimately, our nation possesses its own formidable trump card, owing to agreements previously signed between the United States and the Soviet Union, which prohibit them from further developing rocket missiles. However, our country is exempt from such constraints. Over the years, our rocket force has achieved an unprecedented scale, with various missile systems reaching the pinnacle of global standards. This time, we are poised to unveil 2 missile systems intended to instill fear in those of nefarious intent." "What missiles are they?" Chunmu inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. This was initially a secret, but divulging this information is not an issue, he replied with a wry smile. Continuing, "One is the D-F-41, which can be launched from a mobile missile launcher, enabling it to enter a state of readiness across the nation at any moment. Its range is sufficient to encompass the entire globe, and it can carry nuclear warheads, representing our military's ultimate nuclear deterrent. The other missile is the D-F-17, a hypersonic missile endowed with maneuverable trajectory capabilities. There exists no defensive system on Earth capable of intercepting it, and it too can carry nuclear warheads. It is also known as the carrier killer. Goodness, we possess both the D-F-41 and D-F-17? Chunmu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. As a former enthusiast of military affairs, he was quite familiar with these 2 missile systems. Thus, hearing their names ignited an inexplicable thrill within him. The D-F-41 boasts the capability to execute nuclear strikes globally, making it a crucial element of our nation's nuclear deterrent strategy. Furthermore, its mobile launch capability enhances its maneuverability and stealth, rendering it a source of great concern for other nations. As for the D-F-17, while its range may not be as formidable, it is undeniably the only hypersonic missile in existence today capable of evading all current defense systems. It stands as a potent tool for national defense. Without resorting to nuclear weapons, The DF-17 is undoubtedly one of the most formidable entities in the world. Shortly, Zheng Xian will arrive with 100 soldiers to retrieve the Qilin battle armor for the Divine Spear Bureau. A span of 2 months will suffice for them to become thoroughly acquainted with this armor. At this juncture, Su Jia approached and knocked on the door, followed closely by Zheng Xian. Ah, speak of the devil. Director Zheng, are you aware of the upcoming National Day Parade in 2 months? Chen Mu greeted him with a smile. I just heard about it, Zheng Xian responded, also greeting Chen Mu as he glanced at a virtual screen in the office, which displayed the bureau chief. Good day, chief, Zheng Xian said solemnly as he saluted the bureau chief, demonstrating the respect that comes from his military background. Unlike Chen Mu, who often humorously referred to General Zhang as bureau chief, though he did not fully grasp its significance, General Zhang took no offense, and over time, this title became firmly established. Chief, I have heard about the matter of national defense. After saluting, Zheng Xian gazed solemnly at the director, stating, This is my perspective. While it is not impossible for the National Defense Agency to acquire a set of Qilin battle armor, we must also stipulate certain conditions. Oh, please, share your thoughts, the director responded, intrigued rather than dismissive, eager to hear Zheng Xian's elaboration. Over decades of development, the National Defense Agency has established considerable influence across various nations, including our own. Thus, for the Spear Bureau to thrive, it is essential to expel them from our homeland. Zheng Xian organized his thoughts and continued, Our condition is that they must withdraw entirely from our country. Only then can the Spear Bureau have ample space to flourish. The Shield Bureau is deeply entrenched in numerous countries, China being no exception. Hence, for the Spear Bureau to grow, it is imperative to remove the Shield Bureau. After all, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Chen Mu, what are your thoughts? The director turned to Chen Mu, seeking his opinion. Mr. Chen Mu, this is also the reason for my visit. Could you ensure that the battle armor cannot be disassembled for research? Or perhaps install a self-destruction system that detonates all energy upon disassembly? Zheng Xian inquired, directing his question at Chen Mu. Ah, that is not particularly difficult. Chen Mu responded while stroking his chin. Adding a self-destruct mechanism is quite simple. The Huaqiangbei system can directly detonate if it detects any attempt to dismantle the armor. The issue is not significant. Additionally, the Shield Bureau's technological prowess in computing is formidable, so as an extra precaution, if the Huaqiangbei system detects an intrusion, it may also opt for self-destruction. Therefore, presenting a set to the Shield Bureau would not only grant them usage rights, but would bear little other significance. In that case, there are no issues. Upon hearing this, the director decisively tapped the table, declaring that all future maintenance of the battle armor would be entrusted to the Spear Bureau. After all, if the Americans enjoy this game, we shall return the favor in kind. Chapter 59. The prospects of the national battle armor at the dawn of our nation's establishment, amidst a backdrop of chaos and reconstruction. Virtually all high-tech products had to be imported from abroad. During that era, the constraints imposed by foreign powers meant that even the simplest components were sourced externally, with no technical support offered otherwise. The exorbitant costs of acquiring even basic accessories were a source of considerable distress for our country. However, times have changed. The Qilin battle armor can now only be procured from our homeland. Any desire to obtain it must align with the directives of the Divine Spear Bureau. Should any mishaps occur due to improper handling or attempts at disassembly, resulting in explosions or similar incidents, the Bureau will bear no responsibility. In truth, Chen Mu harbored little concern that the Shield Bureau could unravel the technology behind the Qilin battle armor. Akin to the war machine that remains in the possession of the U.S. military without any successful replication. Other than relentless modifications, there appear to be no viable alternatives. Perhaps Tony has embedded such backdoors that, if destroyed, would incur irreparable losses. The Qilin battle armor is not merely a sample that one can replicate at will. Yet, despite this reality, vigilance is still warranted. Fortunately, these matters do not require Chen Mu's attention. Zheng Xian's expertise lies in diplomacy, and he would handle the pursuit of interests without Chen Mu's interference. After transferring all the battle armor from the warehouse to the Divine Spear Bureau, Mu ceased to inquire further about the situation. With the imminent launch of the Xiaomi smartphone, excitement had reached a fever pitch, and countless users eagerly awaited the unveiling of this so-called new era of smart devices. The overseas launch event was scheduled for today. Tony had initially extended an invitation for Mu to attend the event in America, but he declined without hesitation. "No way. I nearly got stranded when I visited you recently, and now you expect me to go back?" The domestic version of the Xiaomi smartphone was set to be launched tomorrow. "Will you be making an appearance to say a few words?" Su Jia inquired, observing Mu's disinterest. "Not a chance," Mu retorted dismissively. "I don't understand why people are so excited about the first-generation smartphone." The launch event for the Xiaomi smartphone had been in the works for over half a month, and the world was well aware that mobile technology was stepping into a new chapter. Traditional phones that failed to keep pace with the trends would soon become relics of the past. Mu's enterprise, Xiaomi Technology, had already placed its data on the desks of several industry giants, with many of his publicly available details unearthed by these competitors. His father had operated a toy manufacturing factory in our country, which may well be the genesis of the Xiaomi smartphone. Companies like Nokia and Motorola had never anticipated that their greatest competition would not stem from their peers, but from a company that transcended numerous industries to launch this groundbreaking device. China's industrial prowess is remarkably formidable, with consistent increases in pre-orders reflected on the official website. Consequently, the production of the Xiaomi smartphone is being expedited, resulting in a stockpile that has reached millions. This pricing is something unimaginable back in 2008. After all, the international version of the phone is priced at $699, while the domestic version astonishingly costs only 998 yuan. With identical configurations, this price disparity has driven the populace into a frenzy. Forget about 3,000 or 4,000, or even 1,000 or 2,000. For merely 998, one can bring home an entirely new generation of smartphones. Ahem, pardon the diversion. But the popularity of the Xiaomi phone has genuinely astonished Su Jia. The domestic version has already prepared 200,000 units, poised for purchase as soon as tomorrow's launch event commences. With the benefit of prior experience and insight, Mu is confident in the Xiaomi phone's success. After all, he has directly emulated the design of the former era's Fruit brand, and with the operating system developed by Stark Industries, its smooth performance far surpasses that of the previous generation's Fruit. If this does not become a sensation, Mu would have no words left to say, indicating that he is ill-suited for the smartphone industry. Moreover, this time he has the robust support of Tony Stark. It would be difficult for the Xiaomi phone not to succeed. In contrast to these genuinely simple consumer products, you must have reviewed the proposal I previously sent to the bureau chief. What do you think? Mu aspires to promote exoskeleton armor among the general public, which inevitably involves governmental oversight. Therefore, following this decision, he meticulously organized his objectives and future visions and submitted them accordingly. Of course, it is also Mu's first time leveraging his authority for personal gain, allowing his father's factory to be the first pilot for producing these devices. As for prosthetics, his father's company requires medical device manufacturing licenses, which have been duly processed. Once his father applies, approval should come swiftly. However, the wearable toy device you mentioned presents no issues and can be produced at any time, as its classification is merely as a toy. Ultimately, whether as a wearable toy or prosthetic, Mu's aim is simply to disseminate exoskeleton armor among the populace. These are merely the initial steps. In the future, the so-called wearable toys will gradually replace plastic with metal and substitute current batteries with reactors. The era of Iron Man for the entire nation is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, I am curious, with such a high price for our wearable toy, will anyone actually purchase it? Su Jia expressed skepticism. A set that barely operates on electrical power and moves exceedingly slowly, primarily composed of plastic, is priced at a minimum of 100,000 yuan. I cannot fathom who would be so inclined to buy such an item. What purpose would it serve? As a collectible or for cosplay? Hey, do not underestimate the purchasing power of enthusiasts. Mu wore a displeased expression and continued, as the saying goes, a homebody invests in a wall, while a resident of the capital secures a house. Enthusiasts are willing to spend lavishly on their collectibles. Take Iron Man's armor, for instance. It is akin to an oversized wearable figurine, sure to be in high demand and sell remarkably well. I am quite confident about this. Furthermore, in the past, products made in our great nation were synonymous with low cost. However, times have changed. We are now on a path toward high-end, exquisite craftsmanship. Consider toys, for example. Many so-called international brand toys are still manufactured within our borders. In fact, toys produced in the same batch exhibit identical quality, differing only in branding. Yet their prices vary drastically. What Shenmue aims to achieve is to transform this reality, ensuring that made in China becomes a symbol of prestige and that manufacturing in Huaqiangbei is synonymous with high-end quality. Chapter 60. The Emergence of the Green Giant Well. I truly cannot fathom the mindset of those reclusive individuals. Su Jia rolled her eyes, no longer wishing to engage in this debate with Shenmue. She continued, "The authorities have approved your proposal and have issued your company a production license. As long as you adhere to the planned production and sales, everything should proceed smoothly." To be frank, Shenmue has significantly aided Huaguo, yet he appears rather indifferent and unambitious, which has left some within the government feeling uneasy. When one benefits from another, there exists an inherent obligation to reciprocate. With such advantages gained from Shenmue without any form of return, the partnership is bound to falter over time. Thus, when it was reported that Shenmue intended to exploit his power for personal gain, the government readily acquiesced. They are not fearful of his potential for corruption. Rather, they dread his lack of ambition. It is through mutual benefit that relationships can remain steadfast. However, the authorities have also discerned that Shenmue places great value on familial bonds, so by treating his family well, they can effectively secure his loyalty. Consequently, Shenmue's father, unbeknownst to him, has found his work increasingly fortuitous, as if fortune were finally favoring him. These arrangements have been orchestrated quietly by the authorities, with the intent of firmly binding Shenmue's parents to Huaguo. Naturally, this will ensure that Shenmue remains tethered to the nation. By the way, here is an intriguing piece of intelligence for you to examine. Having settled these trifles, Su Jia presented a document before Shenmue. "What is this?" Shenmue inquired. Curiosity piqued as he opened the folder to reveal a photograph of an enormous green figure wreaking havoc amidst a derelict urban landscape. The Hulk? Recognizing the figure in the image, Shenmue felt a surge of intrigue. It appeared that the Hulk had been discovered. This formidable creature has garnered significant attention online. Having made his first appearance in a South American slum, where he engaged in fierce combat with a squad of well-equipped soldiers, Su Jia then produced her smartphone, displaying a video of the battle between the Hulk and a team of special forces. The footage was swiftly processed and obscured, yet the Spear Bureau retained all documentation. They suspect that this creature is a product of some biological experiment conducted by the Americans and are currently assessing whether he poses a threat to our nation. It must be said, the efficiency of the Spear Bureau is truly commendable. Having only been officially established yesterday, they have already embarked on diligent work today, collecting information on various bizarre occurrences on Earth and evaluating their potential threat to our homeland. It seems quite probable. In the Marvel Universe, the impoverished rely on mutation while the affluent depend on technology. The emergence of the Hulk indeed stems from a catastrophic experimental accident. However, due to the immense power displayed by the Hulk, General Ross of the U.S. military has developed a keen interest in capturing him for research purposes. However, it was unexpected that the Spear Bureau had swiftly entered operational status. Just yesterday, the establishment of the Spear Bureau was finalized, and this morning, 100 sets of Chilean battle armor were dispatched. Within a mere 2 hours, the Spear Bureau had already commenced its duties, leaving Shenmue somewhat abashed. In comparison to these individuals, Shenmue felt as though he was squandering time and life. Nevertheless, this formidable entity had not made an appearance in our nation. Thus, the Spear Bureau need not be overly concerned. The Hulk's location was within Brazil, a vast distance from Huaguo. So Shenmue was not apprehensive about the possibility of the creature flying to Huaguo and inciting chaos. Therefore, the emergence of the Hulk did not weigh heavily on his mind. Yet, Chunmu recalled that the Huaqiangbei system had previously mentioned that all mutations were, in fact, a form of technology. If the technological principles behind the Hulk's mutations could be comprehended, it would significantly bolster the strength of Huaqiangbei. However, this particular hue seemed rather unpopular in Huaqiangbei. The video ultimately displayed this giant fleeing towards the Amazon rainforest. Upon assessing the creature's combat capabilities from the footage, we concluded that its fighting prowess might even surpass that of the Chilean battle armor. Thus, General Zhang harbored some concerns, fearing that if the American military were to harness such power, it would pose a greater threat to our nation. To master the Hulk's strength is no simple task. The Hulk's might is indisputable. The angrier he becomes, the stronger he grows, seemingly without limit, which is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, in the cinematic universe, the Hulk's power has been notably diminished. Otherwise, defeating him with the Chilean battle armor would be an unrealistic endeavor. If the United States were truly able to decipher and wield this strength, it would likely represent the greatest threat to the world, considering their usual conduct. With the Spear Bureau newly established, we require an appropriate opportunity to demonstrate our strength. Su Jia stated solemnly. The emergence of this monster serves as a test for the Spear Bureau. Zheng Xian is currently engaged in negotiations with Nick Fury and others. We too need a catalyst to showcase the power of the Chilean battle armor. Nick Fury is not a fool. He desires the armor. But since no one has witnessed its power, it is tantamount to making claims without evidence, and one would not want to be embarrassed if its combat capability fell short. Coincidentally, the Hulk's appearance has provided Zheng Xian with a chance to exhibit the formidable prowess of the Chilean battle armor. This is clearly a top-tier special operations team, and using a monster that is not even their match to test the Chilean battle armor is perfectly suitable. However, after hearing Su Jia's words, Chunmu was at a loss for words. To use the Hulk as a quality inspector for the Chilean battle armor? Surely, that would lead to disaster. Even the current armor, Chilean No. 1, has combat capabilities that are only marginally superior to Tony's Mark III. But that still does not make it a match for the Hulk. While titanium alloy is indeed sturdy, it cannot withstand the sheer force of the Hulk's colossal fists. After a series of formidable strikes, the titanium alloy would surely be rendered deformed. Nevertheless, there remains a glimmer of hope. The pilots of the battle armor are not mere playboys, they are seasoned warriors. As the saying goes, each profession has its expertise, and when it comes to combat, warriors are undoubtedly more suited for the task. A few soldiers, tactically coordinated and clad in the Chilean battle armor, indeed stand a chance of bringing the Hulk to his knees. However, we must consider the logistics. This creature has reportedly appeared in South America. How shall we make our way there? Furthermore, will the nations in South America permit our entry with weaponry, such as the Chilean battle armor? Rest assured, Su Jia replied with a smile, our destination is Venezuela, a country with which we maintain amicable relations. It borders the Amazon rainforest, allowing us to traverse directly from this point. Additionally, the creature's last known location was near the Amazon River, so entering the jungle from Venezuela will help us circumvent numerous complications. Chapter 61. Target Hulk. Chunmu never anticipated that the Divine Spear Bureau would take notice of the green giant, Hulk, in such a manner. Unlike the United States, which is frequently embroiled in conflict, Huaqiangbei has largely remained at peace, rendering any opportunity to showcase the capabilities of the Chilean battle armor through warfare virtually non-existent. The only true frontline combat forces in Huaqiangbei, aside from peacekeeping troops, are likely the fire service. The adversaries faced by the peacekeeping units seldom possess significant combat prowess. Their primary mission revolves around maintaining stability and peace in underdeveloped regions. Furthermore, the distance from the homeland makes it impractical to entrust them with the battle armor for capability verification. As for the fire service, while the battle armor could undoubtedly excel in firefighting endeavors, it would not adequately demonstrate its combat effectiveness, leading to its dismissal for that purpose. Nevertheless, this presents a viable alternative. In recent years, Huaqiangbei has suffered considerable losses among its firefighting personnel. Perhaps a specialized version of the Chilean battle armor could be developed for firefighting units, gradually introducing it to the public eye. Thus, If the Divine Spear Bureau aims to exhibit the capabilities of the Chilean battle armor, it must identify a formidable adversary. Is it possible that this information was provided to the Divine Spear Bureau by Nick Fury? Upon hearing Su Jia's words, Shenmue could not help but inquire. Currently, negotiations between Zhang Xian and Nick Fury have reached an impasse, primarily due to Fury's skepticism regarding the combat efficacy of the Chilean battle armor. If one questions its combat capability, why then pursue it so ardently? Coincidentally, General Ross's capture of the Green Giant Hulk has caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., who now seeks to leverage the situation to assess the combat prowess of the Chilean battle armor. It is apparent that S.H.I.E.L.D. may harbor ulterior motives. Fully aware of Hulk's strength, they intend for the Chilean battle armor to engage in combat, likely hoping to orchestrate its failure to strengthen their bargaining position. However, Nick Fury seems to have underestimated both the fighting spirit of the Huaqiangbei soldiers and the potential of the Chilean battle armor. While Tony Stark's Mark III may not be a match for Hulk, the combat strength of the Chilean battle armor far surpasses that of the Mark III. Coupled with the seasoned pilots, battle-hardened soldiers of the People's Liberation Army, the combat capability of the Chilean battle armor is undoubtedly beyond that of Iron Man. Perhaps a single soldier equipped with the Chilean battle armor may struggle to defeat Hulk, yet a well-coordinated squad could certainly prevail. At the very least, the armor's high-speed flight capability places it in a position of advantage. While Hulk may leap, can he truly soar faster than the speed of sound? Indeed, one significant motivation for capturing Hulk is to showcase the power of the Chilean battle armor. Su Jia nodded in agreement, adding that another reason is the Divine Spear Bureau's desire to prevent this behemoth from falling into American hands again. Implicit in this is the hope that capturing Hulk would allow for his return to Huaqiangbei, should that prove impossible. Ensuring his demise is preferable to his capture by the U.S. military. How many personnel do you plan to deploy? Shenmue curiously inquired about the plans of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, seemingly having grasped some of the details. A 10-member combat team was set to board a Y-20 transport aircraft shortly, ostensibly to deliver a batch of supplies for humanitarian aid. Su Jia, with a hint of bitterness in her voice, remarked, "The current state of the country is dire. It is economically sanctioned by the United States and is engulfed in turmoil. The nation is in disarray, prices are soaring, and the majority of ordinary citizens can scarcely afford food. For their own interests, the United States stirs up chaos globally. From my recollections of the past, in a few years, this country will continue to languish in economic despair, with its people suffering. Thus, it is clear that the United States is not a benevolent entity." With a sigh, Shenmue acknowledged that such statements would likely invite rebuttals. Yet he felt compelled to voice them. Naturally, he harbored no fondness for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, which acted as a puppet of the United States. While some members of the Avengers might genuinely fight for humanity, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency merely pursued its own interests and those of its nation. The personnel are ready. Soon, you and I will accompany them. The Y-20, laden with humanitarian supplies, has been prepped. Our contingent of 12 can journey to South America aboard this aircraft. The assistance was initially scheduled for delivery in the coming days, but the recent incident involving the Hulk has created an urgent situation, allowing us to travel together with the transport. Are we really going? Shenmue blinked, intrigued. His concern did not stem from fear for his own safety. After all, the Hulk was not capable of flight. As long as he soared high enough, the Hulk would be powerless against him. Indeed, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Hulk had proven to be somewhat underwhelming. In the storyline of Avengers: Infinity War, he was soundly defeated by Thanos and reluctant to engage. Despite the Hulk's unwillingness to fight for humanity, it was evident that this world's version of the Hulk was not particularly formidable. As the provider of weaponry, we have not conducted any tests on our equipment. Su Jia rolled her eyes at Shenmue and continued. This marks the first genuine combat deployment of the Chilean battle armor, and we must be present. That said, what is with that eager expression on your face? While the Chilean battle armor has undergone numerous tests within military circles and received unanimous praise, it has yet to see true combat. To be fair, our company does not possess a weapons production license. Shenmue could not help but interject. Moreover, our production consists solely of the outer shell. Shouldn't we merely test mobility, flexibility, durability, and energy capacity? Engaging in combat tests is beyond our purview. Let us not dwell on that for now. Do you not wish to witness the Qilin battle armor take on the green monster in an epic showdown? Clearly, this was Su Jia's true desire. Or perhaps she was eager to join the fray herself. Such a captivating spectacle, Chenmu certainly did not wish to miss. Moreover, if he could indeed subdue the Hulk, he aspired to acquire the technology of gamma mutation from him, optimizing it for controlled application to enhance the soldiers of his homeland. Naturally, the transformation into a green giant would require the soldiers' voluntary consent. After all, to navigate life, a touch of green wouldn't go amiss, would it? All right, let us proceed. It's just the two of us now. Clearly, Su Jia was eager not to miss the confrontation with the Hulk, pulling Chunmu along as they made their way outside. Wait a moment, I need to secure my armor first. I can't risk being inadvertently harmed. Hurry up, please. Chapter 62. Encounter with the Hulk after several hours of flight, accompanied by Chunmu and Su Jia, a group of 12, all clad in their respective battle armors, sat poised in the cabin of the Y-20 transport aircraft, poised to arrive in Venezuela. From the initial thrill of boarding such a colossal machine to the gradual onset of fatigue, Chunmu found himself at a loss for words, quietly occupying his seat while idly connecting his armor to the network to watch a film. Naturally, Chunmu was quite envious of the Y-20 specifications. He had long since analyzed and stored its technical data in his personal database, achieving breakthroughs that enhanced its cargo capacity, endurance, and speed. We are nearing our destination. Shortly, we will head directly into the Amazon jungle. The coordinates have been marked for everyone, so we must locate our target swiftly. In fact, SHIELD had already deduced the approximate location of the Hulk and relayed this information to the Spear Bureau. The address now in Su Jia's possession had been narrowed down considerably. With diligent searching, they would undoubtedly find their objective soon. This time, the 10 of us will serve as the combat unit. You two may observe from the skies. The safety of Chunmu and Su Jia was of utmost importance to the 10 warriors. Should any danger threaten Chunmu, they would unhesitatingly abandon their mission to ensure his protection. I can help too, Su Jia interjected, displeased. After all, she had come specifically to experience the battlefield for herself. Being sidelined felt unjust. I am a warrior as well, and I am capable of fighting, Su Jia protested vehemently, yearning for the thrill of battle while donning her Qilin armor. Colonel Su, do not forget your primary mission, to protect Mr. Chunmu above all else. The leader among the 10 warriors replied solemnly, clearly dismissing Su Jia's sentiments. Chunmu, albeit amused, thought to himself, my armor is far superior to yours. I truly do not require your protection. His armor, crafted entirely from vibranium, was remarkably robust, equipped with a plethora of weaponry, rendering him a force to be reckoned with, far surpassing the ordinary models. Though he silently grumbled about the situation, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. To the military personnel, it appeared that his armor lacked weaponry. And while they might have suspected otherwise, they chose to feign ignorance, leading them to believe that Chunmu possessed no combat capability. Very well. Although Su Jia felt a tinge of frustration, she understood the gravity of their mission. Indeed, her priority was to ensure Chunmu's safety. Upon landing, the group of 12 discreetly departed the airport, heading toward the Amazon jungle. Clad in their Qilin armor, they soared swiftly, easily breaching the sound barrier. Within an hour, they arrived at their destination, a designated area within the encircled jungle. Colonel Su, you safeguard Chunmu as you ascend to great heights, transmitting combat footage back to the homeland while meticulously recording the data of this engagement for subsequent evaluation. Upon reaching the designated location, the squad leader commenced the delegation of tasks, directing Chunmu and another individual to soar into the sky for their protection. Meanwhile, the other warriors embarked in various directions to commence their search for the target. As the inaugural deployment of the Qilin battle armor, it naturally attracted considerable attention. First and foremost was the side of Huaqiangbei, which promptly mobilized satellites to monitor the area, ensuring that every soldier could report the situation and their personal status without delay. Secondly, the Divine Spear Bureau, as the direct overseers of the Chilean warriors, closely scrutinized the capabilities of their soldiers, similarly able to obtain real-time updates on the combat. Thirdly, the Shield Bureau was also present in conjunction with the Divine Spear Bureau, able to observe the battlefield through the internal large screens. However, they were unable to acquire specific details about the battle armor, resorting to conjectures and assessments. Concurrently, the Shield Bureau relayed the encounter between the Chilean battle armor and the Hulk to the American side, leading to the presence of several American satellites in the sky, vigilantly observing the area. "I've located him. You all hurry over. I'll hold him off." A warrior's voice resonated through the channel, having already detected the presence of the Hulk. In truth, finding the Hulk was relatively straightforward. He remained in a state of fury. Having transformed into the Green Giant after a confrontation with a special forces unit in the slums of Brazil, where he had dispatched several soldiers before fleeing into the jungle. Presently, the irrational Hulk continued to wreak havoc within the forest, countless beasts meeting their demise at his fists, and even towering trees were mercilessly shattered. It would likely take a considerable amount of time for him to revert to Bruce Banner, as he would need to exhaust his rage fully. A mere few hours would be insufficient. As the battle loomed, the warrior who first spotted the Hulk launched an immediate assault. In the eyes of these soldiers, the most prudent course of action against this mindless monstrosity was to eliminate it, thus preventing further destruction. This response was entirely human. After all, the warriors perceived only the rampaging creature, not Bruce Banner himself. With no knowledge of his identity, their singular aim was to curtail his capacity for further devastation. Thunderous roars erupted as various weapons from the Chilean battle armor unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the Hulk. The sheer magnitude and intensity of the assault left Chun-Mu momentarily awestruck. Truly, the might of the Huaqiangbei military and the modifications to the Chilean battle armor were nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, the inadequacy of firepower has been compensated by sheer quantity, which explains why the Chilean battle armor appears to have undergone modifications, seemingly enlarged and equipped with an array of weaponry. This singular onslaught effortlessly achieved comprehensive fire coverage. And remarkably, each micro-missile, under the guidance of Hong Meng, struck Hulk with precision. Consequently, Hulk found himself momentarily subdued. It is indeed a manifestation of firepower deficiency anxiety. As Chun-Mu hovered above the battlefield, he could not help but reflect on the significance of the Chilean battle armor, which has enabled the Chinese military to achieve fire coverage in individual combat scenarios. Previously, the firepower deployment of the Chinese military was predominantly reliant on artillery and missile systems, executed on a collective scale. However, the advent of the Chilean battle armor has effectively addressed the critical shortcoming of fire coverage in individual combat. It has fully realized the potential for individual firepower deployment. Without delving into other matters, this relentless barrage truly left Chun-Mu in awe. Impressive indeed, my homeland. Chapter 63. Fierce Battle. Chun-Mu was somewhat astonished to find that a single soldier was capable of suppressing the Hulk. This was primarily due to the fact that the Hulk's rage had gradually diminished over time. Since his escape from the slums of Brazil, a considerable 7 to 8 hours had elapsed, and the destruction he wreaked in the jungle had nearly exhausted his fury. At present, the Hulk's combat capabilities were at their nadir. However, the Hulk was the type of character who grew stronger with each confrontation. Although his anger had waned, the relentless bombardment from the Chilean battle armor reignited his fury. As the first wave of explosions subsided, the Hulk's figure reemerged. At that moment, he bore few visible wounds, his emerald eyes blazing with wrath as they fixated on the Chilean battle armor suspended in the air. It seemed as though his size had increased, making him an even more imposing figure. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk propelled himself forward, launching like a missile towards the Chilean battle armor. Yet, the seasoned warrior piloting the armor was no novice. Upon noticing the Hulk's movement, he deftly maneuvered to evade the onslaught, easily sidestepping the Hulk's assault. Consequently, the Hulk, suspended in midair without any leverage, became an easy target. Such formidable defense this creature possesses, Su Jiang mused. her expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty as she observed the battle. She was genuinely surprised that the Hulk could withstand a barrage of missiles purely with his flesh and bone. Although the missiles were miniature and their yield limited, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. The previous wave likely consisted of dozens of missiles, yet they had failed to breach his defenses. The fact that a concentrated bombardment could not penetrate his defenses left Su Jia incredulous. In her understanding, achieving such resilience with mere flesh was almost inconceivable. It is not a matter of being impervious to damage. Rather, he possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. Chen Mu articulated his thoughts. Perhaps those miniature missiles did not inflict significant harm, but they surely caused some injury. It was his intrinsic healing capacity that allowed him to recover swiftly from relatively minor wounds, creating the illusion of invulnerability. Indeed, the Hulk's defensive prowess was formidable, yet it did not render him immune to physical assault. The lack of substantial damage inflicted upon him was merely a result of insufficient firepower. In Chen Mu's perspective, regardless of other factors, a carbon-based organism facing a torrent of steel and overwhelming firepower could undoubtedly be annihilated. Even a being as formidable as the Hulk could be vanquished, provided the intensity and density of the assault were sufficient. Indeed, Chen Mu's objective was not to eliminate the Hulk. Even the primary goal of these warriors was merely to subdue the formidable giant. It was only as a last resort that they would contemplate the direct annihilation of their opponent. Chen Mu arrived with the intention of preventing the Hulk's demise, as he sought to analyze the mutant capabilities inherent to the green behemoth. Mastery of such power would herald unimaginable good fortune for the entirety of China. As Chen Mu approached the Hulk, the system began to emit a series of notifications. Green Giant Hulk, Gamma Radiation Mutation Technology, Analysis in Progress. 1:10. The Hulk, originally known as Bruce Banner, was a physicist from America who, due to a laboratory accident, was exposed to gamma rays that triggered a monstrous transformation within him, giving birth to the entity known as the Hulk. The Hulk's strength was unparalleled, growing exponentially with his rage, seemingly without limit. Of course, as a later member of the Avengers, the Hulk ultimately became a celebrated superhero. In terms of sheer power, he was universally acknowledged as the mightiest among the Avengers. However, it is undeniable that before his association with the Avengers, he had taken the lives of many, primarily those of soldiers pursuing him. Yet he also bore responsibility for the deaths of several innocent bystanders. Upon joining the Avengers, the Hulk gained the affection of the public, who chose to forgive his past transgressions. Chen Mu merely chuckled at such rationalizations. Whether people chose to forgive or not was of no concern to him, as the deceased were not his compatriots. The Hulk roared in fury, yet he was powerless against the airborne warriors. In his rage, he could only lift a massive stone beside him and hurl it skyward. However, for the agile warriors, evading such a projectile was a trivial matter. The creature's strength was indeed terrifying. Objects weighing dozens of tons were but playthings in his grasp. As the Hulk effortlessly lifted a boulder larger than himself and cast it into the air, Su Jia could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Who could have possibly created such a fearsome being? His strength was initially estimated to be in the tens of tons, and did you notice? His power was steadily increasing, and even his physique seemed to be gradually expanding. With every surge of rage, the Hulk's battle prowess intensified. Yet, no matter how formidable he became, as long as he remained earthbound, he was still effectively countered by the nimble warriors. Clad in their Chilean battle armor, the warriors resembled distant marksmen, while the Hulk, a slow-moving tank, could scarcely even brush against the hem of their garments in the sky. Although the Hulk possessed formidable defenses, he was not truly invincible. Human strength, after all, has its limits, and the Hulk was no exception. Without delving into the aftermath of being overwhelmed by Thanos, let us focus on the scenario during the Avengers encounter, where the Chitauri soldiers effectively suppress him with concentrated firepower. They could indeed restrain him until the Hulk exhausts his strength, making him vulnerable to defeat. Meanwhile, upon realizing the limited effectiveness of miniature missiles against the Hulk, the soldiers altered their strategy, opting to employ energy weapons such as palm cannons and laser projectors to assail him. Although the results were somewhat disheartening, They no longer had to worry about ammunition depletion. With the energy derived from the arc reactor, sustaining an offensive for an entire day was well within reach. Moreover, each soldier participating in the mission was equipped with a backup energy source, carrying an additional reactor in their possession. Once the energy from one reactor was depleted, they could seamlessly switch to another, ensuring sustained operational capacity without concern. Given the finite number of miniature missiles, it was prudent to conserve them for later use. In the present situation, utilizing the palm cannons for assault would sufficiently challenge the Hulk. It was akin to battling a formidable boss. Gradually wearing him down was the key. Chapter 64. Defeating the Hulk. Witnessing a solitary warrior effortlessly subduing the Hulk filled Chun Mu with an overwhelming sense of pride. A wave of security enveloped him. This is the essence of Chinese soldiers. Such a feeling is profoundly reassuring. In China, there are indeed millions of warriors like this. The palpable sense of safety reaffirmed Chun Mu's conviction that his decision was sound. Confronting the impending extraterrestrial threat to Earth, a formidable army such as this would surely emerge victorious. Against 8 million of such warriors, even Thanos would have no choice but to flee. Yet, the prospect of a single soldier subduing the Hulk seemed daunting. Although witnessing the Green Giant being thoroughly suppressed was comforting, Su Jia still harbored concerns. It appeared that one warrior alone might not suffice to bring him down. No worries, we have never fought alone. Do not forget, we have comrades. Chun Mu assured Su Jia with a nod, urging her to remain calm. China does not glorify individual heroism, while legends and tales abound with heroes. The true force that shapes the outcome is always the collective. In China, the sense of collective honor surpasses that of individual accolades, fundamentally distinguishing it from the American ideal of personal heroism. Indeed, no matter how formidable this creature may be, he is but one. With just 2 more comrades, he could be defeated. Encouraged by this thought, Su Jia felt a surge of eagerness. She too wished to engage in the fray, to experience a thrilling battle clad in her Kirin armor. Let us go and give it a try, Chun Mu remarked with a soft smile. The Hulk now posed little threat, and he had no reason to oppose Su Jia's desire to fight. Moreover, he yearned to draw closer, allowing the system to analyze the mutations present in the Hulk. Are you certain this is wise? Su Jia hesitated, torn by her mission. My armor is far superior to yours. Chun Mu was equally eager, excited by the prospect of acquiring knowledge of the gamma radiation mutations from the Hulk. However, due to the distance, his current analysis had only yielded a mere 10 completion, which was far from satisfactory. Thus, he resolved to personally engage the Hulk, aiming to elevate the analysis to a full 100. The Hulk was indeed powerful, yet not so formidable as to breach the strength of vibranium. Moreover, clad entirely in vibranium, Chun Mu felt no trepidation towards the Hulk. Very well, I shall go first. Upon hearing this, Su Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she charged at the Hulk. Similar to the previous warrior, she initiated with a barrage of miniature missiles, greeting him before unleashing her palm cannon to bombard the Hulk. She began to fly swiftly around him, intermittently delivering punishing blows. This fellow truly exhibits a penchant for violence. Chun Mu couldn't help but shiver. Yet he still drew closer to Hulk, initiating his assault with energy bursts. The system's analysis of his techniques did not require him to be excessively close. Merely touching the opponent at the final 99 would suffice to fully comprehend their skills. Thus, Chun Mu gradually began to decipher the Green Giant's techniques. Perhaps due to Hulk's overwhelming strength, the pace of his analysis was not particularly swift, but Chun Mu found it acceptable. At this rate, by the time he defeated Hulk, he would nearly have completed his analysis. Indeed, Hulk's might was formidable, yet he was utterly helpless against the shameless harassment from Chun Mu and his companions. Forced to flee in one direction, in his frustration, he uprooted nearby trees and hurled them towards the trio above, but they were far too agile to be hit, leaving Hulk with no viable options. Grounded and unable to fly, Hulk became an easy target. As the battle raged on, more warriors gradually arrived, joining the fray. This creature is remarkably resilient. Everyone, follow my lead and unleash a concentrated attack. Prepare the barrage. After several minutes of entanglement, Hulk began to show signs of fatigue, prompting the squad leader to issue a command. 3, 2, 1, attack. Alongside Su Jia, 11 warriors clad in Qilin battle armor simultaneously deployed the missile launchers on their backs. Each warrior unleashed dozens of mini-missiles, resulting in a deluge of hundreds raining down upon Hulk. Faced with such an onslaught, Hulk could only bellow in helpless rage. Ceasefire. As the barrage came to a halt, the squad leader decisively ordered a pause in their assault. When the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Hulk's presence. Only a ragged figure lying in a crater, seemingly unconscious. Bruce Banner. That firepower nearly took out Bruce Banner. Observing the unconscious form, Chunmu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief that they had not directly killed him. Number 5, go check on him. The squad leader remained on alert, instructing one of the warriors nearby. Number 5 did not say much, cautiously flying to Bruce Banner's side to assess his condition. Captain, he is unconscious, Number 5 reported after a brief examination. Is this the same giant we encountered earlier? Su Jia expressed his astonishment, but temporarily sheathed his weapon, flying over to check on Bruce Banner himself. It must be. We need to find a way to wake him and inquire about the situation. The squad leader furrowed his brow, sensing that this mission was becoming increasingly peculiar. Their initial objective was to capture the Green Giant, and if capture proved impossible, to eliminate him. However, the mission did not indicate that this Green Giant could transform into a human. Nevertheless, if tasked with directing their firearms towards unarmed civilians, these soldiers would find themselves unable to comply. In truth, when SHIELD entrusted this matter to the Spear Bureau, they concealed a plethora of information, notably neglecting to disclose that the Hulk was, in fact, a transformed human. Let us first secure him. Once he regains consciousness, we shall inquire further into the situation. A considerable number of helicopters have approached. At this juncture, Su Jia remarked that within the detection range of the armored suit, several large helicopters were swiftly advancing, clearly military in nature. They must be American forces, those relentless specters, Su Jia stated with a hint of exasperation. Following the assessment of the Huaqiangbei system, the identity of the newcomers was swiftly ascertained. What shall we do with this individual? Shall we simply take him with us? At this moment, a soldier inquired, evidently. The current state of China is still reluctant to confront the U.S. military head-on, even though their present capabilities would allow them to easily overpower the opponent. Yet, what follows after such an action? An endless cascade of troubles would surely ensue. Chapter 65. Bruce Banner. In summary, let us first escort this individual away from here. The commander of the operation team, wishing to avoid any entanglement with the American military, stepped forward. Number 2. Secure this person inside your armor. Number 3. You shall depart with him shortly. The optimized Qilin battle armor was remarkably user-friendly, allowing the operator to enter or exit through a panel at the front. Number 2 emerged from the Qilin armor, a robust man in his 30s, exuding an air of determination. His military-style crew cut added to his vigorous appearance. Understood, Commander. The other soldiers promptly executed his orders, lifting the unconscious Bruce Banner and placing him within Number 2's battle armor. The Qilin armor could operate autonomously, enabling them to accommodate Banner without the pilot inside. Mr. Chunmu, you and Colonel Su should leave with Number 2, the commander suggested after a moment's thought. I will remain here with 5 soldiers to buy some time. Aware that American forces were en route, the commander quickly devised a strategy. He instructed Number 2 to remove the armor, secure the unconscious Banner within, and then have the remaining team members escort Number 2 away to evade any confrontation. Numbers 6 through 10 remain with me to delay. In reality, this small team possessed the capability to easily eliminate the opposing forces. Yet the current state of relations between China and the United States was not one of outright hostility. Despite mutual disdain, neither side sought direct conflict. Moreover, any preemptive strike could provide grounds for diplomatic fallout, a situation the soldiers were keen to avoid. Very well. The commander had considered retrieving another set of armor for Number 2 to wear while departing, but decided against revealing his storage to others, opting instead to follow the team in escorting Bruce Banner away. If his assumptions were correct, the relentless pursuit of the Hulk was undoubtedly instigated by his father-in-law, General Ross. Indeed, fate is a curious thing. Bruce Banner's girlfriend was none other than General Ross's daughter. With the plan established, the team swiftly executed their mission. In the advance team, soldier number 3 took number 2, who was unarmored, under his protection, accompanied by Su Jia and Chun Mu. Together, they departed rapidly in 7 Chilean battle armors toward the transport aircraft Y-20, intending to return to their homeland. Upon returning to the airport in Venezuela after approximately an hour, the team leader and his 6 companions arrived safely, though their expressions conveyed evident displeasure. The arrogance of those American soldiers was indeed infuriating. At this moment, Su Jiao approached, wearing a frown as he voiced his discontent. The United States has lodged a protest against our nation, claiming that we have arrested their esteemed scientist, Dr. Bruce Banner, who is engaged in research on gamma-ray energy. Su Jia appeared somewhat irate as he continued, stating that the opposing side demands the return of the kidnapped Dr. Banner. Clearly, the U.S. military is anxious after witnessing our triumph over the Hulk and his subsequent capture. They are eager to reclaim Dr. Banner. However, they find themselves powerless against us and can only resort to international protests. Had they been able to confront us, clad in their Kirin battle armor, they might have attempted to seize him outright. Do not underestimate their audacity. If it were the United States, they might indeed resort to such measures. Once upon a time, it was only other nations protesting against the United States. Never have we seen them issue a protest. While Su Jia felt a sense of satisfaction, he was particularly displeased with their demands. How could they ask us to attack that green behemoth and then claim indifference to life and death? Now that we have captured him, they rush forth, alleging that we have abducted their scientist and demanding his return. Who do they think they are looking down upon? Do they believe that the Hulk could vanquish our entire team? Not a chance. Dr. Bruce Banner does not strike me as a villain. There may be an underlying conspiracy at play. Su Jia, with a frown, remarked that perhaps Dr. Banner has been led astray by these U.S. military personnel. If they want him, let them have him. Chun Mu chuckled lightly, not overly concerned. After all, he had already acquired knowledge from Dr. Banner regarding the mutation of the Hulk and had drawn a considerable amount of blood. Once the system breaks through this ability, he would be able to achieve a controllable Hulk transformation. Thus, at this moment, Dr. Banner held no real value for him. Mr. Chun Mu, Dr. Bruce Banner has awakened and wishes to see you. The captain, still clad in Kirin armor, approached. Having returned to the transport aircraft after delivering supplies to Venezuela, the Y-20 now served as their temporary command center. Dr. Banner, who had been unconscious, was released into the Y-20, considering the potential for his transformation into that green monster. All Special Forces members remained on high alert. Fortunately, upon awakening, Dr. Banner exhibited no signs of aggression, which relieved everyone. No one wished to be aboard a plane with a ticking time bomb. Awake, are you? Well, let us go see him, the captain said. And Chun Mu nodded in agreement, nonchalantly making his way toward Bruce. Dr. Bruce Banner had now regained consciousness and sat up on his hospital bed. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Bruce Banner, he said, rising to his feet and apologetically addressing Chun Mu and Su Jia as they approached. This is something we are already aware of. Su Jia, with curiosity in her eyes, gazed at him and inquired, what about that green behemoth from before? Although everyone present speculated that the Hulk was indeed the transformation of the man before them, Su Jia could not help but ask, are you referring to the Hulk? Bruce Banner replied with a wry smile, continuing, he is me. In moments of extreme rage or when my heart rate escalates, I morph into that creature, losing all rationality and attacking everything in sight. Clearly, at this moment, Banner harbored a profound aversion towards the Hulk, as that green giant had effectively ruined his life. Is it truly you? Su Jia and the others looked at Banner with astonishment, their eyes betraying their disbelief. How could they possibly fathom that a seemingly emaciated individual could transform into such a colossal monster? Had the law of conservation of mass been devoured by that green creature? Chapter 66. The Gamma Bomb. So, your current state is a result of a laboratory accident? Bruce Banner, without any hesitation, elucidated the circumstances surrounding his transformation. During an experimental mishap, I was struck by gamma rays, which birthed another entity within me. The Hulk, he lamented somewhat helplessly. By the way, after becoming the Hulk, my recollections are rather hazy. If memory serves me right, it was your side that subdued the Hulk? Banner's memories of the event were somewhat foggy. Indeed. Su Jia nodded in affirmation and remarked, the Department of Homeland Defense reported that there was a large creature wreaking havoc, and they hoped we could defeat it. Naturally, she expressed her displeasure at the shield's tendency to obscure mission details, stating bluntly, "It's not slander." The words conveyed from S.H.I.E.L.D. to the Spear Bureau were clear. The aim was to eliminate the Green Giant, though capturing him alive would be preferable. However, the U.S. military has approached us, seeking to take you back. Su Jia turned to Bruce Banner and added, "They even claim we have kidnapped you." How amusing. Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner wore a bitter smile. "If possible, I hope you 1T hand me over to the Americans." "Oh, why is that?" Su Jia inquired with curiosity. "General Ross has long sought to capture me for the purpose of studying my mutation. He desires to harness that power and create more monsters like the Hulk. You see, I told you, the U.S. military has always been like this, eager to control any force, regardless of its inhumanity," Su Jia scoffed, continuing. "They often tout human rights and humanitarianism, yet they are the most inhumane of all." In response to Su Jia's words, Bruce Banner surprisingly offered no rebuttal, indicating his tacit agreement. However, the power of the Hulk is not so easily controlled. General Ross is overestimating his capabilities. Fully aware of the Hulk's might, Bruce Banner did not believe that General Ross could easily master such power, which is why he had been evading capture. One reason was self-preservation, and the other was to prevent General Ross from conducting such inhumane experiments on others. After all, surviving the gamma rays was a stroke of luck. He did not believe such fortune could be replicated. "So, were you also researching something for the U.S. military back then?" Chun Mu calmly regarded Bruce Banner and continued, "I cannot believe the military's interest in gamma rays is purely for the advancement of science. Surely, it pertains to the development of some weapon?" In truth, Chun Mu was acutely aware that Bruce Banner had been investigating the gamma bomb, and an unfortunate incident led to him being struck by the high-energy gamma rays emitted from a gamma missile, resulting in his transformation. Certainly, the gamma bomb is an exceedingly inhumane weapon, characterized by an extensive attack range and formidable lethality. A normal individual struck by high-energy radiation has but one fate: death. The reason Bruce Banner managed to survive, however, is attributed to his unique constitution. His body possesses a peculiar genetic material, which is precisely the hereditary factor that allowed Bruce Banner to endure the gamma radiation without succumbing, ultimately giving birth to the monstrous Hulk. Chun Mu has acquired the technology to control the transformation of the Green Giant Hulk, and he is well aware of this. Simply put, the strength of the Hulk is inherently derived from Bruce Banner himself. The genetic factor within him is the true source of this power. Of course, without the bombardment of high-energy gamma rays and the absorption of substantial energy by this genetic factor, it would have remained dormant within Bruce Banner. At this moment, Bruce Banner's genetic factor has absorbed a sufficient amount of energy, enabling him to transform into the Hulk at will. Similarly, the creature known as Abomination has also gained a modicum of this genetic material through the infusion of Bruce Banner's blood. Thus, even without exposure to gamma radiation, he can metamorphose into a being capable of contending with the Hulk. However, given that Abomination possesses only a limited amount of Bruce Banner's genetic factor, his strength is constrained and lacks the potential for growth. Earlier, during Bruce Banner's unconsciousness, Chun Mu had extracted a considerable quantity of his blood, which he intended to return to his homeland for research, ultimately aiming to create a controllable version of the Hulk. Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose silence. He tacitly acknowledged that the incident was a consequence of the gamma bomb's development. Had the accident not occurred, this bomb would likely have already been realized. Perhaps over the years, even in his absence, the well-equipped American military laboratories might have succeeded in developing such a bomb. Since fleeing the military base, Bruce Banner has reflected on his past and regrets the creation of such a weapon. Thus, Chunmu's unrelenting revelation of this matter has stirred feelings of guilt within Bruce Banner. If memory serves correctly, the powerful high-energy gamma rays would undoubtedly spell doom for an ordinary person, wouldn't they? In essence, gamma rays represent a form of radiative energy. The gamma bomb is essentially a radiative explosive, and being struck by such a bomb guarantees a grim outcome. It can be said that radiative weapons may be even more difficult to accept than biological weapons. Bruce Banner, in his professional capacity, is a scientist dedicated to the study of such merciless weapons. Despite his later transformation into a superhero, his dark history is extensive. Aside from the innocents he has slain after becoming the Hulk, the very act of developing such a weapon is a crime that cannot be overlooked. It is indeed lamentable. Only the American military would conceive of such weapons. Sujia's fist struck the adjacent table with great force, his face a mask of fury. Day in and day out, the discourse of human rights was paraded, yet behind the scenes lurked such unspeakable dealings. It is unfathomable to consider the devastation that would ensue if such radiation weaponry were unleashed upon the battlefield. If it were only directed at foes, it might be somewhat bearable. However, this weapon indiscriminately targets all within its range. Innocent civilians are certain to be caught in its wake, and the ramifications of being struck by these high-energy beams are beyond comprehension. To succumb immediately to the radiation would be a fortunate fate. Surviving such an encounter would mean a lifetime of torment from the lingering effects. Chunmu observed Bruce Banner with a calm demeanor and continued. Even if one were to survive, their descendants would undoubtedly be deformed. In Chunmu's original world, the U.S. military waged wars indiscriminately, employing depleted uranium munitions known for their radiation, which not only poisoned foreign lands, but also led to deformities among children within the affected areas. This inhumane weaponry was brazenly wielded by the military. Now, with Bruce Banner's invention of the gamma bomb, the radiation is even more severe, rightfully earning its classification as a weapon against humanity. In that moment, Su Jia and others regarded Bruce Banner with palpable disdain. Chapter 67. Absorbing Bruce Banner, it has been reported that the U.S. military has recently employed a new type of weapon on the battlefield in Afghanistan, one of tremendous power that emits radiation. Yet, because it is not classified as a nuclear weapon, the military uses it openly. Su Jia, with a troubled expression, turned to Bruce Banner and continued. This new weapon has indiscriminately decimated what the U.S. military refers to as terrorists, and many Afghan government forces engaged in combat have also been affected. Naturally, it seems that a significant number of civilians have also suffered casualties due to this weapon. After speaking, the group coldly regarded Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner, what do you have to say about this indiscriminate, radiation-emitting weapon? Chunmu scoffed, glancing at the silent Bruce Banner, and pressed on. As the developer of this weapon, Dr. Banner, do you not feel a sense of pride or accomplishment? Chunmu's words were indeed piercing, yet they held a kernel of truth. Some might argue that prior to the development of such armaments, no one could have anticipated their applications. Just as Einstein's discovery of the mass energy equivalence paved the way for the creation of the atomic bomb, which, despite its destructive power, propelled human civilization forward through the utilization of nuclear energy. The birth of a technology, despite its darker aspects, invariably harbors potential benefits. Nonsense. While the application of nuclear energy may indeed benefit humanity, what of the gamma bomb? It is merely a weapon. This inhumane radiation weapon, tell me, what positive aspects does it possess? Conventional explosives can at least be employed for mining or demolition, but what about your radiation bomb? Is it meant to serve as a mere light bulb? In the same vein, can one extol the virtues of biological weapons or bacterial bombs? Can it truly be said they contribute positively, perhaps by enhancing the diversity of life on Earth? After all, viruses are a form of life too. I would like to see how you attempt to justify such purely inhumane weapons. Apologies. Upon hearing Su Jia's words and realizing that the weapon he had developed had led to horrific tragedies, Bruce Banner appeared tormented. I have tried to end my life more than once, but the Hulk has always expelled the bullets. Bruce Banner looked sorrowful. In truth, He had attempted suicide on several occasions. However, the presence of the Hulk rendered such attempts a futile aspiration. If possible, I hope you can end my life. Do not hand me over to the U.S. military. I do not wish to cause further misfortune. Is that your desire, to evade responsibility? Chun-Mu regarded Bruce Banner with a cold gaze and continued, Do you believe that your death will absolve you of all responsibility? Do you think that your demise could restore the lives of the innocent? What should I do? Bruce Banner, looking at the young man before him, who was merely in his 20s, seemed to grasp at a lifeline and urgently inquired. Atonement, indeed, requires one to dedicate the remainder of their life and wisdom to uphold the peace of the world, striving in every possible way to rectify their transgressions. Chun-Mu chuckled softly before continuing. Evading the issue has never been a solution. Only through diligent effort can one atone for their misdeeds. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Bruce Banner's eyes. Chun-Mu's words were, to him, a lifeline. Ultimately, those who contemplate self-destruction upon making a mistake are merely cowards. However, the existence of the Hulk often leads to destruction. The thought of the Green Giant brought a shadow of sorrow to Bruce Banner's eyes. As long as Hulk existed, he could not pursue any endeavor with peace of mind. It's simple. Perhaps I can assist, Chun-Mu remarked with a smile. Truth be told, Bruce Banner still possesses considerable value. After all, he is an exceptional scientist with profound research in high-energy radiation and multiple doctoral degrees, a veritable genius. Even Tony Stark acknowledged Bruce Banner's intellect. Thus, persuading Banner to join him as a member of the Spear Bureau would be a commendable choice. Chun-Mu harbored no fondness for S.H.I.E.L.D., and luring away their future talent would be advantageous for him. Can you truly do that? Bruce asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. In reality, due to the presence of Chun-Mu, Su Jia, and others clad in the Chilean armor, alongside Tony Stark's prominence, the world recognized the prowess of the iron armor, leading Bruce to believe that Chun-Mu was a genius on par with Stark. Despite Chun-Mu's youthful appearance, Bruce held no disdain. Anyone capable of crafting armor that could overpower the Hulk could not be underestimated. Is there really a way? Bruce was keenly interested. The problem should not be significant, Chun-Mu replied with a smile. In truth, the system had thoroughly analyzed the technology behind the Hulk's transformation, making it feasible to assist Banner in mastering the control of the Hulk. Can I leave with you? Bruce Banner inquired, filled with hope. He understood his own worth. Thus, the prospect of joining these individuals was not beyond the realm of possibility. Dr. Bruce Banner, Chun-Mu said, regarding him with solemnity, we are the Spear Bureau, affiliated with the United States. I trust you comprehend the implications of following us. I understand, but please allow me to go to the United States. Science knows no borders. And I wish to continue utilizing my abilities there to improve this world, rather than contributing to the creation of inhumane weapons. After a moment of internal struggle, Bruce made his decision. He seeks to resolve the troubles brought upon him by the Hulk, while simultaneously distancing himself from the American side. Thus, embarking on a journey to China undoubtedly presents itself as the most prudent course of action. As for his previous remarks, they were merely spontaneous utterances. Whether he will ultimately adhere to that path remains at his discretion. Nevertheless, his decision to travel to China is indeed genuine. Should China possess the means to mitigate the Hulk's peril within him, then serving the nation in the future could become a viable option. Therefore, we extend a warm welcome to Dr. Banner as he joins the Spear Bureau. Chun-Mu displayed a smile and extended his right hand towards Bruce. Thank you. By the way, I am still unfamiliar with how to address everyone, he said. Bruce and Chun-Mu exchanged a handshake, and then, feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and sheepishly replied, I am Chun-Mu, a member of the Spear Bureau. Chun-Mu smiled as he casually introduced himself. Chapter 68. Departing with Hulk. Chun-Mu, will our actions incite trouble? Although he certainly did not wish to surrender Bruce Banner to the American military, directly absconding with him seemed rather inappropriate. After all, the Americans were currently asserting that they had abducted Bruce Banner. If they were to take him away and return to Hua country, it would undoubtedly provoke a significant diplomatic dispute. Trouble? Chun-Mu paused. Then a slight smile graced his lips as he continued. Dr. Bruce Banner has pilfered our Chilean armor, Yet we have not pursued the Americans for this transgression. How dare they approach us with grievances? Everyone present was taken aback. After all, Bruce Banner was still standing right there. How could he have stolen their Chilean armor? Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon the crowd, and they grasped Chun Mu's intent. Number 2, the team leader gestured at the earlier number 2 with a knowing glance. Understanding the cue, number 2 nodded, albeit somewhat speechless, and proceeded to activate the Chilean armor, stepping out with a resigned expression. It was rather coincidental that number 2 and Bruce Banner shared similar physiques. This was precisely why Bruce had previously donned his armor while unconscious. The armor had already been programmed with its destination, which was the Divine Spear Bureau in Hua country. Dr. Banner had no cause for concern. Chun Mu smiled at Bruce Banner. Very well, Bruce Banner replied with a wry smile, nodding in compliance as he stepped into the Chilean armor. Although he was reluctant to be labeled a thief, this was presently the most viable solution to navigate the current predicament. Moreover, this course of action would not embroil Hua country in any complications. I shall take my leave first. Bruce, having comprehended Chun Mu's intentions, did not linger and entered the armor promptly. Once the armor sealed, it soared out towards the transport aircraft, swiftly vanishing into the horizon after a quick turn. It's a straightforward approach. You claim Bruce Banner was abducted by us, and now we counter with the accusation that he has stolen our armor and fled. I even suspect you might have orchestrated this. Chun Mu mused. We have been gracious enough not to pursue you for the abduction, and yet you have the audacity to approach us with complaints. Given this scenario, subsequent proceedings should be quite simple. Having reached this conclusion, Chun Mu had no desire to linger further and entrusted the matter to Su Jia and the others. He sincerely wished to avoid entanglements with the American side. Upon returning to Hua country that very evening, the operational team had spent an entire afternoon entangled in disputes with the American military. Ultimately, with Bruce Banner having successfully escaped, General Ross found himself at a loss and had no recourse but to allow Su Jia and her team to depart. As for pursuing accountability for the alleged abduction of Bruce Banner, that was a farcical notion. It was already a stroke of fortune that they had not turned the tables and demanded accountability from him. After all, the cost of a single set of Chilean armor was no trifling matter, amounting to a staggering 600,000 RMB. Of course, in external declarations, the figure would be inflated 100-fold, reaching 60 million, and in U.S. dollars at that. After all, the development of a suit of armor entails an astronomical expenditure of research funds. What is the harm in setting a higher price? Just ask Tony Stark how much his Iron Man suit is worth. $30 billion? My apologies for the interruption. Ultimately, Chun Mu and his companions returned safely to the embrace of their homeland, where they were reunited with the long-awaited Bruce Banner. Mr. Chun Mu, when shall we commence? Upon returning to the industrial park, Chun Mu encountered the eager Bruce Banner. There is no need to rush, Dr. Banner, Chun Mu replied calmly. The issues you face are not particularly difficult to address. There is no need for haste. By the way, are you adjusting well to your stay here? After all, Bruce Banner is a foreigner amidst a gathering of elite researchers from Huaqiangbei. Most of these individuals are associated with the Spear Bureau, and their presence in the industrial park allows them to acquire greater knowledge and effectively safeguard the facility. Thus, Chun Mu remained unfazed, generously sharing any necessary technology with the researchers of the Spear Bureau, provided they were genuinely affiliated with the organization and eager to learn. Of course, the Spear Bureau has an internal hierarchy that governs access to advanced technologies. Only those of sufficient rank may engage with and study the more profound techniques. This system effectively mitigates the risk of high-level technology being compromised by espionage. After all, it is common knowledge that SHIELD is merely a group of American lackeys, populated by agents who could infiltrate the Spear Bureau and steal confidential technologies at any moment. Do not underestimate SHIELD. Their penchant for petty theft is well documented. Is it really that simple? Bruce Banner appeared somewhat speechless. However, since Chun Mu had expressed such sentiments, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. I speak Chinese, so I have encountered no difficulties here. Truly a genius, Bruce Banner possesses mastery over several languages, including Chinese, which ensures his comfort in this new environment. Dr. Banner, your challenges stem from within yourself. Perhaps you should first attempt to study your own condition. You may find the answers without my assistance, Chun Mu suggested with a smile. I suspect that a certain power within you has absorbed the energy of gamma rays, allowing you to survive and giving rise to the formidable entity known as the Hulk. Myself, Bruce Banner, ever astute, began to ponder Chun Mu's words, realizing they contradicted his previous research focus. He had been investigating gamma rays in search of answers, never considering that the emergence of the Hulk might stem from his own being. Although he was cautious to prevent his blood from falling into the wrong hands, he had previously sent samples to an unknown scientist in an effort to resolve his bodily issues. If what Chun Mu said is indeed true, and the cause lies within ourselves, then this blood will certainly pose significant problems. Furthermore, if this is the case, my blood and Hulk's blood, if not properly managed, could lead to considerable complications. By the way, when you defeated me in the Amazon rainforest, did you clean up the traces of blood? Bruce Banner revealed a bitter smile as he turned to Chun Mu and inquired. It seems there wasn't. Chun Mu scratched his nose, recalling that there hadn't been time to address it before General Ross arrived. Without his presence, there was surely no opportunity to continue the cleanup. Therefore, the blood must have fallen into General Ross's hands. But what of it? The U.S. military could at most create a monstrosity like the abomination. Chun Mu expressed that there was no need to be concerned about that at all. Chapter 69. The humiliated Nick Fury. Behold, who I have encountered. Is that not Dr. Bruce Banner, the individual who pilfered a Kirin battle suit from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? It is indeed astonishing to see you here in the industrial sector of the shield. A round of applause ensued, accompanied by sardonic remarks, as Chun Mu and Bruce Banner turned their gaze towards Su Jia, who was approaching with another individual. The speaker was none other than Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who wore an eye patch and had a dark complexion, though, to be fair, his face had always been of a darker hue. I see. It is the director of that certain bureau. To what do we owe the honor? Chun Mu, indifferent to the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D., displayed little cordiality. It is the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Nick Fury, unfazed by Chun Mu's impolite demeanor, seemed to concur with the sentiment, remarking that indeed, the name was rather lengthy. Let us simply refer to it as S.H.I.E.L.D., then. After all, the acronym for your bureau resembles a shield. So calling it S.H.I.E.L.D. seems fitting enough, Chun Mu remarked nonchalantly. A splendid name, S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed. It perfectly encapsulates our duty to keep all dangers at bay, aligning seamlessly with our responsibilities. Chun Mu could only respond with a sarcastic chuckle to Fury's audacious self-aggrandizement. However, if we are to call it S.H.I.E.L.D., does that not imply that your Strategic Homeland Division stands in direct opposition to us? With an air of familiarity, Nick Fury brazenly approached Chun Mu and his companion, taking a seat on the sofa and perusing a document laid upon the coffee table. Gamma Bomb. The document before them was none other than Bruce Banner's research findings, where he had detailed certain principles and technologies pertaining to the Gamma Bomb, intending to present it to Chun Mu. He sought to leverage Chun Mu's technological prowess to develop a device capable of harnessing gamma radiation, aimed at counteracting the very weapon he had once created. Alternatively, he aspired to devise pharmaceuticals that could alleviate the harm inflicted by gamma radiation. His motivations stemmed from a desire for redemption, particularly after hearing of the many innocents suffering due to radiation-induced ailments in Afghanistan. Bruce Banner wished to contribute in any way he could to atone for his past transgressions. So your Strategic Homeland Division is engaged in the study of such inhumane weaponry? It appears we at S.H.I.E.L.D. must reassess your objectives, Fury declared, slamming the document onto the table, his expression rife with indignation. It seemed Fury was incensed upon discovering that Chun Mu and his associates had been examining such weaponry. It seems you are still not grasping the situation? Or perhaps you are merely performing for an audience. Who are you attempting to intimidate? Chun Mu replied with a derisive laugh, continuing, This device is not my research. It is the product of your military's endeavors, and it appears to have already seen application in combat. This so-called inhumane weapon is currently making its mark on the battlefield in Afghanistan. Yet you still dare to call yourselves a shield, professing to protect the earth? The U.S. military brazenly employs these inhumane weapons, perpetrating heinous massacres. Why have we not witnessed any response from your S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or is it that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military are merely two sides of the same coin? Such widespread destructive weapons may very well be developed with the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. The military is utilizing these weapons on the battlefield, and Chunmu cannot believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. has no knowledge of this. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. is complicit with the military, exploiting the chaos of war to test these weapons, and it is possible that numerous such weapons are stored within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Is that so? It appears we should indeed conduct an investigation into the U.S. military. Upon hearing Chunmu's words, Nick Fury maintained a calm demeanor, suppressing his anger, and replied coolly, "Stop putting on a show here. Who doesn't he know that U.S. H.I.E.L.D. agents are all professionals? You, in particular, are the so-called king of agents. Just speak plainly. If there is nothing to discuss, then please leave, as you are certainly not welcome here." Chunmu offered no kindness to the hypocritical Nick Fury. "My purpose here is solely for Dr. Bruce Banner." Perceiving Chunmu's resolute stance, Nick Fury refrained from further delay and directly stated the objective of his visit. "The Hulk is too dangerous. We must take him away." "Take me away? To eliminate me entirely? Or to confine me for research?" Bruce Banner's displeasure was evident as he coldly regarded Nick Fury and continued to question, "Then, may I ask, Director Fury, why must you insist on taking me away? Your power is far too immense. It must be contained to prevent greater destruction." Nick Fury explained impassively, adding, "An S.H.I.E.L.D. is the ideal place for containment." In essence, he implied that the Hulk's power was too great to be left unchecked, and only S.H.I.E.L.D. could securely contain him, as other locations would pose risks. Furthermore, within S.H.I.E.L.D., he could continue his research and live the life he yearned for. "No, I believe the Spear Agency is more suitable for me." Bruce Banner was disinclined to heed Nick Fury's words, firmly rejecting the notion, and continued, "The Spear Agency possesses sufficient strength to subdue the Hulk. It is in other places where the Hulk would wreak greater havoc." After all, Banner has found hope for curing the Hulk here with Chunmu. Why would he willingly leave with Nick Fury? Moreover, regarding research, I believe the conditions here are excellent, allowing me to pursue my favorite studies. Bruce Banner's expression was one of resolute rejection towards Nick Fury. Notably, he recalled that Su Jia had previously mentioned that S.H.I.E.L.D. had requested the Spear Agency to eliminate him. How could Bruce harbor any goodwill towards those who sought his demise? Research is universal. Science knows no borders. Nick Fury had not yet relinquished his efforts and continued to persuade. However, the research conditions in China cannot possibly compare to those in America. Moreover, look around you. These are all Chinese scientists. As a foreigner, you will find it exceedingly difficult to integrate. Why return to America? Are you intent on continuing your work on those inhumane weapons you speak of? Bruce, incensed, slammed his fist upon the table, glaring at Nick Fury, his eyes seemingly flickering with a hint of green. Observing this, Fury faltered. He truly wished to avoid death. He did not want to be struck down by the Hulk. Ahem. Very well then. Should you choose to return to America, you will be welcomed at any time. Nick Fury managed to force a smile, though his eyes betrayed his displeasure. As the esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., when had he ever faced such humiliation in recent days? He felt that the indignities he had suffered over the past few days surpassed those of the previous 30 years combined. Chapter 70. Compromise. Take care. No need to see me off, Chunmu remarked indifferently, observing the retreating figure of Nick Fury. Nick Fury paused momentarily but did not turn back, departing without further ado. Remaining here would only invite more vexation. How could the exalted director of S.H.I.E.L.D. continue to endure such indignities? Finally, a breath of relief escaped Bruce Banner's lips once Fury had left. What do you think? Is he not exceedingly hypocritical? Chen Mu inquired with a smile. From what I know, S.H.I.E.L.D. has numerous collaborations with the U.S. military, including my development of the gamma bomb. Yet now, he feigns ignorance and even turns the tables, claiming that researching such perilous weapons is inhumane, without acknowledging who actually manufactured them. Moreover, who brazenly employs these weapons on the battlefield, disregarding the presence of innocent civilians. Nick Fury is truly a man with a face thicker than a city wall. However, as the saying goes, one cannot reap rewards without a thick skin. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current stature is undoubtedly entwined with Fury's audacity. The negotiations between the Spear Bureau and S.H.I.E.L.D. have reached a conclusion. Watching Fury's silhouette fade, Su Jia turned to Chun Mu and continued, S.H.I.E.L.D. has recognized the power of the Qilin armor, and the negotiations proceeded smoothly. They have agreed to withdraw their forces from China and establish a defensive alliance with the Spear Bureau. Of course, this so-called alliance is merely a piece of scrap paper. Adherence to its terms depends entirely on the whims of both parties. Nevertheless, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sole request at this juncture is for 2 sets of armor, with 2 agents dispatched shortly to tailor them to their specifications. 2 sets? What did Zheng Xian say? Chen Mu asked. The director has consented. For Chen Mu, the distinction between 1 set and 2 was negligible. After all, to him, the armor was merely a commodity produced en masse, and it bore no significant impact on him. Very well then, when S.H.I.E.L.D. sends their personnel, we shall deliver them directly to the industrial park for customization. 2 styles, 1 for a man and 1 for a woman. The individuals would personally arrive at the industrial park. They also wished to have custom weapons. But Director Zheng declined that request. 1 male and 1 female, and they seek bespoke weaponry, most likely Hawkeye and Black Widow. Only their weapons would warrant such distinction. Hawkeye would certainly require a bow, while Black Widow has employed a myriad of weapons throughout her career. As for the armor, it would depend on her preference for weapon integration. However, it is essential to note that the Huaqiangbei industrial zone is not officially an arms manufacturer, and thus lacks the qualifications to produce weapons. The Qilin armor has always been designed as an outer shell, leaving space for weapon fittings. The actual weapons are manufactured by seasoned domestic arms manufacturers, with Chunmu merely providing the blueprints. In response to the demands of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Spear Bureau outright rejected their request. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not dwell on this refusal for too long. Although the Qilin armor had proven itself formidable against the Hulk, showcasing weapons that could push the Green Giant to the brink, it seemed to lack the high-tech sophistication one might expect, consisting merely of miniaturized guided missiles and energy projection devices. These technologies were not beyond S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reach. Consequently, Nick Fury bore no resentment towards the Spear Bureau's dismissal. He was already gratified to acquire 2 sets of armor, which would significantly elevate the capabilities of his most trusted operatives, Hawkeye and Black Widow. Nevertheless, upon conducting further inquiries into the number of Qilin armors currently possessed by the Spear Bureau, Nick Fury felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Observing Chunmu, who, after developing the Qilin armor, had unhesitatingly entrusted them to his nation's organization, he noted how swiftly a country's strength could be augmented within a matter of weeks. The Spear Bureau, with its existing 100 sets of Qilin armor, could ascend to the ranks of the world's elite powers. At this juncture, no other organization could rival the Spear Bureau. Moreover, as they continued to produce more armors, their might would only grow. In stark contrast, Tony Stark of his own nation, who had initially developed the iron armor, kept his creation tightly under wraps, as if concealing a precious treasure, ensuring that none of his armors would fall into external hands. Had Stark been willing to authorize the iron armor for SHIELD, the organization could have rapidly equipped a significant number of iron warriors. With such formidable resources, SHIELD would be capable of asserting dominance across the globe. However, unlike the Machiavellian elites of America or the profit-driven capitalists who incited numerous conflicts worldwide, Nick Fury held a certain disdain for those individuals. He was acutely aware of the multitude of extraterrestrial beings that inhabit the universe. In his youth, he had resisted alien invasions, and his dear friend, Captain Marvel Danvers, was likely engaged in a battle against cosmic malevolence in some distant corner of the universe. The universe is teeming with diverse civilizations, and it was only a matter of time before Earth would be drawn into such conflicts. While SHIELD might be seen as a subordinate entity of America, under Nick Fury's leadership, it remained vigilant against extraterrestrial threats. In this regard, there was merit to Fury's approach. SHIELD was not without its strengths. The decision to compromise with the Spear Bureau stemmed from an acknowledgement of the latter's power. Although he felt a pang of regret at not wielding this strength directly, he recognized that the Spear Bureau represented a force not to be underestimated, particularly in the event of an alien incursion. Perhaps, when faced with significant crises in the future, the Spear Bureau could indeed serve as a formidable ally in overcoming such challenges. Unlike other organizations, the Spear Bureau is affiliated with the official apparatus of the Chinese state, which, notably, exhibits minimal aggressiveness. At the very least, the existence of the Spear Bureau does not instill fear in Nick Fury. Although the United States often amplifies the perceived threats posed by China, the senior officials within the American government are acutely aware that, as long as they maintain moderation, China does not present a substantial threat. After all, analyses from think tanks suggest that the likelihood of China actively invading another nation is virtually zero. Naturally, Nick Fury's swift concession is not solely attributable to this understanding. The primary reason lies in the overwhelming power of the Spear Bureau, which the Shield Bureau possesses no means to counter. Consequently, Fury must endure the situation, yet he finds a degree of satisfaction in acquiring 2 sets of such advanced armor. Chapter 71. Hawkeye and Black Widow. The following day, the agents of SHIELD, scheduled to customize their battle armor, arrived punctually at the industrial park. As Chen-Mu had anticipated, it was indeed Hawkeye and Black Widow. It stands to reason that, as the current martial backbone of SHIELD, only these 2 individuals possessed the requisite qualifications to wield such advanced armor. Furthermore, they alone have garnered the unwavering trust of Nick Fury. The present SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra to a grievous extent, and agents who have earned Fury's complete confidence are exceedingly rare. Hawkeye, known in civilian life as Clint Barton, is a senior agent of SHIELD, proficient in close combat and exceptional in marksmanship, particularly in sniping. He is capable of achieving perfect accuracy with any firearm, epitomizing the ideal agent. However, his true prowess lies in archery, a skill that embodies the phrase hitting the mark from 100 paces. The other agent, with a graceful figure and striking beauty, is none other than Black Widow. Originally named Natasha Romanoff, a former operative of the Soviet KGB, she possesses a sharp intellect, swift movements, and formidable combat skills, exuding an air of fierce elegance. Her captivating beauty, often employed as a weapon, renders her an elite agent within SHIELD. Black Widow boasts a commendable physique, with flowing auburn hair that enhances her alluring presence. Upon noticing Chun-Mu's gaze, she playfully cast him a seductive glance, leaving him puzzled. At this moment, Su Jia, standing nearby, felt a pang of discontent and shot an irritated glare at Chen-Mu. Confused, Chen-Mu could not fathom what had stirred Su Jia's displeasure. To be candid, Chen-Mu is a quintessential Eastern man, adhering to traditional Eastern aesthetic values. His preference leans towards the temperament of Eastern beauties. While Western women possess their own allure, particularly those with striking figures, given a choice, he would invariably favor Eastern women. Moreover, in Chunmu's eyes, Black Widow does not qualify as an extraordinary beauty. Though her figure is commendable, it pales in comparison to that of professional supermodels. Speaking of models, he recalled the supermodel sisters he had met with Tony Stark, whose figures were truly breathtaking. It seems an opportune moment to consult Tony regarding scientific matters. He should arrange a visit to America to exchange ideas on various technologies with Stark. Of course, in the days that have passed, Stark may have developed new technologies, and Chunmu could assist him in research. It is certainly not for revelry or the company of those stunning models. These two agents are equipped with custom-made Kirin battle armors, tailored to their specifications. Observing Chunmu lost in thought, Su Jia, mistakenly believing he was entranced by Black Widow's beauty, shot him another disapproving glare and remarked, "Do you need measurements for your attire?" With a charming smile, Black Widow interjected in an alluring tone, "Wouldn't that ensure a more precise fit? A 32D is easily discernible. If you require measurements, I can assist with that." Chunmu shrugged nonchalantly, jesting as he spoke. "Hongmeng, please measure their physical data." Despite his words, Chunmu still issued commands to the Hongmeng system, emanating from Jarvis. Hongmeng's intelligence surpassed that of its predecessor. In the industrial park, sensors connected to Hongmeng were ubiquitous. With a single command from Chunmu, two beams of infrared light scanned Hawkeye and Black Widow from top to bottom, meticulously gathering their physical information and establishing models in the database. Your physiques have been scanned. The production of your battle suits will take approximately 2 hours. Feel free to enjoy some tea here, and once the suits are ready, you may take them with you. At this moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow were not yet superheroes. They were merely seasoned agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chunmu was reluctant to engage with such operatives, as their motives were often ulterior. Prolonged interaction could potentially lead to the pilfering of his own possessions. Although thieves are not typically agents, a competent agent could undoubtedly also be a skilled thief. Consequently, Chunmu chose to maintain a respectful distance. Black Widow possessed an admirable physique and was reasonably attractive, yet she was not to Chunmu's taste. If he sought a stunning companion, he would rather seek out Tony for some technical exchange, rather than entertain notions of romance. Compared to those top-tier models, Black Widow simply did not measure up. With wealth, one can easily find exquisite young models. Why settle for someone like Black Widow, an operative who relentlessly pursues her missions by any means necessary? Chunmu had no interest in her whatsoever. "Looks like you have quite the experience, huh?" Black Widow remarked, intrigued by how Chunmu could so easily assess her physique. "It's merely a matter of familiarity," he replied lightly, gesturing with his right hand as if grasping at the air. Chunmu smiled indifferently, not taking her jest to heart. "Haha," Su Jia chuckled derisively at Chunmu's banter. "Mr. Chunmu, since we're here, why not show us around and give us a tour of your esteemed company?" Hawkeye Barton, however, did not forget his duties. As an agent, he was always eager to probe into S.H.I.E.L.D., seeking to thoroughly understand the industrial zone. "Feel free. We will notify you once the battle suits are completed in 2 hours." Chunmu was more amenable towards these two future Avengers than he was towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the Avengers were established by S.H.I.E.L.D., the members eventually diverged from the organization. Due to differing ideologies, the Avengers often fought for humanity at large rather than solely for America. In any case, within the industrial park, they would find nothing of value. The sensitive data and restricted areas were all under Hongmeng's control, and there was no way for the two of them to access such locations. At most, one could merely inquire about the affairs of the Spear Bureau, for there exists no necessity for concealment on their part. With Hongmeng commencing the production of the battle armors for Hawkeye and Black Widow, Chunmu's office finally experienced an uncommon tranquility after their departure. Bruce Banner is indeed a prodigy. Upon Chunmu's suggestion that the Hulk's transformation may stem from a certain genetic factor within him, Banner embarked on a journey of self-exploration. By comparing his own genes with those of an ordinary individual, he promptly identified a peculiar distinction. Within his genetic makeup resided an unusual hereditary substance that could induce symptoms akin to schizophrenia. Furthermore, having absorbed a substantial amount of gamma radiation, a remarkable transformation occurred, giving rise to the consciousness of the Hulk. This elucidates why the Hulk's intellect resembles that of a child, rendering him incapable of coherent communication. He has only been in existence for a brief period. Presently, the Hulk has existed for approximately 5 years, yet due to the brevity of his emergence, totaling less than a few months, he equates to an infant of under 1 year old. Despite his volatile temperament and formidable destructive tendencies, it is undeniable that he embodies the essence of a child. Chapter 72. The manifestation of hatred in truth. Resolving Bruce Banner's dilemma is remarkably simple. A single body houses two consciousnesses that vie for dominance. Thus, by suppressing or entirely extinguishing one of these consciousnesses, Bruce Banner's predicament can be adeptly addressed. Currently, Bruce finds himself in a state of inner conflict, fully aware of his circumstances. The most effective solution appears to be the complete obliteration of the Hulk's consciousness. Should this course of action be taken, the Hulk would cease to exist, allowing Bruce to exert perfect control over his own body. He could transition into the form of the Green Giant at will. However, his aversion to that form permits him to maintain his human appearance, thus alleviating the latent threat he embodies. Yet, what leaves Chunmu speechless is Bruce's hesitation regarding this solution. He perceives the Hulk as possessing his own life, believing he has no right to enact such a brutal extermination. This perspective renders Chunmu utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, as the body is Bruce's own, should he reject this resolution, alternative measures must be considered. A potential solution involves the fusion of the Hulk's and Bruce's consciousnesses, resulting in a wholly new Bruce Banner. Much like after the events of Avengers Endgame, where Bruce and the Hulk coalesced into a singular entity, blending consciousness with consciousness and body with body. In such a scenario, Bruce would retain the Hulk's form while also wielding Bruce Banner's intellect, thus avoiding the specter of losing control. This prospect is a resolution Bruce Banner himself may eventually discover, albeit prematurely in this instance. Due to his belief that the Hulk is also a life form deserving of respect, Bruce opts to perpetually inhabit the Hulk's body, choosing to merge with him. Does this imply that the Hulk possesses human rights? Thus, Bruce Banner feels compelled to honor the Hulk's rights. Chunmu has perpetually struggled to comprehend this Western ideology. Not only Chunmu, but even a random individual from Huaqiangbei would likely choose to eradicate the Hulk's consciousness without hesitation. To simplify, Bruce Banner's current condition resembles that of someone suffering from schizophrenia, with one consciousness belonging to Bruce and the other to the Hulk. The treatment for schizophrenia typically entails preserving the healthier of the two mental states while endeavoring to obliterate the detrimental one, thereby forcing a choice between Bruce Banner and the Hulk. In comparison, Bruce Banner possesses greater inherent value. It is a straightforward sacrifice. The annihilation of the Hulk serves to elevate Bruce. Yet, the present scenario reveals Bruce's own relinquishment, allowing the Hulk to bear the burden of sacrifice, as he willingly opts to sacrifice his humanity to sustain the Hulk's form. Bruce forsakes his identity as a human, choosing to exist perpetually in the guise of the Hulk, akin to his later portrayal in Avengers Endgame. The Hulk, a creature of combat, akin to a beast, lacks the moral discernment due to his youth, which leads Bruce Banner to consider the Hulk innocent. His compassion prevents him from wishing for the Hulk's eradication. When it comes to the pangs of conscience, have you ever felt such remorse while manufacturing various lethal weapons for the United States? Chunmu finds it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the values of these individuals, though fortunately, he has grown indifferent to their affairs. If you wish to merge with the Hulk, then so be it. After all, Chunmu possesses the capability to facilitate such technology. Chunmu, you ought to take a look at this. As Chunmu sat in the office, lost in thought, Su Jiao approached him, holding a tablet which she presented before him. In New York, an unforeseen occurrence had transpired. The U.S. military was engaged in combat with an unsightly monster, and it appeared they were not its match. Chunmu glanced at the screen and could not help but chuckle. Was that not the abomination? He had unwittingly brought Bruce Banner to America, only for this creature to be conjured by the military. During the previous attempt to capture the Hulk, the Chilean battle armor had shown no mercy, unleashing a barrage of weaponry upon him. Despite the Hulk's formidable regenerative abilities and the appearance of minimal injuries, he had nonetheless bled profusely on the battlefield, leaving behind trails of crimson. With the arrival of the military, the combat units had no time for cleanup, thus leaving remnants of the Hulk's blood. Naturally, this blood fell into the hands of General Ross, who, having become somewhat obsessed with the Hulk's power, would not let such an opportunity slip by and ordered his troops to collect it. General Ross was not alone in his dissatisfaction. One of his subordinates, Emil Blonsky, a conceited mercenary, had previously been recruited by Ross to apprehend Bruce Banner in Brazil. After being thoroughly bested by the Green Giant, Blonsky could hardly tolerate such humiliation. Thus, he sought to grow stronger, intending to confront the Hulk once more to prove his prowess. Meanwhile, General Ross found himself in need of a test subject. Having previously acquired a batch of physical enhancement serums from Stark Industries, purportedly based on the super soldier serum used by Captain Steve Rogers, he had retained them at the military base due to their incomplete data and lack of guaranteed efficacy. With Tony Stark now having become Iron Man, the enhancement serum had been further neglected. For General Ross, this serum was akin to a tasteless morsel, unpalatable yet too valuable to discard. However, when Blonsky expressed his willingness to serve as a test subject, Ross eagerly consented to his proposal, and they swiftly reached an agreement to administer the serum. Yet, the super soldier serum harbored a fatal flaw, especially considering it was a mere imitation derived from incomplete information. Good individuals would become better upon its use, whereas those of ill intent would only descend further into malevolence. Evidently, Blonsky is no virtuous character. After the injection of the enhancement serum, not only did his physique become augmented, but his competitive spirit and desire for strength intensified as well. Aware of his current inability to defeat the Hulk, Blonsky reluctantly concealed himself within the ranks of the U.S. military, seeking further opportunities. Ultimately, he discovered the blood of the Hulk. It must be noted that the military is indeed brimming with talent. They had successfully purified the Hulk's blood, transforming it into a semi-finished injectable serum. However, this solitary vial of serum was left in the hands of a resource-strapped clinical tester, rendering it a regrettable yet useless item. Taking a gamble, Blonsky, acutely aware of his own weaknesses, unhesitatingly seized the Hulk's serum and injected it into himself without contemplating the consequences. Subsequently, in line with the original film's narrative, Blonsky transformed into the Abomination. The distinction this time was that there was no Hulk to thwart him. Feeling immensely powerful, the Abomination escaped from the military base, wreaking havoc while preparing to flee America to live freely. Nonetheless, he harbored a deep-seated desire to confront the Hulk in battle. His immediate goal was to eliminate those bothersome flies in the military. The ability to alter the storyline is indeed formidable. It is astonishing that even in the absence of the Hulk, the Abomination still came into being. Chapter 73, Abomination Intriguing. It appears that the American military has once again developed something remarkable. Upon witnessing the emergence of the Abomination, Chun-Mu casually crossed his legs, adopting an attitude reminiscent of a spectator eagerly awaiting a performance. "I believe we should invite Bruce Banner to observe this together," he remarked with a cheerful demeanor, his gaze fixed on the screen. The American military's presentation here is certainly something that Dr. Banner should scrutinize closely. Although this creature is not green, one can still discern echoes of the Hulk within its form. There is undoubtedly a connection to the Hulk, and it is plausible that the American military has engineered this monster using his blood. While Chun-Mu was aware of these implications, he chose to articulate them in the guise of speculation rather than stating them outright. Though merely conjecture, it remained rooted in truth. Dr. Banner was still ensconced in his laboratory. As for Su Jia, she refrained from commenting on Chun-Mu's nonchalant demeanor, perhaps believing that it was a matter that did not concern her. After all, the troubles crafted by the American military ought to be resolved by them alone. Furthermore, they were separated by vast oceans. Even if they wished to assist, their hands were tied. Is this a live broadcast? Shouldn't we send the link to Dr. Bruce Banner? Shenmue expressed a hint of regret that Banner could not join in the live viewing, as it diminished the potential for mischief and fun. Nevertheless, he could still send the live link to Banner, allowing him to witness firsthand the conduct of the American military. Indeed, the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park stands as one of the most technologically advanced industrial zones in China, rivaling even Tony Stark's facilities. Each laboratory is interconnected through the Hongming network and equipped with advanced holographic projection technology, making it a straightforward task to share the live broadcast with Bruce Banner. You truly possess a peculiar sense of humor, Su Jia remarked, somewhat exasperated by Chun-Mu's mischievous tendencies. This is not mere mischief. Rather, it is an opportunity for Dr. Banner to perceive the true nature of America, ensuring that he does not contemplate a return to that land, Chun-Mu retorted, a hint of determination in his tone. He was not idly passing time. There was intent behind his actions. If memory served him correctly, Bruce Banner harbored lingering feelings for General Ross's daughter, which might compel him to return to America for love, despite the fact that she had long since moved on, cohabiting with a man who was well-versed in human nature. However, as long as love exists, forgiveness is often chosen. The Abomination, unlike the beastly Hulk, is a bona fide soldier endowed with formidable combat prowess. Even in his transformed state, he retains a lucid consciousness, enabling him to unleash his strength with precision. Thus, to the military personnel, he perceives them merely as fodder. The Abomination, capable of disregarding various conventional weapons, wreaked havoc on the streets, overwhelming the American military and causing chaos. It effortlessly lifted cars from the roadside, using them as weapons to hurl at soldiers. The presence of innocent bystanders within those vehicles was of no concern to the Abomination. Consequently, amidst its rampage, numerous innocent lives were lost. But what did it matter to Chun-Mu? After all, the casualties were merely Americans, who themselves seemed indifferent to their plight. Why should Chun-Mu feel any sympathy? In his original world, the United States was on the brink of a catastrophic death toll due to the pandemic, with millions perishing. If the Americans themselves were unperturbed, what reason did Chun-Mu have to be concerned? In their eyes, death was a commonplace occurrence. After all, the cycle of life, aging, illness, and death is a natural part of human existence. The death of an individual was merely an ordinary event, devoid of significance. Indeed, the might of the American military was formidable, yet their firepower appeared lacking. Observing the unfolding scenes on video was akin to watching an epic film. Chun-Mu found himself applauding as American soldiers were mercilessly crushed by the Abomination, relishing the spectacle. Undeniably, the American military had demonstrated its prowess by creating such a monstrous entity. However, Chun-Mu expressed a hint of regret, remarking that the creature seemed disinclined to heed the commands of its creators, resulting in the death of numerous civilians. Su Jia, watching the screen, did not share Chun-Mu's exhilaration. Instead, she bore a heavy heart. Although, as Chun-Mu noted, the affected civilians were merely international acquaintances, her innate kindness made it difficult for her to remain indifferent. Yet, what could she do from across the vast ocean? Chun-Mu, have you heard about the events in New York? At that moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow rushed into the office, their faces etched with urgency. Oh, I see. You mean this monster? Chun-Mu, upon seeing them after the door swung open, concealed his earlier amusement and pointed to the computer on the desk. The live broadcast continued, showcasing the clash between the Abomination and the American military, an enthralling sight. In the heart of New York City, the presence of countless civilians made it difficult for the military to deploy heavy artillery, and conventional firearms merely tickled the Abomination. After such an extensive confrontation, the most formidable individual firepower the Americans could muster was merely an RPG launcher. Yet, this too failed to inflict any real harm on the creature. The only thing that seemed to instill a modicum of fear in the Abomination was the heavy machine gun mounted on helicopters. A direct hit from such a weapon could indeed injure it. Do not worry. Isn't Iron Man in New York? This monster won't reign for long, Chun-Mu remarked with calm assurance. Isn't individual heroism celebrated in America? Besides, isn't Tony Stark right there in New York? Your Iron Man shall rescue you from peril. However, It appears that even the current Iron Man may not stand a chance against the abhorrent. Yet, what relevance does this hold for Chenmu? Our esteemed director wishes to make contact with you. Hawkeye produced a mobile device and placed it before Chenmu. It was indeed a phone from Chenmu's own company. On the screen, the visage of Nick Fury, resembling a boiled egg, emerged. Esteemed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wonder what urgent matter compels your attention. Chenmu greeted him with a smile, exuding an aura of nonchalance as if oblivious to the unfolding events. Mr. Chenmu, I seek the assistance of the Spear Bureau. Nick Fury, disregarding Chenmu's demeanor, proceeded to articulate his objective. I believe, Director, you have mistaken me for someone else. Chenmu shrugged helplessly and continued, if you are in need of assistance, I suggest you seek out our Director Zheng Xian. Furthermore, I do not believe that our current location on the other side of the earth affords us the capacity to assist you. Chapter 74, Request for Assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, I do not believe that the Spear Bureau, situated in Huaqiangbei, can offer any substantial assistance to you Americans. In response to Nick Fury's plea for help, Chenmu harbored no inclination to assist. Furthermore, even if he desired to help, there was no feasible method to do so. After all, the Spear Bureau was still located in Huaqiangbei. It was utterly impossible for them to aid the Americans, who resided on the other side of the earth. No, you can help. In the video, Nick Fury appeared with utmost seriousness, gazing intently at Chenmu. He earnestly stated, you possess the technology for battle armor that the Spear Bureau requires. I believe you must be someone who cherishes humanity, and our responsibility at S.H.I.E.L.D. is to protect the Earth and safeguard humankind. Since you are capable of assisting the Spear Bureau with battle armor technology, I hope you can extend the same generosity to S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you still not understand? Chenmu's lips twitched in irritation, gaining a renewed awareness of Nick Fury's audacity. I do not wish to repeat myself, but I must reiterate, I refuse. With a stoic expression, Chenmu looked at Nick Fury and resolutely declined once more. Do you truly believe that Earth is the only bastion of life in this universe? Observing Chenmu's obstinacy, Nick Fury pressed on. Beyond Earth lies an expansive universe filled with countless civilizations. Our planet is but a mere speck among them. Nick Fury spoke calmly. As long as these extraterrestrial civilizations exist, our Earth will remain in peril. Only by arming ourselves can we confront the challenges that lie ahead. I am certain that there are more than just humans in the universe. Chenmu rolled his eyes and retorted, the universe is vast. Would anyone truly be so arrogant as to think that Earth is the sole cradle of life? How many years has the universe existed? And how many years has humanity thrived? If we were to equate the entire timeline of the universe to a single day of 24 hours, humanity's existence would constitute less than the final millisecond of that day. The universe is infinitely grand, and with such an expanse of time. To believe that life exists solely on Earth? That is preposterous. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. requires all available power to protect our planet. Nick Fury proclaimed with solemnity, perhaps you are unaware that 30 years ago, even before your time, Earth faced an invasion from extraterrestrial beings. And you wish to claim that it was your S.H.I.E.L.D. that saved the world during that crisis? Chenmu scoffed, his expression laced with derision. It certainly followed the predictable narrative of American cinema. Extraterrestrial beings capable of traversing the cosmos and migrating between stars come to Earth, and each time, it is America that saves the day. Can you believe that? Just look at the images displayed on the computer screen, now a detestable sight, showing your military in retreat, lost and disoriented. Are you seriously suggesting that these soldiers could repel an alien invasion? Nonsense. In response, Nick Fury unabashedly adorned himself with accolades, asserting that after such a lengthy interval, who possessed any evidence. Nonetheless, during the last attempted invasion of Earth by the Kree Empire, S.H.I.E.L.D. indeed contributed some effort. But is this the true reason? Nick Fury mused, considering that others were oblivious to the specifics, and in the absence of witnesses, he held the narrative in his own hands. Given that you repelled extraterrestrial forces 30 years ago, your technological prowess must be formidable. My antiquated armor technology need not be paraded for ridicule." Chunmu scoffed, rendered speechless by Fury's shamelessness, and prepared to disconnect his phone, severing all ties with him. "Mr. Chunmu," Fury pressed on, "the emergence of this creature underscores that if we possess formidable combat capabilities, we can preclude such occurrences entirely." Though Chunmu left him without retort, Fury endeavored to persuade him further. "Huh, don't presume I am unaware," Chunmu retorted with a cold smirk. Fixing his gaze upon Fury, "Dr. Banner has long informed us that the research on gamma rays is not solely the domain of the U.S. military. It appears your S.H.I.E.L.D. has provided significant assistance as well. Moreover, this creature's appearance likely bears your fingerprints, does it not? Do you truly believe that solely through the military's research capabilities could a serum for the Hulk be developed? I find that utterly implausible. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. must undoubtedly be involved in this matter. I can even surmise that the emergence of the abomination is inextricably linked to your agency. Perhaps you sought to experiment with Hulk's blood to create a similar monstrosity. Regrettably, it seems your endeavors have failed, and now you seek my assistance to regain control over the situation. Additionally, you aim to morally bind me, hoping to obtain my armor technology. However, the astute Chunmu, having seen through all, would not be deceived. Even if he remained unaware of the full extent of these events, he held no affinity for S.H.I.E.L.D. and was acutely aware of Hydra's infiltration. He would never entrust his armor technology to their hands. Are you truly indifferent to the plight of innocent civilians who may perish at the hands of these monsters? Fury seemed oblivious to Chunmu's words and continued to press. Your own country appears indifferent to its citizens. Why should I, a person on the opposite side of the earth, care? Chunmu chuckled coldly. You can disregard the lives of your own countrymen, yet you fret over my concerns? Unlike America, which often meddles in the affairs of other nations while remaining blind to its own issues, my country, Huaqiangbei, refrains from such interference and focuses solely on its own well-being. Spare me your pretense. Do not forget, the creature you and the military created bears the consequences of your actions, not those of anyone else. Every cause has its effect, and the deaths of civilians are entirely on your shoulders. Regarding the actions of the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D., which seem to be a blatant evasion of responsibility, in their attempts to morally manipulate themselves, Chunmu expressed his profound displeasure and resolved to sever all connections. He declared that once their battle armor was completed, they should take it and return to their homeland. If time permitted, they should deal with the monster themselves. As he spoke, Chunmu turned to Hawkeye and Black Widow, gesturing towards the computer screen displaying the live feed. He continued, the monstrosity created by your S.H.I.E.L.D. in America must be resolved by you, rather than seeking to absolve yourselves of responsibility or attempting to derive profit from this situation. Such behavior is utterly repugnant to me. Chunmu had no desire to engage with individuals like Nick Fury, resulting in a lack of cordiality towards Hawkeye and Black Widow. They spoke of serving all humanity and protecting the Earth. Was this the method they chose to create monsters? Was this the way to forge weapons that would slaughter their own kind? The actions of these individuals filled Chunmu with disgust. As he observed the live broadcast of two monsters clashing, alongside the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D., his anger surged. What did it matter how many civilians perished? Wait a moment, two monsters? What in the world? How did Hulk get involved? Chapter 75, Hulk vs. Abomination. How did the Hulk make his way over there? As Chunmu watched the live broadcast, he was bewildered by the sight of two colossal monsters engaging in a ferocious battle. Was that not the Hulk? Wasn't Bruce Banner supposed to be in his laboratory? How did he suddenly appear on the other side of the Earth, in America, grappling with Abomination? Everyone present, including Nick Fury on the other side of the screen, wore expressions of confusion. None could fathom how this incredible scene unfolded. The Green Giant, far away in China, had inexplicably materialized in America and was now clashing with Abomination. The perplexity was palpable among all observers. What on earth was happening? Huaqiangbei, access the surveillance in Dr. Bruce Banner's laboratory, Chen commanded, intent on uncovering the cause of this bizarre occurrence. Understood, sir. As Huaqiangbei responded, a screen flickered to life on the table, revealing Bruce Banner's deserted laboratory. There was no sign of Bruce Banner anywhere. Play the footage. I must see how Dr. Banner vanished. Chen was genuinely concerned about this matter. After all, within his industrial complex, fortified by layers of protection from S.H.I.E.L.D., he could scarcely conceive how anyone could stealthily abduct Bruce and transport him across the ocean to America. Unless the video commenced, edited by Huaqiangbei to directly showcase the moment of Dr. Bruce Banner's disappearance. Bruce Banner, or rather the Hulk, appeared anxious as he gazed at the screen, which displayed live footage of Abomination wreaking havoc in New York. At this juncture, Bruce Banner had chosen to coexist with the Hulk. Thanks to the technology provided by Chen, he had successfully merged with the Hulk, fully embracing his existence. They had become one, a new incarnation of Bruce Banner. Of course, akin to the future events of Avengers Endgame, Bruce Banner was now compelled to maintain the Hulk's form while retaining all of his original memories. The image of Bruce Banner on the screen was perpetually that of the Hulk. As Bruce Banner anxiously observed the chaos on the screen, a golden portal materialized before him. Even through the monitor, it was evident that across the shimmering threshold lay New York, the very streets where Abomination was causing destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, Bruce Banner stepped through the golden portal, vanishing from the laboratory. He had traversed this mystical gateway and suddenly appeared in New York, directly confronting Abomination. Indeed, it was a wizardry of sorts. In the Marvel Universe, a myriad of extraordinary professions exist, and among them, the wizard is a notable one. Portals are the forte of Earth's sorcerers. With a simple circular gesture, a portal connecting two locations can be effortlessly opened, showcasing remarkable convenience. However, who could be the one to transport the Hulk to New York? Gazing at the bald figure on his phone screen, Nick Fury, Chen found the answer emerging in his mind. Another bald figure, the supreme sorcerer of Earth, Agamotto. As an entity that has endured for millennia, Agamotto possesses formidable powers, having established a sorcerer organization that has clandestinely protected the Earth for centuries. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D., it is the sorcerers who truly serve as the guardians of the planet. Yet, with the Green Giant now in New York, Chen found himself at a loss. Resigned to silently watching the live broadcast on television. What is this? Is it your new technology? Black Widow inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the manifestation of the portal. Not quite, Chen replied curtly, casting a sidelong glance at Black Widow. This technique resembles that of a sorcerer. Sorcerers? Are there sorcerers on Earth? Black Widow asked, her interest evident as she turned to Chen. How should I know? Chen responded, exasperation evident as he faced Black Widow's relentless pursuit of information. Then why do you say it resembles sorcerers? Black Widow pressed on, her tenacity unwavering. As a seasoned agent, Black Widow never lost sight of her responsibilities, always collecting intelligence regardless of the circumstances. Isn't this the kind of scene that frequently appears in your American games? Chen rolled his eyes, noting that the concept of a portal was indeed common in numerous games. All right, Black Widow conceded, nodding in mild boredom. Faced with Chen stubbornness, she had no other recourse. Thus, she turned her attention back to the screen, genuinely concerned about the clash between the Hulk and Abomination in New York. The Hulk's strength far surpassed that of Abomination, yet their battle had devolved into a stalemate. Two muscular titans clashed violently on the streets of New York, leaving a trail of craters in their wake. In the original film narrative, Bruce Banner had injected himself with gamma-energy suppressants, significantly diminishing the Hulk's abilities, resulting in him being overwhelmed by the imposter, Abomination. Fortunately, as time passed, the Hulk's strength gradually returned, ultimately allowing him to defeat Abomination. Currently, although Bruce had not taken the suppressants, he had chosen to coexist with the Hulk. While the Green Giant's appearance dominated, it was, in essence, Bruce Banner himself. As a dedicated scientist, Bruce had never excelled in combat. Thus, the Hulk's immense power was only partially realized under Bruce's control, leading to an evenly matched struggle against Abomination. The strength of an individual is profoundly influenced by their combat awareness and instinct. Despite the Hulk's childlike consciousness, devoid of wisdom and resembling a brute, his primal instincts render him a formidable combatant, capable of harnessing his immense strength to perfection. However, with Bruce Banner's consciousness now at the helm, the situation becomes rather precarious. He possesses unparalleled power, yet finds himself subdued by the Abomination, who ruthlessly asserts dominance. Had another individual taken the helm, or if the Hulk himself were in control, it is likely that the Abomination would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Yet, at this moment, Shenmue finds himself helplessly observing from afar in Huaqiangbei, unable to offer assistance as he witnesses the green giant being mercilessly pummeled. Boom, boom, boom. Merely being hospitable might be one thing, but the alarming presence of yet another monster prompts the American military to hastily seize rocket launchers and unleash a barrage of attacks. These individuals epitomize the notion of being more hindrance than help, achieving little while creating chaos. Just as Bruce Banner seemed to gain a slight upper hand, this onslaught of rockets sends him spiraling back into confusion. One cannot deny that the American forces truly excel in their unique brand of incompetence. Chapter 76, a display of acting skills the military of your esteemed nation truly is. Observing the relentless bombardment of Bruce Banner by the American forces, even Su Jia could not help but voice his criticism. Director, could you possibly inform the American military? Hawkeye appeared equally embarrassed. After all, Bruce Banner had previously lent his assistance, yet now he found himself utterly bewildered by the Americans' actions. I have already notified the American side, Nick Fury replied, his expression darkening further, though he maintained a calm demeanor. Of course, he had little interest in the matter of friendly fire. After all, the Hulk's tough exterior rendered him nearly invulnerable, thus alleviating any psychological burden on Nick. However, the fact that the Hulk had evidently become controllable was a source of irritation for him. The Green Giant had been studied in America for many years with little progress. And yet, after merely a few days in China, he was now capable of self-control. Although he appeared less formidable than the previously irrational Hulk, the essence of combat awareness can indeed be cultivated. Thus, the current Hulk possessed even greater potential than before. Naturally, this was not the end of it. The Hulk's newfound self-control had now made him a weapon of the S.H.I.E.L.D., becoming a force for China, which greatly displeased the ever-controlling Nick Fury. Furthermore, he was well aware of Bruce Banner's activities in China, and now, what was this? In the blink of an eye, Bruce Banner had traversed to New York from the other side of the earth? Such alarming rapid deployment capabilities filled Nick Fury with concern. If the S.H.I.E.L.D. could harness such power, where in the world would remain beyond their reach? With the ability to swiftly project power globally, combined with a formidable army of iron warriors, China had likely become the most powerful nation in the world. As Nick Fury was still uncertain how the Hulk had arrived in New York, he naturally assumed it was a new technology developed by the S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Shenmue, he too wore an expression of ignorance. Would Nick Fury believe him? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his inherently suspicious nature would prevent him from trusting anyone. He naturally suspected that Shenmue was merely putting on an act, given that he often did so, speaking disingenuously about having no connection to the American civilians, while simultaneously seeking to save them. The Chinese truly possess a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. Indeed, Shenmue was a bleeding heart, and such individuals are easily manipulated. Acquiring battle armor technology seemed possible. Of course, this was merely a one-sided notion from Nick Fury. Ultimately, upon receiving communication from S.H.I.E.L.D., the American forces ceased their blind attacks, redirecting their efforts toward the Abomination, causing him considerable trouble. This inadvertently aided the Hulk, allowing Bruce Banner to catch his breath, though the battle awareness of Dr. Bruce Banner still left much to be desired. Observing Bruce Banner, who can barely contend with the abomination with the assistance of the American military, Su Jia remarked. He possesses immense power, yet lacks the ability to wield it effectively. It appears that Dr. Banner requires rigorous training. Given the somewhat obsessive tendencies of soldiers from the United States, Su Jia shared similar sentiments. Witnessing Bruce Banner's formidable strength go unutilized was rather unsettling and difficult to accept. I surmise that Dr. Banner may not desire training. Although he has transformed into the Hulk, Shenmue firmly believes that his consciousness remains that of Banner's, and thus, he likely harbors little interest in military training. Therefore, Shenmue confidently stated, "Let us wait for Dr. Banner's return and assign him an instructor to see if he is amenable." After all, Bruce Banner has effectively joined SHIELD, and Su Jia hopes that Dr. Banner will indeed undergo proper training. While it is not a matter of sending him to the front lines, it is certainly desirable for him to acquire some self-defense capabilities rather than being so thoroughly bested by the abomination. However, it is not yet the appropriate time to discuss this. At the very least, Bruce Banner must first triumph over that monster. Shenmue smiled wryly, observing the screen where Bruce Banner once again found himself in a passive position, which was rather disheartening. The abomination is merely a flawed remnant of the Hulk, a creature born from a fraction of Hulk's serum. To see the original Hulk in such a dire situation is rather embarrassing. Speaking of which, is it not the mission of SHIELD to safeguard Earth's peace? How is it that this monster has been rampaging without any sign of your agents? Observing Bruce Banner's predicament, Shenmue could not help but glance towards Hawkeye and Black Widow, posing this very question. Naturally, as the video call was ongoing, Nick Fury overheard Shenmue's remarks. Confronting such a formidable creature, SHIELD lacks the necessary strength to engage. Thus it is more appropriate to leave this to the military. Nick Fury replied calmly. What, then, is the purpose of SHIELD? Shenmue chuckled, directing his gaze at Nick Fury. You previously mentioned that decades ago, extraterrestrial forces invaded Earth, only to be thwarted by your agency. How is it that you can repel beings capable of traversing the cosmos, yet struggle against this monster? In truth, given SHIELD's current resources, subduing the Hulk or the abomination is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the inherently cautious Nick Fury would never reveal his trump cards. Even as the abomination wreaked considerable havoc, SHIELD chose to remain an observer. Based on the abomination's capabilities, it is evident that the military could indeed eliminate him without concern for collateral damage. The embodiment of hatred is remarkably astute. Choosing the battleground of New York, which renders the American military somewhat hesitant, reluctant to deploy heavy artillery. Was it truly the case that decades ago, your SHIELD managed to drive extraterrestrial forces from Earth due to your agents infiltrating their ranks, wreaking havoc from within, compelling them to flee in disarray? Shenmue seized every opportunity to mock Nick Fury, jesting, "Is it not true that Danvers actually served as a spy within the Kree Empire?" In response, Nick Fury remained silent. Could he admit that the expulsion of the aliens hinged solely on the efforts of a single woman? Would that not imply a failure on his part as a man? Although SHIELD possessed the power to thwart this monstrosity, time was a luxury they did not have, and their personnel were unable to reach the battlefield swiftly. Fury, maintaining his composure, turned his gaze to Shenmue and continued. As for your Spear Bureau, if you could send Bruce Banner to New York, why not dispatch additional warriors? Are you merely going to stand by and watch as innocent civilians are slaughtered by this creature? I too am curious about the reason behind this. Shenmue was at a loss for words. Who could fathom what the Ancient One was contemplating? Why send Bruce Banner to New York? As for Fury's moral coercion, Shenmue could hardly muster the energy to engage. I apologize, but the Spear Bureau is merely a small military organization dedicated to safeguarding the people of our nation. We can only express our inability to assist in the face of your nation's tragedy. Moreover, as a military entity, The Spear Bureau lacks your country's authorization to operate within the United States. Thus, you must rely on your own resources. Observing the embodiment of hatred utilizing various vehicles as weapons to dispatch soldiers, Chunmu felt a secret delight, though he maintained a facade of sympathetic despair. Come now, let us put on a performance. Who among us does not know how to act? Chapter 77. The Arrival of Iron Man. It must be said that the U.S. military truly deserves its reputation as the most formidable army on Earth. With their adept coordination and overwhelming firepower, one can only imagine that any adversary daring enough to provoke them would be utterly annihilated. Observing the live broadcast on the computer, Chunmu could not help but utter these words, albeit with a hint of irony. A contingent of American soldiers, bolstered by the presence of the Green Giant Bruce, certainly constitutes a powerful ensemble. Yet, in the face of a single abomination, they find themselves utterly disoriented. This spectacle is almost too painful to witness for Chunmu, who is far away in Huaqiangbei. After all, the abomination is merely a monster enhanced by the purified serum derived from Hulk's blood, perhaps with a touch of Stark Industries' imperfect super soldier serum contributing to his might. Nevertheless, with such enhancements, it seems implausible that the U.S. military, alongside a Green Giant, should struggle against him. Setting aside the underwhelming performance of the Hulk, who, despite possessing the strength of his prime, has been unable to unleash his full potential due to his background as a diligent researcher, one cannot help but question the performance of the U.S. military. The battle has raged on for some time now, prompting the military to deploy armored vehicles and even tanks from a nearby base, while the skies above are filled with armed helicopters. Yet, they are unable to land a hit on the agile abomination, whose nimbleness renders their heavy weaponry ineffective, resulting in the streets being reduced to chaos. Whether it be Hawkeye or Black Widow before Chunmu, or Nick Fury on the other end of the phone, they all perceive the undertone of Chunmu's mockery, yet they find themselves without a retort. The U.S. military's performance is undeniably difficult to defend. It cannot be denied that the individual combat gear of the U.S. military is indeed the finest in the world, with an array of advanced weaponry boasting tremendous power. However, power alone is futile if one cannot strike the target. The abomination, as nimble as a monkey, is nearly impossible to hit with these weapons, rendering them mere ornaments. Annoyed like a bothersome fly, the abomination leapt across the streets, his countenance twisted in fury. After injecting himself with the Hulk serum, he had attained the immense power he had long desired, intending to confront Hulk directly, only to be targeted by the U.S. military first. In truth, the current Blonsky, or rather the abomination, completely disregards these forces due to his overwhelming strength. He had contemplated sparing them, but these ants dared to attack him. Thus, he could hardly be blamed for his ensuing wrath. The abomination, seething with rage, launched a relentless assault against the U.S. military. Once formidable firearms, now merely tickled the abomination, as bullets from automatic rifles failed to penetrate his skin, only serving to embolden him further. Unless utilizing anti-material rounds, these weapons posed no threat whatsoever. Thus, the battle devolved into a one-sided massacre, as the abomination effortlessly hurled cars weighing several tons as if they were mere stones. When such a heavy object strikes a person, their fate is reduced to mere pulp. In the midst of this slaughter, the abomination suddenly found himself face to face with the very Hulk he had longed to confront. Without a moment's hesitation to ponder other matters, the abomination charged forth, engaging the Hulk in a fierce melee. It must be said, the Hulk's strength exceeded the abomination's expectations. He was indeed extraordinarily powerful. However, he was also rather clumsy. In the abomination's eyes, the Hulk was merely a child endowed with immense strength, lacking the understanding of how to wield his physical advantages, which allowed the abomination to capitalize on every opportunity to strike him down. You are utterly unworthy of such power. Once again delivering a devastating blow that sent the Green Giant crashing to the ground, the abomination glared at him with malevolence, using the barbs on his elbow to press against Hulk's neck, temporarily robbing him of the strength to resist. The abomination was consumed with jealousy at the sight of the Hulk's formidable power. Perhaps this was a side effect of the super serum, amplifying the abomination's feelings of envy to an infinite degree. Cough, cough, why must you harm the innocent? What further infuriated the abomination was that the subdued Hulk managed to utter such words intermittently. The Hulk possesses wisdom? Yet what of it? Although the abomination was taken aback, he was not overly surprised, for he too retained his own intellect. Thus, when he observed that the Hulk still possessed a semblance of wisdom, he felt little concern. While the information he had received from the military differed somewhat from this reality, it mattered not to the abomination at this moment. Why? Because, to those beneath us, we who wield power are akin to gods. The corners of the abomination's mouth twisted into a cruel smile, and with another fierce elbow strike, he struck the Hulk's face, sending him hurtling through the air. And you, despite your immense strength, are nothing but a coward. The abomination approached the Hulk step by step, his eyes filled with disdain. To me, those ordinary people are merely ants. Their deaths are deserved consequences. And you, soon to share their fate, are utterly unworthy of your current power. Yet deep within the abomination stirred a yearning. He craved to entirely usurp the Hulk's strength. Watch closely. Behold as I trample those ants beneath my feet. Grinning wickedly at the weakened Bruce Banner, the abomination tore off a car door from the roadside, wielding it like an axe. He hurled the massive door towards a nearby soldier with tremendous force. Accompanied by a sharp sound, the door cleaved the unsuspecting pedestrian in two, leaving only the upper half of his body pitifully sprawled on the ground. Under such overwhelming power, all objects appeared as razor-sharp weapons. The unfortunate citizens of America were perpetually engulfed in suffering. Enough! Stop this at once. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed, and a searing laser shot forth from a distance, accompanied by a swift crimson figure. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Ah, who do we have here? Is it not the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark? The abomination, effortlessly deflecting the attack, cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer and could not help but mock. You wretched creature. Observing the articulate monstrosity, Tony Stark, encased within his marked suit, was ablaze with fury. He had been tirelessly refining his armor in his laboratory, oblivious to the unfolding events until Pepper Potts had ventured in. In pursuit of surpassing his own creation, Tony had obtained a new element from Chun Mu and promptly set about enhancing his suit. The suit he now donned, designated as Mark 6, harnessed an entirely new energy source, endowing him with formidable strength, far surpassing that of Mark 3. Chapter 78. The old Yin-Yang man. Upon learning about the events unfolding here, Tony Stark hurried over, determined to put a stop to this monster. Do you see the power I now possess? He taunted, his gaze filled with derision as he faced the abomination. Thanks to you. If it weren't for the enhanced serum manufactured by Stark Industries, I would never have acquired such strength. Ultimately, I owe you my gratitude. With that, he erupted into a boisterous laugh. Super Soldier Serum? Tony Stark's expression soured at the mention, though within the confines of his armor, no one could witness his ashen visage. Indeed, the unfolding events were inextricably linked to him. Yes, I should be thanking you, he retorted through clenched teeth, feeling discomfort at the creature's words. Memories flooded back of when he had provided General Ross with the Super Soldier Serum. Back then, Stark Industries was still a weapons manufacturer, and he had yet to become Iron Man. In fact, in the Western context, the term hero was not yet defined. Iron talent would be more apparent. In collaboration with the American military, he had hoped to replicate the miracle of Captain America, aiming to utilize the remnants of data to develop the super serum. However, due to its incomplete nature, even after Tony's own research and enhancements, significant issues remained, and thus it was shelved without any test subjects. After handing over the semi-finished product to the military, Tony ceased any further inquiries regarding it. In truth, the serum was somewhat successful, significantly augmenting the user's capabilities, albeit with side effects that were even more pronounced than the original. The serum used by Steve Rogers transformed good individuals into paragons of virtue while corrupting the wicked further. Tony's creation, however, seemed to amplify these effects. After successfully injecting the serum, Blonsky's strength saw a remarkable enhancement. In their second battle within the film, his prowess was vastly superior to before, a true metamorphosis. Though he could not withstand Hulk's devastating blow that left him with multiple shattered bones, it highlighted his terrifying regenerative abilities. Astonishingly, after suffering such catastrophic injuries, he fully recovered in a remarkably short span of time, a testament to his formidable resilience. One cannot overlook Tony Stark's genius. It appears he excels in every scientific domain he ventures into. Yet, after deciding to terminate all arms dealings, he also ended all collaborations with the military, which naturally included the development of this serum. What Tony did not anticipate was that General Ross would directly administer the serum, and even more surprisingly, hand it over to the abominable creature before him. He truly felt as if he had become an accomplice to malevolence. Indeed, severing ties with the U.S. military was the wisest decision. Each time he recalled Chun-Mu's scorn towards the military, a sense of frustration washed over him. Now, witnessing the chaos they wrought firsthand, it became evident that the U.S. military was a true disruptor in this world, capable of transforming every situation into utter disarray. Although Tony felt a twinge of regret, for the serum was indeed his creation, the emergence of the abomination was only partially his fault. Ultimately, he was merely the creator of a tool. The responsibility for its consequences lay squarely with those who wielded it. In other words, the blame resided with the U.S. military and General Ross, not with Tony Stark. However, the existence of the abomination gnawed at Tony's conscience, compelling him to eliminate this menace to atone for his perceived transgression. Perhaps it could be deemed as silencing a liability. Could Dr. Bruce Banner continue to fight? Resolute in his determination to vanquish the abomination, Tony turned to the Hulk beside him. No problem. With the arrival of formidable reinforcements, Bruce Banner regained a measure of confidence. On the way, Tony had gleaned much about the unfolding events, and from Nick Fury, he understood the context, realizing that the Hulk was indeed an ally against the abomination. While Fury certainly would have obscured some of the details, Tony had a fair grasp of the situation. Despite his pride, Tony was reluctant to collaborate with others. Yet, he recognized his own lack of assurance. The Mark VI had significantly enhanced his capabilities, but he still harbored doubts about defeating the abomination alone. However, with the Hulk's assistance, the odds of victory were greatly improved. Thus, Tony and Bruce swiftly devised a battle strategy and re-engaged the abomination, gradually gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, far across the globe in Huaqiangbei, Chun-Mu observed the live video feed and expressed his astonishment, sardonic remarks escaping his lips. A true master of the art of sarcasm. He mused. In New York, numerous surveillance cameras were under the control of Huaqiangbei, broadcasting the battlefield without a single blind spot. Consequently, he was acutely aware of the abomination's words. Chun-Mu's commentary caused several members of S.H.I.E.L.D. to wear grim expressions. It is often said that one should not expose another's flaws, yet you have brazenly unveiled the U.S. side's disgrace. I am quite curious, Chun-Mu continued. In a nation such as yours, where such incidents occur, resulting in the deaths of hundreds, including numerous innocent civilians, how would you manage the aftermath? The gravity of the situation was evident in his inquiry. Can mere public opinion truly serve as a solution? In the United States, often heralded as a bastion of freedom, particularly in terms of free speech, such claims are merely childish play. In reality, regardless of the nation, whether it be the homeland or elsewhere, certain inappropriate expressions are invariably suppressed. The difference lies solely in the degree of control exercised. The level of regulation in the United States is alarmingly formidable, arguably the most stringent globally, and yet, there are still those who boast of their freedom of speech. If true liberty existed, one might attempt to post videos extolling the virtues of life in China on platforms like Facebook or Twitter. You would soon find your reach severely limited, if not entirely erased, with your account possibly facing suspension. Would you not feel apprehensive in such a scenario? Chapter 79. Concealing the truth. The protocols will be followed. The families affected by this incident will receive compensation from the government. Nick Fury stated expressionlessly that this was merely an accident. and no one wished for such an event to occur. Yet, curiously, the origins of the abomination were left unaddressed. Let us not forget that the abomination was a creation of the military, who administered a flawed super-soldier serum, leading to Blonsky's increasingly arrogant demeanor. Fueled by an insatiable thirst for power, he seized the Hulk's serum from the U.S. military and injected it into himself, thus birthing the monstrous abomination. Therefore, it could be argued that the U.S. military bears the brunt of the blame for this fiasco. However, within the confines of America, the average citizen can never escape the web of information spun by the nation. The narratives they encounter are strictly those that the government desires them to see. Consequently, incidents resulting in hundreds of fatalities are hardly regarded as significant. Moreover, it is worth noting that the daily toll of gun violence in America claims hundreds of lives. Thus, the hundreds who fell victim to the abomination pale in comparison to the tens of thousands who perish from gunfire each year. The advancement of science invariably comes at a cost, and Nick Fury merely offered a dispassionate recounting of events. Indeed, how grand and powerful. The sacrifices made for the sake of science are truly noble. These American civilians are remarkable. Chun Mu smirked, gaining a deeper understanding of S.H.I.E.L.'s shamelessness. This is quintessentially American. At times, when a few or even dozens of innocent civilians in Huaqiangbei are harmed or perish due to unforeseen circumstances, America reacts with the fervor of a bloodthirsty shark. Yet, when it comes to their own affairs, they choose to turn a blind eye. Take the current situation. The clash between the abomination and the Hulk has resulted in hundreds of casualties, with economic damages that are incalculable. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American authorities will merely suppress this matter. The principles of democracy, human rights, and freedom are merely rhetoric for others, hardly applicable within their own borders. The emergence of the abomination is merely an experimental mishap, and silencing it should not pose a significant challenge. Even if suppression proves difficult, one could easily brand the abomination as a supervillain, could they not? After all, the Marvel Universe is inherently tumultuous, with supervillains frequently surfacing. Furthermore, the tradition of governing through deceit is an esteemed practice in America. What is the harm in lying? Only during the events of the first Avengers, when the Chitauri alien army invaded America, could this situation not be concealed, as the world's gaze was firmly fixed upon it, rendering any attempt at obfuscation futile. In comparison to the impending alien invasion, the destruction caused by the abomination is but a mere drizzle. How impressive it is! The manipulation of public opinion lies entirely in your hands, allowing you to play as you wish. In light of this, Chun-Mu couldn't help but reflect. It is difficult to fathom what the worldview of the American populace may be, living in a realm woven from lies. Thus, to assert that these civilians are entirely innocent would be an oversimplification. In the years following World War II, the United States has engaged in numerous acts of invasion. Without the tacit support of these so-called innocent civilians, the military would hardly dare to launch such audacious assaults. These purportedly innocent citizens are, in actuality, complicit. In Chun-Mu's view, they have brought their fates upon themselves. Of course, there are indeed individuals who are truly innocent, who have met tragic ends at the hands of hatred, and for them, Chun-Mu can only express sorrow. Even the American government shows no compassion for its own people. What concern should Chun-Mu, situated far away in China, have for their plight? Fortunately, all the events have been recorded on video, allowing for their true nature to be revealed to the world. Chun-Mu felt a deep-seated irritation towards Nick Fury's spurious arguments and sought to unnerve him. However, Nick Fury, caught unawares, found himself vexed, never expecting that his own words would be documented as evidence. It was akin to a seasoned hunter being pecked in the eye by the very prey he pursued. Nonetheless, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, which holds dominion over the global internet, harbored little concern. Even if Chun-Mu were to release the video, it would likely not gain traction. Should it circulate, they could easily dismiss it as a forgery. Let us not take it to heart, Chun-Mu remarked, observing Fury's increasingly dark demeanor. With the battle approaching its conclusion on the live broadcast, He addressed Nick Fury, "Doctor, Bruce Banner is currently conducting research in our country on desert afforestation techniques to combat desertification, but he has encountered a bottleneck. I hope you can facilitate his timely return." In the standard superhero realm of Marvel, heroes invariably triumph over villains. With Tony Stark, the Iron Man, as the leading figure and Bruce Banner as the supporting character, the formidable abomination was swiftly overwhelmed. Though the current battle appeared intense, its outcome was largely predetermined. The abomination had exhausted its strength, despite deriving power from the Hulk. The disparity between them was vast, and even the mightiest have their limits. After enduring such a prolonged conflict, the abomination was nearing its end. Confronted by the combined forces of Iron Man and the Hulk, the battle was poised to conclude. Therefore, Chunmu felt compelled to remind Nick Fury of the situation. After all, Bruce Banner had already joined the SHIELD, and as a technical advisor to the agency, Chunmu naturally wished to ensure Banner's safety and a secure return to China. Dr. Bruce Banner is a renowned scholar in America, and he has his girlfriend and students here. Whether he chooses to go to your country is a decision for Dr. Banner himself to make. We possess no authority to dictate his choices. Regarding the formidable strength of the Hulk, it is only natural that Nick Fury would prefer to prevent him from entering the confines of the Shield. The power of the organization has already grown excessively potent. The implications of Hulk's inclusion are unfathomable. Furthermore, Nick harbors concerns regarding Chunmu's scientific prowess. He fears that Chunmu may acquire the technology related to the Hulk, potentially creating more controllable iterations of the Green Giant. Such a scenario would indeed be a nightmare for any faction. Consequently, when it comes to returning Bruce Banner to the Shield, Nick Fury is inclined to devise some obstacles. Chunmu nodded impassively, turning to Su Jia and inquired, "Did the production department not mention that the machinery had malfunctioned? It seems all product manufacturing has come to a standstill." "Indeed, the machinery is under repair, and it's uncertain when it will be fixed. Thus, the production of the battle armor has also ceased," Su Jia replied, comprehending the situation instantly. Hawkeye and Black Widow remained silent. It seems that since Dr. Bruce Banner has discovered a new research topic, he must be quite eager to return. Chapter 80. The growth of Bruce faced with Chunmu's threat. Nick Fury's expression darkened, yet he calmly articulated his thoughts before abruptly severing the call. He feared that upon gazing at Chunmu again, he might be compelled to shatter his phone in frustration. Nick Fury, recognizing his defeat, acknowledged that compared to Bruce Banner, the allure of Hawkeye and Black Widow's Kirin armor was far more enticing. Bruce Banner was a man of his own intellect, and after being pursued by the military for 5 years, Nick Fury understood all too well the extent of Banner's animosity towards the United States. Even if he forcibly retained him, Banner would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to escape. Weighing the pros and cons, Nick Fury swiftly arrived at a decision. He terminated the conversation. As the battle on the other end had concluded, Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, through their collaboration, had successfully subdued the abomination. As Tony managed to restrain the creature, Bruce Banner finally gained mastery over his own power. With a fist imbued with rage, he struck the abomination squarely on the forehead, misaligning its head. With a shattered cervical spine, even the abomination succumbed to death. Furthermore, the immense force likely rendered its brain to a pulp. This was the true essence of the Hulk's power. Previously, Bruce Banner had fought timidly against the abomination, his potential severely limited. Now, having fully embraced the power of the Hulk, Bruce Banner had truly merged with his alter ego. This marked Bruce Banner's inaugural experience of taking a life in the form of the Hulk. Though many had perished at the hands of the Hulk, Bruce had never personally witnessed such an act. Yet this time, he was at the helm, his consciousness remarkably lucid. "Have I killed?" Bruce Banner gazed incredulously at his own hands, incredulous that, for the first time, he felt no remorse, even experiencing a twinge of pleasure. Perhaps this was the influence of the Hulk's consciousness upon Banner. This creature is no hero. It disregards life and has slain numerous innocents. I am enacting justice. Bruce Banner contemplated silently, recalling the ordinary people mercilessly slaughtered by the abomination before him. He found solace in the notion that the abomination's demise was well-deserved, harboring no discomfort or guilt over the matter. Dr. Banner, that punch was truly exhilarating. Confirming the abomination's defeat, Tony Stark rejoiced as he descended beside Bruce, kicking the lifeless body of the creature and remarking, "Is what he said true?" Bruce, disregarding Tony's somewhat teasing tone, wore a worried expression and gravely inquired, "Did the military truly create this monster?" Tony fell silent, the smile on his face fading, replaced by a palpable heaviness in his mood. Emil Blonsky, born in Russia and raised in England, ultimately enlisted in the British Armed Forces Royal Marine Corps, swiftly ascending to the rank of captain. Recently, he had been employed as a mercenary by General Ross for a covert mission in Brazil. Upon his return, he quickly rose to the rank of colonel in the American military. Tony Stark effortlessly retrieved Blonsky's dossier, recounting with precision the secret mission to Brazil, which Dr. Banner must be well aware of, was indeed to capture him. Furthermore, after returning to the military base, Blonsky injected himself with the super soldier serum. His already obsessive nature had become increasingly irrational, and upon seizing an opportunity, he procured the purified serum of Tony's blood and injected it into himself, transforming into the monstrous being he had become. Jarvis demonstrated remarkable efficiency, unraveling the complexities of the situation and reconstructing the truth with astonishing accuracy. Tony had never trusted Nick Fury and his associates, dismissing Fury's previous assertions. As expected, the results of his own investigation revealed significant discrepancies. Throughout the entire affair, S.H.I.E.L.D. had played the role of a shadowy puppet master, providing technical support and deliberately steering Blonsky's actions, with the emergence of the abomination being inextricably linked to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s machinations. However, the organization, which fancied itself in control, had evidently faltered yet again. Although the Hulk's serum proved effective in greatly enhancing the strength of the injector, it seemed entirely unmanageable. Consequently, Tony's disdain for S.H.I.E.L.D. intensified. "So, all of this is true?" Bruce Banner's expression darkened. He understood that what Tony had articulated was undoubtedly accurate. He was acutely aware of the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military better than anyone. Yet, as he surveyed the surrounding ruins, a profound sense of guilt enveloped him. If it weren't for him, did S.H.I.E.L.D. still possess samples of his blood? Bruce felt a gnawing anxiety, fully cognizant that if S.H.I.E.L.D. retained any of his blood, they would undoubtedly continue their research, and the current tragedy could certainly repeat itself. Surely, they must have exhausted their supply by now. But who could say for certain? Tony shrugged and continued, "However, if it's the super soldier serum, there was indeed only that one vial. Fortunately, it has already been used by Blonsky. I just wonder if S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military have managed to replicate the serum. The super soldier serum is not easily duplicated, so Tony found some solace in that. As for the Hulk serum, well, Tony was uncertain about how much S.H.I.E.L.D. had preserved. There was little point in dwelling on that issue. He patted Hulk's arm in a gesture of comfort, assuring him, after this incident, "I trust the military will refrain from further research into this matter." He yearned to pat Bruce Banner on the shoulder. Yet the disparity in their heights rendered such an action impossible. To ascend and reach his shoulder would appear excessively awkward. After all, the emergence of the abomination indeed instilled fear in some, discouraging them from further exploration. Even the Hydra concealed within S.H.I.E.L.D. was intimidated by the abomination, fearful of inadvertently creating another uncontrollable monstrosity. One can only hope. In response, Bruce Banner could only exhale a sigh, silently praying that his blood did not fall into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands. Wait, the blood, Mr. Blue? During his previous escape, Bruce had sought to address the issues plaguing him and had contacted a doctor who referred to himself as Mr. Blue. He had sent a considerable amount of his blood to this individual. If Mr. Blue were to be discovered by Shield, then naturally, his blood would also fall into their possession. Chapter 81. Analyzing Magic. Dr. Bruce, you need not worry excessively. To endure the transformation brought about by the Hulk serum, one must possess a formidable physique, a trait that is, for the most part, unattainable by ordinary humans on Earth. Tony, exhibiting a rational demeanor, continued, Abomination was able to withstand the Hulk's might solely because he was administered the super soldier serum. However, that particular serum is no longer in existence, thus the likelihood of encountering such a monster again remains exceedingly low. Tony's observation held merit. Although Shield covertly coveted the Hulk's power and even had a hand in the emergence of Abomination, they too had come to realize the formidable challenges associated with acquiring the Hulk's strength through this incident. Dr. Banner, I have heard that you ventured into Chunmu's industrial zone for research. Pray tell, how many generations of armor has Chunmu developed? How does it compare to my current suit? The competitive spirit of Tony Stark drew his interest towards Chunmu's Chilean armor. He had previously infiltrated SHIELD's network via JARVIS and learned that Hulk had been defeated in the Amazon rainforest by a dozen warriors clad in Chilean armor. Thus, upon meeting Dr. Bruce Banner, Tony was consumed with curiosity, eager to ascertain the superiority of his armor in comparison to Chunmu's. Well, I am not entirely certain. Bruce Banner scratched his head, poised to respond when suddenly, a golden portal appeared beneath his feet. Unbeknownst to him, he fell through it, and as the portal vanished, only a note was left in his stead. Dr. Banner returned to his rightful place. Tony, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the portal, found it hard to believe and, gazing at the note on the ground, could not help but read its contents aloud. So, this is Chunmu's new technology? A spatial teleportation device. This was the only explanation he could conjure for the phenomenon before him. It seems I must pay a visit to Chunmu's industrial zone. He appears to possess even more remarkable inventions. Evidently, Tony mistakenly attributed the sorcerer's portal to Chunmu's technological prowess. However, should Chunmu have the opportunity to engage with the sorcerer, it is conceivable that he might unravel the magic of the portal, potentially explaining it through a scientific lens. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, Chunmu could wield technology to manifest what we perceive as magic. Sir, Dr. Bruce Banner has returned. In Chunmu's office. As Su Jia escorted Hawkeye and Black Widow away, the voice of Hong Ming echoed through the room. Returned? Chunmu was taken aback, though upon reflecting on the sorcerer's capabilities, he found it less astonishing. What puzzled Chunmu immensely was why the Ancient One had sent Bruce Banner to America to engage with Abomination, yet chose not to appear before him. Was it not said that the Ancient One serves as the guardian of Earth, evaluating all unstable factors and eradicating threats in their infancy? Moreover, the Ancient One's current duty is to fend off invasions from other universes and dimensions. As a traveler from another realm, Chunmu should inherently be perceived as an outsider. Logically, someone with profound knowledge of time, such as she, ought to recognize this instantly. Yet it remains a mystery as to why she has never sought an audience with him. After all, in the months since her arrival, Chunmu has already accomplished a multitude of feats, significantly altering the fabric of this world. The absence of the Ancient One's invitation for tea has indeed piqued her curiosity. Determined, Chunmu contemplated visiting Dr. Bruce Banner. Just as she prepared to depart, a golden portal materialized upon her desk. Indeed, it was no mere illusion. A diminutive teleportation gate, no larger than the palm of her hand, manifested, from which a slip of paper emerged before vanishing into thin air. The system swiftly analyzed the teleportation spell, achieving a parsing degree of 50. Although the portal appeared not far from her, the system managed to capture some data, yet failed to establish direct contact before it disappeared. Nonetheless, the Huaqiangbei system gleaned a portion of its essence, attaining a 50 analysis level. Thus, it became evident that in this realm, spells are akin to technology. Or perhaps both are merely different facets of the same phenomenon. Contemplating the system's notification, Chunmu fell into a contemplative silence. A 50 analysis of the teleportation magic does not empower her to wield it. In essence, while the system has provided her with some foundational knowledge regarding teleportation, it amounts to little more than a rudimentary understanding. Furthermore, without the mage's necessary magical artifacts, such as the suspended ring, and with the analysis below 100, she is unable to conduct any meaningful research. Observing the 50 analysis level, Chunmu felt a sense of helplessness. If only the portal could remain active a moment longer, if the system could fully decode the teleportation magic, she would then be able to utilize it herself. Should she engage in research, it might lead to the possibility of casting various spells without the need for artifacts. Moreover, such research could unveil the true nature of magic, enabling her to potentially employ spells through some form of instrument. Once she masterfully comprehends the spells, she might integrate them with machinery, akin to Asgard, thereby forging an array of magical weapons and tools. This would undeniably bolster the strength of Huaqiangbei. Perhaps, Huaqiangbei could emerge as the second Asgard. Yet, putting aside other spells, if I were to master this teleportation magic and harness it through technology, would it not equate to Huaqiangbei possessing the Rainbow Bridge? Asgard's ability to dominate the 10 realms is not solely attributed to its formidable strength. The pivotal role of the Bifrost's teleportation capabilities cannot be overlooked. The capacity to traverse interstellar distances with remarkable swiftness renders this military deployment a veritable nightmare for the realms. Imagine a scenario where two worlds are engulfed in conflict. Asgard could effortlessly utilize the Bifrost to dispatch a select few of its most powerful warriors to execute decisive strikes, effectively eliminating the adversary's most vital figures and thereby bringing the war to a swift conclusion. Furthermore, the Bifrost transcends mere transportation. It serves as a stellar annihilation weapon, akin to the nuclear arsenal on Earth, embodying a formidable deterrent. Thus, I must find a way to master the art of this teleportation magic. Chapter 82. Volunteer Registration. I must master the art of the portal. For Chunmu, no other magic holds the same utility as the portal spell. Just imagine, if one could fully deconstruct the essence of this spell and harness technological means to fabricate a device that allows for the direct use of the portal magic, would this not represent an alternative form of spatial transportation technology? Picture every warrior equipped with formidable armor, able to open a portal with a mere gesture, facilitating swift support or retreat with unparalleled convenience. The most peculiar aspect is that Chunmu has already gained control over the mutation abilities of the Hulk. If a warrior were to volunteer for transformation into a Hulk warrior, consider the scenario: clad in Chilan armor, engaged in fierce combat, only to have their armor breached. Yet, when they emerge from the armor, they transform into a Hulk, initiating a second round of battle. Who could withstand such a spectacle? Just envisioning it is quite exhilarating. Dr. Bruce Banner requires this opportunity for growth. As for you, the time to learn magic has not yet arrived. Observing the slip of paper that fell from the portal and landed on the table, Chunmu glanced at it, where these words were inscribed. Dr. Banner needs this growth? As he scrutinized the handwriting on the note, Chunmu fell into contemplation. To be candid, the trajectory of Bruce Banner's fate has been entirely altered by Chunmu. Furthermore, due to Chunmu's influence, Bruce Banner and the Hulk have amalgamated nearly a decade earlier than expected. While this has alleviated the latent risks associated with Bruce, it has also deprived him of numerous future experiences and growth opportunities. The current Bruce Banner possesses immense physical strength, yet his potential remains significantly constrained. Moreover, when Chunmu confronted Nick Fury previously, he did not speak in jest. After entrusting Chunmu with the data concerning the Gamma Bomb, Dr. Bruce Banner has shifted his focus away from weaponry and has instead devoted himself to the noble pursuit of afforestation. In recent years, the importance of environmental conservation has surged in China, particularly as desertification escalates, threatening the nation's landscapes. This challenge is not unique to China. Indeed, countries worldwide grapple with this issue, save for a few minor nations oblivious to the very concept of deserts. Natural calamities have never subdued the great nation of Huaxia. In response to the encroaching deserts, the people have commenced extensive tree planting initiatives, while scientists diligently research effective methods to cultivate trees in arid regions, galvanizing society towards this cause. Following 2 years of exploration, Chinese scientists have discovered viable solutions, selecting appropriate tree species and developing suitable adhesives to transform sands into soil, thereby initiating reforestation efforts in the nation's deserts. Upon encountering this groundbreaking research project, Bruce Banner, who has long sought to distance himself from weaponry and contribute positively to the world, was utterly captivated and eagerly wished to immerse himself in this endeavor. When the hatred first manifested, Bruce was deeply engrossed in relevant research. Indeed, the Hulk had arrived in Huaqiangbei, intending to venture into the vast northwestern desert to embark upon reforestation. Did Bruce Banner require this growth, implying that, in the future, Bruce Banner's strength would be needed once more? Observing the words inscribed on the note, Shenmue couldn't help but smile subtly, discarding the paper carelessly. Though internally he remained unconvinced. I shall not allow Bruce Banner another opportunity to act. If he revels in planting trees and mending the earth, then let the Hulk journey to the great northwest. As for the power of the Hulk, Huaqiangbei informed the director of the Spear Bureau, Zhang Xian, to recruit willing soldiers for the Hulk experiment on a purely voluntary basis. Should the experiment succeed, they would gain the Hulk's strength and provide invaluable experimental data, laying a robust foundation for future endeavors. As for failure, it would lead to death. However, in truth, the technology derived from the system's analysis posed no real risk. At this moment, Shenmue had already mastered a flawless method for controllable Hulk mutation. Provided the soldiers consented, Shenmue could bestow upon them the perfect powers of the Hulk, without the emergence of a second personality or the perpetual manifestation of the Hulk form. As experienced by Bruce, the advanced Hulk mutation technology would enable soldiers to wield the Hulk's power without any flaws, while remaining in their ordinary human guise, capable of voluntarily entering or exiting the Hulk state, thus rendering the Hulk controllable. Therefore, regarding the assertion made by the Ancient One that Bruce Banner needed this growth, Shenmue dismissed it entirely. Whether Bruce matured or not held no significance for him. After all, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, would no longer have the opportunity to showcase himself. In the Huaqiangbei military, countless individuals would emerge, perfectly capable of controlling their own powers as Hulks. As for myself, though I yearn to master magic at this moment, it indeed feels rather premature. While I remain non-committal about the first statement on the note, I wholeheartedly agree with the latter. Even having deciphered 50 of magical knowledge, Shenmue understood that casting spells required an essence known as magical energy. From a scientific perspective, this energy is akin to cosmic energy, not limited to a singular form. The cosmos offers a myriad of energies. However, performing magic principally necessitates a controllable energy source, and currently, within Shenmue's being, there lay no such energy. Thus, the pursuit of magic is a distant aspiration. Chen, have you begun your research on the Hulk's mutation? In the midst of these contemplations, Su Jia had already pushed open the laboratory door, standing before Shenmue, her eyes brimming with wonder, for she had personally experienced the power of the Hulk. At that time on Amazon, alongside 10 warriors, 11 donned in the formidable Kirin battle armor, were required to subdue the colossal Hulk. His might was a sight to behold. Su Jia vividly recalled the Hulk's indomitable physique, which could easily dismiss the majority of firearms on Earth. Was there anyone willing to volunteer? Shenmue had never asserted that the experiment would guarantee success. In fact, he had ominously mentioned that failure could lead to death. Furthermore, given that Shenmue had only recently encountered the Hulk, it seemed implausible that significant progress could be achieved in such a short span. Thus, he did not harbor high hopes, considering the substantial risks involved, including the peril of death, which would likely deter many from stepping forward. Nonetheless, Shenmue required merely a single volunteer, and thus he held on to a flicker of anticipation. To his astonishment, within a mere 10 minutes, over 100 comrades had submitted their reports, with many more still pouring in. Many? At this revelation, Shenmue was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated such enthusiasm. With individuals eagerly volunteering for an experiment fraught with uncertainty and danger, Chapter 83. The Soldier's Duty. An overwhelming number of comrades signed up, and upon receiving your notification, the registration information poured in swiftly, exceeding 20 within the span of a mere minute. Su Jia chuckled wryly, stating, "Had I not halted the registration process, we might have already amassed hundreds of volunteers." In response, Chen Mu fell silent. Were they all striving for strength? He inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Who does not yearn for strength? Yet, the primary motivator for their enlistment is a sense of responsibility, Su Jia retorted with a roll of her eyes. If it weren't for the grotesque appearance of becoming a green giant, I would have wished to volunteer myself. After all, as a young woman, she cherished beauty, and the prospect of transforming into a green giant was decidedly unappealing. While a pair of highly elastic shorts might suffice, was there an equally accommodating bra for women? As I mentioned, there is a certain danger. A failed experiment could result in death. Chen Mu replied with a bittersweet smile, astonished by the eagerness of so many soldiers to volunteer. He worried that Zheng Xian may not have fully conveyed his message, particularly the potential consequences of failure. Every experiment carries inherent risks, Su Jia nodded, nonchalantly asserting, in the pursuit of necessary research, should sacrifice be inevitable, most comrades would step forward without hesitation. For them, sacrificing themselves for the success of the experiment is deemed worthwhile. Just as in mine clearance, if one's sacrifice enhances the survival prospects of their comrades, then it is a worthy endeavor for these valiant soldiers. Chinese soldiers have never shied away from sacrifice. Those who volunteered often left behind letters of farewell. Hearing this, Chen Mu felt a surge of emotion. They approached this with a mindset of sacrifice. The recruitment for the Divine Spear Bureau was meticulously selective, comprising patriotic soldiers who, even within the regular army, exhibited the utmost spirit of self-sacrifice. Did they fear death? Indeed, who among them was unafraid? Su Jia sighed, continuing, they are fathers, sons, and husbands. No one is free from the dread of death, our included. However, what we fear more than death is the humiliation of our motherland by foreign powers and the derision of our compatriots by outsiders. Although society appears tranquil, war is merely a step away from us. Despite China's years of peace, in Chen Mu's original world, even by 2022, the nation had not experienced war, leading many to mistakenly believe they lived in a peaceful era. No, this is a grave misconception. This era is not peaceful. Rather, you reside in a nation of tranquility. A powerful homeland has kept all external threats at bay, hidden from your sight. In the peace-loving land of Huaqiangbei, there is a steadfast commitment to refrain from instigating conflicts. Nevertheless, there will always be provocateurs, individuals who cannot bear to witness the prosperity of others. Open your eyes and observe the turmoil engulfing various regions of the earth. At this very moment, the flames of war rage on. Even within the Marvel universe where Chen Mu resides, the situation remains dire. Although Huaqiangbei may appear feeble, it valiantly upholds a rare and precious peace, striving to protect its civilians amidst a world dominated by Western powers. This is indeed commendable. In stark contrast, nations in the Middle East are embroiled in chaos. When juxtaposed with these realities, one can truly appreciate the value of Huaqiangbei's tranquility. The experiment involving the Hulk diverges from others, as it can commence with animals. In the absence of lab mice, the first subject to lie on the experimental table is, in other words, the guinea pig. Chen Mu's tone carries a weight of gravity, for with just a single utterance from him, the personnel of the Divine Spear Bureau eagerly volunteered for participation, stirring within him a profound sense of emotion. This almost unconditional trust left him at a loss for words. Should the Hulk's experiment yield success, the sacrifices made will be deemed worthwhile. At that moment, Zheng Xian approached, having acquired an air of authority after just a few days apart. We must seize every opportunity that could strengthen our nation, he asserted. With the acquisition of the Qilin battle armor, it is undeniable that the Divine Spear Bureau stands among the elite on Earth. However, that alone is insufficient. Relying solely on a suit of armor will not suffice to elevate Huaqiangbei to the pinnacle of nations. Thus, the Divine Spear Bureau, or rather Huaqiangbei, requires more formidable power. Perhaps due to a prolonged period of weakness, The urgency for any enhancement of strength has ignited a fervor among the rabbits. Your words place immense pressure upon me, Chunmu remarked with a wry smile, reflecting on the circumstances. Therefore, it is imperative that we strive for the success of the experiment. Sujiao, observing Chunmu with a smile, feigned lightheartedness, yet her eyes betrayed the weight of the situation. Rest assured, I will not allow the warriors to take risks without absolute certainty, Chunmu replied earnestly. On this matter, he felt a deep confidence. With breakthroughs in research facilitated by the system, the Hulk's mutation technology has reached an advanced level, all data residing within Chunmu's mind. As long as the experiments are conducted methodically, success is assured. Given the perfection of the Hulk mutation technology, it necessitates exposure to gamma rays, thus requiring substantial energy to power the gamma apparatus. Fortunately, Chunmu has mastered the technology of the arc reactor, alleviating any concerns regarding energy supply. The mutation of the Hulk demands an immense amount of energy, approximately equivalent to a full day's output from the arc reactor to catalyze the transformation. Within the industrial zone, 2 arc reactors have been established, allowing for the mobilization of 1 reactor for experimental purposes without compromising the existing production capacity. Zheng Xian nodded, fully aware of every aspect of the industrial park, having previously pursued advanced studies there. The production of the Qilin battle armor cannot be halted. Therefore, only 1 reactor can be allocated for experimentation. The industrial park continues to manufacture the Qilin battle armor, utilizing specialized alloys in the absence of superior materials such as titanium gold alloy. Consequently, nearly 20 sets of Qilin battle armor are produced each day. These armors are predominantly delivered to the Divine Spear Bureau for distribution, enabling warriors to familiarize themselves with their usage at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 84. The Aerospace Carrier Indeed. These rudimentary battle armors will subsequently be dispatched to frontline units, predominantly allocated to various firefighting teams. It is worth noting that this batch of battle armors is not intended for combat units, but rather for the fire service. The formidable capabilities of these armors significantly mitigate risks faced by firefighters, and their integration with an array of firefighting apparatus proves invaluable for disaster response. The year is 2008, and the earthquake in Sichuan during the first half of the year remains etched in the memories of the nation. As such, these battle armors are prioritized for use by the fire departments. Although Chunmu is taken aback, he comprehends the rationale. Despite the prowess of the armors, they will not be directly employed in warfare within the hands of the Liberation Army. Only 1 experiment can be conducted each day. I will ensure that the necessary precautions are communicated to my comrades, selecting a warrior for the task. At this juncture, a glimmer of reluctance flashes in Zheng Xian's eyes. It is universally acknowledged that testing the waters, particularly for the initial group, bears immense peril, and survival remains uncertain. Yet, despite this, the comrades exhibit no trepidation. The first test subject is undeniably the most perilous. By the way, aside from this matter, I have come to discuss a few things with you. After organizing his thoughts, Zheng Xian addressed Chunmu. It pertains to the Liberation Army. Given the military's burgeoning trust in your armors, they are keen on you developing a new series of battle armors for the army, equipped with heavy firepower, to supplant tanks and become the new sovereign of land warfare. Supplanting tanks? Creating heavy battle armors? Upon hearing Zheng Xian's proposal, Chunmu absent-mindedly stroked his chin. This is not an overly daunting task. To be frank, heavy mechs are akin to the Iron Overlord previously crafted by Obadiah, though they may appear cumbersome when compared to Tony's Mark III Iron Man suit. Their agility on the battlefield is unparalleled. Not only do they boast formidable firepower, but they are also capable of flight. Equipped with an advanced weapon system, their considerable size allows for the accommodation of more armaments, ensuring that heavy battle armors can effortlessly deliver fire coverage. Thus, when viewed purely as instruments of war, the Iron Overlord possesses significantly greater advantages over the Iron Man suit. With such technology at hand, a slight modification of the Qilin armor would suffice. Chunmu nodded and replied, I will compile the necessary documentation shortly and present it to you. The industrial park is currently at full capacity producing the Qilin armor, Therefore, the production of these heavy battle armors will need to be assigned to other military manufacturing departments. The production capabilities of the Huaqiangbei Industrial Park are limited, and as it stands, it is fully engaged in the manufacturing of the Chilean armor, necessitating that the Iron Overlord be produced by other military industrial sectors. I am immensely grateful to you. Zheng Xian exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze filled with gratitude as he spoke to Chen Mu. I will ensure that the materials are safely delivered to the army. Indeed, there is another matter to discuss. The Navy has entrusted the Variag to our Spear Bureau. After handling these affairs, Zheng Xian finally revealed a smile, turning to Chen Mu as he continued. The Variag aircraft carrier, after a long journey, was finally delivered to our Navy in 2003. Following its refurbishment, it was initially intended to be our Navy's first commissioned aircraft carrier. However, General Zhang decided to hand it over to our Spear Bureau. The Variag, which will become the future Liaoning aircraft carrier, unexpectedly exists in this world as well, representing our nation's first aircraft carrier. In 1999, our nation purchased the Variag, which arrived in our country only on March 4, 2002. During its journey, it faced numerous obstructions from Western nations, which compelled it to return to its original port multiple times. By the time it finally reached our shores, the Variag was stripped down to little more than its shell, aimlessly drifting at sea for an extended period. The objective of the Spear Bureau is to modify and complete the construction of this unfinished aircraft carrier for research, experimentation, and training purposes. Currently, the military has acquired comprehensive data on aircraft carriers and is engaged in independent production. I believe that within a few years, domestically produced aircraft carriers will be launched. What Chen Mu did not anticipate was that this formidable vessel was directly bestowed upon the Spear Bureau by the Bureau Chief. General Zhang, as the founder of the Spear Bureau, has provided us with substantial assistance. Zheng Xian smiled and continued, now, this aircraft carrier, having undergone modifications by the Spear Bureau, possesses far greater capabilities. Thanks to the arc reactor technology you provided, the warship has been endowed with tremendous energy. We have installed anti-gravity devices, granting this aircraft carrier the ability to fly. Chen Mu was utterly bewildered. An aerospace aircraft carrier has emerged, and it is developed by our nation? Although the concept of anti-gravity devices has long been invented and exists in various countries, they require significant energy to function. Essentially, no nation has integrated this technology into their military equipment due to unresolved energy issues. Thus, when Chen Mu selflessly handed over the improved arc reactor technology to our nation, the long-stored anti-gravity devices were revived and directly installed onto the aircraft carrier. Coupled with the 4 arc reactors installed within, the Variag, an outdated aircraft carrier, has transformed into an aerospace carrier. This aerospace carrier will serve as the Spear Bureau's airborne mobile base, capable of patrolling our nation's airspace for extended periods. Zheng Xian appeared quite proud of this achievement. This is the world's first aerospace carrier, significantly ahead of the Americans. Although the United States is also developing such technology, their lack of energy resources has prevented them from achieving flight. While the U.S. military and the Shield Bureau possess numerous aircraft carriers and corresponding technology, they pale in comparison to our Spear Bureau's aerospace carrier. Even in the subsequent narrative of the Avengers, although S.H.I.E.L.D. had acquired a helicarrier, it was constrained by energy limitations and resorted to nuclear power. However, the energy produced was insufficient to maintain stable flight. Relying solely on anti-gravity devices proved inadequate for takeoff, necessitating the addition of 4 large thrust propellers, which rendered the helicarrier rather peculiar in appearance. This predicament arose largely because Tony Stark had never shared the technology of the arc reactor with America or S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, they were compelled to rely on a subpar nuclear power system for energy. In stark contrast, the Spearhead Agency's current aerial carrier operates entirely on anti-gravity technology, devoid of propellers, presenting a significantly more sophisticated visage. Chapter 85. Chen Mu's stance. The new vessel, named the Feng Tian, is scheduled for delivery the day after tomorrow. I hope you can personally attend the inaugural trial voyage. Constructed in the province of Fengtian, this aircraft carrier has been aptly named, and upon its delivery, the Divine Spear Bureau will pilot the Fengtian into the depths of the ocean, subsequently activating its anti-gravity system to ascend into the skies. From that moment forth, the Fengtian will predominantly patrol the heavens, safeguarding the vast landscapes of our homeland. This warship is merely the first of many. In the future, our nation will launch an increasing number of aircraft carriers, all equipped with similar anti-gravity technology. While they will typically navigate the surface of the sea in times of war, they will transform into formidable mobile fortresses. The Republic of Hua does not yearn for warfare, yet it must ensure it possesses the strength necessary for self-defense. It is only through formidable power that we can protect our nation's borders. As a great scientist of Hua once remarked, there exists a profound distinction between wielding a sword and being defenseless. Chunmu resonated deeply with this sentiment. Even our Divine Spear Bureau will, in due time, possess several spaceborne aircraft carriers, as sufficient strength is essential to safeguard our homeland. Zheng Xian's eyes brimmed with determination and hope for the future. Chunmu's presence has, almost selflessly, provided our nation with a wealth of advanced technology, resulting in a remarkable surge in our capabilities within a short span of time. In a spirit of reciprocity, Hua has endeavored to extend every possible convenience to Chunmu. However, there lingers a sense of unease among our ranks. It is precisely Chunmu's selflessness that has instilled a degree of apprehension. Without mutual interests, relying solely on the sentiment of patriotism, how long can such a relationship endure? There exists a palpable fear that one day, Chunmu may forsake this nation. Consequently, Zheng Xian set aside his smile and regarded Chunmu with utmost seriousness. There is a matter that General Zhang has entrusted me to discuss with you. What is it that you desire? The Republic of Hua will strive to fulfill your wishes. Desire? Chunmu paused, then nonchalantly waved his hand, continuing, to be honest, I truly wish for nothing more than for my homeland to grow stronger. In his past life, a despondent Chunmu, feeling cornered, concluded his existence. In making that difficult decision, he had already relinquished all aspirations. Having come to terms with life and death, what more could he desire? The only regret he harbored was not having united with his girlfriend in his previous life. Yet, that was a chapter closed. And Chunmu was resolute in not lingering on it. Having experienced death, his craving for material wealth had all but vanished, a rarity in this era rife with avarice. Why? Zheng Xian could not help but inquire, genuinely taken aback by Chunmu's response. Why? Chunmu chuckled, shaking his head in mirth. What reason is there to wish for the strength of one's homeland? Indeed, Zheng Xian smiled, acknowledging the truth in this sentiment. This pursuit is indeed my current aspiration. In today's world, predominantly influenced by the West, we, with our millennia-old heritage, find ourselves relegated to the status of mere supporting characters. Historically, in nearly every era, China was the mightiest nation on earth, and now, Chunmu yearns to restore this nation to its former glory. 5,000 years ago, we faced floods just as the Egyptians did. 4,000 years ago, we forged bronze just like the ancient Babylonians. 3,000 years ago, we contemplated philosophy akin to the Greeks. 2,000 years ago, we displayed valor in battle comparable to the Romans. 1,000 years ago, we flourished with wealth parallel to the Arabs. Now, Chunmu aspires to position China as a true competitor to America in every conceivable aspect. In a world that reveres superheroes, Chunmu aims to transform every soldier of China into a genuine superhero. In his eyes, every soldier is already a superhero. His mission is to ensure they are recognized as such, equipping them with commensurate power. Do you not venerate superheroes in America? Then let us demonstrate what a true superhero truly embodies. What are your thoughts on the nation? After a moment of silence, Zheng Xian turned to Chunmu and continued. In our country, we are not entirely united as one. The establishment of the Divine Spear Bureau arose amidst significant dissent from several military generals. It is, in essence, a product of compromise. With a vast population of 13 billion, while the central authority wields considerable influence, uniting the will of the majority, there will invariably exist divergent opinions. Not everyone is willing to selflessly contribute to the nation. Moreover, within the upper echelons of power, there are varied perspectives regarding Chunmu. Aside from a few traitors, most individuals genuinely wish for the betterment of their country. Thus, aside from those whose interests might be threatened, the majority of high-ranking officials harbor goodwill towards Chunmu. Furthermore, Chunmu's innovations have significantly enhanced military capabilities, making him a highly sought-after asset. The military eagerly anticipates his forthcoming products. Why would anyone dare to create trouble for him? Protected by the layers of the Divine Spear Bureau and the military. This is a principal reason for Chunmu's continuous smooth sailing. Who would dare to disturb the peace? To be candid, the transformative impact of Chunmu's technologies on civilian life is profound. Take, for instance, the arc reactor. Its energy output far exceeds that of nuclear power plants. Without any pollution, capable of generating vast amounts of energy at remarkably low costs. Currently, in China, there is a vigorous, albeit discreet, promotion of this technology, and it is only a matter of time before the day arrives when the populace will benefit from free, clean energy. Chunmu's contributions to improving the quality of life have undoubtedly endeared him to the political sphere. Under the dual platform of military and political authority, who would dare to feel discomfort? Who would seek to trouble Chunmu? In any case, I have never concerned myself with whose hands my skills fall into. As long as that individual is a citizen of Hua Nation, dedicated to the development and construction of our homeland, I hold no objections. Looking at Zheng Xian, Chunmu continued, articulating each word with care. As for the various weapons, my intention in delivering them to the military is rooted in this very principle. I remain indifferent to the domestic competition, be it the hawks or the doves, as long as I can ascertain that these weapons are not aimed at our own people. It matters not whose hands they are in. Whether these arms are employed to defend our nation or even to invade others, it is of no concern to me. What I require is simple. These weapons must not be directed against my compatriots in the future, regardless of the power struggles among the elite or the various factions. The crucial point is that they are all citizens of Hua Nation. As long as their efforts contribute to the advancement of our country, then for me, everything else is inconsequential. To elucidate the protagonist's stance, it is common for readers to feel discontent towards his selfless contributions to the state, perceiving such actions as foolish. In this world, not everything is driven solely by personal gain. The protagonist's attitude towards who wields the weapons and the differing interest groups within military and political spheres is fundamentally indifferent. What matters most is his identification as a citizen of Hua Nation. Whether the weapons serve to protect our own or to invade others holds little significance for him. It matters not if the rabbit is black or white. As long as it belongs to the family of Hua, it is entitled to wield such power.